Who said the demon army was strong? Vice Commander Luo Jie looked smugly at the retreating elite demon forces at the foot of the mountain, scattering like a receding tide. It seems I'm a bit stronger than them. Vice Commander Chuan shot him a glance, but didn't respond. Vice Commander Chuan chimed in lazily. Didn't someone say just the other day that we were doomed and should all run for our lives? That kind of person who shakes the morale of the army before battle is the one I despise the most. Luo Jie declared with righteous indignation, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. If I catch him, I'll have him executed. Are you suffering from amnesia? I'm talking about you, someone. Oh, when did I ever say such a thing? Luo Jie turned to Bai Chuan. Isn't someone referring to you? Bai Chuan coldly watched the two rivals bicker, then turned her horse around. He'll go see if the commander has any orders. 20,000 black-armored cavalry stood in formation on the high ridge, not a single sound of commotion to be heard. Only the distant clamor of the retreating demon army and the low howl of the wind sweeping across the Hengchuan plains could be heard, as if the souls of the fallen were reluctant to leave their final resting place. A general clad entirely in silver armor stood tall at the very peak of the ridge. His imposing figure exuded the authority of a supreme commander, and the setting sun cast a dazzling glow on his silver armor, making him stand out like a god among the sea of black cavalry. Anyone who saw that signature silver armor would know it was Zichuan Xiu, the youngest and most legendary of the three young generals of the Zichuan family. When Bai Chuan saw this figure revered by the entire far eastern army from a distance, she silently sighed. She rode closer to Zichuan Xiu and, seeing that the guards nearby were all members of the personal bodyguard, whispered, "Goulet, you've got some nerve, daring to wear the commander's armor and impersonate him here." Zichuan Xiu, actually Goulet, the captain of the bodyguard, looked miserable. Vice Commander Bai Chuan, I didn't want to do this either. But the commander insisted I wear this heavy thing and stand here without moving. It's so heavy, I'm exhausted. I've already crushed 3 war horses. The battle is intense. Where did the commander go? Goulet. He just took a bath at the back of the mountain, had some barbecue, and is now in bed sleeping. Did he leave any instructions? Goulet. Oh yes. He said that if we lose, we should quickly go wake him up so we can all run for our lives. Bai Chuan found Zichuan Xiu's tent under the shade of the trees at the back of the mountain. He was sound asleep in his sleeping bag, snoring rhythmically. Huru, huru. Bai Chuan. Commander, wake up, wake up. The person in the sleeping bag didn't move. Bai Chuan sighed. Commander, you're forcing my hand. She turned around, fetched a bottle of boiling water, and said, "He'll count to 3. Ah, don't worry, don't worry. I'm awake." A head popped out of the sleeping bag, eyes bleary and face still full of sleepiness. A very handsome young man, or perhaps a teenager, given the youthful smile on his face. Zichuan Xiu, what's the urgent matter? Did the demons attack? Bai Chuan, but not yet. Then did the soldiers mutiny? Bai Chuan, that's bound to happen sooner or later once they find out you've been using a fake to fool them. Zichuan Xiu, we'll deal with it when they start making noise. Those soldiers are so petty, making a fuss over such a small thing. So, did Luo Jie and Chang Chuan duel over you and both end up dead? Unfortunately, Commander, they're both still shamelessly alive. The thing is, we've won. The demon army is retreating. Zichuan Xiu looked genuinely surprised. Ah, that's unexpected. We actually won? He pulled his head back into the sleeping bag. Let me think about this for a while. Bai Chuan waited patiently, and waited, until the snoring resumed from the sleeping bag. Huru, huru. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and poured the boiling water. Yow! In the year 778 of the imperial calendar, the victor of the Third Hengchuan battle let out a scream that would never be recorded in the history books. Section 2. The Truth of History. Bai Chuan analyzed the battle situation for the half-asleep Zichuan Xiu. The current situation is that the retreating demon army still has over 50,000 troops, including the highly combat-effective armored beasts. Just moments ago, they almost broke through our defenses, but for some reason, they suddenly retreated, and in a very disorganized manner. Our vice commanders are unsure whether we should pursue. Please give your orders, Commander. Zichuan Xiu asked groggily. Who wants to pursue? Bai Chuan. Vice Commander Luo Jie. He's strongly advocating for a pursuit. Zichuan Xiu. Then let him go. Commander. Bai Chuan was both angry and anxious. I understand your feelings toward Luo Jie, that blowhard who hasn't done a single good thing since becoming vice commander. In fact, I share those feelings. But the 5,000 far Eastern Army soldiers under his command are innocent. There's no need for them to die alongside Luo Jie, is there? Ah, how could you think so poorly of your superior, Vice Commander Bai Chuan? Zichuan Xiu's eyes sparkled with a cunning light. the kind that appeared when someone saw through his schemes. Let him go. ITLL be fine. But the enemy has 50 to 60,000 troops, while Luo Jie has less than 5,000. Bai Chuan, think about it. Luo Jie's troops are cavalry, much more mobile than those bulky demons. If they can't win, they can always run away. But you know how Luo Jie never uses his brain when charging. What if he does something stupid? Don't worry, I've made all the necessary preparations. Facing Bai Chuan's skeptical gaze, Zichuan Xiu pulled out a promotional flyer from his tent. It read, Imperial Capital Funeral Home, June 1st to August 30th, 60 off. Welcome. I've calculated it. If Luo Jie dies today, we'll still make it in time for the discount. Plus, I'm on good terms with the owner. He might even waive the fee for the urns. Bai Chuan, fuming, rode back to the front lines. The other two vice commanders looked at her expectantly. Commander Xiu has ordered Vice Commander Luo to attack. Luo Jie cheered. Long live the commander. He turned to his troops and roared, follow me. With that, he spurred his horse and charged forward. 5,000 black cavalrymen formed a neat formation behind him, thundering down the slope. The sound of hooves echoed as they shouted, long live, long live, long live. The entire force resembled a black dragon, unstoppable as it surged toward the retreating demon army. That idiot. He's so happy to go to his death. Bai Chuan cursed bitterly. Not necessarily, said Staff Officer Vice Commander Chang Chuan. I sense chaos in the demon ranks. Something must have happened over there. Luo Jie might actually succeed. Bai Chuan, what could have happened? Chang Chuan, we don't know, but maybe the commander does. Every time he sends Luo Jie out, it's like he's saying, no need to think anymore, just charge forward. Well win. I have faith in the commander. Bai Chuan snorted, thinking, that's because you haven't seen him snoring away at the back of the mountain, ready to flee at any moment. She didn't say it out loud, though, for fear of shaking the army's morale, and also because, at that moment, the battlefield situation changed in a way she could hardly believe. Luo Jie's cavalry charged straight into the heart of the demon camp as easily as a hot knife through butter. The demon soldiers barely put up any resistance, scattering in all directions, abandoning their armor and weapons. A demon army of 50,000 was being routed by a human force less than a tenth of its size, something unprecedented in history. Both vice commanders exclaimed in unison, what? Chang Chuan shouted, this is too abnormal, it's a trap. Luo Jie is surrounded. Bai Chuan countered, it can't be a trap. Look at how panicked their soldiers are, that can't be faked. Even if it is a trap, there's still a chance. Bai Chuan turned and barked an order. All troops charge. Chang Chuan tried to stop her. You don't have the authority to order a full-scale attack, only the commander does. Bai Chuan's response was to punch him off his horse and press a saber to his neck. If we miss this opportunity, it'll kill you. She glanced at the stunned guards and messengers and growled. What are you waiting for? Go relay the order. The sound of horns erupted from all directions as the cavalry launched a full-scale charge. 20,000 sabers gleamed in the setting sun, painting a picture of iron and blood. The battle cries shook the heavens. Long live, long life, long life. The noise woke a certain someone from his peaceful nap at the back of the mountain. He poked his head out of the sleeping bag, listened for a moment, and muttered a full-scale attack. It seems Bai Chuan has figured it out. Really, why all the shouting? It's so hard to sleep with all this noise. He pulled his head back in, trying to resume his interrupted dream. The Zichuan family annals recorded. In the year 778 of the imperial calendar, during the Third Xichuan campaign, Commander Zichuan Xiu personally led the charge, fighting bravely at the front lines, greatly boosting the morale of the entire army. Vice Commanders Luo Jie, Bai Chuan, and Chang Chuan, undaunted by the powerful enemy, worked together with calm and decisive command. In this battle, 30,000 cavalry defeated 80,000 elite demon troops, killing or wounding over 40,000 and capturing more than 10,000. Additionally, Gu Sha, known as the demon's fiercest general, was personally slain by Commander Xiu, dealing a heavy blow to the demons and marking the first turning point in the Holy War. Section 3. A great harvest, have we truly emerged victorious? Murmured Zichuan Xiu, surveying the battlefield littered with remnants of war. Undoubtedly, my lord. We have achieved a resounding triumph, exclaimed Captain Goulet, his face flushed with excitement. This is all thanks to your efforts. Allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations. You shall surely be elevated to the rank of a red flag noble for your military achievements. Just imagine, at not yet 20, you will stand shoulder to shoulder with governors from various provinces. What an extraordinary feat. There has never been a precedent for this in our family history. Congratulations indeed, Zichuan Xiu replied, his smile devoid of any genuine joy. If I recall correctly, you are still a minor flag warrior, are you not? The position of deputy noble is within reach. Captain Goulet beamed with delight. Thank you for your mentorship, my lord. I shall dedicate myself entirely to repay your kindness. Willing to endure any hardship. Zichuan Xiu interrupted Goulet's overt loyalty, muttering to himself, it seems that a simple life indeed brings its own form of happiness. My lord, what do you mean? Oh, I merely wish for you to perform admirably. A troop of cavalry soon appeared, and upon sighting Zichuan Xiu's banner, they promptly saluted from their mounts. Zichuan Xiu halted his horse and called out, which unit are you from, and what is your purpose? The cavalry captain replied, reporting to you, my lord, we are the 7th Squadron of the 3rd Battalion from the Roger unit, currently tasked with the transportation of prisoners. Oh, Zichuan Xiu's curiosity was piqued. Are there many prisoners? Allow me to see them. At your command, my lord. The captain turned and shouted, rallying the soldiers to drive the captives forward. The guards tightened their formation around Zichuan Xiu, prepared to prevent any sudden outbursts from the demon captives. However, such caution proved unnecessary, as this batch of prisoners consisted entirely of elves, small, green-skinned beings known for their exceptional craftsmanship, yet lacking in combat prowess. They were gentle by nature and easily subdued by strength, often enslaved by the demon army or sold in human markets, where they could fetch up to 30,000 coins each in the imperial capital. Noticing Zichuan Xiu's seemingly disappointed expression, the cavalry captain felt compelled to appease him. My lord, you might find this intriguing. We discovered something unusual among the captives. Oh, the captain called out, bring it forth for my lord to examine. Several cavalrymen approached, carrying a bulging sack. The captain, with a sycophantic grin, opened it to reveal a beautiful young girl. Zichuan Xiu frowned. Since when did the Eastern Army take to kidnapping? The captain, feeling aggrieved, protested, my lord, this is no ordinary girl. We found her in a splendid carriage, surrounded by a dozen guards. We suffered numerous injuries to capture her. She must possess a significant identity, perhaps even a high-ranking member of the demon race. Have you interrogated her? She refused to speak. And we lacked the time for thorough questioning. Now we present her to you, my lord. Do not let this opportunity slip by. The captain spoke in a rather suggestive tone. Zichuan Xiu smiled in a similarly suggestive manner. Rest assured, I shall conduct a most thorough interrogation. His tone conveyed a mutual understanding between men, transcending their ranks. Once the cavalrymen had departed, Zichuan Xiu chuckled to himself. Fortunately, that woman from Baichuan is absent. Otherwise, we would be in trouble. Turning to Goulet and the other guards, he added, when Baichuan inquires, you know what to do, right? Goulet replied solemnly, rest assured. My lord, we will see nothing and hear nothing. Now that is wisdom. Zichuan Xiu began to survey the surroundings. Where might I find a secluded spot to set up a tent? Not over there, too open, lacking in charm. Here? TSK, too many mosquitoes, it would be uncomfortable. He continued to gaze at the young woman with a lecherous glint in his eyes. I am Princess Cadden, the 3rd daughter of the divine lineage. As a member of the royal family, I demand treatment befitting my status, the girl declared, her voice trembling yet striving for an air of dignity. The guards collectively inhaled sharply, the sound resonating in the silence. Goulet whispered, heaven forbid, my lord, we must tread carefully with this woman, otherwise, military law will hold us accountable. Zichuan Xiu, without looking back, muttered, Goulet, you are as dull as a pig's head. He murmured to himself. This is indeed a great harvest. Chapter 4. The True Face in the Darkness. Baichuan quietly pondered amidst the cavalry. The joy of victory during the day did little to assuage her doubts. Why had they achieved such an effortless triumph? The demon forces, seemingly in a position of strength during the battle, had inexplicably retreated. When the cavalry of the Zichuan clan mounted their offensive, they encountered scarcely any organized resistance. This was not the typical conduct of the formidable and battle-hardened demon army. Yet, victory was victory, irreplaceable and indisputable. The ground was strewn with the bodies of demons, lying thickly like harvested autumn crops. This was the evidence. At that moment, she felt a chill sweat trickle down her back. Had her judgment wavered even slightly at that time, it would have been the cavalry of the Zichuan family now lying in heaps upon the ground, and she would bear the primary responsibility for it. Even if she survived the battlefield, returning would certainly mean facing the execution squad of the Inspection Bureau. No more risks. Lady Luck was not likely to be so generous as to favor the same individual twice. Cease the pursuit, she commanded. The cavalrymen, relieved, brought their horses to a halt after pursuing for a solid 5 hours, utterly fatigued. Yet, none dared to persuade this tyrannical woman. Everyone had witnessed the fate of Xichuan. To the soldiers, she seemed far more terrifying than the so-called invincible Demon King. The various units set up camp on the spot, arranging scouts carefully. The night watch changed from 4 men per post to 8, and the range of scout defense was doubled, with torches as warnings. The orderlies responded promptly as Zichuan instructed. From now on, the main camp is to be overseen by Vice Flag Bearer Xichuan. I must meet with Flag Bearer Xichuan. Xichuan emerged from the cavalry, his expression decidedly unfriendly. What? You leave it to me? Are you not afraid I might usurp your achievements? Zichuan flashed him a dazzling smile, instantly softening Xichuan's ire. As for the remainder of his displeasure, that was a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. Still angry? I could apologize, you know. Xichuan, a man should not hold grudges like a woman, mustn't he? Xichuan let out a wry smile. I fear you. He sighed. It's not the first time you've bested me. I have something to tell you. I just questioned some captives, and their accounts were quite peculiar. They claimed that during their assault, their commander Gusha and deputy Yunshun were both assassinated, leading to a complete loss of command and morale, resulting in their collapse without a fight. Oh, Zichuan exclaimed, intrigued. Who was responsible? They certainly did us a great service. All they knew was that it was a human who had acted. You know, to demons, we humans all look alike. Just as those green-skinned creatures appear the same to us. A terrifying figure, burying himself in the sand, waiting for the demon commander to pass. Then suddenly erupting forth to kill, delivering fatal strikes with precision. Zichuan contemplated. I was unaware there were such formidable experts in the Far East, possessing great skill and enduring coldness. She shivered. Xichuan remarked, but I believe our flag-bearer must be aware, otherwise he would not have commanded us to attack. Speaking of Zichuan Xiu, Zichuan felt a swell of frustration. You hold that fool in too high regard. Do you know what he was doing while we risked our lives? Bathing, eating, sleeping. He might as well have been consorting with women. Although likely he simply hadn't found one. What about him resembled the commander of the entire army? Xichuan replied languidly. As long as he wins battles. He may indulge as he pleases. I have no objection. Why are you so incensed? He glanced at Zichuan, his gaze laden with meaning. This time it was merely luck that he encountered favorable circumstances with the demons. Surely it was not just luck. His good fortune in the counteroffensive 6 years ago was also mere chance. Twice against the Lufeng clan. Only his troops returned unscathed, 3 years ago. In the standoff with Lufeng Shuang, he alone managed to escape without casualties. For a fool who has been in the military since the age of 11. Having participated in over 70 battles without a single defeat, his luck seems excessively fortunate, does it not? Zichuan galloped through the night, Xichuan's words echoing in her mind. Contemplating. Indeed, his luck is excessively fortunate. Could it be that he has been hiding his true self all along? I must confront him. To unmask the true nature lurking beneath his lazy, lascivious, and cowardly facade. Ahead lay the flickering lights of the central camp. Before Zichuan Xiu's guards could intervene, Zichuan spurred her horse into the main encampment. The captain of the guards, Goulet, approached to greet her. Vice Flag Bearer Bai. The Lord has commanded that you may not enter. Why not? Zichuan dismissed him. Thinking, could it be that he is revealing a side unknown to others at this moment? I must enter. With determined strides, she entered the central tent, only to find Zichuan Xiu embracing a beautiful young woman, poised to kiss her. Enraged, she drew her saber and charged. So this is your true nature. Zichuan Xiu, prepare to meet your end. Section 5. The hero's return. Ah, how fortunate it is that my agility saved me. I nearly fell victim to your reckless actions. Zichuan Xiu, still shaken, remarked, Deputy Bai, you are quite audacious. Do I truly appear to be the type to harass naive maidens? Ah, Goulet, what expressions are those on your faces? Zichuan argued defiantly, my lord, consider this, in the dead of night, within an uninhabited tent. You embrace a stranger. What else am I to think of you? Zichuan Xiu replied, you ought to think of it this way. This maiden must be the third princess of the demon clan, Cadden, a crucial captive for our forces. She likely fainted from fright due to her capture, while you, my virtuous and noble superior, are selflessly preparing to administer artificial respiration to her. Such reasoning is entirely logical. Zichuan retorted, how could anyone possibly think that far? Zichuan Xiu countered, that simply proves you have not watched enough Hong Kong television dramas, such scenarios about. Zichuan inquired, my lord, what are you saying? Zichuan Xiu dismissed, oh, it's nothing. I simply mixed up the timelines. Let us pretend you didn't hear that. Zichuan pressed. Even if the princess of the demon clan has fainted, anyone could perform artificial respiration. Why must it be you? Zichuan Xiu replied, since anyone can do it, why can't I? Zichuan Xiu then commanded, report the situation, Deputy Bai. Zichuan complied, at your command, my lord. After 5 hours of battle, our forces estimate the demon clan's casualties to be between 20 to 30,000. We have captured their main camp and provisions. Of the 53 white cloaks, the leaders of the demon clan, our troops have slain 21, while Chang Chuan's forces have killed 19, capturing 3, with 10 currently unaccounted for. Zichuan Xiu nodded. Deputy Roger just sent in the battle report. He has taken down 7 white cloaks, estimating his enemy casualties to be around 10,000. It can be confirmed that the main force of the demon clan has essentially been eradicated. Only mop-up operations remain. Zichuan bowed. This is a resounding victory, my lord. Congratulations on your hard-earned success. Internally, he grumbled. Indeed, sleeping, eating, and pursuing women. Such arduous labor. Oh, it is rare for you, Deputy Bai, to show such understanding for this official. To be honest, I am truly exhausted. After a long day, it is time for me to rest. Deputy Bai, I entrust the camp's security to you. Zichuan discreetly raised his middle finger, respectfully asking, my lord, there is something I do not quite understand and wish to inquire about. Zichuan Xiu responded, oh. Zichuan continued, according to the captives, the reason for the demon clan's defeat was the assassination of their commander and deputy by a mysterious assassin. None of us frontline commanders were aware of this. How did you come by this information and issue the command for us to attack? Zichuan Xiu feigned surprise. I commanded you to attack? Is that so? No, Deputy Bai. That was your command, was it not? Zichuan replied, my lord, did you not say at the time? Zichuan Xiu interjected, oh. When you came to consult me, you mentioned Roger wanted to attack, and I said whoever wishes to go may do so. Was it not so? This matter has been entirely your decision alongside Roger from the start. When did I ever give an order for you to charge forward? Zichuan recalled. Indeed, that was the case, yet Zichuan Xiu's tone at the time. Fortunately, they won. Had they lost, the blame would have rested entirely upon him. Cold sweat trickled down his back. You need not fear. After all, we won. Would the inspection office pursue you for miscommunication of military orders? Zichuan Xiu seemed to have divined Zichuan's thoughts, leisurely stating, tomorrow we shall return to Shaga City, leaving the mop-up operations to the forces of General Gashi. Zichuan protested urgently, but my lord, we have worked hard to achieve this situation. We must press our advantage. Zichuan Xiu replied, if we take all the credit, the other troops will accuse us of being ungrateful. Our future endeavors will become quite difficult. He strolled languidly toward the tent. The night has grown late. Deputy Bai, you should rest as well. We have a journey ahead of us tomorrow. Zichuan suddenly understood. With 30,000 troops decisively defeating 80,000 demon soldiers, the accolades for Zichuan Xiu were irrefutable. No one could claim that glory. Thus, it would be wise to extend a courtesy, allowing others to harbor no undue jealousy toward him. Truly a meticulous consideration. As he watched Zichuan Xiu's silhouette fade away, he felt increasingly unable to discern him. The following evening, Zichuan Xiu's triumphant troops entered the urban expanse of Shaga City, welcomed by the citizens with fervor bordering on frenzy. Located close to the Hengchuan front line, Shaga City often bore the brunt of the demon clan's assaults. Unfortunately, the Zichuan family's far eastern forces had repeatedly faltered, resulting in the citizens enduring endless turmoil and suffering. Upon hearing of the demon army's advance, the family dispatched an 18-year-old young flag officer to confront them, not due to merit, but solely because of his surname, Zichuan. Otherwise, such rapid promotion would have been improbable. The townsfolk had long since lost hope and began preparing to flee. Yet, this young officer, through sheer fortune, witnessed the demon army's inexplicable collapse. And upon receiving the news, jubilation erupted throughout the city. As Zichuan Xiu's forces paraded into the city for regrouping, the crowd nearly overwhelmed the procession. Citizens indiscriminately offered the soldiers trivial gifts, half-cooked eggs, sweat-stained handkerchiefs, silver-trimmed trinkets, and even explosive balloons. They shared in the consumption of expired wines. As a result, 37 tavern proprietors narrowly escaped bankruptcy, while 11 others faced ruin as their establishments were demolished by inebriated soldiers. Clerics offered fervent prayers. Thank you, our invincible protectors. May the blessings of the war god forever accompany you. Typically, no one believed in their deities. Yet, on this occasion, they relished the opportunity to spread their faith without fear of stones being hurled at them. Beautiful maidens waved flowers and embraced, kissing unfamiliar soldiers. According to reports, within the first hour of Zichuan Xiu's troops entering the city, over 7,000 soldiers lost the initial kisses reserved for their beloveds, indicating the magnitude of the loss. Many poignant, timeless love stories commenced henceforth. Later calculations revealed that during Zichuan Xiu's forces' brief stay in Shaga City, the birth rate surged by 169 10 months later, with many infants named in homage to military valor. As night fell, Roger, Bai Chuan, and Chang Chuan set out to patrol the streets, ensuring military discipline was upheld. Chang Chuan remarked, "Bai Chuan, you seem a bit off today. It's been 12 hours. And you have yet to utter a single reproach toward Xiu. Are you feeling unwell?" Roger feigned concern, reaching to check Bai Chuan's forehead. Quite hot. Have you caught a cold?" Bai Chuan withdrew his fist. "It's nothing. I've merely adjusted my perspective on him." At that moment, they overheard Zichuan Xiu's voice from a nearby tavern. "How much for a bottle of Greenfield beer?" The server replied, 3 silver coins, sir." Zichuan Xiu mused, "A bit pricier than in the capital. I shall have 2 bottles." The server responded, "I apologize, but may I ask if you are from Lord Xiu's regiment?" Zichuan Xiu affirmed, "Indeed." The server continued, "Oh, our boss has decreed that tonight officers of the Xiu regiment pay no charge." Zichuan Xiu queried, "Why is that?" The server explained, "Because you are heroes." Zichuan Xiu exclaimed, "Heroes, then I shall have 4 bottles." Roger turned to Bai Chuan. "Earlier, you mentioned your changed opinion of him." Chang Chuan, expressionless, interjected, "Now my opinion has shifted once more. Let us go. We do not know him." Section 6. Promotion. The Valin Fortress, established in the 456th year of the Empire, guards the sole passage between the Far East and the central territories of the Zichuan family along the Changhe Highway. Renowned as the premier fortress on the continent, second only to the Demon Lord's Great Demon Castle, it boasts unparalleled fortitude, with rumors suggesting that one could remain unscathed within its walls even amidst the wrath of the gods. History has validated Valin's formidable reputation. The demon army has launched 4 grand assaults, each exceeding 1,000,000 troops. Yet the Zichuan family has successfully repelled these offensives, relying on the fortress's robust defenses. With the fierce demon forces returning defeated, the family's former commander and celebrated general, Zichuan Yuansheng, once proclaimed that without Valin, they would have perished 20 times over. This underscores Valin's pivotal role. Thus, the command headquarters of the Far Eastern Army is situated within the fortress. Zichuan Xiu and other distinguished participants of the Hengchuan battle were summoned by Deputy Commander Luobo to the Far Eastern Army's general staff at Valin. However, an unfortunate delay ensued. The charming and courteous female secretary informed Zichuan Xiu, "I sincerely apologize, Sir Xiuchuan. Deputy Commander Lin Bing has convened an impromptu military meeting, and Lord Luo is still in session. He has asked that you wait in the reception area. My deepest apologies." With a serious demeanor, Zichuan Xiu leaned closer to the secretary, glancing around before whispering, "Miss, do you recognize that individual in the small flag warrior uniform?" He pointed to an officer just exiting the command building. "Oh, that is the liaison officer dispatched by the Southwest Gushi family. He just entered Deputy Luo's office to deliver documents." "That is a fabrication," Zichuan Xiu asserted emphatically. "He is an assassin sent by the Lufeng family." The secretary's face paled in fear. "But he possesses an officer's certificate and a security pass, along with documents. Do you doubt my words?" "It is understandable. On our way here, we encountered the real liaison officer, who was near death and informed us before he perished," Zichuan Xiu insisted. "The assassin's target is Lord Luo. Where has the assassin been? We must investigate each location meticulously." Captivated by Zichuan Xiu's unwavering confidence, the secretary involuntarily replied, "He just visited Lord Luo's office. He stayed for only 5 minutes, and I was right next to him." "Hand me the office key," Zichuan Xiu demanded, taking the key without hesitation. 5 minutes? That is ample time for a professional spy to plant 30 bombs. He entered the office and shut the door behind him. No one is allowed to enter. It's too perilous. Chaos erupted within the Far Eastern Army's general staff as military police rushed to the scene. Yet, Zichuan Xiu ordered them to maintain their distance from the office. Amidst the sounds of rummaging and his murmurs, "Where could it be? I know you are hidden here. There is no way I will fail to find you." The crisis persisted for 5 minutes until Zichuan Xiu emerged, drenched in sweat. "I found nothing. He may be concealed elsewhere." The officers, military police, and clerks present all expressed profound admiration for Zichuan Xiu's bravery and composure, oblivious to the bulging briefcase he carried. which emitted odd clinking sounds. It was not until the conclusion of the meeting that Deputy Commander Luo Bo learned of the incident. Alarmed, he rushed back to his office, flinging open the secure cabinet door to find it empty, unleashing a mournful cry. His subordinates speculated, perhaps the classified documents were pilfered by Liu Feng's spies. Luo Bo seethed. "Ah, Xiu, this is your doing." Zichuan Xiu feigned contrition. "Indeed, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I should not have spoken without clarity, disrupting normal proceedings and causing my fellow comrades to be unjustly apprehended. I sincerely apologize and will reflect upon my actions." Luo Bo bellowed. "I could not care less about that small flag warrior." Lowering his voice, he inquired, "Where are my wines?" 3 bottles of century-old red wine, and 1 bottle of royal brandy." Zichuan Xiu looked bewildered, as if he had never heard the word wine in his life. "What wine? Do not feign ignorance." "The wine you took from my office." Luo Bo suddenly halted. "My lord, that is impossible. The Far Eastern Army maintains strict discipline against alcohol consumption during working hours. Surely there can be no wine in your office. Such a notion is inconceivable. You are known for your adherence to military regulations, as all of us in the Far Eastern Army are well aware. This must be a baseless rumor aimed at tarnishing your reputation. I would never believe it. Rest assured, my lord." Luo Bo pleaded, "Please do not be so ruthless. Just return the brandy." Zichuan Xiu's response was a mysterious smile, one with which Luo Bo was all too familiar. He had learned the hard way. "You are quite clever. We shall see next time." A formal document arrived at the commander's office, due to Zichuan Xiu's outstanding command during the Hengchuan battle, which brought honor to the family's eagle flag. This office, after consultation with the Elder Council, has awarded Zichuan Xiu a commendation and a promotion too. Luo Bo extended his words dramatically. "Deputy Commander." The order was issued by Commander Yang Minghua and approved by Chief Staff Officer Luo Minghai. Commander Guangxing of the Border Defense Force, Commander Ming Wei of the Central Army, Commander Lei Sun of the Black Flag Army, and Commander Pai Gu of the Imperial Guards. Date: July 28, 778 of the Empire. Zichuan Xiu was taken aback. Deputy Commander. He had unexpectedly ascended directly from the position of Flag Officer to that of Deputy Commander, bypassing the Red Flag Officer rank. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. Chapter 7. The Past Eastern Army Headquarters, Xiu. Do you comprehend the significance of Yang Minghua's deliberate elevation of your position to Deputy Commander? Luo Bo's countenance was grave, devoid of the elation that one might expect from a subordinate upon receiving such an advancement. In response to Lord Luo, "I am indeed aware," came the reply. "Oh? Then it implies that I, too, may indulge in the pleasures akin to those of your esteemed self, seeking a beautiful secretary to grace my office, concealing fine spirits within, free from the incessant scrutiny of the Inspection Bureau. Damn it, you needn't overthink. The orders are clear. It was President Yang Minghua who issued them. So, what manner of individual is he? You should be more acquainted than I." Zichuan Xiu recited with fluency. "Our esteemed President Yang Minghua possesses innate wisdom in his duties, exhibits decisive command, and is remarkably sagacious. He is both farsighted and morally upright, earning the affection of his subordinates through his kindness and fairness, exhibiting strict self-discipline while being lenient with others. His loyalty to the Commander-General is unwavering, and notably, he harbors no selfish motives, dedicating himself solely to the greater good of the family, thus earning the heartfelt admiration of all military personnel. In every aspect of benevolence, wisdom, and valor, he stands as a paragon for us, the soldiers of Zichuan, inspiring my utmost reverence. Heaven has bestowed upon our family such a great talent, and the divine has granted him longevity, a tremendous blessing for all of us." Luo Bo interrupted. "Enough. There are no words here. You may speak freely." Zichuan Xiu donned a most innocent smile. "Why such words, Lord Luo? What I just expressed was entirely from the depths of my heart. Please believe in my unwavering affection for the President." Luo Bo scrutinized him intently, seemingly searching for the slightest hint of insincerity within that smile. Zichuan Xiu's grin would later become a widely recognized metaphor, often used to describe purveyors of counterfeit goods, akin to insurance brokers. Yet, as before, Luo Bo found no evidence of deceit. "Surely you haven't forgotten the events from 7 years ago? In the year 771 of the Empire, in March, the Lufeng family launched an all-out assault on the Zichuan family. The Lufeng forces, having stealthily infiltrated through a back route, suddenly appeared outside the imperial city. The previous commander of the Zichuan family, Zichuan Yuansheng, mistakenly believed that the Lufeng troops, being isolated, lacked significant strength. Without waiting for reinforcements, He mobilized the Central Army and the Imperial Guards to strike first. The outcome was disastrous. They fell into an ambush. With the Central Army and the Imperial Guards nearly annihilated, suffering casualties exceeding 80,000, leaving Zichuan Yuanqing gravely wounded. It was at this juncture that the Zichuan family learned the attacking force was led by the cunning and astute heir of the Lufeng family, Lufeng Xishan. Commanding an army of over 130,000, Lufeng Xishan, confident of victory, delayed assaulting the well-fortified imperial city, instead dividing his forces, sending 50,000 back to encircle the border troops while leaving another 50,000 to besiege the city. Meanwhile, the Eastern Army was embroiled in a critical battle against the demon race, rendering the border troops and the Black Flag Army immobile. Within the imperial city, there were virtually no available troops or commanders, and with no reinforcements on the horizon, panic ensued. Everyone feared the imminent demise of the family. At this moment, Zichuan Xiu, still a cadet at the Eastern Military Academy, feigned a training exercise, with the tacit approval of Commander Guangxing, who also served as the academy's principal. He led a battalion of 800 cavalry cadets back to the imperial city, just in time to see his adoptive father, Zichuan Yuanqing, for the last time. Following the death of Zichuan Yuanqing, the family was thrown into disarray. Various factions within the Elder Council, the Commander's office, and the Military Affairs Department squabbled incessantly, each blaming the other and claiming that only they could salvage the family from disaster, resulting in a complete stalemate, consumed by endless meetings, discussions, elections, and voting. While no one knew how to confront the 5,000 Lufeng troops lurking outside the city, in a fit of rage, Zichuan Xiu instigated a coup with the 800 cavalry he had brought back, seizing control of the Commander's office and Military Affairs Department, thus acquiring the authority to mobilize troops. He promptly issued a call to arms to all regiments and local defense forces, demanding their arrival in the imperial city within a month, an impossible task, for if they did manage to come, they would surely suffer heavy losses from relentless pursuit, and would only attract more of the Lufeng forces to the city. The Lufeng family erupted in laughter, mocking the 11-year-old new leader of the Zichuan family for his supposed madness, claiming he would squander all their forces beneath the walls of the imperial city. They continued to chuckle until that fateful, nightmarish evening. On the very night the orders were issued, the 800 elite cavalry, under Zichuan Xiu's command, donned Lufeng uniforms and stormed the Lufeng camp, sowing chaos and spreading rumors that the main force of the Eastern Army was upon them. The Zichuan family's loyal forces had assembled, with their total strength exceeding 1 million. Awoken from their slumber, the Lufeng troops found themselves engulfed in darkness, flames, and chaos, unable to mount any effective resistance. Moreover, in the confusion, many cried out, "Don't fight. We're on the same side. Those over there are the enemies," only to be met with a blade. In such a scenario where friend and foe were indistinguishable, the only recourse was to strike first, resulting in the tragic outcome where over half of the 2,000 casualties among the Lufeng family that night fell to their own hands. Even Lufeng Xishan narrowly escaped. By dawn, as he sought to regroup his defeated forces, just as they were beginning to assemble, Zichuan Xiu's cavalry descended upon them, leading to a rout of the already panicked troops. By evening, Lufeng Xishan attempted another rally, but again, as his forces began to gather, the sound of thundering hoofs from the pursuing cavalry echoed ominously. This cycle repeated 7 times. By the 8th attempt, Lufeng Xishan had retreated to the border where the Lufeng and Zichuan families met, confronted by 300,000 vengeful Zichuan border troops. While Zichuan Xiu and his elite cavalry pursued him like wolves, he would rather take his own life than turn back to fight Zichuan Xiu. His escape was only due to his daughter, Lufeng Shuar's timely intervention. Coupled with a sliver of luck, many military historians later posited that had Zichuan Xiu not unexpectedly lost command, even with the genius Lufeng Shuang's assistance, Lufeng Xishan would not have escaped, let alone return to inherit the Lufeng family's leadership. However, the 20,000 soldiers who accompanied Lufeng Xishan were not afforded such fortuitous daughters or luck. Fewer than 1/3 returned alive. On the Zichuan family's side, however, the victors found their fortune far bleaker than that of the vanquished. Zichuan Xiu, brimming with expectations of beauty and flowers awaiting the victor, was met instead with the grim reality of being roused from slumber in the camp, only to discover that his entire guard had been disarmed. Surrounded by armed gendarmes from the family's inspection bureau, ready to execute him at the slightest sign of defiance, a polite gendarme officer regretfully informed him, "By the orders of President Yang Minghua, you are charged with insurrection, disobedience, unauthorized troop movements, and abuse of power." You have the right to remain silent and can present your case at a military tribunal. Each accusation against him was a capital offense. Ultimately, through the ardent efforts of Zichuan Yuanqing's daughter, Zichuan Ning, the covert assistance of Commander Guangxing, the fervent protests from frontline soldiers, and the impassioned defense of his close friend, the charismatic Sterling, another of the Zichuan youth triumvirate, at the military tribunal, declaring, loyalty is not a crime. Zichuan Xiu was spared the death penalty. Yang Ming was sought to imprison him for life, yet Commander Guangxing interjected coolly. Would it not be better to assign him to serve in the harshest regions of the East? We too are in need of manpower. Due to the esteemed reputation of Guangxing and the formidable strength of the Far East Army, Yang Ming dared not confront him thus. Zichuan Xiu enlisted in the Far East Army, commencing his journey as a labor soldier, gradually rising through the ranks to become a warrior, a small flag warrior, a red-clad small flag, a deputy flag officer, and finally a flag officer. Now, Yang Ming unexpectedly seeks to elevate him to the position of deputy commander. My lord, my memory has never been particularly sharp. May I inquire which incident from 7 years ago you refer to? Could you possibly provide a hint? Luobo responded, Xiu. You must understand that people often wish to keep dangerous things within their sight. Your talents and abilities pose considerable danger to certain individuals. If you were to obediently ascend to the rank of red-clad flag officer, you would command 100,000 troops of the Far East Army. Someone would surely be unable to sleep at night because of it. Zichuan Xiu countered, however. If I were to become deputy commander, would that not cause them even greater insomnia? The issue lies in the fact that the Far East Army currently has only 3 active deputy commanders, and we lack the capacity to accommodate you. Do you comprehend? I heard just a couple of days ago that Deputy Commander Lei had a disagreement with Commander Guangxing and intended to resign. Wouldn't that create a vacancy? This morning, they reconciled, and Deputy Commander Lei has retracted his resignation. I have heard that our Deputy Commander Lin Bing is to be married and will be on a 3-month honeymoon. The groom fled before the wedding, leaving only a note that read, I cannot endure this. Now, the heartbroken old maid is organizing a death squad to pursue him. Zichuan Xiu's side. Now I have but one hope left, my lord. Is there any recent possibility of your gastric ulcer becoming malignant? Luobo replied, thus, should you become deputy commander, your only path would lead you back to the imperial capital to serve in the reserve officer corps. However, Commander Guangxing believes this to be preferable, as Miss Zichuan Ning is nearing 16 years of age, approaching her legal inheritance period. One cannot rule out the possibility of someone harboring malicious intent. Your return would allow you to protect her closely. But I am rather inept in combat. Spare me your pretense. Save that charade for fooling Roger and his ilk. It was you who assassinated the demon commander at Xichuan. Was it not? I am aware that you wish to conceal your talents and martial prowess from certain individuals. But do you think you can deceive me? Zichuan Xiu looked at him in astonishment. Yu Luobo revealed a cunning smile. I am a vassal of the Zichuan family, not of Yang Minghua. My oath of allegiance is sworn to the surname Zichuan. But Yang Minghua is your superior. I am the deputy commander of the Far East Army, and my direct superior ought to be Commander Guangxing. Luobo said kindly, Commander Gu has consistently instructed me to look after you. Zichuan Xiu reflected on the meticulous care and concern Luobo had shown him over the past 6 years. A wave of warmth surged within him, and he deeply bowed to the elder before him. Zichuan Xiu, with my humble self, is profoundly grateful for the care bestowed by Commander Guangxing and your esteemed self. Such kindness and affection are impossible to repay in this lifetime. My lord, should you command, Zichuan Xiu shall not hesitate to exert every effort without sparing his life. Luobo rose with authority. Currently, Yang Minghua, the commander, is acting with unrestrained arrogance, and there is no one to restrain him. He has developed an implicit disloyalty. Deputy Commander Zichuan Xiu, I command you. In the name of our family ancestors, spare no effort to protect Miss Zichuan Ning. She is the sole progeny left by Lord Farstar. He bowed to Zichuan Xiu. Xiu, I entrust this to you. Zichuan Xiu responded with pride. As you command. As long as I draw breath, I shall not allow the young lady to suffer the slightest harm. Please rest assured, my lord. He bowed deeply in return, feeling a surge of noble resolve within his chest. Oh, and there is one more matter. Did you not just say you would repay me with your life? Then you shall take my wine. Zichuan Xiu resolutely replied, not a chance. I was merely jesting. 3 bottles of century-old wine and 1 bottle of royal brandy, far more valuable than my life. Even killing me would not suffice for repayment. Chapter 8. The calligraphy camp within the opulent confines of the Dream Restaurant in Valen City, the finest and most extravagant establishment. 3 newly appointed samurai, Roger, by Chuan, and Changchuan gathered to host a farewell banquet for their superior, Deputy Commander Xichuan, who was being transferred to the imperial capital. Bai Chuan cast a wary glance at the menu, feeling somewhat daunted by the exorbitant prices. She whispered to Roger, "Are you certain that the money you brought is sufficient?" Roger grimaced and replied softly, "If not, I could always pawn you off to cover the costs." Why on earth did Lord Xichuan choose such a lavish place? This meal alone could consume half my salary. Thankfully, it is shared among the three of us. Bai Chuan, in a hushed tone, expressed her suspicions. "I suspect that fool is intentionally putting us in a predicament. Just look at the dishes he ordered: golden roasted suckling pig, golden grilled lobster, golden roast chicken, golden Peking duck, golden fruit pie, golden candied vegetables, and golden brandy. Consuming so much gold, it would be best if he were to suffer from constipation." "Xiu, keep your voice down," Roger cautioned. "I believe he just shot you a strange glance. He might have heard you." "Oh no, he is ordering another round, the luxurious golden imperialate treasures. This is the end. My salary for next year is gone." Suddenly, as Xichuan and Changchuan engaged in jovial conversation, Xichuan turned to inquire, "Bai Chuan, Roger, what are the two of you whispering about?" With a sigh, Bai Chuan replied, "My lord, you are being reassigned and will no longer be our superior. We shall miss you dearly. It pains our hearts." Xichuan responded, "Oh dear, hearing that makes me sad as well. Yet, your expressions, they hardly seem sorrowful. Rather, they resemble those of prisoners upon release." Bai Chuan retorted, "Oh, we wear smiles on our faces but tears in our hearts." Roger and Changchuan echoed her sentiment, lamenting silently for their wallets. Xichuan rubbed his eyes, appearing genuinely touched. "To have subordinates like you is indeed my fortune. I almost wish to stay, please don't," cried Changchuan, Roger, and Bai Chuan in unison. "My lord, we cannot bear to hinder your promising future. Go, go, and trouble the people of the imperial capital. Indeed, my lord, do return to visit us when you have the time. Better yet, do not return at all. We fear that when you rise in rank, you may no longer recognize us insignificant figures, whether you recognize us or not." "I certainly shall not acknowledge you again." Seeing Xichuan on the verge of tears, he sobbed, "We have shared life and death. True friends shall never forget each other. Let us raise our glasses to our friendship. Oh, waitress, bring us 5 bottles of royal brandy and a golden roasted whole lamb." As the merriment continued, and the guests were sated in content or feigning satisfaction, Xichuan suddenly recalled something important. "Look at my forgetfulness. I have official business to share." He produced a document from his pocket, signed by Deputy Commander Rabo, detailing the new appointments for the 3 samurai. "Roger, read this for yourself." Bai Chuan felt an ominous premonition, but reassured herself that things could not possibly worsen. Roger opened the letter, glanced at it, and promptly fainted on the spot. Having faced countless adversaries without fear until now, Changchuan seized the document, scoffing, "What a coward. It's merely an order to attack the demon god fortress. And you're terrified? Pathetic." He too glanced at the letter and fainted. Bai Chuan trembled as she picked the appointment letter off the ground. Xichuan regarded her with sympathy and suggested, "Would you like a glass of wine to steady your nerves?" Bai Chuan took a deep breath and read aloud. The command was straightforward. Samurai Roger, Changchuan, and Bai Chuan are to serve under Deputy Commander Xichuan, returning to the imperial capital on official business. The year was 778 of the Rabo Empire. Bai Chuan felt a blinding flash before her eyes, yet she steeled herself. Her first instinct was to draw her weapon and strike. However, she had not brought any arms. She contemplated leaping at him in a fit of rage, but was unarmed. She wanted to unleash a torrent of curses, but upon seeing Xichuan's sincere smile, she realized it would be futile. Finally, she devised the most lethal and effective plan. Xichuan was astonished to see Bai Chuan calm herself, exclaiming, "No wonder it is said that women are more resilient than men in critical moments." "Ah, Bai Chuan, this is splendid. We can be together once more." It is no wonder Roger and Changchuan fainted with joy. "But why are you silent? Why are you rummaging through Roger's clothes? What are you doing with his wallet? And Changchuan's as well? Are you sharing my peculiar hobby of getting friends intoxicated and then robbing them? That is not agreeable, especially since I am still sober, unless you intend to split the spoils with me. Why are you opening the window? It is not hot in here." Bai Chuan stood by the window, gathering her strength, and shouted with all her might, "Someone is dining and dashing. Capture him." With that, she leaped from the window. Voices erupted from the dream restaurant below. "Who is dining and dashing? Capture him. It's that fool at the window, still attempting to flee, disguised as a deputy commander to swindle food and drink." I knew something was amiss. What sort of deputy commander is so diminutive? They banded together, ready to deliver a beating before handing him over to the authorities. Chapter 1. Return to the imperial capital. The imperial capital was established in the 335th year of the empire. Originally intended by the 11th emperor of the Radiant Empire as a stronghold in the southwestern region to prevent incursions from the demonic forces at that time. The Valen Fortress had yet to be constructed. It was originally named the Jia Mountain Fortress. By the 553rd year of the empire, the Radiant Empire's control over the western Xichuan Continent had crumbled. Zichuan Ning, who served as the southwestern governor, declared independence, seizing the Jia Mountain Fortress and renaming it the imperial capital. Utilizing it as a base, he expanded aggressively into the surrounding territories, founding the Zichuan family. Zichuan Ning himself became the first patriarch of the family. Since the inception of the family, the imperial capital has remained firmly in their grasp. Neither the armies of the Lufeng family nor the surging hordes of demons could breach the city's formidable walls. Fortified by the blood and valor of 7 generations of Zichuan warriors, who fiercely resisted and returned empty-handed, a series of illustrious names are intertwined with the history of this city. Zichuan Yun, Yilimiai, Shaga, Zichuan Xing, Yinshanha, and Kamyu. Later generations would add Zichuan Xiu to this esteemed list. After enduring 3 centuries of warfare, the imperial capital stands unwavering. Following a century of battles, the family's territory continued to expand, and the imperial capital evolved from a frontline outpost into the foremost of the 3 major cities on the western Xichuan continent, surpassing the distant capital of the Lufeng family and the Xiu of the Lin family. It became a melting pot of politics, economy, and culture, a source of pride for the entire Zichuan family. On a certain day in August of the 778th year of the empire, a group returning from the far eastern front entered the imperial capital. The main members included the newly promoted deputy commander Zichuan Xiu, the captain of the guard Goulet, along with 40 of his elite guards and 3 reluctant individuals. By Chuan, my lord, when will you show some kindness and let us return to the far east? Roger. Yes, we are all acquainted. Consider this a good deed. I am still a virgin. I do not wish to meet my end so soon. Chang Chuan reproached Roger. Huh? What kind of talk is that? Is it appropriate to speak to a superior in such a manner? Show some respect. Turning to Zichuan Xiu, Chang Chuan pleaded tearfully. I beseech you, my lord, for the sake of my elderly mother and my 3-year-old child, please show some mercy. Zichuan Xiu appeared innocent. Oh dear. You have been noisy all this way? Are you not tired? I am in a difficult position as well. It was General Rapo's order to deploy you. Noticing a smirk on his face, they exclaimed, we know you are lying. Indeed, Rapo is in league with you. I heard you purchased us with 2 bottles of wine. How disrespectful. Each of us is worth at least a bottle. The 2 bottles of wine were for the equipment you possess. Roger, you are worth at most a bottle cap. In front of the carriage station in the imperial capital, the group emerged. Ah, I have returned. Imperial capital, your beauty remains. Zichuan Xiu recalled 6 years ago, when he first commanded troops to defend this city against the formidable Lufeng army. As time passed, how many within this city still remembered him? The past seemed like a dream, as Zichuan Xiu was lost in thought. Stop daydreaming. We are starving. If we are not provided meals, we will return to the Far East. We demand 5-star accommodations. Without needing to turn around, he knew who had spoken. After settling Goulet and the guards, Zichuan Xiu and the 3 began to explore the streets. Having traveled from the war-torn Far East to this bustling place, everything appeared new and fresh. Roger grabbed a passing young man and asked, excuse me, where can we find a restaurant? The young man glanced at them, noting their disheveled appearance and the thick accent of the Far East, dismissively replied in the local dialect, country bumpkins, and walked away, unable to comprehend. Roger turned back to Zichuan Xiu. My lord, what does country bumpkin mean? Zichuan Xiu nonchalantly replied, it refers to a common term used by urban residents for those from rural areas, typically devoid of any positive connotation. Roger, I still do not understand. Zichuan Xiu sighed. Surely you remember how we refer to those villagers along the border. Those who wear animal skins, never brush their teeth, and bathe only thrice in their lives? Roger seethed. I am a dignified samurai. How dare he look down upon me? Teach him a lesson. Within 5 minutes, Roger returned, dejected. Zichuan Xiu inquired softly. How did it go? Did you teach him a lesson? Roger, he taught me a lesson. He is a red-clad samurai. Chang Chuan, as they walked, gazed around. I heard that the girls in the imperial capital are quite bold and modern. Just look at their attire. Ah, this one is quite striking. He stopped a passing girl employing his most graceful posture and gentlest tone. "Miss, do you believe in love at first sight? The moment I saw you, it was as if an arrow pierced my heart. Help! Thief! Help!" The girl ran off, completely ignoring his words. Xichuan dared not face his companion's gazes. "I believe the girls in this city must have a phobia of men. There is no other explanation," Xichuan proclaimed passionately. "Zichuan, we get it. We get it. Perhaps they are all lesbians?" Handsome and dashing Xichuan, could you spare us? You have been rambling for ages. My ears are about to bleed. Roger Xiu. Here comes another one. She is exceptionally beautiful, elegant, and graceful. I would give her a score of 98. Xichuan. I would give her 99. An ethereal beauty. Though she appears a bit young. Zichuan looked disdainfully at the two foolish men. "Look at you two. You seem as if you've just been released from prison. Lacking any charm. Look at how composed our Lord Xiu is. He has not uttered a word, and yet." Zichuan Xiu, without uttering a word, strode towards the girl. Unexpectedly, he acted even more swiftly than I. After 6 years of restraint in the Far East, he is indeed a flesh and blood man, desperate. Look at him. He suddenly blocks the girl's path, saying nothing, just staring intently. He is bound to get slapped. The girl appeared startled. Her complexion had changed, hadn't it? Indeed. Look. She dropped her bag. Our Lord must be quite unfortunate in love. No wonder his temperament is so peculiar. Zichuan, you should pay him more attention. What are they staring at each other for? It should be time to call for help. What transpired next left them in disbelief. The noble and graceful girl suddenly threw herself into Zichuan Xiu's arms, sobbing. Zichuan Xiu gently yet firmly held her shoulders, gazing into her tear-filled eyes, slowly kneeling to perform a kiss on her hand. Roger watched, dumbfounded. Was that a proposal? Xichuan lamented. Had I known, I would have made my move first. So the women of the imperial capital are indeed quite open. You must not speak nonsense. The three jumped in surprise. How could he hear their quiet conversation from dozens of meters away? Moreover, his voice was not loud, yet it rang clear as if whispered in their ears. Zichuan Xiu's voice took on an unprecedented seriousness. This young lady is the only daughter of the former patriarch, Zichuan Yuanqing, and the niece of the current patriarch, Zichuan Sanqing. She is the first in line for succession within the family, Miss Zichuan Ning. Bow immediately. Roger, Zichuan. And Xichuan promptly knelt, bowing their heads in respect. Chapter 2. Zichuan Ning. Zichuan Ning's beauty is ethereal and transcendent. Her flowing long hair, a flawless oval face reminiscent of jade, and delicate eyebrows akin to the crescent moon. Most enchanting are her lively eyes, shimmering with tears that, rather than detracting from her allure, bestow upon her an irresistible charm tinged with melancholy. As she approached Zichuan Xiu, her gracefulness rendered Xichuan spellbound, Roger drooling, and Zichuan visibly perturbed. Jealousy, perhaps. Zichuan Xiu sighed internally. At merely 16, she possesses such captivating allure. How enchanting she will be in adulthood. Brother, you've returned. Zichuan Ning exclaimed, her emotions complex, rendering Zichuan Xiu hesitant to delve deeper. Zichuan Xiu smiled bitterly and respectfully replied. Zichuan Xiu pays his respects to the young lady. I trust all is well? Zichuan Ning was taken aback, not expecting Zichuan Xiu to respond with such formalities. Her penetrating gaze lingered on him for several moments before she adopted a more official tone. I am well. How fares Deputy Commander Xichuan? When do you return to the imperial capital? The joy she had previously expressed was now absent from her voice. Esteemed lady, I just arrived in the city this morning and could not pay my respects sooner. I sincerely apologize. Oh, Deputy Commander Xichuan must have had a taxing journey. I am unworthy of such concern. I am here to serve the family. Zichuan Ning fell silent, seemingly at a loss for words, as did Zichuan Xiu. Those nearby, even the oblivious Roger, noted that Zichuan Xiu had lost his former ease and charm, appearing rather stiff and awkward. They certainly would not disrupt the silence. The discomfort of Zichuan Xiu was their greatest delight. Zichuan mused quietly, this pair of siblings is quite peculiar. Who are these individuals? Zichuan seemed to notice the others for the first time. They are colleagues from the Far East Army, assigned to the imperial capital alongside me. Please, come forth and greet the young lady. Roger puffed out his chest and introduced himself. I am Roger, a proud native of Shagar, currently serving as a flag officer in the Far East Army. I am ambitious and youthful, at the age of 24, and currently seeking a gentle and understanding maiden at his sides. Xichuan and Zichuan discreetly retracted their fists, as if the blow he delivered had no bearing on them. Xichuan, with great poise, saluted. Xichuan Delian, flag officer of the Far East Army. presently serving under Lord Xiu. It is an honor to meet you, young lady. Please allow me to pay my respects. Zichuan followed suit, Zichuan Jiaming from Beihai. Currently serving under Lord Xiu. Oh my. Zichuan Ning was noncommittal toward Roger and Changchuan. Yet found Zichuan's introduction intriguing. You were so young and already a flag officer. How impressive. And you were quite beautiful, Zichuan, with modesty. Bowed. All credit is due to Lord Xiu's guidance. I wonder where Sister Zichuan will be staying in the imperial capital? I have just arrived and have not yet arranged accommodations. I suppose I may stay at the barracks. The barracks are undesirable, dirty, and old. Why not stay at my home? Zichuan glanced at Zichuan Xiu, who coughed lightly. That might not be appropriate. There are over 40 of us. My home is spacious, more people, more joy. I love a lively atmosphere. While Zichuan Xiu contemplated additional reasons to decline, Roger, unable to contain himself, interjected, since the young lady has so graciously extended her invitation. I believe we should graciously accept. Indeed, indeed. Changchuan chimed in eagerly. The former commander's residence must be grand. And with lovely company, returning to the barracks would be folly. She is merely being kind. Zichuan Xiu nodded in silence, resolving to find a place of their own soon. To refuse now would be too awkward for Zichuan Ning. Then we shall impose upon the young lady. Zichuan Ning turned back with a gleeful glance, seemingly reproaching him for still referring to her as young lady. Such ineffable charm stirred Zichuan Xiu's heart, once brave in battle, now racing. Once Zichuan and the others departed, he quietly asked Zichuan Xiu, Sir, I perceive the young lady cannot be your biological sister, can she? Zichuan Xiu nodded somberly. She is the only daughter of Lord Zichuan Yuanzhang. I am an orphan taken in by him, without his kindness. My mother and I would have perished from hunger. Thanks to Lord Yuanzhang. My mother can live her remaining years in peace. Zichuan was moved. He had not anticipated that this seemingly carefree individual harbored such painful memories. How did you discern that? Oh, it is evident from a genetic standpoint. Miss Zichuan is as beautiful as a celestial being, yet you. Dear Sir, Chapter 3, Personnel. Zichuan Xiu was taken aback at the sight of Zichuan Ning's mode of transportation. Oh my, what is this? This is. Zichuan Ning replied, this is called an automobile. To be precise, it's a sedan. A Mercedes, crafted in Germany, featuring imported original components. A powerful engine, and an exceptionally smooth ride. The advertisement claims that not even a drop of water will spill from a full cup when traveling at a speed of 120 miles per hour. That's not what I meant. Has there ever been a time when cavalry charged with sabers while someone drove a Mercedes? The temporal chaos is quite severe. Readers will certainly voice their concerns. A beautiful woman accompanying a prestigious car, a combination the author relishes. If readers complain, I shall threaten them with a month's delay in updates. Let us see if that frightens them. Inside the car, Zichuan Xiu gazed at the vibrant cityscape, ablaze with lights and colors, feeling an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. The reason we fight so fiercely is to protect this peace and happiness. Roger and the others trailed behind. Inside the vehicle, it was just he and Zichuan Ning, with her at the wheel. Zichuan Ning asked, How have you been all these years? Zichuan Xiu sighed inwardly. 6 years had passed. While other children enjoyed carefree youth, he had spent that time on the battlefield, enduring countless hardships and sorrows. He had witnessed his closest comrades torn apart and devoured by monstrous foes, their screams haunting his dreams night after night. He had hidden for days in a swamp riddled with water bugs, too terrified to move to escape the pursuit of the demons. He had faced starvation, forced to take sustenance from the deceased, not to mention the numerous injuries that had left him sobbing in pain during the darkest hours of the night. How could he explain such profound suffering to a girl whose greatest worry was a blemish on her face? Zichuan Xiu nodded slightly, responding with a calm demeanor. I'm well, though the food could use some improvement. Shifting the topic, he inquired, How is the family situation at present? Quite well, Zichuan Ning replied. Under the astute leadership of President Yang Minghua, we are advancing toward hell at full speed. Oh, how so? He is overly ambitious, having launched 3 consecutive campaigns against the Lu Feng family, each time returning in disgrace, routed by Lu Fengshuang. The council demanded an explanation from him, and he feigned loyalty and indignation while delivering a speech. Zichuan Ning mimicked Yang Minghua's tone. I must eliminate the Lu Feng family. If that is wrong, let me be wrong. I shall not evade acknowledgement of my mistakes, nor shall I regret them. This charade managed to deceive the council, allowing him to pass through unscathed. Zichuan Xiu remarked nonchalantly, a speech filled with audacity. Remove the first sentence, and the rest resembles a declaration of love from an unmarried woman for a married man. Zichuan Ning nearly collided with another vehicle in her laughter. Our president is indeed a man of grand ambition. What is the situation on the Lufeng side? After consecutive defeats, they haven't even come to return the courtesy? That doesn't align with Lufeng Shua's character. My dear brother, you are unaware, Zichuan Ning revealed. Lufeng Xishan is gravely ill, and his 3 sons are each vying for their father's position. Lufeng Shuang, being a daughter, lacks inheritance rights, and they all resent her. Having removed her from the decision-making core and assigned her to command the front lines in Xichuan Castle. The president lacks public spirit. Why disturb the Lufeng family while they are making mistakes? We could wait until they finish their internal strife before making our move. That is far from the truth. Our president is not contemplating the demise of the Lufeng family. Lufeng Shuang's emergence has brought him immense joy. How so? In the past, whenever he wished to dismiss someone, he had to concoct a reason involving corruption or dereliction of duty. Now, he can simply pat her shoulder and command. See Xichuan Castle. That unfortunate soul is finished. No one has ever profited from a confrontation with Lufeng Shuang. Over the past 6 months, the commanders of the border troops have been replaced as frequently as a revolving lantern, all dismissed after defeats under her command. And all were at odds with young Minghua. Do you think he doesn't adore Lufeng Shuang? What about Sterling? He seems quite opposed to this. Yang Ming was eager for Sterling to engage in negotiations with Lufeng Shuang. Brother Sterling is also keen for a direct confrontation, having heard that they had an inconclusive encounter during the second campaign. However, my uncle Zichuan Xiu vehemently disagreed, transferring Sterling to the Imperial Guard as deputy commander, thus removing him from the field. Zichuan Xiu mused. People often regard Zichuan Xiu as mediocre, yet this decision appears quite astute. What of your uncle, the Grand Commander? Will he not intervene against Yang Minghua's reckless actions? He's almost senile, I suspect as much. Zichuan Ning expressed her frustration. I have warned him several times to be cautious of Yang Minghua. Yet the very next day, Zichuan Ning imitated Zichuan Xiu's frailty. Let Yang Minghua handle this matter, shall we? What did you say? I couldn't hear you. Speak louder, oh. I'm feeling quite unwell today. Old age is upon me. It's time to retire. I'm nearing my end. Her imitation was so vivid that it sent Zichuan Xiu into fits of laughter. Yet, he pondered that matters might not be as simple as Zichuan Ning believed. He recalled how Zichuan Xiu had brimmed with vigor upon his appointment as Grand Commander. It was illogical for 6 years to transform him into such a timid and cowardly figure. In the future, refrain from discussing such matters with him. Whether Zichuan Xiu is genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance, should these words reach Yang Minghua, it would spell trouble for you. Understood. Zichuan Ning nodded obediently, softly stating, It's wonderful to have you back. I can entrust everything to you, and that gives me peace of mind. A wave of tenderness surged within Zichuan Xiu. Zichuan Ning, merely 16, had already exhibited a maturity beyond her years, indicative of the immense pressure a solitary girl must endure in such a hostile environment. He responded gently, rest assured. For a moment, they lapsed into silence, a warm ambience enveloping the car as the barriers between them dissolved. Oh dear, I forgot to ask you something crucial. Zichuan Xiu suddenly recalled. How did you manage to obtain a driver's license at just 16? A driver's license? Oh, the author dislikes such things. So they do not exist in our narrative. Are you driving without a license? Pull over immediately, let me out. I have no desire to meet my end. Calm down. Let me just locate the brake lever. Where could it be? Is this it? The car accelerated instead. Help. You truly can't drive. How could that be? I am perfectly capable unless that wretched author claimed to dislike brake levers as well. Chapter 4. Deep Affection. Wow. What an extravagant residence. It is simply breathtaking. Roger, upon seeing the villa of Zichuan Ning with its garden and swimming pool, exclaimed, With my salary, it would take 30,000 years of abstinence from food and drink to afford this. Xichuan turned to Zichuan Xiu and inquired, Sir, does your sister have a boyfriend? Might you assist me in making an introduction? I have followed you through thick and thin for many years. Ouch. Roger. Why did you hit me? Roger retorted, Sir, please introduce me. Do not trust him. He often speaks ill of you behind your back. Only I have remained steadfastly loyal to you. Nonsense. You are the one who frequently disparages the Sir. Remember the last time in the Far East, when you lambasted the Sir for only thinking with his knees? I boldly criticized you on the spot. That was because Zichuan Xiu's brain is located in his knees. He laughed heartily. Sir, do not believe him. Oh dear. If Miss Ning were to meet a rogue like Roger, she would surely have nightmares. Xichuan is a notorious flirt, let me tell you, during those nights in Shaga. The moment the sun set, he vanished, only to return the next morning, utterly exhausted, as if he had fought several battles in Xichuan. His clothes were replete with lipstick stains. "Changchuan, confess, where have you been?" "I was offering solace to wayward young women, helping them understand that there is still genuine affection in the world, spreading love. At this point, I must reveal to you, sir, Roger is a pervert. He often sneaks into the female soldiers' camp. There have been numerous reports of missing undergarments. If you were to search Roger's belongings, you would find them all there, every single piece. Can you entrust your sister to such a person? Will she find happiness? That is merely a normal hobby. I see no difference between that and stamp collecting. I assure you, she and I would be blissful together. Sir, I possess secrets about Xichuan that you must know. Sir, do not leave me. Sir, where are you going? I still have Roger's disgraceful exploits to reveal to you." The appearance of the home had scarcely changed in the 6 years since he last left. Zichuan Xiu gazed at the familiar yet alien villa, approaching the old oak tree. The marks carved by a small knife remained distinctly visible. Everything was just as it had been when he departed 6 years ago, only the people had changed. In that moment, Zichuan Xiu profoundly realized that aging is not a mere consequence of time, but rather a product of experiences. He felt as though he had skipped the youthful phase and transitioned directly from adolescence to middle age and then old age. He stepped into the room, where the servant respectfully greeted him. "Young master, you have returned." Zichuan Xiu nodded kindly in response, yet inwardly scoffed. "Look, nothing has changed, not even the form of a dress." Upon entering the room of his childhood, he was taken aback. It was indeed identical to how it was 6 years ago. The items, books, bed, and even the pillowcase remained unchanged. He sat at the desk, instinctively reaching out with his right hand, only to find an ink slab, a testament to the passage of time. Yet its placement was untouched. Could it be that no one had entered? Zichuan Xiu felt the surface, discovering no trace of dust. It appeared the room was regularly maintained. He was perplexed. Identical, is it? Zichuan Ning had appeared at the doorway, and there was not a speck of dust. Zichuan Xiu remarked coolly, "How did you manage this? This room is off limits to others. I clean it myself every week, restoring everything to its original state," Zichuan Ning replied. Her nose lifted in playful pride. "I dread your stinky sneakers. Every time I touch them, I must wash my hands 7 or 8 times to rid them of the odor." Zichuan Ning spoke with such ease. Yet Zichuan Xiu felt a pang of pain in his heart. How could he ever repay such profound affection? He instinctively sought to evade the conversation, searching for an excuse. "Miss, your stomach hurts and you need to go to the restroom, right? Your stomach always seems to assist at critical moments. I can tell by your expression. It's been 6 years, yet your excuses have not improved. They're still as cliché as ever." Zichuan Xiu sorrowfully realized that Zichuan Yuanshan's remarkable ability to read people's hearts had been wholly inherited by his daughter, Zichuan Ning, and even amplified. "Miss, you misunderstand. My stomach does not hurt at all. However, I have a terrible headache. Oh dear, I must lie down immediately." "Humph." Zichuan Ning strode towards the door. "I knew you would resort to this tactic. Useless fellow. By the way, I have confiscated that pile of yellow magazines from beneath your bed. You'll have to purchase new ones. There's a bookstore across the street where the owner usually hides them. Just tell him I sent you. I'm a regular customer. And he will provide you with the latest issue of Playboy." Zichuan Xiu truly felt his head throbbing. It felt as though he had 2 large ones. Section 5. The command office. The Zichuan family is organized into a 2-tiered command system comprising 4 institutions. The first tier includes the Grand Command Office, led by the family as supreme leader, and the Elder Council, composed of elected representatives from various provincial regions. The second tier comprises the Command Office, presided over by the President Commander, along with 6 commanders who are responsible for executing specific administrative tasks, and the Supervision Bureau, where the Chief Supervisor holds a rank equivalent to that of the other 6 commanders, but possesses a higher status, albeit lower than that of the President Commander, operating independently and directly accountable to the Grand Commander. Officially, members of the Command Office are appointed by the Grand Commander, subject to the approval of the Elder Council, making the President Commander merely a senior official under the Grand Commander. However, due to the current Grand Commander Zichuan Sanqing's inaction and the ambitious nature of President Commander Yang Minghua, the family's power has gradually shifted to the Command Office. When senior military officers like Zichuan Xiu return from distant lands, their first destination is invariably the Command Office rather than the Grand Command Office. The duty officer, courteous yet aloof, informed him that President Commander Yang Minghua is exceedingly busy, and a newly appointed vice commander must schedule an appointment at least a few days in advance to meet him. Understanding this, Zichuan Xiu asked if he could make an appointment right now. The officer checked the schedule. Noting that the President Commander's calendar was booked until the following Monday, would he be able to come at 3 o'clock that afternoon? The President Commander could spare 5 minutes for him. Zichuan Xiu smiled, thinking that since his matters were not urgent, this effectively granted him a few extra days of leave. At this moment, a middle-aged senior officer strode through the hall and abruptly halted upon spotting Zichuan Xiu. "Hey, isn't that a Xiu? Back already?" Zichuan Xiu turned and respectfully saluted. "Greetings, Lord Fang. It has indeed been a long time." Fang Jing, the commander of the Black Flag Army, had once been Zichuan Xiu's tactical instructor in his youth. They had fought side by side during the counteroffensive against the Lufeng invasion, forging a strong bond. Encountering a friend in the hostile command office brought Zichuan Xiu great joy. "What is this? My esteemed disciple returns yet doesn't he come to see me? What merit do I possess?" The warmth swelled in Zichuan Xiu's heart. Fang Jing, fully aware of President Commander Yang Minghua's contempt for him, still approached to greet him. In these times of Yang Minghua's overwhelming power and the pervasive fear he instilled, such camaraderie was indeed rare. "I just arrived in the capital yesterday and planned to report to the command office today before visiting you, but it seems fate has brought us together. Enough with the formalities." Fang Jing clasped Zichuan Xiu's shoulder. "What is the matter? You haven't settled on a place to stay yet? How about moving in with me? My 2 daughters are at that age where they constantly chatter about boys. You'd make a splendid gift for them." He scrutinized Zichuan Xiu's tall figure, exclaiming, "You're quite the handsome lad. Interested in becoming my son-in-law? They can choose as they like, Lord. I must interrupt." Zichuan Xiu hurriedly interjected, "I am currently residing at Miss Ning's home." "Oh, no wonder. Compared to Miss Ning, those 2 girls don't stand a chance. Well done, lad. You have good taste." Zichuan Xiu could only smile in bemusement. Today was the day for the command office's meeting. "A Xiu, what brings you here?" "Oh, I was just reassigned yesterday and need to report in, but I hear I need an appointment to see the President Commander. Not a problem. I'll take you in." Fang Jing insisted, pulling Zichuan Xiu along. Zichuan Xiu hesitated. "But this is a meeting of the command office, and given my status, fear not. I'm here," Fang Jing urged, guiding Zichuan Xiu into the meeting room. The meeting had yet to commence, and only a few individuals were seated at the long table. "Come, let me introduce you." Fang Jing encouraged Zichuan Xiu. "This is Commander Ming Wei of the Border Defense Army, my old partner." Ming Wei was the antithesis of Fang Jing, refined, tidy, and bespectacled. He exuded an air of scholarly gentility. He greeted Zichuan Xiu with courtesy. "The Hengchuan campaign, with your 30,000 defeating 80,000 of the demon clan, is quite remarkable." "Not at all, sir. Your esteemed reputation precedes you, and I hold you in high regard," Zichuan Xiu replied sincerely. Ming Wei, though appearing like a timid scholar, had led his forces at the forefront during the recent campaign against the Lufeng tribe, being the first to breach the heavily fortified town of Lonling. Yet, when the terrifying Lufeng frost appeared, he was also the first to retreat. So swift, it was said that when the Lufeng frost first spotted his troops, they could strike with sabers, only to find they needed spears, and by the time they reached for their bows, the troops had already fled, requiring cannons to reach them. Remarkably, while nearly all other border commanders faced defeat at the hands of Lufeng Frost, he remained unscathed and was promoted to commander of the Border Defense Army a month prior. "This is Commander Xichuan, the commander of the Central Army, recognized as the foremost master of our family," Fang Jing remarked with a hint of sarcasm as he mentioned the term foremost master. Zichuan Xiu was aware that Xichuan was a staunch ally of Yang Minghua, having claimed first place in the family's competitive tournaments for 5 consecutive years due to his mastery of the wind and thunder techniques. He was also notorious for his uncanny ability to cause his opponents to withdraw from competitions due to bizarre circumstances, be it sudden illness, accidents, or unexpected family emergencies. Xichuan, with a smirk that betrayed nothing, shook Zichuan Xiu's hand. "You're quite capable, aren't you? A vice commander at such a young age." Utilizing the wind and thunder technique discreetly, he intended to inflict pain and humiliation upon Zichuan Xiu unless he yielded. Just as Fang Jing sensed the rising tension and prepared to intervene, Zichuan Xiu smoothly replied, "All thanks to your esteemed guidance," effortlessly withdrawing his hand as if nothing had occurred. Next was Commander Luo Minghai, the chief of staff at the main base. His demeanor was icy, as if the world owed him a considerable debt. He was yet another confidant of Yang Minghua. Zichuan Xiu intended to shake his hand, but Luo Minghai showed no inclination to reciprocate. Hesitating, Zichuan Xiu opted for an introduction instead. Zichuan Xiu pays his respects, my lord. Luo Minghai remained impassive, eventually grunting in acknowledgement after a prolonged silence. Don't mind him. He is as wooden as they come, treating everyone the same, Fang Jing commented bluntly, disregarding Luo Minghai's presence. Strangely, Luo Minghai did not retaliate but merely huffed again. Next was the commander of the Imperial Guard, Pai Gu. An elderly man in his 80s, so frail he had lost much of his mental acuity. When Zichuan Xiu greeted him, he needed to repeat his name thrice before Pai Gu registered. Oh, you're Zichuan Xiu, right? Oh. So young there was barely contained laughter in the room as his slurred speech rendered Pai Gu sounding like Bud. Zichuan Xiu speculated maliciously, did Jiang Minghua appoint such a feeble-minded individual as the commander of the Imperial Guard to facilitate future insurrections? Here is someone like you, who also came from the Far East, Commander Guingxing. You should know him, right? Upon meeting Guingxing for the first time, Zichuan Xiu was immediately captivated by his appearance and demeanor. He was an exceptionally handsome individual, undoubtedly a striking figure in his youth. His soft hair, unruly and falling across his forehead, had already begun to take on a yellowish hue. His gently arched brows exuded an air of profound gentleness. It was evident that he was unwell, his complexion as pale as parchment. Despite the sweltering heat of August, he was swathed in a thick military cotton coat meant for winter, revealing only his head, which trembled slightly, as if the struggle against his illness had drained him of the last vestiges of his vitality. Yet, his eyes remained bright as stars, imbued with deep wisdom and weariness, as though he had discerned the intricacies of the world. When he gazed at Zichuan Xiu, his eyes radiated warmth and concern, an indescribable beauty that left Zichuan Xiu entranced. It was the first time he had encountered someone so compelling. A surge of respect welled up within him. This frail patient was the bulwark of the entire Far East, staunchly defending against the relentless onslaught of the demon race. It was this very individual who had steadfastly steered the family's course, balancing the arrogance of Yang Minghua, who had not dared to act for 6 years. Without this patient's protection, Zichuan Xiu would have perished at Yang Minghua's hands in his youth. An ache of sorrow filled Zichuan Xiu's heart as he observed Guingxing's evident solitude and fragility. Their eyes met, and a faint smile graced Guingxing's lips. Luobua has informed me of your situation, he spoke, his voice deep and resonant. Do your best here. Do not bring disgrace upon our Far East army, understood? He spoke with the authority of a superior addressing a subordinate, yet it felt entirely natural to Zichuan Xiu. Unspoken words had already traversed the magical connection of their gazes. We are allies, proceed with caution. Zichuan Xiu felt an inexplicable wave of emotion wash over him, much like a lost child reuniting with a father. He bowed deeply, responding, yes, sir. A silent understanding passed between them. A moment later, Fang Jing jovially clapped Guingxing on the shoulder, exclaiming, what happened to you? Why do you return with such a pale visage? Guingxing smiled faintly. I've been traveling for the past few days and feel a bit unwell. Fang Jing replied, I thought as much. For those in the know, they commend you for your diligent service to the army. For those unaware, they wonder, isn't it said that the women of the Far East are dark-skinned and slender? Why does our commander Gus seem so unfazed? Returning with such a ghastly complexion yet still strutting about? He expressed concern, brother, do temper yourself, even if your body can endure. Appearing in public like this as the leader of the Zichuan family, it's detrimental to our family's reputation. Laughter erupted among the attendees, with only Luo Minghai managing a subtle smile. Guingxing chuckled while reprimanding, you scoundrel. Suddenly, the door swung open silently, and a military officer announced, the commander-in-chief has arrived. Everyone rose to their feet in respectful anticipation. Section 6. The meeting Yang Minghua was truly an impressive figure, with a dignified and commanding appearance that exuded righteousness. Thanks to his profound mastery of the ripple internal skill, he appeared to be in his 30s despite being over 50, naturally possessing an air of grace and charisma. His eyes sparkled with clarity, revealing warmth and kindness, accompanied by a respectful and amiable smile. He resembled a trustworthy elder in every sense. Zichuan Xiu smiled, recalling Zichuan Ning's assessment of Yang Minghua. Yang Minghua is so despicable that he can't even be trusted with a toothbrush. Yang Minghua merely waved at the assembly, yet approached Zichuan Xiu with a beaming smile, playfully patting him on the shoulder. Our handsome lad has finally returned. Let me have a good look at you. I hope Luobo hasn't starved you. When did you come back? You should have informed me so I could welcome you properly. His enthusiasm was akin to that of a caring father or elder brother. Zichuan Xiu bowed respectfully. I arrived yesterday. Today, I came to pay my respects to you. Esteemed sir, and I did not mean to intrude upon the commander's meeting. I sincerely beg your pardon for my audacity. I humbly request permission to take my leave. Ah, since you are here, it would be no bother for you to stay and listen. Yang Minghua replied generously. After all, you are already a deputy commander. It is only a matter of time before you join the commander's ranks. Before entering the commander's office, I might as well be sent to hell. Zichuan Xiu was not swayed by Yang Minghua's exuberance, feigning astonishment. Such misplaced favor from you. How could I presume to accept it? The position of commander is the highest honor for a Zichuan soldier, a perfect amalgamation of benevolence, wisdom, and courage. Such a lofty position is beyond the aspirations of someone of my humble origin. Haha. Yang Minghua laughed heartily, seemingly delighted by Zichuan Xiu's flattery. Please, take a seat. Yet, Zichuan Xiu adamantly refused to sit at the table, opting instead for a chair by the wall, remaining silent. The first topic of discussion was presented by Commander Minghui, focusing on how to handle the conflicts with the Lu Feng family at the borders. The so-called discussion was primarily Yang Minghua's monologue, with the other commanders remaining largely silent. Commander Guangxing had even closed his eyes to rest. His illness exempted him from blame. Subsequent matters became rather trivial. For instance, Commander Fang Jing raised concerns regarding the overdue wages and poor rations of the Black Flag Army, questioning Chief Staff Officer Luo Minghai about the lack of vegetable supplies. Luo Minghai simply stated, I have inquired with the logistics department, and thereafter remained silent, allowing Fang Jing to voice his grievances vociferously. Central Army Commander Lei Sun requested that this year, the Central Army be given priority in selecting officers graduating from the Far East Military Academy, arguing that the Central Army's quality was inferior to that of other units. This proposal was met with vehement opposition from Fang Jing and Minghui. Fang Jing exclaimed, the soldiers are of poor quality because their commander is incompetent. This was a direct affront to Lei Sun. Minghui calmly articulated his reasoning. The border troops are at the forefront of the struggle against the Lu Feng family. There is no justification for not supplementing them with capable officers. The three engaged in a heated argument until Yang Minghua sided with Lei Sun, bringing the dispute to an end. Throughout the entire exchange, Luo Minghai remained silent. Guangxing continued to rest his eyes, oblivious to the proceedings, and Pigo had already succumbed to sleep, drooling. The discussion shifted to several additional issues. Yang Minghua repeatedly inquired of Zichuan Xiu. Do you have any opinions, Xiu? Please share them. Zichuan Xiu consistently responded with utmost decorum. I am deeply honored by your kindness in granting me a seat, allowing me to witness the esteemed presence of all the commanders and to hear your profound insights. How could I presume to disturb your lofty deliberations with my meager and shallow thoughts? That would be utterly inappropriate. Zichuan Xiu was acutely aware of his inappropriate position. Any utterance from him, regardless of its correctness, would inevitably be misconstrued as meddling in state affairs, leading to dire consequences. Guangxing, who had seemingly been asleep, opened his eyes to glance at Zichuan Xiu, a faint smile of approval gracing his lips. After all had spoken, Guangxing, with a weary tone, finally interjected. During the Hengchuan campaign, Deputy Commander Xiu captured over 10,000 demon soldiers, among them, the third princess, Caden, daughter of the Demon King. We have brought her back to the imperial capital, and we must decide how to handle her. I seek your judgment, esteemed commander. Yang Minghua inquired. How have we previously dealt with captured demon soldiers? Guangxing replied, typically, they are sent to the labor camps in Wagala for forced labor. Useful beings such as elves and dwarves can be claimed by the captors and sold in the slave market. However, this girl is different. She is the highest-ranking prisoner we have captured and a member of the demon royalty. If we handle her as we have in the past, we may invite considerable trouble. Guangxing's implication was clear. The wrath of the Demon King, upon learning that his daughter had been sold into slavery, could unleash a tidal wave of fury upon them, a scenario that was chilling to contemplate. Fang Jing, with a serious demeanor, remarked, are we truly to return her unconditionally? Saying, Your Highness, here is your daughter, unharmed and intact. Please ensure she does not wander off again, as there are many villains in the world, and it would not be wise for her to encounter them. Laughter erupted in the room, with Yang Minghua gasping for breath as he pointed at Fang Jing, exclaiming, You are the foremost rogue among the commanders. This dilemma was indeed complex. To return her would tarnish their reputation, giving the impression that they feared the demons. Yet to keep her could lead to repercussions. Commander Minghui pondered deeply. Zichuan Xiu felt a wave of regret. He had initially thought capturing Caden was a great achievement, but it now seemed to have only added to the troubles of the command. Yang Minghua queried, Have we obtained any information from her? What is her condition? Guangxing sighed, She has said nothing. Without permission, we dared not resort to coercion. Each day, she merely eats, drinks, and sleeps. Her diet consists solely of sparrow livers, agave hearts, and bird's nest soup. Her drink is 300-year-old honeydew and rainwater filtered 17 times. As for her sleep, it is more problematic. We had to pluck the feathers from over 300 peacocks to create a mattress for her, and it is forbidden to make any noise within 50 meters. Failure to comply could lead her to attempt suicide, and she has already tried twice, resulting in the heart failure of one guard. At this point, I do not dare to hope for anything. If only the Demon King would agree to take his daughter back, I would gladly forfeit a year's salary. Laughter followed this declaration. Minghui suggested, "It is possible that the Demon King, unable to bear her absence, intentionally allowed her to be captured to shift the burden onto us." Fang Jing proposed, "We cannot simply release her without any conditions. How about using her as a hostage to negotiate with the Demon King for a ceasefire? Frankly, our family aims to dominate the entire Xichuan Continent, and the Lufeng family is our primary adversary. Engaging in conflict with the demons seems utterly futile." Lei Sun chimed in, "Excellent idea. Fang Jing, why don't you go speak with the Demon King?" "How about you, then? You are so eloquent. Why don't you go?" In that moment, all present were members of the Zichuan family, elite warriors, yet neither Fang Jing nor Lei Sun dared to boast of their courage to confront the contemporary Demon King, renowned for his invincibility. "I have a suggestion." Pigu, who had inexplicably awakened, trembled as he spoke. "Why not select some of the demon captives to carry a message to the Demon King?" "Brilliant idea. Experience speaks volumes," Yang Minghua exclaimed, and the others voiced their agreement. Only Guixing opposed. "I must return to the Far East tomorrow. Negotiations can drag on for half a year, and I cannot afford to wait here indefinitely. I suggest we assign someone else to oversee Cadden." Zichuan Xiu felt an ominous premonition wash over him. Indeed, everyone, including Guixing, cast their gaze upon him. "I certainly do not wish to meet my untimely demise at such a young age." Zichuan Xiu gritted his teeth, hastily declining, "I believe it is inappropriate. I have only just returned to the imperial capital and do not even have my own residence. It would be inconvenient to carry out this task." "Are you not currently residing in Miss Ning's home?" Yang Minghua inquired with a benevolent smile. "Let Cardan stay there as well. It would not tarnish her identity as a princess." A chorus of laughter erupted from the group. Fang Jing exchanged knowing glances with Minghui, saying, "What an enviable position." Minghui responded with a smirk, "Indeed, I've heard that girl is quite charming." At that moment, he bore no resemblance to the esteemed general commanding 300,000 border troops. Alas, why must such a delightful task elude us? Zichuan Xiu felt an overwhelming urge to bite Fang Jing in frustration. "Since you seem so fond of it, why don't you take it on yourself?" "I cannot. My fierce mother-in-law is a formidable presence." Guixing chuckled, adding, "Xiu, since you captured her, it is only fitting that you oversee her. One must clean up their own mess." Clearly, he was eager to extricate himself from the situation, seeking a scapegoat without regard for his bond with Zichuan Xiu. Zichuan Xiu shot him a fierce glare, while Guixing feigned ignorance, retreating into his cotton coat, adopting a pitifully sickly demeanor. "Very well. As the commander, I shall make the decision." Yang Minghua declared with a smile, "Disobedience will not be tolerated." My Lord Zichuan Xiu lamented, yet dared not voice further protests. The order had been issued, and defiance was a grave offense. "Do not engage in self-deception," Lei Sun warned ominously. "Stealing is of little consequence." Fang Jing appeared to have forgotten his earlier quarrel with Lei Sun, remarking, "Perhaps if Xiu becomes the son-in-law of the Demon King, we won't have to struggle so hard. Indeed, for the sake of our family's legacy, Xiu, you must strive diligently." Minghui laughed, gasping for breath. The room filled with a chorus of mischievous laughter, a distinctly male sound that made Zichuan Xiu question whether he was in a commander's office or a brothel on Spring Street. Suddenly, the door creaked open silently, and a cold, piercing voice echoed, "Zichuan Xiu, are you still alive?" The voice was laced with deep-seated hatred and a palpable aura of menace. Chapter 7. The duel. Someone dared to provoke the attendees during the conference at the commander's office. Even young Minghua, usually unflappable, changed his expression and sternly inquired, "Who?" Zichuan Xiu had already risen abruptly, glaring in anger, having recognized the voice of Dilling. When Dilling, one of the 3 champions of the Zichuan family, entered the room, the temperature seemed to drop several degrees. Dilling was tall and imposing, striding with confidence. His appearance bore a somewhat feminine quality: delicate eyebrows, enchanting eyes, thin lips, a straight and elegant nose, and skin as tender as snow, if it weren't for his tall stature. He would surely attract the advances of ruffians on the street. In fact, during his youth, he had numerous suitors, though sadly, nearly all were men. And the sole female admirer was a lesbian. Many were astonished that such a soft and beautiful visage could harmoniously blend with his unrestrained arrogance and cold demeanor, creating a unique charm. However, in this moment, no one would mistake him for a woman. No woman could emanate such a dense aura of menace and oppression. At this moment, every pore of his being radiated a challenge. He was Yang Minghua's formidable lieutenant. With a disdainful glance at Zichuan Xiu, he first apologized to Yang Minghua. I have heard that my dear friend, Vice Commander Zichuan Xiu, has returned from the Far East. In my eagerness to reunite with an old friend, I inadvertently disrupted the proceedings of the commander's office. I sincerely hope you will pardon my offense. Though Dilling addressed Yang Minghua, his malicious gaze remained fixed on Zichuan Xiu, as though fearful he might vanish from his line of sight, revealing the depth of his animosity towards this old friend. The commanders present were well aware of the backstory. In their youth at the military academy in the Far East, the trio of Zichuan Xiu, Dilling, and Sterling had shared a brotherly bond, only to later fall for the same woman, Lin Shujia. After a fierce competition, Dilling won her heart, resulting in an irrevocable rift. Zichuan Xiu and Sterling, the defeated, on one side, the victor, Dilling, on the other. They engaged in numerous clandestine duels, each side suffering casualties, their hatred now irreconcilable. Ultimately, Sterling pledged allegiance to the family leader, Zichuan Ning, while Dilling swiftly aligned himself with Commander Yang Minghua, who recognized his exceptional talents and promoted him multiple times, elevating him to the rank of Red Flag Commander by the age of 24, becoming Yang Minghua's trusted enforcer. Dilling, you are too audacious. Yang Minghua admonished sharply, his tone filled with barely contained fury. What place is this? Look around. This is the commander's office. Is this a venue for your reckless intrusions and disturbances? Dilling bowed again in apology. I was merely overwhelmed with excitement at the sight of my dear friend, Lord Xichuan. I truly lost control. My offense is indeed unforgivable. His words of contrition were devoid of the trepidation one might expect from a guilty party, infused instead with a defiant bravado. However, this was not surprising. Yang Minghua suddenly softened his tone. You young ones are so impulsive, willing to act recklessly in the name of brotherhood. I shall overlook your transgression this time. Given your deep sense of loyalty, just remember not to do so again. Yes, I shall obey. I promise not to err again. The two men deftly trivialized what could have been a grave accusation of disrupting the commander's meeting. Dilling, do you have business with Vice Commander Xichuan? Dilling replied, I have missed Lord Xichuan dearly over the years, and wish to invite him for an intimate conversation to rekindle our friendship. I wonder if he would honor me with his presence? Dilling's gaze was fixed intensely on Zichuan Xiu, a provocative smile playing on his lips as they exchanged glances, like two ravenous wolves encountering one another in the forest. This was tantamount to a duel invitation. Zichuan Xiu let out a low grunt, yet remained silent, seemingly weighing whether to accept the challenge and the odds of victory. This was understandable, for Dilling's swift sword was renowned for its ferocity, surely ranking among the top 10 masters of the family. Yang Minghua interjected, Oh, you were too hasty. Didn't you see that Xiu is currently in a meeting? He will certainly say, I am occupied with official duties and cannot entertain you. Of course. This is a convenient excuse, especially when a good friend requests a chat. After all, people tend to cherish their lives. Yang Minghua's attempts at mediation only served to stoke the flames. Zichuan Xiu's expression shifted, wavering between light and dark. Dilling mocked, Xiu, you haven't been overly influenced by the demon clan in the Far East, have you? Perhaps you should retreat into your shell for true safety. His words were a taunt, branding Zichuan Xiu a coward. Lei Sin, with a sly tone, added, Dilling, don't pressure Lord Xichuan so hard. What if he starts to cry? Dilling feigned realization. Right? I shouldn't have misjudged my dear Xiu. I've always thought he was a man. How amusing, isn't it? Faced with such an insulting provocation, even Zichuan Xiu could no longer endure. Ignoring Fang Jing's urgent tug at his sleeve and Gu Yingxing's repeated glances, he raised his head defiantly and declared, I respectfully request the commander's permission to converse privately with Red Flag Commander Dilling. Such a touching display of friendship. Lei Sin smirked. What reason do we have to deny these two dear friends their heartfelt reunion? Yang Minghua nodded in agreement. If that is the case, I shall allow Xiu to take his leave. Find a room in the commander's office for them to reminisce. Zichuan Xiu and Dilling bowed in unison. Thank you for your gracious consent. Dilling and Yang Minghua exchanged a knowing glance before Dilling turned and exited first. Zichuan Xiu was about to follow when Fang Jing whispered behind him, "Be cautious of his swift sword. Do not give him the opportunity to strike. Cut off his paths." Lowering his voice further, he added, "The situation is dire. Call for help immediately. I will rush in to intervene." "There is no shame in it." Zichuan Xiu nodded slightly, signaling his understanding. Yet the stubborn curl of his lips indicated his resolve. He would rather face death than cry for aid. Guangxing remained silent, watching him with deep concern. Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. Guangxing slowly nodded, and Zichuan Xiu bowed in gratitude, his demeanor now composed. As though releasing a heavy burden, Guangxing had vowed to protect Miss Zichuan Ning should anything untoward befall Zichuan Xiu. As everyone looked on, Dilling and Zichuan Xiu entered an unoccupied room, closing the door behind them. Soon, sounds of shouting, combat, and the clashing of fists and swords echoed, accompanied by the crash of furniture. When the door opened again, who would emerge alive? Chapter 8. The despicable scoundrel Zichuan Xiu. Next year on this day shall mark your demise. Zichuan Xiu, let us resolve the grievances of many years once and for all. Zichuan Xiu. Did you ever imagine this day would come? Ha ha ha, the heavens have eyes, and I have finally awaited this moment. At the entrance of Emperor Lin Chang's room, a loud shout echoed as he turned around to glare at Zichuan Xiu, who was leisurely indulging in chocolate cookies. In a low voice, he remarked, "What a slacker you are. My throat is sore from shouting, and here you are munching away." Zichuan Xiu, finishing the last cookie, mumbled, "Ding Lin. Let us engage in a life and death struggle." After listening to their endless chatter for so long, how can one have the strength to act without a bite to eat? By the way, how's Xiujia? Zichuan Xiu, you lecherous scoundrel. Today, I shall eliminate you for the sake of justice. Ding Lin communicated discreetly, "She is well. But you shouldn't greet someone by asking about their wife right upon meeting. And calling her Xiujia sounds so cringeworthy. You ought to address her as Lady Ding or sister-in-law. Otherwise, I might lose my temper." "Humph, I doubt you have the capability." Zichuan Xiu retorted discreetly, "What a petty man you are. Had it not been for the betting on the hawk, how could Lin Xiujia have married you?" Ding Lin whispered back, "That merely indicates it was fate. Lin Xiujia was destined to be my wife, and you ought to accept your losses." Zichuan Xiu murmured, "Fate? Nonsense." Later, I opened the hawk and found nothing but mercury and magnets inside. No wonder I tossed it and got 112, while you casually rolled 3 sixes, before the hawk even settled. You rushed to propose to Lin Xiujia. She was initially fond of me. Ding Lin replied softly, "Stop it. Even if we were to compete fairly, it wouldn't involve you. You were barely 16, still a snot-nosed child. What could my wife possibly see in you?" The two exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Despicable coward. Immature brat. Utterly shameless. You scoundrel, go die. To hell with you. After you. Ding Lin exclaimed. Yang Ming was plotting rebellion. He kicked a chair against the wall, causing a cacophony of noise. Zichuan Xiu replied, "This isn't news. I hear that statement 10 times a day in the Far East, and since my return yesterday, I've heard it 20 more times." He hastily moved his chair aside, fearing that Ding Lin might kick it over, opting instead to sit on the table. Ding Lin said, "You are third on Yang Minghua's assassination list. Does that count as news?" "Ha." Zichuan Xiu bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the headquarters, as if engaged in a life and death struggle, then whispered, "Oh, who else is on the list?" Ding Lin communicated, Guangxing is first, Sterling second, while the family head, Zichuan Sanxing, is fourth, missing the top 3. "Is Miss Ning all right?" "Rest assured, she is fine. Yang Minghua intends to eliminate family head Zichuan Sanxing to elevate her as a puppet. Should we hasten to inform Lord Guangxing? He might not be aware." "How could he be unaware? Nothing can escape that old fox's eyes. Do not underestimate his sickly appearance. Yang Minghua has sent a total of 4 assassination attempts involving 17 skilled assassins against him. And what was the outcome? None. Those 17 formidable assassins vanished as if they had never existed. The next day, the sun rose, and we still saw Guangxing barely hanging on, looking as if he might expire at any moment. Perhaps if we all died, this ailing man could live for another 100 years. He is far too astute. The entire Far East is his domain, and Yang Minghua's men cannot approach him. But he is currently in the imperial capital. Yang Minghua certainly has opportunities. Yang Minghua would not dare to think Guangxing returned with 6,000 loyal and valiant guards unless he initiated a large-scale assault. He would not be able to approach within 2.5 kilometers of Guangxing's residence. As for Sterling, the second-in-command of the Imperial Guards, he seldom left the family head's palace. Besides, Yang Minghua lacks the skilled assassins capable of quietly eliminating Sterling Unless, of course, I am the exception. You might want to inform him that his subordinate, the deputy flag officer, Yunhe, and Fang Guo have already been bribed by Yang Minghua. Zichuan Xiu turned and smashed a precious vase to signal those outside. The duel is fiercely underway. Ding Lin gazed at him in astonishment. Someone here shows no concern for danger. A certain individual who is neither the deputy commander nor possesses 6,000 elite guards for protection. Yet unfortunately finds himself on the assassination list. A mere reserve deputy commander. Do heed my advice and vacate Miss Ning's residence swiftly. Your lifeless body in the streets is of little concern, but do not frighten Miss Ning. It would be troublesome for her to dispose of your remains. Zichuan Xiu inquired. What is Yang Minghua's strength? Extremely formidable. The central army of 170,000 troops is under his command. If a conflict arises, he could wipe out Sterling's guards in under an hour. What skilled individuals does he have? The central army has always been the family's elite force, filled with masters. Their leader, Lei Sun, is avaricious and lustful, seeking fame. If you call him the top master, he beams with delight, but his thunderous skills are indeed astonishing. The chief of staff, Luo Minghai, has always kept a low profile. I still do not know what martial arts he practices, and Yang Minghua himself is also a top-tier master, possessing terrifying ripple internal energy. Zichuan Xiu propped his chin in thought and seriously asked Ding Lin, do you think I could propose to Yang Minghua that we forget past grievances and become friends? Given Yang Minghua's immense strength, what is he waiting for? If he openly revolts, he fears Gudingxing, Minghui, Fangjing, and others commanding troops from afar, once Gudingxing raises the banner of righteousness to quell the rebellion. Leading 1,000,000 troops back to the Far East, even with the Central Army's support, Yang Minghua would be unable to withstand it. Ding Lin vigorously swung his sword, producing a sizzling sound. What plans does he have now? Zichuan Xiu asked as he shattered an antique screen. He has 2 strategies. First, to woo Fangjing and Minghui. If he manages to sway one of them, the Black Flag Army and the Border Defense Forces will be locked in a stalemate and unable to intervene in the chaos of the capital. Second, he intends to send me to the Far East Army to take your position, aiming to incite internal division within the Far East Army. Should I inform Lord Gudingxing of your identity? The Far East is his territory. If I do not inform him, you will be unable to accomplish anything there, and he will have you firmly in his grasp. Zichuan Xiu replied, only Gudingxing should know. If this information spreads further, I will be in grave danger. I no longer know whom to trust. In the 3 years of separation, 3 friends bound by life and death, one fought valiantly on the battlefield. Another infiltrated among wolves, and the last stood fearless against Yang Minghua. Now Ding Lin was set to enter the fray, while Zichuan Xiu and Sterling engaged in another form of battle within the peaceful and prosperous capital, silent yet far more perilous. The 2 exchanged glances, seeing deep concern reflected in each other's eyes, hands clasped tightly, as if feeling the warmth of brotherhood and the bond of camaraderie. Their hearts surged with emotion. Yet they could not voice their feelings, a statement lodged within, unspoken. Brother, take care. In the face of perilous trials and unwavering loyalty. All for a promise made long ago, an unwavering fidelity to a colossal figure who has departed yet continues to loom over the imperial capital, Zichuan Yuancheng. Di Lin suddenly recalled. Xiu, you cannot emerge unscathed. They will be suspicious. I can see. With a flurry of punches and kicks, Di Lin aimed to leave traces of the duel on Zichuan Xiu. Zichuan Xiu implored, stop, stop. Have you not had your fill? You seem increasingly addicted to this. Di Lin lamented, do you not understand? To lay hands on my dear brother is a torment that pierces my soul. This emotional anguish surpasses the pain of your body. Zichuan Xiu retorted, you appear so jovial. Why not let your flesh suffer, while I bear the burden of conscience? Another relentless barrage ensued. Di Lin remarked, we still lack wounds and blood for authenticity. Zichuan Xiu, gasping for breath, exclaimed, I can't go on. Just stab me with a sword and be done with it. Alas, with matters having reached this juncture, Di Lin resolved to unveil his secret. Zichuan Xiu's eyes widened in astonishment as Di Lin retrieved a makeup box and a bottle of color from his garments. This is the paint used for portraying wounded characters in films, and this red ink simulates blood, quite a rare find. I procured these during my business trip to Hollywood, spending a considerable amount of foreign currency. I did not inquire about that. Why did you not produce these earlier, causing me such distress? Di Lin chuckled mysteriously, leaning close to Zichuan Xiu's ear and whispering, Answer A. Because I forgot earlier. Answer B. I did it on purpose. Answer C. Because someone took advantage of the candle-extinguishing moment at a birthday party to steal a kiss from my wife. Answer D. Because I have awaited this day for a long time. Which answer do you choose to believe? My dear Xiu? He gently kissed Zichuan Xiu's ear. At last, the door to the room swung open. Di Lin, clad in a crimson uniform, strode out with his head held high, brushing off a speck of dust from his immaculate attire, a picture of ease. Clearly, the duel had required minimal effort to win. Zichuan Xiu, battered and lying in a pool of blood, summoned his last ounce of strength to curse, Di Lin, you despicable, shameless wretch. Chapter 1. Conversation A Ning. I love you. After dinner, Zichuan Xiu expressed his feelings to Zichuan Ning, who was sipping tea, having just read the emails he received. With a crash, the teacup in by Chuan's hand fell to the floor. Roger coughed violently, choking on half-eaten cake. Gasping for breath, Chang Chuan's mouth hung open in disbelief. As if he could fit 2 eggs inside, entirely oblivious to Roger stealthily reaching for his wallet. Zichuan Ning felt her heart race, her breath quicken, and her face burn as though it were ablaze. An inferno of joy ignited within her. Wasn't it this long-anticipated declaration she had yearned for all along? Finally, today. I love you, Zichuan Xiu proclaimed solemnly. So, lend me some money, will you? Damn the command office. It was clearly Di Lin who instigated the duel. Yet they sent the bill for the damaged furniture to me. I spent last month's salary settling that mess at Tianming Tavern, speaking of which. I haven't even settled accounts with you yet. By Chuan, you little imp. Hey, Ning, where are you going? I haven't finished speaking yet. Don't leave. Honestly, today's young women have no patience. They run off before hearing the confession in full. There's no sincerity in love. The world is in decline. With a sigh, Zichuan Xiu turned to Bai Chuan, declaring earnestly, Bai Chuan, I love you. With a sharp crack, Zichuan Xiu was met with a flurry of golden stars before his eyes, each one shaped like a coin. A messenger announced the arrival of Deputy Commander Sterling. Zichuan Xiu welcomed him into the guest room. At this moment, Sterling was a youthful 23 years old, radiating vibrant energy in the prime of his life. He was of average height, with a lively crew cut, light brown skin, and piercing eyes, strikingly handsome, distinct from Zichuan Xiu's languid, delicate demeanor or Di Lin's cold, aloof countenance. Sterling embodied the robust masculinity and decisive flair characteristic of a soldier. His upright demeanor, dignified poise, and refreshing style exuded a straightforward charm. Historians of later generations revered Sterling as the quintessential soldier of the Golden Era, while his contemporaries regarded Zichuan Xiu's assessment as, Sterling was born to be a soldier. Zichuan Ning had once compared the 3 prodigies of their family. Sterling was a fierce tiger, exuding the aura of a king. Di Lin resembled a cobra, cold and cruel, difficult to approach. As for Zichuan Xiu, words fail to describe him, and he could only be likened to a slug. To maintain confidentiality, the two conversed in the garden. I heard you visited the command office today. Who did you meet? Zichuan Xiu recounted the day's events in detail. Sterling listened intently, finally sighing, poor Di Lin. His situation is perilous, and he must be under immense psychological strain. However, the intelligence he provided is indeed valuable. What do you intend to do about the 2 traitors on your side? I just need to be aware of them for now. Acting against them openly would only signal to Yang Minghua that Di Lin is our ally. Brother, I have been pondering. Since everyone knows Yang Minghua is no good, why has the chief of staff recalled him from the Far East to deal with him? Is it true what they say about the chief? Zichuan Xiu swallowed the wordful back down. No one truly comprehended the chief of staff's real intentions. Sterling remarked. Even as his most trusted subordinate, I often find him inscrutable. However, he is certainly no fool. Many people have labeled you a fool, a debauched youth, a playboy. Haven't they? Zichuan Xiu smiled faintly, reminiscing about Roger, Bai Chuan, and Chang Chuan. As for recalling the army to confront Yang Minghua, it was impractical. Dealing with the 170,000 Central Army would require at least 200,000 troops from the Far East, 100,000 from the Border Defense Army, and 80,000 from the Black Flag Army. Such a massive mobilization would surely not escape Yang Minghua's notice, compelling him to act rashly and revolt. That would spell disaster for all. Zichuan Xiu sighed. It seems we are all bound by our own fears. Indeed, no one dares to openly confront one another. Currently, all actions are veiled in secrecy. Sterling cautioned. Di Lin's advice to you is genuine. Be vigilant. Recently, many have met with misfortune in the dark alleys of the capital, every morning. The garbage collectors find a heap of bodies. Many prominent figures have met their end in this manner. Just last week, my deputy, who was drunk in a tavern, was taken away and found dead 3 days later by the moat. And you? Zichuan Xiu understood his friend's character well. He would never let this go unpunished. Oh, it's nothing, but a few days ago, I heard that Commander Lei Sun's godson, Lei Xiaoyan, was discovered dead at his mistress's home. The local security agency suspects it was a robbery, and they are currently searching among the unemployed and ruffians for the perpetrator. Such misfortune. Zichuan Xiu laughed heartily. Sterling, usually so serious, was even more humorous when jesting. So, Xiu, what are your plans? Ah, hearing you speak of such danger, I, the timid and cautious Zichuan Xiu, shall keep my distance. I'll return to shake hands with the victor once you two giants have settled your scores. Timid and cautious, who are you referring to? They exchanged knowing glances, both filled with amusement. Help me, Xiu. Let us pledge our loyalty to the chief. Sterling, I remember when we were young. You, I, and Di Lin swore allegiance to Miss Zichuan Ning under the late Lord Zichuan Yuanxing's guidance. Have you forgotten? I remember, but under the current circumstances, aiding Lord Zichuan to confront Yang Minghua is the only way to protect the lady, is it not? Zichuan Xiu hesitated. I know you blame the chief for what happened 6 years ago, but at that time, he had just assumed the position of chief. And the political landscape was manipulated by Yang Minghua. He had no choice but to partner with Yang against you. Yet afterward, he often expressed regret. Wishing he had allowed a loyal contributor like you to endure such humiliation, he is truly remorseful. You should forgive him. Moreover, now both of you share a common enemy in Yang Minghua. He will not spare you, and your only chance of survival lies in joining forces with us. Zichuan Xiu smiled. Let me think it over. I've heard you are about to marry Li Qing. Sterling chuckled as well. Zichuan Xiu possesses a unique talent. When discussing topics he dislikes, he always says, let me think it over. Oh look, a mouse. Oh, what a big bird. Oh, the moon is so round today. He did not press further. Indeed, the plan is to hold the wedding after this crisis is resolved. I've brought back a batch of sprite creatures from the Far East. I'll send 2 pairs to Li Qing. That is wonderful. Li Qing has long desired a sprite creature as a helper, but they sell for 30,000 each in the market. You soldiers in the field are quite wealthy. What nonsense. The only uniforms in our family's army with gold trim are those of your Imperial Guard. Don't speak of lacking funds. This is a wedding gift. Don't be absurd. One thing counts as one. Don't try to mix things up. Gifts are separate. With the chaos on our side, I fear the Lu Feng family may take the opportunity to intervene. Rest assured, the Lu Feng clan is preoccupied. Their patriarch, Lu Feng Xishan, is nearing his end, and they are embroiled in struggles for power much like ours. None of Lu Feng Xishan's 3 sons are capable. Leaving their father indecisive about who to pass the mantle to each seems a bit dimmer than the others. Heaven be praised. It is fortunate that Lu Fengshuang is a woman without succession rights. Otherwise, we would be in dire straits. Indeed. Yet it is rumored that Lu Feng Xishan has decreed Lu Fengshuang as the perpetual regent commander. What significance does this hold? It implies that Lu Feng Xishan harbors reservations about all his sons. Regardless of who ascends to the throne, with Lu Fengshuang's assistance, the Lu Feng family might yet endure. A truly benevolent intention. I heard you encountered Lu Fengshuang's forces during the second campaign. What was that like? At this juncture, Sterling emitted a profound sigh. Lu Fengshuang, a veritable paragon of humanity. At that time, we had nearly encircled approximately 200,000 troops under Lu Fengming and Lu Fengqing. They were already in disarray, on the verge of complete annihilation. It was then that Lu Fengshuang's forces materialized, without banners, numbering fewer than 8,000, all cavalry. At the time, none of the 4 frontline commanders, myself, Fang Jin, Ming Wei, and Yang Li, then commander of the border guards, paid those 8,000 any heed. Fang Jin merely dispatched 3 infantry phalanxes to intercept them, a sound tactic in theory. Yet, within a mere 10 minutes, those 3 phalanxes were reduced to fragments by their sabers. Her troops were exceedingly valiant. They also routed one of Yang Li's infantry divisions, thereby breaching the encirclement. We then realized the gravity of the situation and hastened to mobilize our main forces to confront them, but it was too late. A large banner, white with red characters, was hoisted aloft, Lu Fengshuang. Upon sighting this banner, the 200,000 besieged Lu Feng troops erupted in a thunderous cry of long life. Lady Shuang has arrived. We are saved. Slaughter the scoundrels of the Zichuan family. They had fought all day, long exhausted and devoid of morale, yet upon Lu Fengshuang's arrival, they were instantly invigorated, their battle cries filling us with trepidation. Lu Fengshuang, a mere girl, disregarding the hail of arrows, even removed her armor and stood bare-chested beneath the banner, visible to both sides of the battlefield, brandishing her saber and shouting, "Soldiers of the Lu Feng family, are you less valiant than a woman? Show me your medal. Advance." Such valor was truly awe-inspiring. Her guards were also madmen, all bare-chested, using their bodies to shield Lu Fengshuang from arrows, one falling and another immediately taking his place. Consequently, the Lu Feng troops charged at us with frenzied abandon. Ming Wei, that slippery eel, upon sighting Lu Fengshuang's banner, immediately retreated with great haste. Yang Li, oblivious to the situation, actually ordered a steadfast defense of the line, resulting in heavy losses for his troops, who were routed. Fortunately, Fang Jin and I combined to cover the retreat, fighting as we fled, pursued by her for hundreds of kilometers, until we were relieved by Ming Hui's border guards at the border. Only then did Lu Fengshuang cease her pursuit. Sterling then displayed a hint of pride. Yet, I dare say, my troops are no less capable than hers. Under her relentless onslaught, other forces would have collapsed immediately. But we were able to maintain order. Throughout the nearly 1,000-kilometer pursuit, she was unable to overcome me. Indeed, in the final engagement, she even suffered a setback at my hands. He turned to Zichuan Xiu. "Why? How did you fall asleep?" "Nonsense. After listening to so many of your tedious recollections, it would be surprising if I didn't doze off." Upon entering the doorway to the living room, Sterling froze as if struck by lightning, stunned. "An assassin?" Zichuan Xiu, trailing a step behind him, immediately reacted, rushing into the living room, prepared for battle, looking around. Bai Chuan, Luo Jie, and Chang Chuan, the three treasures, were seated on the sofa, brazenly sharing the food prepared for guests by Zichuan Ning. "No problem." Zichuan Xiu followed Sterling's fixed gaze and discovered a fourth person, also seated on the sofa, yet sitting upright and dignified, showing no interest in the abundant food on the table. The Demon Princess, Cadden. Chapter 2. The greatest fear of humanity is falling in love. Is there anything wrong with that? Zichuan Xiu poked Sterling in the waist. "Oh, what?" Sterling stuttered, bewildered. "What's wrong?" Zichuan Xiu cast a peculiar glance at him and fell silent. Sterling quickly regained his composure and strode into the living room, watching his retreating figure. Zichuan Xiu was filled with trepidation. "I hope it's not as I feared." "Roger, Bai Chuan." And Chang Chuan immediately stood to salute. Sterling had become an idol for the young soldiers of the family with his remarkable talent, charming demeanor, and charismatic personality. Individuals like Bai Chuan might not recognize the family patriarch or the president, but they would undoubtedly recognize Sterling. Roger and the others had long admired him. Despite it being their first encounter, they all sensed something was amiss with Sterling today. Excerpt from the personal memoirs of Commander Bai Chuan, Days Beside the Elder. He, Sterling, returned the greeting correctly, spoke appropriately, and even sat down to share a frozen watermelon with us, kindly addressing our martial arts inquiries. Everything seemed normal, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that he was somewhat distracted. Quite unusual. I told myself it might be what they call a woman's intuition. Later, another attendee, Military Affairs Commander Roger, commented, "Don't listen to that witch Bai Chuan rambling about women's intuition. Her memoir is merely a fabrication written by a ghostwriter for profit. She doesn't even understand what 'how are you' means." Any fool could see that Sterling was mentally unstable. Otherwise, how could someone as adept as Sterling nearly slice off his own hand while cutting watermelon? Why did he ask us 5 times? "When are you returning to the capital?" Every time we answered clearly, yet within 3 minutes, he would repeat, "When?" Chief of Staff Chang Chuan added, "Moreover, our Lord Shou Chuan has been standing silently beside us, grinning like 2 young Mingwas plus a lay sun. His mischievous smile reveals that something must be amiss." After bidding farewell at the Zichuan Ning residence, Zichuan Xiu escorted Sterling home. "The stars are particularly bright tonight," Sterling declared with a weighty tone as if delivering a profound conclusion. Zichuan Xiu glanced up at the overcast sky, raising an eyebrow. "Indeed. The moon is quite round too." "Yes, but there is actually no moon tonight. Our capital's streets are so clean." "Correct." Zichuan Xiu accidentally stepped on a dead cat. "You really didn't have to see me off. You have so much to attend to." "Nonsense. I truly appreciate your gift." "Li Qing will be delighted." "Understood. How's Miss Zichuan Ning? I didn't see her tonight." "Yes, well. What's her name?" "Cadden." They paused. Zichuan Xiu staring intently into Sterling's eyes, who was avoiding his gaze. Silence. Zichuan Xiu spoke deliberately. "Her full name is Princess Cadden, the 3rd daughter of the current Demon King, captured by me during the 5th Hengchuan battle. The commander's office has assigned me to oversee her." Sterling's lips trembled. losing the usual composure he exuded. You realized it early on? I am not blind. You think I am shameless, don't you? No. Zichuan Xiu tilted his head thoughtfully, just generally shameless. I have a fiancée, and she loves me dearly. I know. Li Qing is a wonderful girl. She is the daughter of the great demon king, from the demon race. Moreover, she is of royal blood. The two halted, exchanging glances for a moment. What should we do? Do you wish to hear my elaboration on how a senior military officer should practice self-denial and selflessness, sacrificing oneself for a greater cause? Get lost. Apologies, I got too worked up. It's all right, but there are several ways to resolve this. Would you prefer a long-term, medium-term, or short-term solution? Let us start with the long-term. The long-term solution, also known as the all-encompassing method. Method 1. Tie a knot in the ceiling, stand on a stool. Stick your neck in, and kick the stool away. Method 2. Single-handedly storm the great demon fortress to challenge the demon king. Method 3. Publicly eliminate Yang Minghua during the annual January 1st parade. Which do you prefer? None. That is fine. We have medium-term solutions. For instance, using a razor to castrate yourself. Though it's technically challenging and less effective and safe, the individual, lost in his reflections, could scarcely have anticipated that years later he would plunge headlong into a more poignant and heart-rending entanglement of emotions, unfolding a tragic love story that would become one of the most renowned and touching ballads of the Golden Age. However, that was a tale for many years hence. On a scorching day in August of the year 778 of the Empire, Sterling was 23, Dellen was 24, and Zichuan Xiu was merely 18. The three prodigies of the Zichuan family found themselves ensnared in the tumultuous currents of their era, struggling and helpless, unable to steer the course and direction of the tides of time. Nevertheless, the approach of such a day drew ever nearer. Section 3. The newly arrived deputy director. Are you the newly appointed deputy director, Xichuan? The guard at the door looked as if he had just heard the most amusing joke in the world. Indeed, Xichuan replied, fully aware of his predicament, his voice a mere whisper. After a night of excessive drinking with Sterling, he found himself inexplicably embroiled in a brawl with ruffians. From this experience, Xichuan discerned two undeniable truths. First, the combined combat prowess of two inebriated masters equates to that of a pig. Second, the sewers of the imperial capital are exceedingly foul, particularly for those who, after losing a fight, find themselves unceremoniously tossed in and left to languish overnight. Awakened by refuse collectors come morning, Xichuan hastily made his way to the administrative office, lacking the time to change his clothes. Your identification? The guard inquired. I left it at home, he admitted, and it's quite possible it was taken by those ruffians during the frisking. Oh dear, just left it at home again. The guard remarked with understanding, casually twirling his hefty baton. Listen, every month we have 3 to 5 troublemakers like you. But your appearance really is something new. He frowned. That strong smell of alcohol. What on earth is that yellowish substance on you? Is it excrement or mud? And your face looks like a panda. Please, Xichuan pleaded softly. I must report to Director Gashan. I am already late. Indeed, the chief was here yesterday reporting to me, and I'm not in a hurry, so why are you? The guard's disbelief was palpable. Unfortunately, Xichuan had to concede that he was entirely justified in his skepticism. Glancing around to ensure no one was paying attention, Xichuan took a deep breath. Forgive me, brother. He gently patted the guard on the shoulder, who immediately slumped to the ground, silent. Xichuan quickly supported him, assuming a pose as if he were merely resting against the wall. Where is the director's office? The staff members he queried were visibly taken aback, gesturing in different directions in a haphazard manner. It was nothing short of miraculous that Xichuan managed to locate the correct location. The receptionist, startled by the sudden intrusion of this wild figure, attempted to block his path. You cannot enter. You have no appointment. Help. Guard. However, Xichuan had already barged in. At the back of the spacious office, an elegant woman was engrossed in reviewing documents, unfazed by his abrupt entrance. Trusting his male instincts, Xichuan immediately rated her an impressive 85. Please take a seat, Deputy Director Xichuan. You are already 15 minutes late. Her voice was icy, betraying no hint of emotion. And she did not even look up, merely gesturing for the secretary to leave. Oh, my apologies. The reason is, I do not wish to intrude upon your private life, but since you are part of my department, I expect you to adhere to our rules and maintain a sense of decorum, understood? Her score promptly dropped to 35, and Xichuan mentally categorized her as a bitter spinster, yearning for affection yet harboring resentment towards the happiness of others due to prolonged deprivation. Apologies. I promise it won't happen again. Thank you for your apology. It is indeed quite useful. Perhaps it may compensate for the time wasted due to your tardiness, Xichuan retorted sarcastically. Furthermore, I must inform you that we hold the same rank as deputy directors, so you need not address me as my lord. Yes, my lord. Oh no, Director Gu. Xichuan saluted. I am here to report for duty and am at your service. Deputy Director Xichuan, there is something I would like to ask of you. At your command. I am eager to serve. Get out of here. Go take a shower, brush your teeth, and change your clothes before returning to work. Because of you, we will have to expend 3 more bottles of air freshener. Xichuan sat on the sofa, facing by Chuan, Roger, Chang Chuan, Xichuan Ning, and Cadden, each wearing solemn expressions. Their faces rigid and mouths tightly shut, as if a frog might leap out if they dared to speak. Xichuan sighed and waved his hand. Oh, come now, everyone, please laugh. Aha, he 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 he. Only Cadden retained a semblance of royal poise, offering a slight smile. My lord, those 2 black circles around your eyes. Haha. You look just like a panda. Bai Chuan unfolded a copy of the Imperial Evening News and read aloud. Today's amusing tidbit. A mental patient, claiming to be Deputy Director Xichuan, recently transferred from the Far East, suddenly assaulted a guard on duty, entered the administrative office to create a ruckus, and intruded upon the office of Director Xichuan, only to be expelled by her. One witness, a female employee named Jean Meili, describes him as, here appeared a grotesque, comically unattractive woman making a pitiable face, so terrifying. He even attempted to harass me. Oh, how can I even say such a thing? The main subject of this incident, Director Xichuan, has refrained from making any comments. According to preliminary investigations by the Bureau of Public Safety, this may be a consequence of the mental hospital's wall collapse 3 days ago. An inquiry is underway to ensure this extraordinarily dangerous mental patient is captured, for the peace of mind of the citizens of the imperial capital. Recommendations have been made for increased maintenance and funding for such civil facilities. Reporting address, Bureau of Public Safety, 3rd Office. Laughter erupted throughout the room. Brother, you've become a news sensation. Please sign my name. Zichuan Ning exclaimed. Good lord, your taste is rather poor, isn't it? You wouldn't let such a woman go. Roger chuckled. Chang Chuan whispered to Zichuan Ning. Which way to the Bureau of Public Safety? Zichuan inquired of Bai Chuan. Where was the article published? Front page or page 2? Bai Chuan glanced and replied, it's positioned under the ad for expert treatment for syphilis and other venereal diseases, just above the erectile dysfunction ad. More laughter ensued. Cadden, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Deputy Director Xichuan, perhaps I can assist you with your eye injury. Xichuan had long heard of the arcane abilities possessed by the royal family of the demon race and felt a surge of excitement. Are you a healing priest? Cadden shook his head. Do you possess a unique healing ability? Again, Cadden shook his head. Can you perform magical healing? Once more, Cadden shook his head. Then how can you assist me? Cadden produced a small box from behind him. This item will surely be of use to you. It can conceal the injury around your eyes, though it comes at a steep price, I fear. What is it? A magical pill? A miraculous elixir? A restorative potion? No matter, Xichuan thought, desperate to no longer resemble a panda. Without hesitation, he handed Cadden the last 200 yuan from his pocket. Cadden shook his head. Not enough. Xichuan borrowed 1,000 yuan from Zichuan Ning, which he also gave to Cadden. Alas, you've gotten a bargain. Were it not for my good rapport with your sister, Zichuan Ning, Cadden lamented. Xichuan snatched the item from him and opened it to find a pair of sunglasses, marked at 15 yuan, a mere trinket from a street vendor. Chapter 4. Zichuan Xiu Sterling struggled to rise from his bed, his head pounding as if it might split. After a refreshing shower, he felt somewhat better, glancing at the clock to find it was already dusk. The events of the previous night were hazy. He recalled drinking excessively and engaging in a brawl, but how he returned home eluded him. Strangely, he discovered 2 wallets in his pocket, one belonging to Zichuan Xiu, though he could not fathom how it ended up there. His longtime servant returned to inform him that Ms. Li Qing had visited, leaving a note. Sterling picked it up, recognizing the elegant script of Li Qing. You did not return last night. And both Master Xing and I were deeply concerned. Only upon your return this morning were we somewhat reassured. Who are you? That you can indulge in drunken revelry like a common vagabond? Master Xing requests that you see him promptly upon awakening. Sterling couldn't help but smile bitterly. Li Qing remained her usual gentle, rational self, even in her reproach, unwilling to wound his pride. With such a wise and caring wife, what more could one desire? Had it not been for last night's escapades, She would indeed have been the perfect lifelong companion. Sterling mentally prepared an excuse for Li Qing. He had encountered a Xiu, felt a surge of happiness, and thus drank a bit more than usual. He was helpless. It was a Xiu who insisted. Sterling was almost certain that Zichuan Xiu would relay a similar tale to Zichuan Ning. Sterling dragged me into it. Friends, after all, are often called upon to deflect blame. After sipping a cup of tea, Sterling felt invigorated, the vibrant spirit of the true Sterling returning to him. Upon arriving at the Grand Chancellor's residence, Sterling instinctively surveyed the defenses surrounding the estate. The elite soldiers of the Immortal Battalion, renowned for their combat prowess and loyalty, stood guard in rigid formations, creating an impenetrable perimeter. This was merely what could be observed from the outside. Hidden archers lay in wait at every vantage point. Roofs, corners, and gardens were dotted with concealed threats, and the walls bore numerous sharp blades, with hidden traps ready to spring at a moment's notice. It was a fortress designed by his own hand. Even Emperor Lin had marveled at its impenetrability. Only a full-scale assault could breach it. The guards allowed him entry without any scrutiny, as the aging Pigu had long since entrusted Sterling with overseeing the battalion's defenses. Sterling descended into the Chancellor's office, situated dozens of meters underground. He saluted and spoke. "My lord?" "Sterling?" Zichuan Xiu looked up from a pile of documents, adjusting his spectacles. "Please, have a seat." At 53 years of age, Zichuan Xiu had ascended to the family's highest position following the death of his illustrious brother, Zichuan Yuansheng, during a battle against the Lufeng army, leaving behind a 9-year-old heir, Zichuan Ning. His appearance bore no resemblance to the greatness of Zichuan Yuansheng. He was unremarkable. With a slight stature, small eyes, a hunchback, and uneven teeth, many were often disappointed upon first encountering him. Zichuan Xiu had privately remarked that he was a ruler who could not inspire loyalty among his subordinates. His political actions did little to enhance his image. While not catastrophically flawed, they lacked any inspiring achievements. People found no trace of the commanding presence expected of a chancellor in him, often viewing him as a simpleton who stumbled into power purely by luck. Only a select few, including Sterling, understood the sharp glint that occasionally flickered in his otherwise vacant eyes. "You called for me, my lord?" Sterling inquired. "Indeed," Zichuan Xiu nodded. "You drank too much last night." "Did you not?" "Yes." Sterling quickly rose to bow in apology. "I apologize, my lord. I harbor no ill will, young man. It is sometimes advisable to unwind. However, you should be mindful of the timing. You must understand, they are closely watching you at this moment. I feared they might take advantage of your absence. When you failed to return last night, I dispatched 2 battalions to search for you, if anything had happened to you. I would have confronted Yang Minghua without hesitation to retrieve you." A surge of gratitude filled Sterling, and he choked out, "My lord, I am truly sorry for my recklessness. Your kindness overwhelms me. I would gladly brave fire and water for you." "That is unnecessary, Sterling. I would rather you live well." Zichuan Xiu smiled, his expression lending an unexpected charm to his otherwise dull visage. "Did you meet Zichuan Xiu? What are your thoughts?" Sterling understood the weight of this question and its potential consequences. Zichuan Xiu was inclined toward their side, but had yet to make a definitive choice. "Yes. Zichuan Xiu is rather unwise," Zichuan Xiu remarked, standing. "He is the adopted son of my late brother, and Yang Minghua will never regard him as one of his own. If that is the case, why does he not simply join us?" Sterling stood silently, reluctant to speak, although it was not his fault. The fact that Zichuan Xiu was his friend, and his inability to persuade him, made him feel inadequate. "Keep an eye on him. Sterling, I know you are good friends, but if he fails to recognize the situation and aligns himself with Yang Minghua, we may have to act preemptively." Sterling trembled, but merely responded, "Yes, my lord." Zichuan Xiu discerned his unease. "I hope it does not come to that. I do not wish to have Zichuan Xiu as a formidable adversary." "Are you aware of Zichuan Xiu's martial prowess?" he inquired. "I only know that Lord Yuansheng once taught him the basics of the ripple technique. After he went to the Far East, I lost track of him." Zichuan Xiu's expression turned grave. "He certainly has other instructors. My brother once reported that he buried himself in sand, holding his breath for 4 hours, and managed to assassinate the commanding general of the demon army amidst a sea of enemies. 2 top-tier masters fell before him with a single strike, leaving him hardly any chance to fight back, yet he escaped unscathed from the encirclement of thousands of demons. Such a formidable master. I doubt my late brother could have trained him." Sterling remained silent. Zichuan Xiu shifted the topic. "What are your thoughts on Yang Minghua's decision to send Di Lin to the Far East?" Sterling replied earnestly. I can only surmise that Yang Minghua's move indicates he does not yet intend to sever ties with us. Di Lin is one of his most trusted and capable generals. If Yang Minghua planned to strike, he would certainly employ someone as valiant as Di Lin. The moment he recalls Di Lin, it will signal his intent to act. He paused, adding, I fear my understanding is shallow, and that is all I can conceive. Good, you have contemplated deeply, Zichuan Xiu smiled. But perhaps you are being a bit too optimistic. Have you considered Yang Minghua's perspective? Please enlighten me, my lord. While we are concerned about Yang Minghua turning against us, he must also be wary of us. In this tense moment, he dares to send away his most trusted general. Do you not find that curious? Ah, indeed. So, after much thought, I can only conclude there are two possibilities that would embolden Yang Minghua to act this way. Pray tell, Zichuan Xiu urged. The first possibility is that Yang Minghua has discovered Di Lin's true identity and seeks to remove him from the equation. Yet this does not align with Yang Minghua's character. He is not known for his patience or mercy. Surely, it would be simpler for him to eliminate Di Lin and dispose of the body in the moat. The second possibility is, Yang Minghua possesses hidden strengths unknown to us, Zichuan Xiu proclaimed, emphasizing each word. He undoubtedly does, otherwise, he would not be so audacious. Moreover, this elusive master must meet three criteria. First, he must possess exceptional martial prowess. Second, he must reside in the imperial capital. And third, he must not raise suspicion among others. Have you contemplated who might fulfill these conditions? A wave of anxiety washed over Sterling as he realized who Zichuan Ning suspected. The timing of Zichuan Xiu's return was too coincidental. As soon as he arrived, Di Ling was poised to depart. Apart from him, there had been no other notable masters entering the capital recently. My lord, Sterling asserted with unwavering conviction. I guarantee with my life that Zichuan Xiu is certainly not that kind of person. Sterling, it has been 3 years since you last met. People do change. People may change, but Zichuan Xiu and Di Ling. My lord, should they exhibit any wrongdoing, I shall take my own life as penance, Sterling replied with pride. Zichuan Ning fell silent. Sterling, too, found himself at a loss for words. Very well, Sterling. You must urgently persuade Zichuan Xiu to join us. He himself is a master, and his 40-odd subordinates are seasoned veterans from the Far East, renowned for their bravery and combat prowess. Though few in number, their fighting capability is formidable, constituting a significant force. With his participation, our cavalry plan will be much more attainable. Yes, my lord. I shall do my utmost. Ah. Just as Zichuan Xiu was stealthily entering Baichuan's room with the intention of pilfering his wallet, he suddenly sneezed. Who is maligning me behind my back? Oh dear, Baichuan. You are awake. What a coincidence. I never expected to find you in your own bedroom. Baichuan. Please do not regard your superior with such a gaze. Here's the situation. I awoke in the night to use the restroom, and upon returning to my room, I lost my way and inadvertently wandered into yours. It is, indeed, a perfectly reasonable explanation. As for the wallet in my hand, ha ha ha, that too is quite justifiable. Surely, you do not suspect I would steal your money? Ha ha. Alas, Baichuan, why are you reaching for your knife? Just wait a moment. I shall provide you with a perfectly reasonable explanation. Do not press me so urgently. One must be afforded some time to conjure an excuse. Help. Chapter 5. The general and the libertine under the relentless efforts of various figures. Time swiftly passed. The imperial capital remained tranquil and peaceful. Akin to the calm before a storm, half a year had elapsed. From the distant Far East, a thunderous tremor resonated, heralding the rise of a brilliant star in the military firmament. Emperor Lin, following in the footsteps of the illustrious Zichuan Xiu, achieved a second monumental victory in the war against the demon race. During the 6th Hengchuan battle, he decisively crushed the invading demon regular army, resulting in over 70,000 fatalities and nearly 50,000 captives. This marked the most significant victory for humanity since the commencement of hostilities with the demons. However, the most shocking aspect of this battle was not merely the impressive toll of the enemy, but rather Emperor Lin's brutality. He commanded the execution of all captured foes, sparing not a single life. Upon hearing the news, the chief of staff for the Eastern Army, Luobo, was taken aback and hastily rode forth to intervene. By the time he arrived, Emperor Lin greeted him with utmost respect, while simultaneously issuing orders for the decapitation of the final batch of 5,000 prisoners. When Luobo comprehended the scene before him, he was met with a landscape strewn with corpses, overwhelmed by the carnage. He shut his eyes in anguish and reproached Emperor Lin, exclaiming, Azura. The foundation that my family has tirelessly built over 2 centuries, through 7 generations, is on the brink of ruin at your hands. Historically, Emperor Lin would thereafter be known as the King of Azura. To this, Emperor Lin replied with solemnity, I am laboring to establish a legacy for my family that will endure for a millennium. News of this atrocity returned to the imperial capital, leaving the court astounded. However, due to Emperor Lin's status as a victorious hero and a trusted confidant of Yang Minghua, who was enjoying immense power at the time, only whispered criticisms emerged. No formal impeachment or condemnation was initiated. Nevertheless, private discussions continued to circulate, with even Yang Minghua himself quietly lamenting to his confidants that Emperor Lin had gone too far. He lamented too soon, for this was merely the beginning. Following the battle, Emperor Lin, unwilling to rest, immediately led 200,000 troops of the Zichuan Eastern Army in relentless pursuit towards the demon god fortress, shattering the long-standing strategic balance of offense and defense in the Far East, catching the unprepared demon border forces off guard and forcing them into a hasty retreat. Emperor Lin pressed on without relent. Along the way, any village, town, or city inhabited by non-humans that dared to resist even slightly faced immediate annihilation. He ordered the slaughter of all, regardless of age or gender, followed by setting the cities ablaze. In the wake of his army, only scorched earth and clear skies remained. Only those races that aligned closely with humanity could beseech this commander for mercy. For their survival, they were compelled to offer their wealth, supply provisions, and even send able-bodied men to join Emperor Lin's forces. With an iron grip and strict military discipline, he subdued the defiant half-beasts, werewolves, elves, snake people, and others, instilling such fear that they dared not draw attention to themselves. Yet, the iron-fisted rigor of Emperor Lin did not spare even his own soldiers of the Zichuan family. They too lamented their plight. Over 1,000 cavalrymen who retreated in the face of the enemy were executed before the entire army. More than 40 soldiers who assembled late were dragged for 5 kilometers by horses. A sentry caught sleeping on duty was whipped 50 times, in truth. He had succumbed after 20 lashes, yet the enforcers, fearing disobedience, continued until the full measure was meted out, inflicting punishment upon a corpse. Thus, under Emperor Lin's command, no one dared to defy orders, neglect their duties, or falter in the face of adversity, whenever confronted by enemies, even those formidable armored beasts. His troops charged fiercely into battle, wielding spears, sabers, swords, bows, and arrows, and even stones, fists, and teeth, refusing to retreat. The demon race exclaimed, Emperor Lin's forces are madmen. Consequently, his name became synonymous with dread and invincibility, spreading throughout the demon-controlled territories of the Far East. After he bloodied the cities of Glank, Kaz, Henglan, and Kashalki, no city dared to oppose him. Wherever his army advanced, the gates of demon cities swung open in submission, with their garrisons either fleeing in panic or surrendering their arms. Emperor Lin systematically eradicated the smaller regular forces of the demon race, while simultaneously attracting surrendering factions, his numbers swelling. By the time he reached the demon's second-largest city, Gamara, his forces had grown to an impressive 500,000. Humanity had never witnessed such a formidable offensive or such deep penetration since the war began. In Gamara, he encountered the first strong resistance since the war's inception. A young general of the demon race, possessing royal blood, Yun Xianxue, commanded 200,000 troops, fortified by robust defensive structures. At this juncture, while Emperor Lin was establishing an unparalleled legacy, Zichuan Xiu, one of the renowned Zichuan 3 heroes, was diligently laboring within the administrative office, awaiting the emergence of his newly appointed beautiful secretary. The deputy director, Zichuan Xiu, raised a placard, 38, 22, 37, I wager $100. Roger followed suit, declaring, 38, 21, 38, I too wager $100. Changchuan chimed in, 37, 22, 38, $100. However, I suspect your estimation of her bust size may be inaccurate. Based on my years of experience, it is highly likely she is wearing padding. We must inquire thoroughly. Bai Chuan. Roger added, indeed, and what of her hips? They seem to sag a bit. I believe the estimations are overly conservative. Zichuan Xiu urged. Bai Chuan, what are you waiting for? Go ask her at once. Bai Chuan retorted. What reason do I have to inquire about her measurements? Oh, that is simple. Just say it's for a census. Bai Chuan rolled his eyes at the group of lechers, then stepped out only to return and announce, 38, 22, 37. Zichuan Xiu erupted in celebration. I won. Pay up. Changchuan, begrudgingly, pulled out cash. This is absurd. How could I have miscalculated? Roger remarked, indeed, this is so dull. What game shall we play next, sir? Zichuan Xiu, contentedly counting the bills, mused. The scent of money is delightful. How about we wager on whether she is a virgin? I bet she is not. I'll wager 100. Section 6. War and Love. Ah, this is the life of a vice commander I have always envisioned. Zichuan Xiu surveyed his newly furnished, opulent office with satisfaction. Complete with an imposing desk, which concealed fine wines and risque literature within its drawers, and comfortably perched upon a genuine leather chair. He could even command his attractive secretary clad in a minuscule skirt with audacity. Fetch me that logbook from a decade ago atop the cabinet. As she climbed onto a stool, Zichuan Xiu rested his chin in his hand, gazing intently with appreciation. After all, we are all men. There is no need to be overly explicit. Moreover, the work was hardly demanding. Zichuan Xiu, as the vice commander, evidently occupied a position of little significance. His daily tasks primarily revolved around inventorying the number of chairs and teacups each legion possessed, and dispatching repairs for broken windows. Although Director Gishan had not entrusted Zichuan Xiu with significant responsibilities, he had also refrained from treating him unfairly. Zichuan Xiu sighed in contentment. Paradise. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon figures that had no place in such a paradise. Roger, Baichuan, Changchuan, what are you doing in my office? Ah, my lord, have you forgotten? We are your assistant directors. That is not what I meant. Do you not have your own office? Why are you all? Don't mention it. Our office is cramped and dilapidated, with poor lighting. It doesn't even have air conditioning. And our secretary is as hideous as a demon, my lord. Have you seen Midnight Terror? You need not buy a ticket to the cinema. Just visit our office to see our secretary. And on top of that, they don't even serve Coca-Cola. My lord, do you understand? We are samurai, overseeing hundreds of thousands in the Far East. Yet here, we are even less significant than the refugees seeking asylum. Zichuan Xiu felt a wave of dizziness. Quiet. But why is Zichuan Ning here as well? Zichuan Ning replied calmly. Oh, I am here to inspect the administrative office in my capacity as the family heir. Does Vice Director Xichuan have any objections? And why is Princess Cadden here too? Brother, you are all so selfish, frolicking about while leaving a girl all alone at home. How lonely. Do you not feel a twinge of guilt? Does your conscience not reproach you? She will certainly have thoughts upon seeing so many gathered here. Oh, Lord Xichuan, you need not worry. Cadden casually hung a sign reading meeting in progress. Please do not disturb at the door. Let them say what they want. They will praise you for your diligent work ethic, holding meetings 7 days a week. Hell. Zichuan Xiu cried in despair. What are you lamenting about, hell? A Xiu. Sterling appeared at the door, smiling as he said, Forgive me for interrupting your meeting. Not at all. Everyone rose to welcome him, except Cadden, who remained seated with poise. Since that day of farewell, Sterling had nearly visited Zichuan Ning's home daily. The others were not foolish and quickly discerned that Sterling's frequent visits were not solely due to his close relationship with Lord Xichuan, especially since Sterling himself did not attempt to conceal it. Upon arriving at Zichuan Ning's residence, he would scan the surroundings eagerly until he spotted Cadden, at which point he would visibly relax and exhale deeply. Roger once remarked to Baichuan, Look at Sterling. He resembles a love-struck schoolboy. He is utterly smitten. Baichuan replied, Indeed, who among us is not a captive of emotions? No one can escape such a fate. He then fell into a contemplative silence. Yet Cadden, one of the parties involved, appeared oblivious to Sterling's infatuation. He came and went without leaving a trace. His presence was no different from any other. While he did not reject others outright, he did not respond with any warmth either. Sterling was a prominent figure in the imperial capital, and this affair should have caused quite a stir. However, under Zichuan Xiu's oppressive authority, he summoned the household staff and subordinates, threatening fiercely, Speak of this at your peril. Even with Zichuan Ning, he rarely took on the role of an elder brother, strictly forbidding her from uttering a word to her confidant, Li Qing. Thus this matter fortunately did not escape Zichuan Ning's residence. Everyone smiled as they watched Sterling saunter in, and Changchuan quickly vacated his seat beside Cadden. Please, sit down, my lord. Sterling accepted the invitation without hesitation, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Even the notoriously shameless Zichuan Xiu had to admire his audacity. What are we discussing? Sterling addressed the group, yet his gaze was fixed solely on Cadden. Cadden did not respond, so Zichuan Xiu answered, We are discussing the situation in the Eastern Empire. He handed over a newspaper. Sterling had already perused it. Yet he feigned surprise as he unfolded it anew, nodding in agreement as if the news were exceptionally intriguing. After a few minutes, he inquired, "What do you all think?" "We believe the Empire's situation is precarious," Roger interjected, eager to present a sagacious image to his idol. "They are isolated, with no reinforcements. They are beset by formidable foes, unable to advance." "Indeed, Xiu, do you share this view?" Sterling turned to Zichuan Xiu, their eyes meeting in mutual understanding. Zichuan Xiu replied softly, "No, I believe the Empire currently possesses a strategic advantage." Sterling succinctly echoed, "I concur. But why?" Multiple voices clamored for answers simultaneously. Zichuan Xiu smiled. "You only see that Sterling is facing the city of Gamara, where 200,000 demon troops led by the renowned General Xichuan Xiu are stationed, making it seemingly impregnable. Thus, it would seem inevitable for the Empire to attack Gamara, and equally inevitable that they would fail, correct?" Sterling interjected, "But what if the Empire chooses not to assault Gamara? For instance, they could pivot southeast to launch an attack on the defensively weaker city of Ika. Capturing Ika would allow the Empire to connect with the garrison led by Vice Commander Lei Bang in the southeast, alleviating concerns about their rear and reinforcements. Furthermore, they could completely isolate nearly 5,000 square kilometers of demon territory, gradually diminishing it." Zichuan Xiu countered, "If the Empire also refrains from attacking Ika, they could advance northeast to conquer the Guisan Prairie, thereby seizing the source of the demon's magical crystals and walking dragons. The Empire could then establish a magical cavalry unit of 100,000 using the captured walking dragons and magical stones. At that point, the demons would truly be in despair." Sterling added, "Even if the Empire does not assault Guisan, they could encircle Kamala with superior forces, waiting for Xichuan Xiu's 200,000 to succumb to hunger and surrender." A silence fell over the room. Baichuan hesitated before speaking. "But this hinges on one condition. The Empire must have a continuous supply of reinforcements that cannot afford to be cut off from provisions, or they will be unable to sustain a prolonged campaign. Yet the supply line stretches over 1,000 kilometers, right through demon territory. How can they ensure this?" Zichuan Xiu exchanged glances with Sterling, both sharing a wry smile. Sterling spoke deliberately. "This issue is indeed a conundrum for us, but for the Empire, it is entirely manageable. Perhaps this is the distinction between a renowned general and a mediocre one." His tone carried an unspoken bitterness. Zichuan Xiu also chuckled wryly. "This is not a matter of ability. It is merely a difference in perspective. Do not underestimate yourself." Everyone looked expectantly at Zichuan Xiu, hoping for clarification. With a sigh, Zichuan Xiu simply stated, "Plunder locally to resolve the supply issue." The crowd quickly grasped the reality. In order to sustain a prolonged campaign, Di Lin would undoubtedly dispatch various detachments to seize every morsel of sustenance from fields, villages, towns, and cities, determined not to allow his soldiers to suffer from hunger. Therefore, if Di Lin could endure for 2 months, the beleaguered Xichuan Xiu trapped within the city would scarcely last 3 weeks. Kadong cried out sharply, "What about our civilians? Are we to let them starve to death?" All the officers of the Zichuan family turned away, unable to meet the brilliance of the young girl's gaze. Only Roger muttered softly, "War is cruel," but no one paid him any heed. The earlier sensation felt sinful. When only Zichuan Xiu and Sterling remained in the room, Zichuan Xiu whispered, in our excitement, "I nearly forgot that Kadong is an outsider." Sterling merely sighed. Zichuan Xiu continued, "If it were anyone else, I could argue my case. Have you not seen how the demon race has bullied us for centuries? This meager retaliation hardly qualifies as interest. Yet, looking into Kadong's eyes, I find myself at a loss for words." Sterling sighed again. "To be honest, Di Lin's approach in the Far East will create an insurmountable mess in the future," Zichuan Xiu remarked. "He is solely focused on immediate convenience, exterminating all the captives. Who would dare surrender to us again? They will fight to the last breath. Moreover, the slaughter of civilians and the plundering of grain are actions I cannot condone. Having lost the support of the populace, how can our family establish itself in the Far East?" Sterling remained silent, recalling Di Lin's commanding voice. "I do not require the support of those lowly people. I only need them to fear and obey. Ultimately, our dominion over the Far East is not derived from popular votes or elections, but from the swords in our hands." In truth, Sterling also disapproved of Di Lin's violent methods. Yet Di Lin was their elder brother, and while Zichuan Xiu, as a younger sibling, could voice his grievances, Sterling felt it inappropriate to condemn him from his position as the second brother. He sighed once more. "I say, Sterling, stop acting like a melancholic maiden constantly sighing. Speak up. Any recent news from the capital? Nothing of particular note. Firstly, Yang Minghua has refused to provide new equipment for the border troops, resulting in that batch falling into the hands of Lei Sun's Central Army. Secondly, our director, Xichuan, had a heated argument with Luo Minghai over this matter, claiming Yang Minghua should not disrupt the established protocol, as new equipment should traditionally be allocated to the border troops first. I find it difficult to decipher the stance of that old maid. Oh, is that so? It seems I could leverage this situation to my advantage and perhaps win her over. Zichuan Xiu cast a sidelong glance at Sterling, looking quite peculiar. Why are you looking at me like that? For heaven's sake, please restrain yourself in your pursuit of women. While you may fancy Kadong, there's no need to be so overt. I fear it may get out. Sterling was left speechless. Does Li Qing know? She merely suspects, doubting that I have taken a second woman, yet unaware of who it may be. TSK, a woman's intuition is indeed formidable. She sought my assistance through Zichuan Ning to spy on your whereabouts. I barely managed to placate her this time, but next time, I may not escape so easily. What was Kadong's reaction? You saw it. No reaction. She never grants me the opportunity to be alone with her. Zichuan Xiu exclaimed, that little vixen. How cunning. I suggest you speak directly to the commander. As long as he supports you, others will find it difficult to intervene. You needn't remain furtive. I would say so, but not at this moment. Yang Minghua and his lot will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to undermine us. If things go awry, he may even force me to resign in disgrace. Moreover, I do not wish to distract the commander from his crucial duties at this time. Indeed, Zichuan Xiu gazed at Sterling's face, which had grown gaunt, his cheekbones prominent, and his eyes deeply sunken. He could not comprehend the extent of his dear friend's anguish over love, all while feigning nonchalance as he tackled the burdensome military affairs and engaged in the intricate power struggles with Yang Minghua's faction. He felt a profound sympathy for Sterling and admired his unwavering resolve, even pondering, if it were me, I could not endure such torment. Thankfully, I am not prone to such folly. What is love? Bah! Those young women loitering beneath the grand hotel in the capital. Are they not all as beautiful as celestial beings? 300 yuan a night? Why complicate matters with love? Section 7. A storm approaches in the frigid winter of February in the year 779 of the Empire. The conflict in the Far East underwent a significant turn, as the forces of Imperial Lin besieged the 200,000 troops of the demon race, led by Gamala and Yun Xinxue. A new adversary emerged from the depths of the demon kingdom. The second prince of the demon race, Kalin, arrived with 20,000 elite guards to reinforce Yun Xinxue. After several tentative skirmishes, Imperial Lin recognized that this opponent was unlike any he had previously encountered. The elite guards of the demon race surpassed ordinary troops in morale, combat effectiveness, and loyalty. Fearing an ambush from both Yun Xinxue and Kalin, coupled with the challenges faced by human forces in winter warfare and the increasingly difficult logistics of supplying food, Imperial Lin made the decisive choice to retreat. The orderly withdrawal of his troops, their impressive formation, and the unwavering resolve of the vanguard and rearguard prevented Kalin and Yun Xinxue from launching a reckless assault. Rather than pursuing, they respectfully followed the retreating forces to the Hengchuan line, where both sides resumed their original positions, bringing an end to this military campaign, which would later be referred to as the First Great Expedition. The battle resulted in the loss of over 51,000 soldiers from the Zichuan family, with 116,000 wounded. Among the deceased, over 30,000 were non-human soldiers forcibly conscripted by Imperial Lin, and more than 80,000 of the injured belonged to non-human races. In contrast, the demon army suffered a staggering toll of 273,000 dead and 288,000 wounded. Among the deceased, over 156,000 were slaughtered after surrender. However, these figures only reflect military losses, according to later accounts by the historian Tang Chuan of the Zichuan family. During the First Great Expedition led by the Crimson Banners of Imperial Lin, 5 major cities and 72 towns of the demon race were ravaged and incinerated, with over 200 rural villages also destroyed. The direct, those collectively massacred, and indirect, those who perished from starvation or exposure after having their winter provisions seized. Deaths among the demon and other non-human civilians reached as high as 1,800,000. Later, many scholars criticized Tang Chuan's account as overly conservative, arguing that his perspective was biased. He himself received a salary from the Zichuan family, leading to suspicions of his attempts to glorify the family's predecessors, especially Imperial Lin. The entire western border of the demon race was subjected to a brutal cleansing by Imperial Lin's sword and fire, leaving it in a state of disarray that would take a century to recover. The animosity harbored by the demon race and other non-human races towards humanity reached unprecedented depths, a deep-seated hatred that, even after the Zichuan family established dominion over the Far East and implemented benevolent governance, remained unassuaged. Only when the figure known as the Radiant King, Zichuan Xiu, returned to the Far East did interactions between various races and humanity begin anew. At this juncture, Imperial Lin was hailed by some as the new war god of the family, the first general of the lineage after Yelimiai, whose accomplishments were unparalleled. Yet others vilified him as a cold-blooded maniac, a butcher, a king of murder. He himself remained indifferent, returning to the Valen Eastern Army Command to receive his promotion to deputy commander and a Medal of Honor for his military achievements. On March 11, 779 of the Empire, Commander Yang Minghua proposed to General Zichuan Sanqing that, considering the prolonged warfare and the exhaustion of Deputy Commander Imperial Lin and his subordinates, the family ought to reward those who had served valiantly. He suggested recalling Deputy Commander Imperial Lin to the imperial capital for commendation and rest, along with his 5,000 meritorious soldiers. On March 12, General Zichuan Sanqing succinctly approved the proposal. On March 19, Imperial Lin received the directive and set forth from Valen Fortress with 50,000 commendable soldiers, marching towards the imperial capital. In a secret chamber of the command office, Yang Minghua slowly savored a glass of wine and confidently told Luo Minghai, "Once Imperial Lin returns, at that time, you shall be the new commander." Noticing the hint of jealousy in the expression of Central Army Commander Lei Sun, Yang Minghua reassured him, "Do not fret. Once I ascend, the position of general will be yours." Luo Minghai merely nodded coldly. "Thank you for your patronage, my lord." Gratefully, Lei Sun addressed Yang Minghua. "Your lordship's generosity is overwhelming. How can I repay such kindness? However, I believe it suffices for us to execute the actions without waiting for Imperial Lin's return. This fellow is too arrogant to command." Yang Minghua laughed heartily. "Lei Sun, you are envious. My recall of Imperial Lin serves a purpose, so do not overthink it. He is still quite valuable." Ha. In the residence of General Zichuan Sanqing, he spoke to Zichuan Ning. "Brother, I have heard that Imperial Lin is bringing back 50,000 troops. What are you searching for?" "Oh, the bill for the furniture damaged during our last duel. It was supposed to be Imperial Lin's responsibility, yet it fell upon me. It amounts to over 7,000, plus half a year's interest. Ning, shall we calculate the interest based on the official rate or the black market rate? For the sake of our long-standing friendship, I shall refrain from compounding the interest. However, even with compounded interest, he wouldn't be impoverished, would he? I have heard he is embezzling in the Far East, leaving the poor demon race in utter despair." Chapter 8. Affection. The captain of the Imperial Guard, Capra, handed a letter to Dilling. "It just arrived," he said. Dilling unfolded the letter, revealing a single line. "Yuan Ming will publicly announce the meeting with the Emperor and Empress at the Central Park tomorrow." He furrowed his brow and nodded, understanding the situation. Capra discreetly withdrew. "What kind of letter is this, arriving so promptly after your return to the capital?" Lin Xiujia, his beautiful and virtuous wife, approached him. Dilling intended to conceal the letter but realized it was too late. "A love letter?" Lin Xiujia teased. Dilling's normally stoic face, as cold as ice, rarely displayed a smile. But now it softened. "I love only you." He handed her the letter. "You're joking. You truly lack a sense of humor." Lin Xiujia chided playfully, though her heart swelled with sweetness akin to honey. "Is it an official letter? Then I should see it. No worries. I have no secrets from you." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiujia felt as if she might melt from happiness. She realized that agreeing to Dilling's proposal had been the wisest decision of her life. She was fortunate to have chosen him. Dilling was youthful, handsome, and exceptionally talented, holding a prominent position of power. Countless beautiful young women were drawn to this strikingly alluring nobleman, now a vice commander, attempting to win his affection. Yet, they all encountered an impenetrable iceberg, a barrier formed by Dilling's indifference and calm demeanor. In the capital, an adage circulated among unmarried women: "Dilling is an insurmountable iceberg." Unfortunately, they failed to witness his demeanor at home. Lin Xiujia smiled sweetly. Which husband, 2 years into marriage, still harbored such profound love and tenderness for his wife? While others claimed that marriage was the grave of love, Lin Xiujia perceived it as a paradise, for she had wed a nearly flawless husband, almost flawless, save for his perilously dual identity, which often left her in a state of constant worry. What did Yuan Ming will publicly announce the meeting with the Emperor and Empress at the Central Park tomorrow mean? Dilling explained, "This is a jumping letter code. Try reading it one character at a time. Yuan Gong, Yang Zhong. Later will Tian Ming. She still didn't comprehend. Dilling mischievously winked. Try reading it backwards. Tomorrow after the meeting at Central Park. Oh, I understand now. Someone is asking you to meet at Central Park after the meeting tomorrow. Seeing Dilling's smiling lips, she leaped into his embrace, playfully striking his broad chest. I'm not going. You must be teasing someone again. Dilling feigned indignation, rolling up his sleeves and looking around fiercely. Who dares to say my wife, Lin Xiujia, is foolish? Step forward. I shall confront them. Lin Xiujia couldn't help but burst into laughter at his antics. Dilling gently pulled her into his arms again. How could that be? My wife, Dilling's, is the smartest of all. Lin Xiujia felt a wave of happiness wash over her. But a question lingered in her mind. Who sent the letter? Oh, just a self-important fool. Dilling smiled warmly, a stark contrast to his usually aloof demeanor. Zichuan Xiu. Lin Xiujia guessed immediately. Dilling chuckled. I'm delighted that we share the same opinion about him. In truth, Zichuan Xiu's cryptic antics were utterly futile. Once the letter fell into Yang Minghua's hands, an expert could decipher such a rudimentary code in under a minute. Zichuan Xiu's penchant for complicating matters stemmed from his innate desire to create intrigue. As he put it, this is how secret work ought to be done. He insisted on using codes for correspondence among Dilling, Sterling, and himself, with each cipher varying, sometimes skipping one character, sometimes two, sometimes following an arithmetic sequence, and other times a geometric sequence, even reversing or skipping in between. As a result, the true victims were Dilling and Sterling, left bewildered by letters that resembled gibberish. Often they exerted immense effort to decipher the codes, only to find messages like, "The weather is splendid today. I ate too much watermelon and nearly had an upset stomach." A delightful lady visited the Tianming restaurant, though she pretended to be quite prim. "Sterling, could you delay repaying the money you owe me for 3 months?" Lin Xiujia's expression turned sour. It's him again, always dragging you into dangerous affairs. I don't understand why, among the three of you, you were assigned to be the undercover agent. You always claim they are friends, yet the most perilous tasks fall to you. Noticing Dilling's face had grown cold, she wisely chose to remain silent. Dilling gazed out the window at the drifting white clouds against the blue sky, his demeanor tranquil as still water. Lin Xiujia dared not utter a word. She understood that, despite her husband's unwavering devotion and affection, there existed an untouchable sanctum within his heart. After a long pause, Dilling sighed. Zichuan Xiu and Sterling are not my friends. They are my brothers. I did not hear what you just said. Lin Xiujia nodded obediently. I was wrong to speak out of turn. Nothing to worry about, just. Dilling struggled to find the words, but gently kissed Lin Xiujia. You should rest now. Once Lin Xiujia exited the study, Dilling quietly completed his earlier thought. It's just that you don't understand the bond we three share. Though it's difficult to explain to a woman what true brotherhood means. Chapter 1. Bloodshed, what a spectacle. Roger. Attending a meeting for the first time with family samurai and higher-ranking officers, was awestruck by the solemn grandeur of the family assembly hall. The vast and imposing chamber, accommodating over 1,000 senior officers, was adorned with a uniform expanse of crimson carpets. The walls were embellished with thousands of lifelike sculptures, while the ceilings soared high, evoking a sense of trepidation. Countless crystal chandeliers hung like stars scattered across the night sky. How large is this assembly hall? Asked Shirakawa of his companion, Sterling. Sterling chuckled. I have no idea. However, there is a legend that once a samurai, delayed in his arrival, searched in vain for his infantry division only to discover the entire troop of over 3,000 had been waiting in the left corridor of the hall. Wow! Longchuan exclaimed. Who is that dashing and somewhat peculiar figure in the grand portrait hanging in the center? Mind your tongue. That is the esteemed founder of our family, Lord Shikawa Yunch. Where did Lord Xiuchuan go? Lord Xiuchuan, why are you squatting in the corner? Oh, I thought these gilded decorations could be pried loose. But they are embedded too firmly. Shikawa Xiu surveyed the surroundings, noting that the meeting had yet to commence. Over 1,000 senior officers were milling about, engaging in idle chatter. He queried Sterling, Isn't your guard responsible for maintaining order today? Sterling smiled. Young Mingwa wouldn't trust us with that duty today. It's the gendarmerie from the inspection bureau overseeing order. Shikawa Xiu nodded. The chief inspector, Xiao Long, had always maintained neutrality. Only he could ensure that both sides would be amenable to his presence. Someone approached Shikawa Xiu, greeting him warmly. Long time no see, a Xiu. Turning, Shikawa Xiu replied. Lord Dre, indeed it has been too long. Dre, the deputy commander of the Black Flag Army. had fought alongside Xichuan Xiu 6 years prior during the counteroffensive against the Lufeng clan. He smilingly introduced his son, Dekai, to Xichuan Xiu. "This is my son, Dekai," experiencing such a grand occasion for the first time. "I hope you and Lord Sterling can guide him in the future." Dekai was a very young lad, his cheeks barely adorned with the beginnings of stubble, radiating a hint of shyness and introversion. After bowing respectfully to Xichuan Xiu and Sterling, he found himself at a loss for words, offering a sheepish smile. Sterling praised, "Your son is brimming with potential. He is destined for greatness." Xichuan Xiu, with a mischievous grin, quipped, "The lad is quite handsome, almost rivaling my own youth. Lord Dre, is he truly your offspring? I see little resemblance." Dre burst into laughter. "Once we silence that tongue of yours, our family will be rid of half its mischief. And where might the other half reside? All with our esteemed commander-in-chief." They shared a knowing laugh before Dre excused himself to mingle with other senior officers. The bell tolled, signaling the commencement of the meeting. 6 commanders took their seats at the dais: Luoming Hai, Godingxing, Lei Sin, Fang Jing, Ming Hui, and Pai Gu. However, the seats for the commander-in-chief and the chief of staff remained vacant. It had been a considerable time since Commander Xichuan Sanqing had attended a full assembly. Thus, no one anticipated his presence this time. Yang Minghua appeared punctually at the podium, yet Xichuan Xiu and Sterling were taken aback to see Di Ling seated beside him. Di Ling had returned, but had not contacted Xichuan Xiu. They exchanged glances, both sensing the unease in the other's eyes. Yang Minghua, unperturbed, settled into the chair designated for the chief of staff beneath the portrait of Xichuan Yun, smiling as if it were the most natural occurrence. A wave of discomfort rippled through the assembly as the senior officers gazed incredulously at Yang Minghua, all sharing the same thought. Has he lost his mind? Xichuan Xiu whispered to Sterling. He is rallying support for his rebellion. Indeed, Sterling agreed. He seeks to gauge if any of the senior officers dare oppose him. At that moment, the main doors swung open, and Commander Xichuan Sanqing's figure appeared at the entrance. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the hall as officers glared at Xichuan Sanqing, seething with indignation at this blatant provocation. They then glanced at Yang Minghua, who remained composed. Showing no intention of yielding his position, the oppressive silence seemed poised to stretch indefinitely. With a stomp of his foot, Xichuan Sanqing turned and exited the assembly hall. Nearly everyone let out a secret sigh of relief, grateful that a confrontation hadn't erupted and that the fade of peace could be maintained, thus sparing them from immediate choices. Sterling clenched his fists. An insult to the master is an insult to the servant. He could hardly bear to witness such affront to the chief of staff. He was ready to confront Yang Minghua, willing to face the consequences. A steady hand pressed upon his shoulder, and Xichuan Xiu's calm voice urged, "Preserve your strength. Await your moment to act." Yang Minghua began to speak. "Esteemed colleagues, we shall now commence this year's assembly of samurai," and above he announced the meeting's initiation as if nothing had transpired. "Your Excellency, I beg your pardon, but you seem to be seated incorrectly." All heads turned towards the source of the voice. A youthful samurai stood, his innocence still evident, speaking shyly. Xichuan Xiu and Sterling were taken aback. It was Dre's son, Dekai. "Oh." Yang Minghua raised an eyebrow. "This colleague appears unfamiliar. Are you suggesting I am in the wrong seat?" Dekai, speaking for the first time in such a grand setting and challenging such a high-ranking figure, stammered slightly. "I am Dekai, a samurai of the Black Flag Army. Please, Your Excellency, do not take offense. I mean no harm. It is possible you inadvertently occupied the wrong seat. However, it is my belief that you should have yielded to the chief of staff." In accordance with protocol, his father, Dre, immediately stood, scolding him, aka, "Have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you spouting? Apologize to His Excellency and sit down at once." "Very well, Lord Dekai, I comprehend your perspective, but please, do not disrupt the proceedings. This is a serious gathering," Yang Minghua remarked, casting a glance at Di Ling, conveying an ominous significance. "Yes, I have been disrespectful. I apologize," Dekai stammered. His face flushed. He was uncertain of the reason behind his apology. He could say no more as a slender blade pierced his youthful, warm, and robust chest, retracting swiftly and leaving a spray of crimson in its wake. Staring in disbelief at the spreading stain upon his chest, he watched as Di Ling methodically wiped the blood from his sword, his eyes widening in shock. He collapsed, his eyes still wide and filled with innocence and dreams. Dre, the deputy commander, roared in fury, lunging at Di Ling, only to receive a devastating blow from behind. Blood erupting forth as he fell to the ground, seemingly lifeless. Lei Sun had stealthily approached, delivering a fatal strike. An uproar ensued as officers struggled to believe their eyes. In such a setting, Yang Minghua's faction had audaciously committed murder, slaying both father and son of the Dre family, high-ranking officers of the clan. Several officers from the Black Flag Army rose in defiance. A thunderous roar resounded within the conference hall, causing everyone's eardrums to ache and their heads to spin. Lei Sun stood proudly at the very center of the chamber, his form embodying a colossal tempest, emitting a low, resonant hum. The immense currents of air swirled throughout the hall, compelling those near him to squint against the force, their stability compromised. The tightly shut doors, unable to withstand such a dreadful power, burst open with a resounding crack. Even more astonishing was the fact that he ascended into the air, gazing down upon the assembly. A formidable aura of menace enveloping the venue. This was the terrifying pinnacle of the wind and thunder divine art. Indeed, the foremost expert of the family, as the reputation suggests, murmured Sterling. Zichuan Xiu smirked. He is hardly more than a ceiling fan, floating in the air. I might as well call him a chandelier. The officers were awed into submission by Lei Sun's imposing presence, too intimidated to act. Yang Minghua rose on the dais, surveying the hall with an authoritative glare, as if seeking the next foolhardy soul daring enough to challenge his supremacy. No one dared to meet his fierce gaze. Even Zichuan Xiu and Sterling instinctively averted their eyes. It dawned on Sterling that sheer brutality could indeed serve as a form of authority. The haunting image of that youth, whose eyes remained wide open in death, lingered painfully before him, a gaze that would not close. Lin, why would you commit such acts? Very well, let us proceed, Yang Minghua declared. A palpable silence enveloped the assembly. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking, these despicable wretches, they truly do not comprehend fear until faced with it. Then, a female voice abruptly interrupted him. I bring forth an accusation. I accuse Vice Commander Lin of the Eastern Army of the deliberate murder of the Black Flag Army's Kaibanshaik, Dekel. I accuse Central Army Commander Lei Sun of the intentional murder of Black Flag Army Vice Commander Dre. I accuse Family President Yang Minghua of orchestrating these two cold-blooded assassinations from behind the scenes. He must bear the responsibility for these crimes. I, Bai Chuan, Assistant of the Administrative Office, hereby formally submit this accusation to the Family Inspector, Lord Xiaolong. Should this be false, I am prepared to accept full responsibility. Her voice, clear yet trembling with anxiety, echoed through the silent conference hall. Amongst the over 1,000 distinguished men present at the Zichuan family's high-ranking military meeting, they felt a sense of shame and humility in the face of one woman's courage and righteousness. The date of this gathering was the 26th of March in the 779th year of the Empire. This day would later be recorded in the annals of family history as the Night of Blood in the imperial capital. The warm blood flowing through the conference hall would, by the late hours of that very day, converge into a vast ocean, overwhelming all. The tragic saga of the Zichuan family, spanning a century, would thus be ignited by the crimson of that night. Chapter 2. Prelude to bloodshed. At this moment, the position of the Inspector General, Xiaolong, was of paramount importance. Not due to his elevated status as the seventh leader of the family, surpassing the other six, nor because of his significant power as he independently managed the inspection affairs. Unbound by the control of the leadership office and President Yang Minghua, and certainly not because of his reputation for fairness, strict law enforcement, and the high regard in which he was held by the family. Rather, it was solely because he commanded the several thousand gendarmerie troops present at the venue. Whichever side he favored, the fully armed elite gendarmes would rally to that cause, and in the ensuing conflict, even the most formidable martial prowess would be futile. Moreover, everyone had undergone a security check prior to the meeting, leaving them entirely unarmed, and not a match for the well-organized and numerous gendarmerie forces. All eyes were fixed on Xiaolong in the front row, eager to see his reaction to the accusations against Bai Chuan. Sterling's complexion was ashen. He had already surmised Xiaolong's stance. How had the sword of the Central Army been brought into the venue? Xiaolong's stern visage was as pale as a mask. And, facing the anticipation of the crowd, he slowly began to speak. There is no murder case. Therefore, there is no need for an investigation. And the accusations are not accepted. The murder that had unfolded right before him, with two corpses still lying there, he claimed there was no murder. At this moment, everyone grasped Xiaolong's position. If the Inspector General asserted there was no murder, then even if it existed, it would be rendered non-existent. Yang Minghua's countenance darkened with anger. He could no longer maintain decorum. His hatred for Baichuan had reached its zenith, with everyone else having succumbed. This obstinate woman continued to cause chaos. He exchanged a second glance with Di Ling, with a sinister grin, advanced towards Baichuan, as if the tragic fate of the Deca clan was about to repeat itself. Zichuan Xiu, Roger, and Chang Chuan immediately stood, blocking Di Ling's path. Upon seeing Zichuan Xiu, Di Ling hesitated, momentarily at a loss. Meanwhile, Sterling was intently observing Lei Sun's every move, fearful he might attempt another surprise attack. At Xiaolong's command, a contingent of gendarmes armed with crossbows and spears surged into the venue, encircling Zichuan Xiu and Sterling's group, their arrows aimed directly at them. The atmosphere was tense, charged with potential violence. At this moment, Gudingxing's gentle voice resonated. Inspector General Xiaolong believes there is no need for an investigation. I beg to differ. This matter requires scrutiny. I propose we have a vote. Those who deem an investigation necessary, please raise your hands. As he spoke, Gudingxing not only raised his hand, but also stood up at the podium. His words were skillfully phrased. He merely suggested a vote on the necessity of an investigation, refraining from directly accusing Yang Minghua of being the murderer, thus avoiding cornering him too hastily and leaving him an avenue for retreat. Officers from the Far East Army, agitated by Yang Minghua's actions, promptly rose in support, emboldened by Gudingxing's esteemed presence. The Far East Army, being the family's largest military corps, now comprised nearly half of those standing in the venue. And Yang Minghua's expression shifted dramatically. Ming Hui, the commander of the Border Defense Army seated at the podium, sneered at Yang Minghua. I also wholeheartedly agree with Lord Gudingxing. The commander of the Black Flag Army, Fang Jing, stood silently, his expression fluctuating ominously. The deceased were all members of the Black Flag Army, his subordinates, evoking his profound grief and anger. Even Pai Gu, the guard commander often thought to be senile, trembled as he stood to voice his protest. A chorus of voices rose from the audience as nearly everyone stood in unison, directing their furious gazes at Yang Minghua on the podium. His tyrannical cruelty had incited public outrage. Even within Yang Minghua's own central military faction, many stood in protest. The only ones remaining seated at the podium were Yang Minghua's confidants, Lei Sun and Luo Minghai, facing an ocean of ire. On Zichuan Xiu's side, countless officers from the Far East Army, Black Flag Army, Border Defense, and Guards, whether familiar or unfamiliar, stood resolutely beside them, barehanded yet undaunted, using their bodies to shield Baichuan from the gendarmes' arrows. They formed a human wall, encircling Baichuan, defiantly challenging the gendarmes with silent glances. Come on, shoot. Do you dare? Faced with this fervent display of anger, even the well-drilled elite gendarmes began to falter. Sterling, overwhelmed with emotion, spoke to Zichuan Xiu. Justice resides in the hearts of the people. To which Zichuan Xiu retorted with sarcasm, indeed. Justice is like a timid girl. She only dares to show herself when surrounded by sufficient companions. I seldom witness justice standing alone. Yang Minghua, confronted by this tide of fury, felt for the first time his insignificance. Enraged and humiliated, he gestured threateningly toward Xiaolong, distinctly signaling, kill. However, Inspector General Xiaolong contemplated the situation. This was no longer a matter concerning the Far East Army or the Guards alone. If he were to act against the more than 1,000 senior officers representing nearly the entirety of the family's armed forces, the consequences would be dire, and the ensuing retaliation would be ferocious. As the orchestrator of a massacre, he would find no refuge in the vast world. Moreover, among those 1,000, there were undoubtedly experts. His gendarmerie might not guarantee victory. It was simply not worth wading through this murky water with Yang Minghua. With a sigh, he ordered the gendarmerie to withdraw. Following suit, the venue erupted in cheers, with voices rising in unison. Yang Minghua, get lost. Instantly, hundreds echoed back. Yang Minghua, get lost. The momentum was overwhelming. Yang Minghua stood, attempting to identify the source of the shouts, hoping to intimidate the instigator with his authority. Yet, as he surveyed the crowd, all he encountered were fearless faces and furious gazes. He glanced back at the figures on the podium. Gudingxing wore a bemused expression. Seemingly delighted to hear Yang Minghua being denounced, Minghui averted his gaze, turning away. Fang Jing's eyes blazed with hatred. Luo Minghai's typically cold demeanor revealed a hint of unease. Only Lei Sun leaned in to whisper, My lord, the Central Army remains under our control. Please trust in our loyalty. Yang Minghua nodded, gritting his teeth, and exited the venue. Lei Sun, Di Ling, and Luo Minghai followed suit. The applause thundered. The crowd rejoiced as if they had completely vanquished Yang Minghua, oblivious to the fact that the 170,000 elite Central Army still held sway over the entire imperial capital. Upon exiting the venue, everyone realized the atmosphere was tense. Troops mobilizing along the streets were fully armed, all bearing the banner of the Central Army. The once tranquil and harmonious imperial capital had transformed into a battleground. The mounted police, under orders from the leadership office, loudly proclaimed along the streets, by command of the leadership office, a curfew is to be enforced in the imperial capital tonight. Residents are prohibited from venturing out after 8 o'clock. Violators will be dealt with lethally. Passers-by hurriedly dispersed, creating a scene of chaos. Guangxing, flanked by a large entourage of guards, approached Zichuan Xiu and Sterling. Sterling, a Xiu, I must return to Far East Vallon immediately. Would you care to accompany me? Zichuan Xiu and Sterling exchanged glances, and Zichuan Xiu resolutely replied, No, my lord, we shall remain. Guangxing was not at all surprised. He had anticipated this response. He extended his hands toward them. Tonight in the imperial capital, heads will roll, take care. Zichuan Xiu and Sterling tightly clasped the frail yet warm hands of Guangxing. A wave of warmth washing over them. It was Guangxing who had once again safeguarded them today. This feeble and ailing individual was, in truth, the cornerstone of their family, an invaluable treasure. He was now set to return to the Far East, not out of fear for his own life, but to gain command over the army, thus enabling him to better contend with Yang Minghua, just as Zichuan Xiu and Sterling chose to remain. It was all in fervent loyalty to their family. My lord, the journey is arduous. Please take care of your health. Zichuan Xiu earnestly implored. Sterling also expressed his gratitude, stating, The debt of your life-saving grace is immeasurable. I am at a loss for how to repay it. Please take care on your journey. Guangxing smiled. We shall meet again, I assure you. His gaze turned to the side where Baichuan stood. This young lady is quite courageous. Do take good care of her tonight. With the hero's bold spirit, Baichuan was already moved to tears. She could only bow deeply to Guangxing, expressing her heartfelt gratitude for his life-saving act. Watching Guangxing's cavalry depart, Zichuan Xiu inquired of Sterling, Where do we go now? To Central Park, to meet Dilling. Sterling replied, his countenance already darkening. Dilling had long arrived, and was displaying signs of impatience. Upon seeing Sterling's fierce demeanor, Dilling interjected, If you were in my position, what would you have done? Zichuan Xiu and Sterling were momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. At that moment, my only option was to eliminate that loquacious samurai. Otherwise, Yang Minghua would have immediately suspected me, rendering our years of effort futile. Why didn't you eliminate us too, standing before Baichuan, to gain Yang Minghua's trust? Sterling retorted coldly. Dilling sighed, For the sake of my safety and that of everyone, he had to die. Sterling replied sarcastically, For your own interests. You can slaughter the loyal servants of the family? Dilling responded without hesitation, As long as I survive, I would not hesitate to eradicate the entire world. The conversation could not proceed further, both turning away in anger. Zichuan Xiu found himself at a loss as to which side to take. Rationally, he understood the necessity of Dilling's actions, yet emotionally, he struggled to accept Dilling's callous demeanor following the act of murder. He attempted to mediate, All right. This is not the time for quarrels. Sterling, if we continue bickering, the dead will not rise again. At most, we can visit him with incense on festive days. Zichuan Xiu then addressed Dilling, You brought this trouble upon us. Yang Minghua instructed you to punish Deke. Why did you not stab him in the rear or thigh instead of the chest? Both Sterling and Dilling could not suppress a laugh. Dilling sighed in resignation. I could eliminate everyone in the world, except for you two. For someone as proud as him. This was a form of surrender and apology. In truth, whenever the three had quarrels, Sterling always emerged victorious, with the others capitulating, for Sterling consistently stood on the side of righteousness. What is your current situation? I have brought back 50,000 soldiers from the Far East, absolutely obedient to my command. At my call to strike, even the mightiest would charge into battle. Stationed just outside the capital, can your army enter the city? Not at all. The city defenses are guarded by Lei Sun's Central Army. There is no reason we cannot enter. Indeed, Yang Minghua has already ordered me to lead a pursuit against Guangxing. Sterling expressed his disappointment. If we cannot enter the city, then it is futile. Can we force our way in? Dilling replied curtly, Go ahead and try to attack the capital, which is defended by 170,000 troops, with your 50,000. No, it is useful. Zichuan Xiu revealed a cunning smile. I have an idea. Let's see how it goes. It is no wonder some say Xiu is the most difficult to deal with. Dilling nodded in satisfaction. Indeed. You are the family's foremost strategist. This little rascal is truly cunning. Sterling hesitated. However, this plan does not align with Lord Zichuan's cavalry strategy, and it is quite risky. The chances of success are slim. Bah, what are we still adhering to plans for? With everyone facing doom tonight. A glimmer of hope is better than sitting idly by. All right, Sterling resolved, then we shall proceed. He uttered a rare curse. Dilling stated, as soon as the sun sets. The Central Army will seal the city gates. Let us act then. They all turned to gaze at the sun. The sunset painted the city of the capital in a blood-red hue. Sterling asserted, this is a good omen. Justice will prevail. Dilling scoffed, whose blood will stain the long streets of the capital tonight? Zichuan Xiu murmured, that certainly does not concern me. I am anemic and have no blood to spare as paint for the streets. I hear Yang Minghua, however, suffers from high blood pressure. Chapter 3. Assassination or situation. Now, does everyone understand? In the residence of Zichuan Ning, Zichuan Xiu gathered his subordinates, including Roger, Baichuan, and Xichuan, for a discussion. All the subordinates nodded affirmatively, signaling their comprehension. I am the mortal enemy of President Yang Minghua. Where do you choose to stand? Roger, we originally had no grievances with President Yang Minghua. Baichuan, however, since he is your adversary, my lord. Xichuan, then we will undoubtedly choose. The three spoke in unison. Support the president, overthrow Zichuan Xiu. After enduring so much humiliation, we finally have the chance to retaliate. Indeed, let alone Yang Minghua. If you, Zichuan Xiu, have enmity with hell, we would unhesitatingly pledge allegiance to the king of hell. All right, everyone. Do not act impulsively. I will grant you the freedom of choice. I will turn around and count to 10. Those who do not support me may leave through the door, and we shall part amicably. After 10 counts, those who remain will be considered as resolutely following and supporting me. Hey, Roger. I haven't even begun to turn and count when you started running. That is quite disrespectful. I assent it? All right, I shall begin counting. 1, 3, 5, 6, 8. No, you're counting too quickly, cheating. I haven't had the chance to run yet. Again. 1, 2, 3. Oh dear, Xichuan. I can't open the door. 4, 5. Oh no, that scoundrel locked the door. We can't get out. He never intended to let us leave. 7, 8. Baichuan, hurry and open the door. I left the key in the room. There is no time. Roger, you're big. Break the door down. Roger, hurry and charge. Or it will be too late. We'll fall into Zichuan Xiu's hands again. 9. Bang. The sound of Roger crashing against the door. It hurts so much. What is this door made of? So hard. 10. Zichuan Xiu turned back to explain. This door is made of safe materials, looks like no one is left. Which truly comforts me. True feelings emerge in times of crisis, and loyalty is revealed in adversity. At this critical moment, everyone's unwavering loyalty to me, Zichuan Xiu, moves me deeply. Tears are almost welling up. Zichuan Xiu wiped his nose. My lord. The secretary knocked on the door of Commander Lei Sun's office. Deputy Commander Di Ling requests an audience. Oh, understood. Lei Sun felt a twinge of displeasure. That inexperienced boy, Di Ling, is increasingly favored by Yang Minghua, becoming arrogant after winning a few battles against the demon race. At just over 20, he has already become a deputy commander. Who knows, he might surpass my position in the future. He glanced at the clock. It was already 7 in the evening. In an hour, the curfew would begin, and the operation to besiege the general's residence would soon commence. Why is Di Ling seeking me at this hour? Let him in. Di Ling entered the office, respectfully saluting Lei Sun, shedding the usual arrogant demeanor, which made Lei Sun feel somewhat at ease. Di Ling, what time is it now? You should be engaged in serious matters. Did you need something? By serious matters, Lei Sun meant hunting down Guangxi. Oh, my lord. The situation is as follows. During my time in the Far East, I achieved some significant gains while battling the demon race, and I wish to present them as tribute to you, to express a small token of my esteem. Lei Sun's tense expression immediately softened, and his tone became more amiable. Oh, in that case, you were too courteous, Your Excellency Di Ling. How considerate of you. Who doesn't he know you've stripped the demon race bare in the Far East, leaving no grass to grow, naturally reaping a substantial profit. However, as a public servant, it is truly inconvenient for me to accept your kind gesture. Don't try to appease me with worthless magical stones or sparkling gems. I have no need for trifles. Di Ling looked at Lei Sun with admiration akin to gazing at a towering mountain. Commander Lei, your noble integrity truly inspires deep respect in his juniors. However, These humble offerings were prepared solely for you, my lord, so please, for the sake of face, accept them. He leaned closer to Lei Sun and whispered, this is not something one encounters every day. It was seized from a demon noble who never had the chance to escape after I captured Kashlai, and it is of absolutely immense value. Di Ling flattered him. This lad is rather astute. Ah, your excellency Di Ling, you truly put me in a difficult position. You must know that I generally do not accept gifts due to their insignificance. Very well, this time, I shall make an exception for your sake. What is so extraordinary about it? Just remember, this cannot become a precedent. Di Ling smiled mysteriously. Absolutely no precedent, my lord. May I request that you allow my servant to bring in the item? Lei Sun instructed the guards to let him through. Two soldiers wearing low hats struggled to carry in a chest taller than a person, and Lei Sun contemplated. What could it be? Diamonds? Gold? Rare magical treasures? Given their labor, it must be heavy. The chest was placed on Lei Sun's desk, and Di Ling, with an air of mystery, closed the office door securely before gently unlocking the chest, smiling as he said, my lord, you will know once you open it. Unable to contain his anticipation, Lei Sun lifted the lid, only to be stunned. The chest was completely empty. He mechanically lifted his gaze to Di Ling. A sudden turn of events. A soldier standing to his left swiftly drew a knife and struck at his neck, a strike that could be described as utterly unrefined and lacking in form. The only characteristic being its speed, so fast that it defied comprehension, swifter than lightning, quicker than light. More terrifying was the fact that this attack came without warning. There was no visible movement, and in an instant, the gleaming blade was at Lei Sun's throat, seemingly birthed from the very air. Lei Sun, a top-tier expert himself, could only rely on instinct to react to such a terrifying blow. His body instinctively jerked, and he raised his left hand to block. With a swift sound, his left hand was severed at the wrist, momentarily stalling the knife's momentum, but it deeply sank into the carotid artery beneath his neck. Almost simultaneously, a soldier to Lei Sun's right lightly punched his shoulder, a touch so light that Lei Sun barely felt it. Yet, in an instant, a wave of numbness surged from his shoulder, rapidly spreading throughout his body. Every blood vessel, meridian, and breath within him froze in an instant, solidifying. Even the slightest bit of energy he had summoned for a counterattack was sealed. Whose martial prowess is so overwhelmingly formidable? In this life and death moment, the only name that flashed through Lei Sun's mind was, since Sterling has arrived, my demise is inevitable. However, I must at least alert those outside. Lei Sun summoned his last ounce of strength, trying to cry out, but he felt a chill in his throat. Unable to produce a sound, Di Ling, in a flash, pierced his throat with a sword, severing his windpipe. The final image before Lei Sun's fading consciousness was Di Ling, wielding a bloodied sword, grinning at him. He suddenly felt, this scene seems familiar. As if he had seen it somewhere before. The foremost expert of the Zichuan family, the once prominent commander of the Central Army, Lei Sun, thus stood wide-eyed, lifeless. His body erect. Whether he understood the reason before his death will forever remain unknown. The entire assassination unfolded in less than a second. Only at this moment did the hand severed by Zichuan Xiu fall to the ground with a thud. Zichuan Xiu retracted his blade, and Sterling stepped back a pace. They are seasoned warriors, not unfamiliar with taking lives, however. Resorting to such ambush tactics in overwhelming numbers left them feeling uneasy. In any case, they were reluctant to meet Lei Sun's large, expressive eyes. Di Ling appeared quite at ease, wiping the blood from his sword on Lei Sun's clothing while jesting softly. What a top-notch expert. We dispatch him as easily as one would a chicken. Look at him. His eyes remain wide open in death. Sterling murmured, Karma. Deputy Commander Dre and the two from the Deku banner can finally rest. Hey, Sterling, please don't curse me. Deku was slain by my hand. If you wish for him to rest, wouldn't that imply? Sterling shot him a glance, but offered no reply. The death of that young lad remained a thorn in his heart. Zichuan Xiu listened intently at the office door, turning to say, no one has discovered anything outside yet. The three of them sighed in relief, here at the headquarters of the Central Army. Had Lei Sun emitted even the slightest scream or a whisper of struggle, the elite warriors of the Central Army would have ensured their escape was impossible. What followed was straightforward. They would place Lei Sun's body into an iron box and clean away the traces of their struggle, an easy task, since under Sterling's icy aura, Lei Sun's blood had congealed before it could even spill. They pried open the hidden cabinet of the desk, retrieving the commander's seal and the Central Army's troop orders. Within the cabinet lay a wealth of currency and precious treasures, which one among them would not hesitate to claim. However, Sterling halted him, saying, no. Our motive for slaying Lei Sun was not personal vendetta. Your actions would tarnish our mission. Zichuan Xiu responded solemnly, understood, and returned the items, discreetly keeping half for themselves. The three of them swaggered out, carrying the iron box, unchallenged by anyone. Lin strode ahead with an air of arrogance, daring anyone to confront them. Once outside the Central Army headquarters, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief, only then realizing that their thick uniforms were drenched with sweat. The streets were sparse and desolate, evidently due to the impending curfew. We must now split up, Sterling said anxiously, glancing at Zichuan Xiu. Xiu, your task is the most perilous. Why not let you command the Imperial Guard while I take on? Lin nodded in agreement. I also believe Xiu's role is too risky. Allow me to handle it. I am a trusted confidant of Yang Minghua. They will not suspect me for the time being. That is unnecessary, Xichuan Xiu countered, addressing Sterling, second brother. You are the backbone of the Imperial Guard. Tonight, Yang Minghua is set to assault the General's residence. Your presence is indispensable, elder brother. That 50,000 troops from the Far East heed only your command. You cannot be absent either. Thus, I alone am left to undertake this task. Elder brother, remember this. The red lanterns signal our command. When 3 red lanterns illuminate the city walls, lead the troops in at once. The three clasped hands tightly. See you tomorrow. A seemingly ordinary farewell, yet for these brothers, each burdened with their own mission, the uncertainty of fate lingered. Would they truly witness the dawn of a new day together? Finally, Sterling could no longer contain himself. Xiu, is there anything you wish for me to convey to Miss Ning? She has always. Zichuan Xiu pondered slowly. Indeed, there is something. Tell her to refrain from wearing those excessively short skirts. Her figure resembles a spear. Lacking any allure, it simply does not suit her. Also, when I return home tomorrow morning, instruct her to prepare congee with eggs for me. More eggs, please. I can no longer endure the tastelessness of a ton of rice, a ton of water, and a solitary egg. Oh, elder brother, second brother. Where are you two going? I have yet to finish my instructions. Tell her to return those hidden yellow books to me promptly, or I shall truly be compelled to take action. I mean it. Section 4. Seizing military authority in the Grand Chancellor's office, Sterling, the Inspector General, has just visited me, delivering his letter of resignation. He too is fearful and has promised not to interfere in the conflict between Yang Minghua and myself tonight. This demonstrates your popularity, esteemed Chancellor. After today's meeting, he has come to realize that Yang Minghua is indeed unpopular. Yang Minghua is quite foolish, hastily declaring his intent to rebel. Consider this. Before the meeting, Yang Minghua commanded the strength of 170,000 troops from the Central Army led by Lei Sun, alongside 50,000 troops of the Far East Army encamped outside the city, the gendarmerie from the Inspection Bureau, his own guard, and the limited police force from the capital. In contrast, we possess merely your contingent of 10,000 Imperial Guards. He is not merely foolish. He is emboldened by his numbers. Such a prime opportunity for rebellion would be a grievous oversight to squander. If I were Yang Minghua, I would not allow the officers from various divisions to depart the capital unscathed. It would be exceedingly simple to close the city gates and execute a massacre. But that would turn the Far East Army, the Border Defense Forces, and the Black Flag Army into his mortal enemies. Yang Minghua's intent is merely to establish his authority. He does not wish for such a catastrophic outcome. With over 80% of the military opposed, even if he were to seize power, he would find it unstable. However, only Guangxing stands as Yang Minghua's sworn enemy, which is why he has dispatched troops to pursue him. As for the others, Yang Minghua can afford to gradually divide and buy them off after ascending to the position of chancellor. This strategy is far more astute than mass slaughter. At that moment, a staff officer entered the temporary command center to report, "My lord, a large contingent of armed individuals in black has appeared around the Grand Chancellor's office. The defense commander requests instructions." Sterling sprang to his feet. "How many?" 4,821, came the reply from Zichuan Sanqing, who was Yang Minghua's personal guard. Sterling did not inquire how Zichuan Sanqing could so confidently provide the number of Yang Minghua's guards. This should have been classified intelligence, unknown even to the Far East Army. He was acutely aware of the boundaries that should be maintained as a subordinate and refrained from unnecessary words. Sterling commanded, "Pay them no mind, but maintain strict surveillance." Zichuan Sanqing, intrigued, asked, "Why?" "My lord, they are merely a rabble. There is no need for concern. The police force and the gendarmerie are equally negligible. As long as the Imperial Guards are under my command, I assure you we can eliminate them all overnight. Oh, so your concern lies with. Sterling's worried gaze shifted southward, toward the southern camp of the Central Army. My sole worry is the Central Army. The scouts have just reported that all Central Army troops on the streets have suddenly retreated to the southern camp and closed the gates. Such a large movement. The Central Army is waiting for Lei Sun to make a decisive move. My lord is astute, as you say. However, they may be waiting for quite some time. Sterling could not help but chuckle. Not necessarily. Zichuan Xiu shook his head. Yang Ming was no fool. If the Central Army does not appear at the appointed time, he will inevitably send someone to take command of Lei Sun's troops. Sterling gazed into the dark, silent southern expanse and murmured, "It all hinges on you, Xiu. Cigarettes, beer, century eggs, 8 treasure porridge, mineral water, soft drinks, peanuts, chewing gum, newspapers, magazines, train schedules, playing cards." In the solemn and austere assembly hall of the Central Army, over 300 officers could scarcely believe their eyes. A young man clad in the uniform of a deputy commander wheeled in a cart brimming with provisions, calling out cheerfully as he entered. Deputy Commander Xichuan bellowed, "Zichuan Xiu, what are you doing?" "Oh, I saw people on the train selling like this. Isn't my imitation quite good? But there is no need to get so worked up. I learned from the regular train. If you don't like it, I could switch to the express." Xichuan, what the hell? A chorus of curses erupted from the assembly. Another deputy commander, Mihai, pondered a critical question. "How did you get in? Where are the guards?" Zichuan Xiu brandished the troop order in his hand. "I bribed the guards with this." Instantly, all cursing ceased. Everyone stared incredulously at the troop order in Zichuan Xiu's hand. Someone murmured, "Impossible, it must be fake." Yet, after verification from the 3 deputy commanders, it proved to be genuine. Silence fell as all were left bewildered. What on earth is happening? The officers present were already aware of the events from the daytime meeting and had received direct orders from their superior, Lei Sun. 1. Gather forces at the southern camp, fully armed, and prepare for battle. 2. At 7:30, all officers of the rank of deputy banner and above are to assemble in the conference hall for my final orders. Even the most oblivious would grasp what was about to unfold. Some were elated, while others were dismayed. But the overwhelming sentiment was one of anxious trepidation. Throughout the family's 200 years of history, no insurrection has ever concluded favorably. Yet, the orders of their direct superior must not be disregarded. With various complex emotions, they gathered, lining up from 7:30 until nearly 10 o'clock. But Lei Sun had yet to appear, nor had any sufficiently authoritative figure come to dictate their course of action. Just as they were engulfed in uncertainty, in strode Zichuan Xiu, holding the troop order. "Deputy Commander Xiu, may I inquire what brings you here?" The 3rd deputy commander, Ning, queried. "Oh, it's quite simple. Everyone has been working tirelessly, and it's been quite arduous. I heard that many are suffering from hemorrhoids and stomach ulcers. Commander Lei sent me to offer some comfort and to host a heart-to-heart gathering. Let us all be happy. Who would believe you? If everyone doubts me, I shall have to speak the truth. This evening, the moonlight is splendid, and Commander Lei suddenly had the inclination to invite everyone to enjoy the moon together." Xichuan could no longer contain himself. "Pray tell, where is our Commander Lei?" "Oh, the last time I saw him, he was in the northern hills. But by now he may have reached the picturesque Qingxiu Mountain in the south. It's a lovely spot, perfect for moon gazing. Do you wish to join him for moon watching?" "No need. Really, the ambience here is quite pleasant too, with a gentle breeze and a bright moon." "Why the long face? Do you not enjoy moon gazing? Such a refined pastime you shun." "But luckily, I anticipated this. Not everyone possesses such poetic sensibilities. Have you seen those Japanese films? The leading lady is stunning, and her cries are quite sweet." Still frowning, "I see. You dislike Japanese films. Such noble patriotic sentiment. Preferring domestic films even in the realm of adult entertainment. Very well, I have Hong Kong films. Displeased? Then how about Taiwanese ones? Though I hear they are currently embroiled in some controversy, so perhaps you wouldn't fancy those either. Well, since no one is speaking, I'll take that as a consensus. Everyone is free to disperse." "Hey, Deputy Commander Go, how can you say I lack the authority to give orders? I hold the troop command and I am a deputy commander. How could I lack the right to issue commands? Come now, everyone take a portion of food. Choose your favorite dishes. Hey, you there, taking 2 bottles of 8 treasure porridge, no doubling up. And you in the red uniform, you've plugged the VCD in wrong, look at you." So flustered. Under Zichuan Xiu's coaxing and prodding, the officers, who had been standing in formation for nearly 3 hours, were already fatigued. Now, With a seemingly authoritative figure like Zichuan Xiu, a deputy commander wielding the troop order, issuing orders, and those orders being decidedly pleasant, rest, food, entertainment. They found themselves in a quandary. After all, Lei Sun's orders had merely instructed them to wait, without specifying how to wait. With a sudden clamor, the orderly formation dissolved, and laughter and chatter erupted as they rushed to indulge in food and drink. The once solemn assembly hall transformed into a festive gathering. The three deputy commanders exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of uncertainty and concern. What to do? Anning proposed. Why not simply observe the unfolding events? He had never been particularly enthusiastic about the rebellion, only participating due to the pressure from Lei Sun. Now that Lei Sun was absent, it was indeed the best outcome. Xichuan countered. How can we do that? The timing is of utmost importance. Lei Sun had previously given him a heads-up. If successful, he would become the new commander of the Central Army. Mihai scoffed. The situation is unclear. Any rash action would lead to swift demise. The rebellion may benefit you, but it is of no concern to me. The consequences of failure would be catastrophic, loss of family and estate. If you wish to engage in such folly, do so on your own. Seeing that he could not persuade the other two deputy commanders, Xichuan gritted his teeth and was about to leave the conference hall. His own troops numbered nearly 50,000 and could also influence the outcome. At that moment, a voice rang out from the entrance. Stop. By Chuan, Roger, and over 40 guards led by Zichuan Xiu blocked the door of the conference hall. Zichuan Xiu languidly remarked, What a serene evening. Where is Lord Xichuan in such haste? Xichuan chuckled. Is Lord Xichuan here to cause a ruckus in our Central Army with so few men? He was correct. This was the Central Army's headquarters. Once the fighting commenced, the encirclement of over 100,000 Central Army soldiers would ensure that not a single person from Zichuan Xiu's side would return alive. Even the number of officers in the hall far exceeded Zichuan Xiu's guards, and they were all fully armed. Zichuan Xiu also chuckled but suddenly bellowed, a voice as thunderous as a raging storm. Yang Minghua has conspired to rebel, a treacherous act, and has been executed. Lei Sun, in collusion with the plot, has met a similar fate. The 40,000 loyalist troops from the Far East, led by Lord Guangxing, have arrived in the imperial capital. The path forward is for you to choose. Those who wish to accompany Yang Minghua and Lei Sun into oblivion are welcome. They are quite lonely down there. The gravity of his words resonated even more than their boisterous volume, leaving everyone trembling with shock. He speaks nonsense. Kill him. Regaining composure, Xichuan commanded his subordinates loudly. Nonsense. Zichuan Xiu threw an object before Xichuan. Look for yourself. It was a familiar item, the treasured insignia of command belonging to Lei Sun. No one heeded Xichuan's orders. They were all contemplating the new situation. Yang Minghua and Lei Sun were dead, and the Far East suppressive forces had arrived. What should they do now? Mihai spoke gently to Zichuan Xiu. Lord Xichuan, let us speak plainly. What do you wish for us to do? His tone had softened considerably. Zichuan Xiu replied solemnly. I do not presume to dictate. I merely ask that you remain here tonight and wait until tomorrow morning. The officers collectively exhaled in relief. They had feared being sent to battle against Yang Minghua. This condition was acceptable. Being asked to rebel alongside Yang Minghua was unwelcome. Yet, to quell a rebellion required courage they did not possess. Waiting quietly was the best course of action. Anning interjected. Does Lord Xichuan understand the current situation? Implying whether the commander would spare them at this time. Zichuan Xiu understood their concerns well, raising his right hand to swear. I swear on the grave of my father. Zichuan Xiu. As long as the officers of the Central Army remain within this room tonight, I guarantee your safety, should I break this oath. May the gods strip me of my life, honor, and possessions. Everyone felt a sense of relief. This was the gravest oath from a member of the Zichuan family. And Zichuan Xiu had always been known for his integrity. No one had ever heard of him breaking his word. Anning and Mihai exchanged glances. And Anning nodded. May Lord Xichuan honor his word. He had begun to refer to Zichuan Xiu with greater respect. Mihai moved to the right side of the hall. I accept Lord Xichuan's condition. Those in agreement, please step forward. The officers, initially hesitant, eventually moved forward, leaving only Xichuan and a handful of others rooted in place. Bai Chuan issued a command, and Zichuan Xiu's guards advanced to encircle them. Xichuan's expression shifted, and Zichuan Xiu gently addressed him. Lord Xichuan, a wise man knows when to yield. My promise stands for you as well. The great error has yet to manifest. It is not too late to turn back. Xichuan muttered a few words of gratitude. Thank you, Lord Xichuan, for your generosity. and joined the right side with his subordinates following suit. Zichuan Xiu silently sighed with relief. It was a hard-fought neutrality from the Central Army. Defeating Yang Minghua's guards would not be difficult for the sterling Imperial Guard. Tonight, the situation was set. All was well. Everyone could now relax and enjoy themselves. Feel free to indulge in whatever you desire. Those who wish to view the spectacles may do so over here, as long as no one leaves. You may do as you please. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Stop! The guards at the entrance of Zichuan Xiu's retinue raised their voices. With a few loud thuds, several of Zichuan Xiu's guards were flung inside, overturned. The ever-somber chief of staff, Luo Minghai, appeared at the door. Zichuan Xiu's heart sank. Should Luo Minghai expose Zichuan Xiu's deception, revealing that Yang Minghua was not dead and that the Far East Army had not arrived, and issue commands in his authoritative capacity as chief of staff, these wavering Central Army officers could very well rebel once more. At that point, both he and his subordinates would be doomed. Only with a swift and decisive strike could he eliminate Luo Minghai before he uttered a word. Zichuan Xiu's heart stirred with murderous intent, his hand instinctively tightening around the hilt of his blade. Chapter 5. The entry of Emperor Lin. Luo Minghai cast a peculiar glance at Zichuan Xiu, as if he had pierced through Zichuan Xiu's intentions. He cautiously maintained a distance of 5 meters, the very range where Zichuan Xiu felt most confident in making a decisive move. Who is responsible for the gate's defense? He coldly inquired of the group of Central Army officers who had already taken refuge to the side. Although Luo Minghai was a civilian official, his distinctly chilling aura commanded a sense of reverence, if not fear, among the officers. A trembling officer clad in red emerged. I am the commander of the gate defense. Li, open the gate immediately. The officer faltered, but this requires an order. Humph. Luo Minghai's snort was laced with ire. Yes. I will execute it at once. The officer, nearly unsteady on his feet, hurriedly rushed outside, disregarding Zichuan Xiu's prior command to remain in the room. It was evident that the officers had no thoughts of defying Luo Minghai's accumulated authority. Zichuan Xiu, however, was left in a state of shock. What did Luo Minghai intend to do? Was he allowing Emperor Lin's troops to enter the city? Yet Yang Minghua had already commanded Emperor Lin to pursue Guangxing. He should not have known that Emperor Lin's army was still outside the city. Could it be that Yang Minghua had other hidden forces lying in wait outside? Zichuan Xiu recalled Emperor Lin's assessment of Luo Minghai. Unfathomable. Luo Minghai approached Zichuan Xiu, his hand reaching into his pocket. Zichuan Xiu heightened his vigilance, bracing for an unexpected attack. Luo Minghai withdrew his hand. There was no weapon, only an envelope, which he extended towards Zichuan Xiu. Zichuan Xiu hesitated but accepted it, stepping back a few paces to read its contents, for the benefit of the family. The holder of this document, Lord Luo Minghai, shall act in accordance with my command. All family officials, both civil and military, must cooperate in these matters. Zichuan Sanqing, the year of the Empire, 773. This handwritten order, penned by Zichuan Sanqing himself, bore the seal of the commander-in-chief. The year 773 marked the second year since Zichuan Xiu's decisive victory over the Lufeng army and the first year of Zichuan Sanqing's tenure as commander-in-chief. This was 3 years prior to Emperor Lin infiltrating Yang Minghua's ranks as a spy. How pitiable was Yang Minghua, who prided himself on his cleverness, yet remained oblivious for 6 years to the fact that nearly all his trusted civil and military officials were dispatched by Zichuan Sanqing. A chill gripped Zichuan Xiu's heart. The depths of Zichuan Sanqing's scheming and cunning were truly terrifying. Only Luo Minghai could be considered his genuine confidant. He, Sterling, and Emperor Lin were merely pawns in Zichuan Sanqing's game. Outside the city, at the Eastern Army's encampment. Lord Emperor Lin, the gate has been opened. My lord. For red lamps have been lit atop the city wall. Captain Gopula spoke uneasily to Emperor Lin. My lord, this does not conform to the previously agreed upon signal. It should have been 3 lamps. Could this be a trap? Emperor Lin smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth. Who other than Zichuan Xiu could be foolish enough to misremember his own signal? Gopula rallied the Eastern Army. Brothers of the Eastern Army. Commander Lin has issued a secret decree from the commander-in-chief to eliminate the traitor Yang Minghua. Great men achieve great deeds, establishing a timeless legacy. Fight valiantly for the king. Gain glory and wealth in this endeavor. Emperor Lin interrupted Gopula's rallying call with a thunderous shout. Anyone seen on the streets, kill them. Fight fiercely, and I shall promote you. Slay those traitors, and their women and riches will be yours. Let the cowards in the imperial capital know that we, the Eastern Army, are lions. Spurred on by Emperor Lin, the soldiers, ignited with bloodlust, roared the battle cry of the Eastern Army, "Long live!" The thunderous sound of hooves resounded as they surged into the beautiful, defenseless imperial city. It was the night of March 26, 779 of the Empire. At 11 o'clock, the events that unfolded next would be etched into the annals of history, becoming an everlasting part of the record. Chapter 6. The Night of Bloodshed in the Imperial Capital. The official records of the Zichuan family provide only a scant account of the Night of Bloodshed in the Imperial Capital on March 26, 779 of the Imperial calendar. The family president Yang Minghua instigated a rebellion in the capital. The vice commander of the Eastern Army, under the orders of Commander Zichuan Xiu, entered the city to quell the insurrection. At midnight, heavy snow fell, and Yang Minghua was defeated. By dawn, 30,000 heads had rolled, with several casualties occurring by mistake. However, the young historian of the Zichuan family, Tang Chuan, offered a more detailed narration of the events that transpired that night. Around 10:30, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, Sterling, launched an assault on Yang Minghua's guard. Unable to withstand the elite Imperial Guards, Yang Minghua repeatedly requested reinforcements from the Central Army and the Gendarmerie, but received no response. Ultimately, he dispatched his trusted chief of staff, Luo Minghai, to take command of the Central Army. 10 minutes later, the gates of the capital swung open. The Imperial City's crimson banners heralded the advance of 50,000 Eastern soldiers into the city, their battle cries echoing throughout. Upon learning of the Imperial City's entrance, Yang Minghua and his troops were initially elated, their morale soaring. But this lasted only a minute. The Eastern Army began a ferocious slaughter of Yang Minghua's guards, leading to a complete rout. With his guards annihilated, Yang Minghua fought to the bitter end, cursing, "May the Imperial City scoundrels meet a terrible fate." This provoked the Eastern soldiers, who had intended to capture him alive, to dismember him with their blades, thereby creating significant complications for the Imperial City. He could not present the mangled remains as evidence of the once mighty, 6-year reign of the usurper Yang Minghua. Upon learning of Yang Minghua's demise, Deputy Commander Sterling lamented, "The chaos in the capital has finally come to an end. We can now commence peace." With that, he exited the city in pursuit of the fleeing rebels, though, in truth, his proclamation was premature. History's capriciousness is indeed remarkable. Had the disciplined Sterling or the mild-mannered Zichuan Xiu been tasked with eliminating the remnants of the rebellion within the capital that night, many tragedies may have been averted. Even the subsequent calamity known as the Three Heroes Rebellion, which ultimately shook the very foundation of the family, found its roots in that fateful evening. Yet, we must also acknowledge the inevitability of history. Sterling was compelled to command the Imperial Guards to pursue the remnants of Yang Minghua's forces, while Zichuan Xiu could only remain at the Central Army headquarters to intimidate any sympathizers of Yang Minghua. Thus, the task of purging the remnants of the rebellion within the capital fell solely to the Imperial City. Tang Chuan's account concludes here, just as he was about to delve into the tragedies. He was summoned late at night by the family's gendarmerie to the inspection hall for coffee. Upon his return, he never again penned anything related to the night of bloodshed in the imperial capital. The entire city reverberated with the sound of hoofs, heralding the proclamation in the Eastern dialect. Yang Minghua has committed treason and has been executed. All traitors shall be slain. Any residents daring to resist the Eastern Righteous Army shall be killed. Any residents harboring traitors shall be killed. Any residents disobeying orders, refusing to open their doors for searches, shall be treated as traitors and killed. Yang Minghua's entire family, comprising 271 individuals, including servants, was executed. Headless corpses lay scattered across the snow-covered streets of the capital, the pristine white snow stained crimson. The Inspector General, Xiao Long, who had previously resigned from the conflict and had indeed restrained his subordinates from participating in Yang Minghua's rebellion, was dragged from his home by Eastern soldiers, who murdered 35 of his relatives before him. His daughter committed suicide by biting her tongue, fearing the soldiers' attempts at rape. Ultimately, they dragged Xiao Long for 10 miles on horseback, and when he showed no signs of dying, the soldiers, growing impatient, trampled him into a pulpy mass. The deputy commander of the capital's administrative department, Liya, and his subordinates received orders, which, in retrospect, were actually commands from the traitor Yang Minghua, to enforce the curfew. As soon as the Imperial City's army entered, they promptly surrendered their weapons, only to be gathered at the administrative department headquarters for collective execution. Upon hearing this news, the Imperial City frowned and instructed his subordinates, "Since they have been killed, let us eliminate Liya's family as well, to prevent future retribution." Yang Minghua's secretary, Lin Lu, along with 51 members of his family, was locked inside their home. The Eastern soldiers merely set the house ablaze, having grown weary of the slaughter. In time, many believed that all the deaths on the night of bloodshed were orchestrated by the imperial city. This was a grave injustice towards him. He had only ordered the execution of fewer than 100 officials closely associated with Yang Minghua and their families, totaling a mere 5,000 at most. Yet, the death toll that night soared to 30,000. This is not difficult to explain, as the Eastern soldiers, consumed by bloodlust, would target any household with wealth or attractive women, bellowing, "This is a secret base of traitors." They would then break down the doors, leading to the anguished cries of men and the shrieks of women. Among the most tragic tales of that night was the calamity that befell Luo Minghai's household, unaware of the truth. The imperial city dispatched Eastern soldiers to capture Yang Minghua's most trusted confidant, Luo Minghai. When the soldiers could not locate him at home, he had gone to the commander's residence after opening the city gates and had not returned. They departed, but not before decapitating 21 members of his family and setting fire to his house, igniting a profound enmity between Luo Minghai and the imperial city, which would later serve as a catalyst for the Three Heroes Rebellion. Over 100 high-ranking officials from the family became casualties of Yang Minghua's ambition, while the blood of 30,000 commoners in the capital became their funeral offering. It is no wonder that Zichuan Xiu lamented, "Yang Minghua truly received a grand burial, such a multitude of offerings." The entire city lay groaning beneath the iron heel of the imperial city, blood flowing freely. Upon returning from the inspection hall, Tang Chuan could not restrain himself from secretly noting the snowflakes that fell on the night of the 26th were painted in a vivid crimson. At 5 in the morning, the administrative officer, Vice Commander Gishan, urgently sought an audience with Commander Zichuan Sanqing, imploring him to halt the atrocities of the imperial city. She encountered 3 bands of marauding soldiers during her brief journey from home to the commander's residence. The first snatched her wallet, the second seized her horse, and the third group attempted to assault her. Fortunately, she was near the commander's residence, where a squad of imperial guards came to her rescue. Chapter 7. The Great Purge. As the first rays of dawn filtered into the conference hall of the Central Army, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering of over 300 individuals. The officers' faces were ashen, their eyes bloodshot from a sleepless night. Throughout the night, they had borne witness to the cacophony of battle, the shouts of the invading Eastern forces, the thunderous sound of galloping hooves, the clash of weapons, the anguished cries of the dying, the proclamation of Yang Minghua's demise, the wails of women, the pleas for mercy, the crumbling of burning homes, the desperate cries of civilians, and the furious curses, all intermingled with the soft whisper of snowflakes landing on the ground. Yet, these commanders, the most powerful individuals within the capital at that moment, remained oblivious to the fact that the strength they wielded could have changed the course of fate, determining the destiny of the capital and their entire clan. Outside, the synchronized sound of marching soldiers could be heard, accompanied by the commands in a distinctly Eastern accent. The shouts, the clatter of cavalry hooves, and the overwhelming chorus of "Long live." The Eastern forces had already entered, taking control of the Central Army's headquarters. The officers' pallid complexions turned to a ghostly white as they cast fearful glances at Zichuan Xiu, reminiscent of a rabbit encountering a wolf. Zichuan Xiu solemnly nodded at them, signifying that there was no cause for alarm. A throng of soldiers surged into the hall, encircling the assembly. Ling appeared at the entrance, despite a night of fierce combat. He exuded an unusual vitality, his exquisitely feminine and beautiful visage marred by a few specks of blood, giving him an almost enchanting allure. Zichuan Xiu approached him with a smile, saying, "Elder brother, after a night of fierce battle, you must be weary." This marked the first time in 3 years he had publicly addressed Ling as elder brother. Ling returned the smile. "You too, Xiu. Xiu. Please call your people out." Once Bai Chuan and Zichuan Xiu's subordinates exited the hall, Ling cast a disdainful glance at the anxious Central Army officers and commanded, "Seize them." The soldiers of the Eastern Army, fierce as wolves, pounced upon the officers, who had offered little resistance. Binding them tightly, having failed to resist when they had the chance, self-defense now bore no significance. Ling stepped forward, declaring, "I hereby announce the orders of the Supreme Commander. Central Army officers, you occupy high positions, receive generous rewards, and hold noble titles. You ought to be devoted, loyal to the family. Yet, you have conspired with the treacherous Yang Minghua and Lei Sun, harming the loyal and betraying the nation. Are there any more ungrateful wretches, more heartless than you? To uphold the sanctity of the family's sacred eagle banner, I hereby appoint Acting Inspector General Di Ling to rectify the discipline of the Central Army, purging the remnants of traitors to ensure the glorious reputation of the Central Army. Untainted since the time of His Highness Yali Mei. Zichuan Sanqing, Imperial History, Year 779, March 27th. Upon reading the order, Di Ling waved his hand. According to the Supreme Commander's decree, all Central Army officers who followed Lei Sin in rebellion are guilty of heinous crimes. This Acting Inspector General hereby orders the execution of all officers above the rank of deputy flag. The room erupted in chaos. Cries of injustice filling the air. It's a frame-up. We have done nothing wrong. Lord Di Ling, please show mercy. We were merely sitting here last night. Duexion's voice rose above the rest. Zichuan Xiu, you treacherous scoundrel. How dare you deceive us? I will not forgive you even in death. Just wait. Zichuan Xiu stood to the side, dumbfounded, and rushed to Di Ling. Elder brother, they truly did nothing. This is the Supreme Commander's will. However, they are indeed wronged. Xiu, you are too naive. Where is their justice in political struggles? The difference lies in who dies for a cause and who dies in vain. How can you be certain that among them, there isn't one who wishes to avenge young Minghua? At that moment, you and I would be the first to suffer. They do not deserve to die. Xiu, you still do not understand. Their sin lies in their inaction. They possess the might of over 100,000 troops, yet merely sit and watch the situation unfold, waiting to see which side prevails. Neither side would spare them. If young Minghua had won, would you have dared approach him, saying, "Let us forget our past grievances and become friends"? Do you believe he would have spared you? Zichuan Xiu took a deep breath. Regardless, I cannot allow them to die. I swore to protect them. Di Ling scoffed. A vow? Such oaths are made to be broken. Do not speak to me of this. It is the Supreme Commander's will. The Supreme Commander merely instructed you to rectify matters, not to orchestrate a massacre. Xiu, sometimes one must discern the unspoken intentions of superiors. If the Supreme Commander did not mean for me to act in this manner, why would he have summoned me for rectification? He could have issued a direct order to you. I do not understand. The Supreme Commander wouldn't enough. Xiu, I am the Acting Inspector General, and I am executing my duties. Step aside. Elder brother. Zichuan Xiu cried out in despair, momentarily softening Di Ling's hardened resolve. Grant me 1 hour. I must speak with the Supreme Commander for clarification. Xiu, this will not bode well for your future. The Supreme Commander does not favor those who speak for traitors. Your superior, Director Xichuan, has already faced dismissal for perceived indecisiveness. Elder brother, have I ever begged you in all these years? Just give me 1 hour, I implore you. After a long moment of contemplation, Di Ling relented. Very well. Just 1 hour. If the Supreme Commander does not acquiesce, you need not return. Such a scene is indeed unseemly. Before he could finish speaking, Zichuan Xiu dashed out, leaving behind a reassurance. Everyone, do not worry. All will be well. At the camp gate, he seized a horse tethered by a cavalryman and galloped towards the Supreme Commander's residence. A night had transformed the beautiful streets of the capital into a hellish landscape. Grotesque bodies lay strewn across the pristine white snow, some streets necessitating Zichuan Xiu to ride over mounds of corpses to proceed. Columns of smoke rose against the brightening sky, the remnants of burning buildings. Groups of chaotic soldiers indiscriminately vandalized shops, looting whatever they could find. One even attempted to rob Zichuan Xiu, disregarding his uniform. Before the glint of a blade, his head fell. From afar, the cries of women for help echoed. Save me. Even one woman, right by the path Zichuan Xiu traversed, compelled him to dismount and chase off soldiers intent on committing heinous acts. Di Ling, what kind of soldiers do you lead? Zichuan Xiu thought back to the discipline of the Eastern Army when he had served as a general. Within 5 meters of a superior, soldiers would immediately stand to salute. They treated civilians with courtesy, and looting was strictly forbidden. Yet now, Di Ling's subordinates were not even worthy of being called human. Upon reaching the Supreme Commander's residence, Zichuan Xiu urgently requested to see the Supreme Commander. The officer on duty did not grant him entry, but offered to schedule an appointment, perhaps in 2 weeks. This is a special period, and the Supreme Commander's security must be heightened. It is not the case that anyone can simply walk in. Frustrated, Zichuan Xiu protested, demanding to see Sterling. Unfortunately, Lord Sterling had already left the city to pursue the fleeing enemy. Despite Zichuan Xiu's desperate appeals and threats, pleading, bribing, coercing, the officer remained as immovable as granite, refusing to pass on the message. Ultimately, he summoned several guards to forcibly eject the persistent Zichuan Xiu from the Supreme Commander's residence. Taking a deep breath, Zichuan Xiu resigned himself to the situation, knowing there was no other option. standing before the grand gates of the Chancellor's residence. Zichuan Xiu spoke with clarity. I am the Deputy Director of the Family Administration and the current Vice Commander, bestowed with the surname Zichuan and the given name Xiu by the previous Chancellor. I seek an audience with Lord Zichuan Sanqing regarding an urgent matter. His voice, though not loud, resonated with an underlying strength that echoed throughout the expansive premises of the Chancellor's residence. A multitude of guards surged forth from the entrance, encircling him and preparing to take action. However, a voice emerged from within. The Chancellor invites Zichuan Xiu to enter. The guards parted, creating a pathway. Chapter 8. Illumination. In but a single night, Zichuan Continent appeared to shed a decade from his age, gaining an air of formidable authority. Oh, Xiu. Is that you? So early. I've just risen from my slumber. What urgent matters bring you here? Zichuan Xiu lowered his head and recounted the events. The more Zichuan Continent listened, the deeper his frown became, and Xiu's voice dwindled to a whisper. Yet, he summoned the courage to beseech Xichuan Continent for clemency towards the officers who had not participated in the rebellion last night. Zichuan Continent's brow unfurled, and with a gentle demeanor, he replied, Xiu, I have heard of your deeds from Sterling. You performed brilliantly, exceedingly brave. Your merits are on par with those of Sterling and D. Lin, indeed worthy of the former commander's esteem. Haha, I am unworthy of such praise. But my lord, I am well aware of your contributions. When I assume control of the family's governance, I shall rely on your support. My lord, you flatter me. It is merely my duty. However, of course, such great accomplishments cannot be merely acknowledged with a word of thanks. The commander of the Imperial Guard, Pigu, is quite advanced in age. In a few days, I shall persuade him to retire, at which point I will recommend you to the Council of Elders for the position of Commander of the Imperial Guard. My lord bestows too much favor. I am deeply honored, but at present, I believe the Council will grant me this favor. Aha. To enter the command at such a young age. Participating in the family's decisions, what great honor that is. Indeed, all thanks to your nurturing. But now, this matter. Very well, very well. Let us leave it for today. I spent the night awake. After all, I am older and lack the vigor of your youth. Bring your matters before me another day. I shall grant you direct access henceforth. For now, you may withdraw. As Xichuan Continent prepared to exit the audience chamber, Lord, Zichuan Xiu cried out, his voice strained and piercing, I implore you to show mercy. Over 300 lives. His anguished cry drew the attention of the guards outside. Zichuan Continent's countenance hardened, as if encased in frost, and he remained silent. Inside, an unbearable stillness enveloped the room. Deputy Commander Xichuan, whose vassal are you, of the Zichuan family or Yang Mingwas? My lord, I am steadfastly loyal to the family, without a trace of duplicity. Loyalty? Your sworn brother Dylan shows no mercy to traitors. Your second brother Sterling exhibits unwavering loyalty. Why do you not follow their example and repeatedly speak in defense of the remnants of the traitors? I beseech you, my lord. My loyalty to the commander and the family is undoubtedly equal to that of Lord D. Lin and Lord Sterling. Is that so? Then tell me, since your return to the capital, how many times have you come to see me? Sterling commands you to be loyal to me. Why did you delay your response for 2 entire months? As a military officer of the family, loyalty to the commander is a matter of course, yet you claim to need time to consider. Is this what you call steadfast loyalty? Zichuan Xiu found himself at a loss for words. Be cautious, Lin He. Is this impertinence born of pride in your accomplishments? Zichuan Xiu trembled. Lin He was his name before being adopted by Xichuan Yuanqing, a name long forgotten until now, evoking a scornful reminder of his lack of Xichuan bloodline. My lord, I harbor no pride in my achievements, but I earnestly request that you consider my modest contributions in last night's defense of the realm. If it might save the lives of the Central Army. Zichuan Xiu slowly knelt, prostrating himself with a resounding thud. His forehead bleeding as he raised his tear-stained eyes to Zichuan Continent, unspoken words hanging in the air. Zichuan Continent was momentarily taken aback, and the surrounding guards stood in stunned silence. One knelt beside Zichuan Xiu. My lord, please allow me to join Xiu in this plea. Enough lives have been lost already. We cannot afford to take more. Unbeknownst to them, Sterling had entered the room. Evidently just returned from an external pursuit, drenched in sweat and blood, his face ashen. Upon my return, I saw corpses strewn across the capital, chaos reigning with rampant looting, murder, and violence. Our immediate priority must be to restore order and calm the populace. Are we to let the remnants of the Central Army escape punishment? Zichuan Continent's tone softened as he recognized the loyalty of his most devoted subordinate. Sterling interjected, if we merely strip them of their positions and military power, replacing them with loyal commanders from the Imperial Guard and the Eastern Expeditionary Forces, they will be rendered powerless to commit further misdeeds. Zichuan Xiu quickly added, and your magnanimity, my lord, will surely inspire even the most wayward of souls to return to loyalty. Very well, you may rise. Zichuan Continent pondered for a long while before finally stating, since Deputy Commander Xichuan petitions for their lives in exchange for his merits, and Sterling joins in this request, I shall grant your plea. Both Zichuan Xiu and Sterling rejoiced, pleading with their lord to sign the decree at once so it might be conveyed to Commander Lin. With the decree in hand, Zichuan Xiu dashed from the commander's residence with Sterling in pursuit, asking, Xiu, is your forehead injury serious? Oh. Do you remember the blood packets used for makeup in the films that Lin utilized? We had some left over from the last occasion. Zichuan Xiu raced back to the Central Army's headquarters, bursting through the venue's entrance, exuberantly exclaiming, there are only 5 minutes left. Spare them, Lin. Upon entering the hall, he froze. Over 300 officers lay sprawled across the entirety of the venue, blood gushing out the doors. The only person standing amidst the corpses was Lin, who turned to Zichuan Xiu with a radiant smile. You're back, Xiu. I've been waiting for you. Zichuan Xiu felt a rush of sweetness overwhelm him, darkness clouding his vision. When he finally opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Lin's concerned expression. Xiu, awaken. Please don't frighten me. If something were to happen to you, how could I explain it to the lady? Zichuan Xiu weakly inquired, why did you do this? Lin remained silent. Why did you do this? I know the commander better than you. He is a calculating and suspicious man. Perhaps you forced him to sign the pardon, but if the Central Army escapes punishment, he will harbor resentment towards you. I act for your own good. Xiu, you must understand, if this word reaches the commander's ears, I am as good as dead. Do you remember? I once said there are only 3 people I could never bear to harm. You, Sterling, and Lin Xiujia. Why must I engage in such perilous strife? Why must I endure years of nightmares as an undercover agent? What merit does Xichuan Continent hold that would compel me to betray young Minghua? Why must I wallow in bloodshed, cultivating enmity? Xiu. Zichuan Xiu gazed upon Lin's face, and in a haze, he perceived 2 figures. One, bloodied and grinning, issuing orders for slaughter, indifferent to the countless heads rolling to the ground. A strikingly alluring Lin. The other, cradling him in warm embrace. Eyes brimming with sincere concern and profound sorrow, emanating the warmth of a passionate heart, this was Lin. The 2 images began to merge. Zichuan Xiu struggled to rise and move towards the exit. Lin called after him, you've only just awakened. Where do you think you're going? Home. Zichuan Xiu murmured, I want to go home. Bai Chuan and the others appeared beside Zichuan Xiu. My lord, let us return home. The lady awaits your return. Zichuan Xiu regarded his subordinates slowly. Very well, we shall go back. Let it all be. I shall not concern myself with anything further. A chorus of jubilant cheers erupted. The estate of Zichuan Ning may have been the only tranquil place in the imperial capital that night. Although aware that Yang Minghua bore no ill intentions towards Zichuan Ning, Sterling, in a bid for caution, dispatched a regiment of guards for protection. Upon entering the city, Ming also sent a contingent of cavalry to patrol, preventing any unforeseen incidents. As dawn broke, the faint glow of light still emanated from the window of Zichuan Ning's modest residence. The officer in charge of the guard, an acquaintance, reported to Zichuan Xiu that all was well. He then whispered, the light has not extinguished all night. Zichuan Xiu stared vacantly at the light, his heart reciting a haunting melody. There was a young maiden who bid farewell to a soldier going off to war. They parted ways in the darkness. On those very steps, and through the gentle mist, the young man beheld the light still shining at his beloved's window. Unbeknownst to him, tears streamed down his face. Section 1. Pacification historical records indicate that the imperial capital bloodshed night, though immensely tragic, lasted only a single night. By the following morning, edicts from Lin began appearing on the streets and alleyways of the capital. Have you whelps had your fun? Get your tails back here by noon. Lin. March 27th historians, often doubling as grammarians, have identified significant flaws in this proclamation. Firstly, the intended audience is ambiguous. Who are these whelps? How can a person get their tails back? Secondly, the term noon is vague. Does it refer to today's noon or some indefinite future noon? Furthermore, what constitutes fun? In essence, they deem it a riddled, worthless decree, irrefutable evidence of Lin's truancy and inattentiveness during elementary school. They further deduced that had Lin diligently absorbed moral and ethical education in his youth, he would not have become such a ruthless and sanguinary figure. Concluding that patriotic ideological education must commence in infancy. However, the reality was that the vast majority of Far East Army soldiers returned to their barracks before noon that day. They understood that their commander, Lin, was not one to engage in grammatical discourse. By 1 o'clock, troop roll calls and assembly commenced. Cobra, the captain of the guard, led Lin's personal guard into the streets. Any Far East Army soldiers found loitering due to reasons such as a failure to see the notice, misreading the time, misinterpreting the notice, or being too engrossed in their revelry to return, were promptly hanged. After 2 o'clock, Sterling's Imperial Guard began patrolling, suppressing bands of petty thugs who, having barely survived the Night of Terror, sought to exploit the chaos for personal gain. Consequently, by afternoon, order was largely restored to the imperial capital. Posterity has struggled to comprehend why a renowned general like Lin would so readily condone his subordinates' pillaging and slaughter of civilians. Numerous explanations have been offered, but the most compelling comes from the young historian Tang Chuan. Lin had no choice. He governed his army with draconian measures. Without occasional opportunities for his men to vent their impulses and enrich themselves through plunder, his forces would have long mutinied. His army was consistently the most spirited, combat effective. Later history would prove its comparability to the Radiant King's Xiu division, and loyal, specifically, loyal to Lin personally. Not to the family, army in the entire Zichuan family forces. The only drawback was the exorbitant cost of creating such an army, a cost the family could scarcely bear. Following the quelling of the rebellion, Chief Administrator Zichuan Qinsheng initiated a series of rapid-fire personnel appointments in recognition of meritorious service. Former Chief of Staff Looming was appointed family president. Upon hearing this, Zichuan Xiu quipped to Zichuan Ning, "Might as well have just invited a Buddha statue to sit in the president's seat. At least the Buddha's smile is more pleasant than Luoming's sour face." Former Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guard, Sterling, was appointed acting commander of the Central Army, responsible for reorganization and restructuring. This was the only appointment that garnered universal approval. Sterling was seen as the popular choice, and people anticipated that he would soon shed the acting prefix from his title. The most unacceptable appointment was that, following the restoration of order, a deluge of accusations against Lin for condoning his subordinates' indiscriminate killing flooded the inspectorate, forcing the newly appointed Inspector General Lin to endorse thousands of indictments daily, a task that caused him several days of finger joint inflammation. However, there was a benefit. His unsightly handwriting, which he had always been ashamed of, miraculously became comparable to that of a calligrapher within a week, albeit limited to a few characters. Case dismissed, Lin. Considering the long-standing animosity between Lin and Luoming, this appointment made it difficult for anyone to discern Zichuan Qinsheng's true intentions. Was he deliberately exploiting the hatred between his subordinates to control and manipulate them, or? But given his senile demeanor, he didn't seem capable of such political maneuvering, or was it simply unintentional? Consequently, at Luo Minghai's inauguration ceremony, Lin, the incoming Inspector General who should have been present, was absent. At Lin's inauguration, Luo Minghai did attend, but the fiery hatred burning in his eyes made it astonishing to the family's senior officials that he didn't simply pounce on Lin and bite him. The inspectorate was responsible for overseeing the executive office's administration, and the traditional relationship between the two was Monday for discussion, Tuesday for arguments, Wednesday for insults, Thursday for hurling watermelon rinds, and Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for a truce. Now, everyone anticipated that it would escalate into a full week of uninterrupted warfare. Staff members of the executive office and the inspectorate had already prepared for stomach ulcers, and many had preemptively purchased life insurance. Former director of the administrative office, Deputy Commander Gushan, had initially been dismissed for speaking on behalf of the rebels. However, due to the overwhelming amount of civil affairs work that piled up after the rebellion, requiring efficient processing, Zichuan Qinsheng, at Luo Minghai's request, agreed to allow Gushan to redeem himself through meritorious service, temporarily overseeing daily administrative affairs. Former Deputy Director of the Administrative Office, Deputy Commander Zichuan Xiu, of unclear stance and limited insight, became arrogant and conceited, presuming upon the minor contributions he made during the rebellion, even sympathizing with the rebels. What contributions did he make anyway? Just drinking, reveling, and watching salacious films with that group of deadbeats in the Central Army. Did he really think he single-handedly killed Lei Sun? This angered Chief Administrator Zichuan Qianxing, a truly heinous offense. However, due to the intercession of Inspector General Di Lin and acting commander of the Central Army Sterling, the magnanimous Chief Administrator decided not to pursue the matter. Merely transferring Zichuan Xiu from his current position to the reserves, everyone knew that a commander in the reserves was less valuable than a dog in active service. Thus, the future Radiant King had to bid a tearful farewell to his luxuriously decorated office, comfortable and imposing furniture, and beautiful secretary in her micro-miniskirt. He was heartbroken. Whether the secretary was a virgin would remain an eternal, unsolvable mystery. The consequence of this order was that one afternoon, by Chuan, are you kidding me? Why were we also assigned to the reserves? Luojia, exactly, we didn't speak up for the rebels. Changchuan, Lord Xiuchuan. Please check if there's been a mistake. Didn't we hear that Lord Sterling is reorganizing the imperial capital military affairs? Can you pull some strings for us? Zichuan Xiu pondered. Pulling strings and using connections costs a lot of money these days, and my integrity and dignity don't allow me to do such things. By Chuan, bah, as if you ever had integrity and dignity. Luojia, Lord, please, for the sake of us following you for so many years. Changchuan, yes, Lord, we can pool our money to help you grease the wheels. Zichuan Xiu, you're really putting me in a difficult position. It's not about the money. Even if you presented me with a thick stack of bills, the three subordinates immediately placed all their savings, accumulated through years of frugality, on the table. Even if Bai Chuan were willing to kiss me without slapping me. At this moment, Zichuan Ning appeared at the door, and Zichuan Xiu immediately said, I wouldn't kiss him anyway. How could I do such a thing? Taking advantage of someone in distress, I despise such people the most. All right, I'll take your money and try to pull some strings for you, but I can't guarantee success. I've heard there's a campaign against corruption going on recently. The three thanked him profusely. It matters not, as long as you, esteemed sir, are willing to assist. We shall be grateful regardless of the outcome. Sir, your efforts are truly commendable. May you journey safely. That evening, Zichuan Xiu and Sterling dined at an inn. Xiu. Regarding the matter of your appointment, in a couple of days, when the chief is in good spirits, I shall mention it to him. I have no particular preference. Being in the reserves is not without its merits. It is quite leisurely. By the way, Xiu, why did your subordinates suddenly express their fatigue and request to be transferred to the reserves? I felt quite regretful when I issued the order. Oh, Roger is suffering from hemorrhoids, Changchuan is experiencing menopause, and Baichuan wishes to take a leave for personal reasons. That is indeed unfortunate. They are all talented individuals, especially that young lady Baichuan, who possesses remarkable courage. I had originally intended for her to serve as a standard bearer in the newly formed Central Army. But since they have made their requests, I am left with no alternatives. Indeed. They are rare gems. After enduring so many rounds of mahjong with me and losing so much, they still failed to perceive my sleight of hand. Such fools are hard to find. With their departure, I shall be utterly lonely. I cannot bring myself to win in Ning's money. It has become evident that Luo Minghai, Gushan, and other administrative officials possess exceptional talents. Following the Great Calamity, they organized efforts to extinguish fires, provide compensation to the bereaved, clear the streets, reconstruct homes, and arrange relief. All executed with remarkable speed and efficacy. Coupled with Sterling's significant contributions to the capital's law and order, the city finally emerged from its anguish, restoring order as its inhabitants began to heal and resume their normal lives. Just as the people of the capital were celebrating the end of their tribulations, on April 1st of the imperial year 779, news emerged that sounded like an April Fool's joke, yet struck everyone like a thunderbolt. The Far East commander Guangxing had fallen in battle. Chapter 2. Chaos arises on March 28, 779 of the imperial era. Commander Guangxing encountered a treacherous ambush orchestrated by Lei Hong, the former deputy commander of the Eastern Army, who had been bribed by Yang Minghua. Lei led 30,000 elite troops in a surprise attack during Ji's journey back to the Far East from the imperial capital. After a fierce battle, all 6,000 members of Guangxing's guard perished, severely wounded. Gu was miraculously protected by a handful of devoted soldiers who fought valiantly to escort him back to the Valen fortress, where he soon succumbed to his injuries. The news of his death sent shockwaves through the capital. Guangxing, the most senior minister from the era of Zichuan, was renowned for his extraordinary contributions yet remained humble and disciplined. Despite holding immense power, he never abused his authority. As the leader of the Eastern Army, he managed military and political affairs with integrity, overseeing vast sums of money daily without ever taking a single coin for himself. living a life of simplicity in stark contrast to the extravagant lifestyles of others. He was strict with himself but generous towards his subordinates, earning their deep respect. Most notably, he had steadfastly upheld the family's honor, battling against Yang Minghua for 6 arduous years, gaining immense esteem among both the military and the populace. When Guangxing's body was returned to the capital, mourners lined the long streets, a sea of sorrow that seemed endless. The tears of 1 million followers soaked the capital's pristine marble thoroughfare. The crowd erupted in furious cries for the traitor Lei Hong to be punished mercilessly. In response to this tragedy, Zichuan Ning held a state funeral for Guangxing over 3 days. Announcing that his remains would be interred in the Hall of the Holy Spirit, the ancestral burial site of the Zichuan family. This honor was unprecedented in the family's history. Not even the most esteemed leaders had received such a distinction. During the eulogy, Zichuan Ning could barely read the opening lines before breaking down in tears, repeatedly lamenting the loss of such a noble spirit, ultimately collapsing in grief. This display endeared him to the public, who were moved by the heartfelt sorrow shared in the venue. Bai Chuan attended the funeral alongside Zichuan Xiu, though she had only met Guangxing once. She remembered his kindness and gentle demeanor, leaving her handkerchief soaked with tears. Meanwhile, she noticed Zichuan Xiu beside her, his face a mask of cold fury. Not a single tear falling from his eyes. His gaze, imbued with a chilling hatred, was fixed upon the podium where Zichuan Ning delivered the eulogy. Bai Chuan shivered. Having always believed such a demeanor was unique to the likes of Dilin. My lord, do not grieve excessively. Letting your emotions flow may bring some relief. The traitor Lei Hong will surely meet a grim fate. Your anger could harm your health. My lord, are you well? Zichuan Xiu spoke slowly, each word laced with palpable menace. Guangxing was wronged, dying with unfulfilled grievances. He rose, bowing deeply to Guangxing's portrait before turning and leaving the proceedings. Indifferent to the ongoing ceremony, the attendees murmured in disbelief, condemning him as an ungrateful wretch who had been saved multiple times by Guangxing yet abandoned the memorial mid-tribute. Bai Chuan could not grasp Zichuan Xiu's peculiar behavior at the funeral. How could one consider the death of a loyal servant, slain by traitors, as unjust? This enigma troubled her for years until she encountered Tang Chuan, a young historian from the Zichuan family, and upon sharing her thoughts, he answered without hesitation. It is evident, Yang Minghua's subversion of Lei Hong could not have escaped Luo Minghai, his closest confidant. Yet, no warning was given to Guangxing to guard against Lei Hong's betrayal. This must have been orchestrated by Zichuan Ning. After Yang Minghua's demise, the balance of power shifted, and the virtuous Guangxing became a thorn in Zichuan Ning's side. Ji's unwavering loyalty and dedication to the family ultimately led to his death at the hands of those he served. How could one not see the treachery in that? Bai Chuan fell silent, coming to understand a profound truth. History often obscures the vision of those in power while offering clarity to the observers. On the day Guangxing's death was announced, the command center issued orders to hunt down the traitor Lei Hong, dispatching the other 2 deputy commanders, Lin Bing and Luo Bo, to lead the charge. However, Lin Bing, infuriated by Ji's death, took matters into his own hands and marched against Lei Hong's forces before receiving formal authorization from Luo Bo. Lei Hong had initially planned to eliminate Guangxing and his guards to secure his position as the new commander under Yang Minghua's regime, believing the rebellion would succeed. However, fate twisted against him. Not only did Guangxing survive, but Yang Minghua also fell in the capital. Now, with nowhere to hide, Lei Hong fled to his own territory in the Glock province, inciting local garrisons to revolt on April 2, 779. As 25 divisions formerly under his command raised the banner of rebellion against the Zichuan family, the command center remained unfazed. The recent insurrection led by Yang Minghua, the uprising of 200,000 troops 6 years prior, and the rebellion of the border guards 50 years ago were all far more significant. This was merely a localized disturbance, manageable by Lin Bing and Luo Bo, whose forces surpassed the rebels. Progress might be slow, but victory was assured. Only the Inspector General, Lin, foresaw the potential devastation of this uprising. He promptly advised that 300,000 troops be dispatched from the central or border forces to the Far East, emphasizing the need for overwhelming strength to crush Lei Hong's rebellion within a week. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Commander Luo Minghai received Lin's proposal, yet disregarded it, claiming he felt unwell and retreated to the restroom. 15 minutes later, he emerged empty-handed, having discarded the proposal into the toilet. Lin sought counsel from Zichuan Ning, But the response was dismissive. The inspectorate's role is to supervise the family officials for any legal transgressions or misconduct. Matters of the Far East fall under the jurisdiction of the command center and exceed your authority. It would be prudent not to interfere. As communications circulated among the capital's various offices, an unnoticed shift occurred in the Far East. On April 11, 779, just as a great conflict loomed between the legitimate Zichuan forces and the rebels, a small village in the Xiaoluo province, too insignificant to even appear on maps, composed primarily of half-beasts and a minority of serpent folk, proclaimed its independence from Zichuan rule, establishing a modest united militia of fewer than 100 to defend their homeland. Section 3. The minor insurrection 2 decades hence, Tangchuan. The family's deputy inspector general and a historian published his magnum opus, an analysis of the causes of the Far East Rebellion of 779, a reconsideration of several analyses concerning the dialectical relationship between historical necessity and historical contingency from economic, political, humanistic, and geographical perspectives. The true motive behind the publication of this treatise was to secure a senior professional title and thereby elevate his salary grade. The real sufferers were the editors tasked with reviewing the manuscript. Not a single one could make it through the entire title without gasping for air or losing consciousness. In his work, Tangchuan posited that the Great Rebellion of 779, while seemingly accidental, was in fact rooted in historical, economic, political, humanistic, and geographical inevitabilities. A historical overview of the Far East. During the era when the Bright Empire held dominion over the entire continent, the Far East was essentially a desolate wasteland. Bordering the formidable Demon Kingdom, the region's inhabitants, known for their fierce and intractable nature, were contemptuously dismissed as barbarians by the Demon Kingdom, which paid them scant attention, though not complete neglect. Whenever the demonic hordes encroached upon the core, civilized regions inhabited by humans, they would invariably traverse the Far East, engaging in wanton acts of arson, slaughter, and plunder. Consequently, the residents of the Far East, primarily demi-humans, dragons, serpent folk, sprites, dwarves, and other exotic races, along with a smattering of demons, harbored no affection for the Demon Kingdom. In the nascent stages of the Zichuan family's rise to power, they were beset by perils. The founder, Zichuan Yun, understood that the only way to maintain strength was to expand territory, so he initiated external territorial wars. However, westward expansion was thwarted by the powerful Lufeng family, resulting in decades of fierce battles and hundreds of thousands of casualties. Yet the Zichuan family failed to seize even an inch of land. In his twilight years, Zichuan Yun experienced a profound epiphany. Disregarding the vehement opposition of his generals and ministers, he reversed course and advanced into the Far East. Traditionally regarded as the domain of demonic influence, this was seen as courting death. One should count their blessings if the demons didn't harass them. But to actively provoke them was suicidal. However, Zichuan Yun's plan proceeded smoothly. 300,000 Zichuan family troops, under the banner of denouncing demonic cruelty and oppression of all races, and advocating unity to resist the demons, marched triumphantly into the Far East. The various races cheered, supporting this human liberation army and forming volunteer units and militias to fight alongside the Zichuan family against demonic aggression. Coincidentally, the demons were embroiled in internal power struggles that year, leaving them little time to deal with the minor disturbances in the barbarian lands, sending only a few punitive expeditions, allowing the Zichuan family to gain a foothold in the Far East. Over 2 centuries of ambitious endeavors by successive patriarchs, the Far Eastern territories grew to occupy 1/3 of the family's total domain. The demographic composition of the Far East. The original inhabitants of the Far East were non-human races, demi-humans, serpent folk, dwarves, sprites, dragons, etc., accounting for over 70% of the region's total population. Humans made up less than 30%, yet this minority constituted the aristocracy of Far Eastern society, while the other races were relegated to servitude, menial labor, and toiling the land for their human overlords. At some point, the Zichuan family's liberation army transformed into an army of suppression. The various races were naturally unwilling to accept this. However, after the well-organized, well-equipped, and well-trained Zichuan army patiently enlightened them with blood and fire, they earnestly acknowledged their errors, repented, and returned to the warm embrace of the benevolent Zichuan family. Political factors. The death of Far East Commander-in-Chief Guangxing was undoubtedly a crucial catalyst, not only because he was the supreme commander of the Far East Army, and his death left a void in leadership and prestige, causing unrest, but primarily because his demise triggered infighting within the Zichuan family in the Far East. The Zichuan family's garrison troops stationed throughout the region were drawn away, either to join the rebels or to quell the rebellion, leaving a power vacuum in various locales. The intractable demi-humans, serpent folk, demons, and the like awoke to find that the rule that had long weighed upon them was as thin as paper. They naturally felt that tearing their human masters to shreds was more appealing than enduring the overseer's whip and toiling under the sun. Of course, the rapid spread of the rebellion was partly due to the family's upper echelon's lack of attention and slow response. The rebellion, which began in an obscure village in the Xiu province of the Far East, expanded to 7 villages on the 3rd day, over 100 villages and 6 towns on the 4th day, and nearly 1,000 villages and hundreds of towns on the 6th day. In response, Linwei, the provincial governor and a red flag banner knight, urgently dispatched a punitive force to suppress the rebellion. However, the 3,000 human soldiers were routed by a combined army of various races that outnumbered them tenfold. A week later, the entire Xiu province was in full revolt, with rebel forces besieging the provincial capital of Lonka City and the rebellion spreading to the neighboring Minsk, Urim, and Yun provinces. Urgent requests for reinforcements poured in like snowflakes. Inspector General Dilan, could you repeat what you just said? Zichuan Xiu asked, hardly believing his ears. Yes, Your Excellency. Given the escalating rebellion in the Xiu province of the Far East, a swift and decisive strike is required to quell it rapidly. Therefore, I propose that all participating rebels be executed and their corpses displayed in the wilderness to deter any potential malcontents. Several commanders present at the meeting exchanged knowing smiles. Here he goes again. Dilin, the king of slaughter, seemed to have no solution other than wholesale execution. Commander-in-Chief Luo Minghai snorted derisively, saying with undisguised sarcasm, Dilin seems to think that killing rebels is as easy as killing civilians in the capital, but then again, isn't killing civilians your specialty? Commander Fang Jin asked Dilin, how many troops would be needed to execute tens of thousands of rebels? Ignoring Luo Minghai's provocation, Dilin replied to Fang Jin, I estimate that 20 to 30,000 troops would be required. Where would such a large force come from? Minghui inquired. Would we need to draw from the Central Army or the Black Flag Army? I must state that the border defense forces cannot be moved. Lu Fengshuang has been extremely active, frequently provoking us. I wonder what that old hag is up to. Her intention is to tie down the border defense forces and prevent you from meddling in the Far East. Dilin replied coldly, inwardly cursing, can't you even see that? You're as clueless as a summer insect. Dilin said respectfully to Zichuan Xiu a week ago. Drawing troops from the border defense forces or the Central Army would have been a good idea, but now it's too late. It would take at least 3 weeks for troops to reach the Xiu province of the Far East, and the rebellion must be quelled as soon as possible. If we can't draw troops from here, where will the manpower come from? Dilin replied softly, Zheluo province. A hush fell over the room as everyone stared in astonishment. Are you suggesting that we recall all the troops fighting the great rebel Lei Hong to deal with those country bumpkins? You want them to execute a complete about-face in the face of the enemy, allowing Lei Hong to kick them in the rear? Dilin said gravely. Unless there is another option, we could negotiate a truce with Lei Hong, agreeing to his terms, as long as he is willing to send troops to quell the rebellion. We would promise to pardon his crimes. He would surely agree. Nearly everyone was incensed by Dilin's proposal. Fang Jing rose, his voice laden with fury. Are we to allow the murderer of Lord Guangxing to roam free? Dilin remained composed, his demeanor unperturbed as he replied. It's merely a promise. Execution is not obligatory. This plan is untenable, sighed Zichuan Xiu. Should we grant amnesty to the killer of Guangxing? The populace will surely rise in revolt by nightfall, and come dawn, the Elder Council will swiftly impeach us. What a pity, such a splendid scheme. He turned to Sterling, who had remained silent throughout the meeting. Commander Sterling, do you have any thoughts on this matter? Sterling appeared somewhat distracted, but upon hearing Zichuan Xiu's inquiry, he pondered briefly before responding. I concur with the notion of reallocating troops from Glock, though not the entirety of the forces. Perhaps deploying a few divisions would suffice to quell the insurrection. After all, the rebellion consists of a disorganized mob, lacking formidable combat capabilities or a unified command structure. I believe restoring order should not pose a considerable challenge. Sterling's compromise garnered the support of the majority. Zichuan Xiu declared, very well, today's coordination meeting is hereby concluded. In the future, the commander's office and the supervisory bureau ought to enhance their communication. Let us refrain from hastily resorting to mutual impeachment, as it may tarnish the camaraderie amongst us. As the attendees departed the conference hall, Dylan remained, standing in solitude. Sterling called out to him several times, but Dylan, with a sullen countenance, did not respond, prompting Sterling to leave him to his thoughts. A minor rebellion? Dylan mused, his laughter echoing through the empty conference hall. A minor rebellion. This is a tempest potent enough to uproot the very foundations of an entire family. You are on the brink of demise, fools. Chapter 4. Real Estate Investment Lord Xichuan, I hear you haven't been reading the newspapers much lately? Asked Xichuan. Who said that? I have always been concerned about national affairs, diligently reading Playboy, and dedicating 20 minutes daily to the news, though why do you inquire about this? Oh, it's nothing. Recently, I've heard that a certain tech stock has plummeted, and the inflation index is soaring higher than Zichuan's blood pressure. The bank interest rates are lower than Zichuan's stiletto heels. Truly, the most reliable investment is in real estate. I was just wondering if you might be interested. Well, you do have a point there. Is there anything you would recommend? My lord, you've come to the right person. I happen to have a property available, a 3-story building measuring 13 by 16 meters, located in the heart of Lonka, the capital of Xiu province. It boasts convenient transportation, a pleasant environment, and a promising future for appreciation. Look, here are the maps and photos, along with the deed. It looks quite appealing. But I wonder about the price? I don't have much money. My lord, what kind of relationship do we have? Discussing money? That is quite disrespectful. But since you mentioned it, let us settle on 20,000. Zichuan's heart leaped with joy. Such a property in this location would typically fetch 200,000, but he maintained a facade of difficulty. Well, Xichuan, you know your lord is a rather impoverished official with little savings, and I can't muster that amount at once. How about 15,000? Xichuan hesitated momentarily and, with reluctance, replied, who could blame me for needing funds lately? Alas, my lord, let us finalize this transaction. Here is the deed and the money. Xichuan's eagerness made Zichuan slightly suspicious. He scrutinized the deed closely. How can you doubt my integrity and credit, my lord? Look, the deed is issued by the Lonka City government of Xiu province and bears the official seal. If you do not trust me, I shall consult Roger. Wait. Fine, I'll pay you. Zichuan retrieved a stack of foul-smelling banknotes from under his bed and counted them out to Xichuan. Now we are settled, and no turning back. They both exclaimed, sharing a conspiratorial laugh and unsavory camaraderie. 5 minutes later, Roger and Zichuan entered. My lord, Xichuan mentioned you were interested in real estate. I have a family property in the distant east, in Xiajia City, that I am considering selling. My lord, I also have a property in Beihai, in the Minsk province, that I wish to liquidate. Zichuan meticulously reviewed their property documents, finding everything in order. He wondered aloud. Why is it that both of you wish to sell real estate? Xichuan just. Oh, my lord. Xichuan is selling because he was caught at the Xichuan building by the Ministry of Justice's anti-vice office and faces fines. And Roger, what of you? Roger lost money gambling and is being pursued by loan sharks. And Zichuan, what is your reason? Zichuan's eyes reddened, tears brimming as he produced a handkerchief to dab at his face. My mother's and cousin's fiancé brother's neighbor has stomach cancer and needs a costly operation. I have no choice. My reserve duty salary is meager, thus I must sell our ancestral home. He covered his face with the handkerchief and wept. Zichuan suddenly felt a pang of guilt. It was he who had pressured her into reserve duty, deceiving her out of her hard-earned savings for personal gain. The remnants of his conscience stirred for the first time in years. Thus, he accepted their low offers, slashing only half the price and paying on the spot. Zichuan Ning entered. Elder brother, what are you grinning at over that pile of papers? Oh, Ning. Do you remember 7 years ago when I promised to get you a doll? Yes, but you never delivered. And what about the computer, the game console, cosmetics? And the Chanel set you promised? You've also yet to repay me for the money I lent you, and you haven't paid rent or for meals in ages. Ning, haven't I always taught you? You are destined to succeed the commander, so you must cultivate a generous spirit. Why dwell on trifles? Enough of that. I'll buy you a doll at the second-hand market in 2 days after I flip this property. Zichuan Ning leaned in to inspect the property deed. Elder brother, I've just realized I have quite the business acumen. I'm contemplating whether to resign and dive into the market. As this deputy commander position is hardly fulfilling, where are you going? I'm discussing serious matters with you. Zichuan Ning exited and returned with a stack of newspapers. Spreading them open, each headline more alarming than the last. The Far East Rebellion spreads. Lonka City in peril. Urgent. Rioters breach Lonka City. Governor Lin Wei of Xiu Province perishes defending his country. 5,000 families sacrifice. Lonka City reduced to ashes by rioting mob. Rebels initiate massacres. Severe crisis. Shajia City in Uni Province surrounded by insurgent forces. Emergency appeal. Large insurgent forces emerge in Minsk Province. Beihai, Sanglong, and 7 other areas have fallen. Commander Li Ku of the Far East Army takes charge of suppressing the insurgents. 5 divisions mobilized to quell the rebellion. Military might on display. The rebels will soon be vanquished. Interview with Commander Li Ku. Blood-soaked elegy. Accounts of the Far East bloodshed. Loyal souls. Lord Li Ku will forever live in our hearts. Special report. Infamy. The half-orc garrison in Uni Province mutinies. All of Shaluo Province has fallen. Not a living human remains. Interview with survivor Hu Hai. Ike's death. Hu Hai recalls his ordeal. Special report. Troops in Minsk Province mutiny. The provincial capital Minsk has fallen. Conservatively estimated. Over 300,000 have joined the rebellion. Military experts discuss the Far East crisis. The Commander's office has issued a directive to maintain morale. Future reports will not cover military news from the Far East. Henceforth, our paper will focus on the pure topic of boys falling in love with girls. We welcome submissions from authors. Zichuan's complexion shifted dramatically from green to pale, then to ashen. Brother, please don't panic. This is all a blunder orchestrated by my uncles. Let them sort it out. Brother, your face. It's frightening. I never knew how deeply you cared about state affairs and the welfare of the people. How noble. You're rushing out so hastily. Are you unwell and need the restroom? Roger, Chanchuan, Baichuan. You 3 scoundrels, come out. How dare you deceive me? Tonight, you'll regret it. Where have you gone? You with the backpacks, stop right there. Don't run. Ah, my lord, you've mistaken me. I'm not Roger. I'm Roger's twin brother. Luoquan. Yes, this noble lord seems quite familiar. Have we met before? I'm Baichuan's cousin, Baipi. Of course, I'm not Chanchuan. I'm Chanchuan's elder brother. What business do you have with us, my lord? Oh, we are all civilized people. Let us discuss this amicably, shall we? Indeed, my lord. How can you kick a lady? Help. Chapter 5. From Xichuan to Valen, led by Li Ku and the Red Flag Army. The rebellion suppression force of 30,000 men suffered a complete rout, a turn of events that utterly astonished the command center. This indicated that the insurgent populace was not merely a ragtag assembly as previously presumed, but rather a systematically organized and formidable armed force. Furthermore, it revealed that their leaders possessed considerable military acumen. They cunningly exploited Li Ku's hubris to set a trap, first luring the punitive force deeper with minor defeats, only to unleash an ambush that encircled and annihilated them. Such deft military strategy, emerging from what humanity had long regarded as brutish and mindless half-orcs, prompted astute minds to ponder, if half-orcs possessed cunning akin to that of humans, combined with their innate brute strength, the future of humanity, hailed as the leaders of all, would be precariously endangered. In the wake of the defeat, the rebellion surged like wildfire, expanding from a single village to encompass 7 provinces within a mere month, drawing in as many as 500,000 participants. The ferocity and rapidity of this upheaval left all in a state of bewilderment. At this juncture, some recalled the initial prophecy of Inspector General Dilling, lamenting their earlier dismissals had they foreseen. Subsequently, Zichuan Xiu convened a second coordination meeting between the command center and the inspectorate to deliberate on the current crisis. The commanders had begun to grasp their prior misjudgments and Dilling's perspicacity, steeling themselves for his scathing rebukes and sharp sarcasm, solid as stone in their resolve. Yet, Dilling remained silent, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his lips, enduring the discomfort of the assembly. Eventually, Zichuan Xiu could no longer bear the silence and implored Dilling. What are your thoughts, Inspector General? Please share. With a solemn air, Dilling replied, to report to you, my lord, I have no opinions. I am eager to hear the esteemed views of all commanders. This was a torment more profound than execution for the commanders, leaving roaming high crimson-faced. The meeting yielded no fruitful resolutions, concluding hastily. After the meeting, Sterling approached Dilling. Brother, I sense you have something to express, do you not? Dilling smiled wryly. Speaking would be futile. When Lei Hong first rebelled, I advocated for the mobilization of central forces to the Far East, yet no one heeded my counsel. At the onset of the rebellion, I urged the immediate recall of the forces dispatched against Lei Hong to address the civil unrest, even suggesting a temporary truce with him. But my words fell on deaf ears. They insisted on drawing troops from the western side of Valen Fortress. I suspect the command center will soon order the Far Eastern Army to disregard Lei Hong's rebels and focus entirely on the civil unrest. Alas, They are always one step behind the unfolding situation. What, then, is your recommendation? Sterling inquired. My suggestion would undoubtedly induce a cerebral hemorrhage in that old fool roaming high. Dilling replied. Sterling smiled. My blood pressure is fine. You may share it with me. Dilling met Sterling's gaze. Very well, listen closely. My recommendation is as follows. He articulated slowly. The Far Eastern Army should disregard both Lei Hong's rebels and the civil unrest. They must immediately retract all border garrisons combating the demon race back to Valen Fortress, relinquishing all Far Eastern provinces. This may yet salvage something. Observing Sterling's face drain of color. Utterly stunned into silence, Dilling sighed. Even you are shaken to this extent. Does my revelation hold any merit? Indeed, the command center's response aligned precisely with Dilling's predictions. Ordering the main force of the Far Eastern Army, led by Deputy Commander Lin Bing and Rabo in the Glock province, to cease hostilities with Lei Hong and redirect their full might against the civil unrest. At that moment, the Far Eastern Army was locked in fierce combat with the rebels. Engaged in a stalemate, and the sudden order to withdraw felt akin to exposing oneself to the enemy. Upon receiving the command, Deputy Commander Lin Bing erupted in fury. Does roaming high understand military strategy? To turn back now is tantamount to self-destruction. I curse him countless times. The composed Rabo covered her mouth, initiating the plans for withdrawal. Fortuitously. Under Rabo's astute strategizing, what could have been a glaring flaw in their retreat was transformed into a cleverly laid trap, dissuading Lei Hong from pursuing them recklessly. After sustaining minimal losses, the Far Eastern Army successfully evacuated from the Glock province and began to muster 30,000 troops to combat the insurgent populace. Initially, the suppression efforts proceeded smoothly, with daily reports of victories reaching the command center, offering roaming high a substantial sigh of relief. However, by June 779, upon entering the heart of the rebellion in Yun province, communication ceased altogether. The 30,000 troops appeared to vanish into thin air overnight. The command center in the imperial capital descended into a frenzy. Only Inspector General Dilling remained unperturbed, muttering to himself, Lei Hong is not yet foolish enough. By July 5th, news of the Far Eastern Army's main force finally emerged. From 300,000, fewer than 50,000 remained, having abandoned all weapons and heavy armor. Retreating in disarray to Valen Fortress, pursued by a coalition army of races and Lei Hong's 15 divisions of rebels. It was only then that the true nature of the calamity became clear. The traitor Lei Hong had forged an alliance with the coalition forces, promising to assist them in severing the Far Eastern Army's supply lines. From the perspective of the coalition army, this was a venture of immense benefit with no detriment. They quickly struck a pact, signing the infamous Minsk Alliance Agreement in the capital of Minsk province, agreeing that after overthrowing the Zichuan family's rule, the eastern territories of the Far East would be granted independence to various races, while the western territories would fall under Lei Hong's dominion. Future generations often wondered how Lei Hong, who once served as the vice commander of the family, could possess the audacity to believe that with the support of a few half-orcs and serpent folk, he could utterly eradicate the Zichuan lineage. He should have comprehended the family's formidable strength. Nonetheless, some contend that Lei Hong, at that time, could never have envisioned the overthrow of a family that had reigned for 2 centuries. His sole aim was self-preservation. The conditions he proposed were merely to render the agreement appear equitable, dispelling any doubts regarding his sincerity. After all, why would humans assist us without reason? The reality was that Lei Hong, prioritizing his life, faithfully fulfilled his obligations under the pact. He dispatched troops to sever the Far Eastern Army's retreat routes, cutting off their supplies and communications. This accounted for the mysterious disappearance of the Far Eastern troops. When the main force of the Far Eastern Army finally managed to confront the elusive coalition troops at Xichuan, Rabo and Lin Bing felt a wave of relief wash over them as they ordered the commencement of a regular battle. Although the soldiers were weary and famished, the prospect of returning home post-battle invigorated them, and they fought valiantly. At one point, the Far Eastern Army held the upper hand on the battlefield, overwhelming the half-orcs, dragonfolk, demon race, and serpent folk with a fierce charge from their armored cavalry, scattering them in disarray. Everyone believed victory was within their grasp. However, as dusk fell, glimmering blades and spears appeared on the horizon, resonating like thunder. The same armored cavalry, albeit clad in different colors, Lei Hong's rebels had arrived. The exhausted Zichuan family forces could not withstand the onslaught of this fresh contingent. The once dispersed rebel forces regrouped and charged back, scattering swiftly only to unite just as quickly. Lobo personally wielded his blade against a dozen fleeing soldiers. While Lin Bing rushed to the forefront to inspire the troops to continue their fight, yet the tide of defeat was already upon them, rendering all efforts futile. In the Battle of Xichuan, the Far Eastern Army suffered a catastrophic loss of 235,000 men, including 3 banner generals, 23 banner officers, and 76 deputy banner officers, all perishing in the fray. The army's commander, Lobo, was gravely injured. Such a defeat had never befallen the Far Eastern Army. Not even when confronting the elite forces of the demonic legions. The insurrection spread like a snowball, growing ever larger until it engulfed 21 of the 23 provinces in the Far East. Over 1 million rebels relentlessly assaulted the Warren Fortress, with urgent pleas for assistance flying back to the command center like snowflakes, each more dire than the last. The rebels were attacking Warren with overwhelming force. Reinforcements were desperately requested, as our forces were stretched thin. Medicinal supplies were critically scarce, leaving the wounded without proper care. Our arrows and boulders had been exhausted. Today we relied on mere spittle to repel the insurgents, and by tomorrow, we would be forced to bleed. The garrison protecting the command center had already been dispatched. Cadets from the Far Eastern Military Academy had also been sent. Our defense now depended on mere boys. Commander Lobo provided cover as Deputy Commander Lin charged ahead. Ultimately, a blood-written letter co-signed by Lin Bing and Lobo declared, should reinforcements not arrive within a week, we would need assistance only to collect our fallen. Lobo. Lin Bing. The Warren Fortress stands as the most formidable barrier between the Far East and the imperial capital. Should Warren fall, the million-strong insurgents would surge into the unprotected heart of human civilization, an eventuality that the family would never tolerate. On July 30th, 779, the command issued an order for Commander Sterling to immediately lead the newly restructured Central Army of 150,000 to bolster the defenses of Warren Fortress, with Commander Fong Jing and the Black Flag Army following closely behind, as their distance was considerable. Furthermore, the family declared a state of emergency, mandating all reserve officers to return to active duty forthwith. Chapter 6. Confession. As the summer sun dipped below the horizon, Zichuan Xiu reclined comfortably in the hammock beneath the grand tree in front of the house, sipping on a chilled Coca-Cola while admiring the fiery clouds at dusk. Savoring this rare moment of leisure, he was in high spirits and suddenly inspired to compose a poem, The Setting Sun, like blood, the clouds as gauze. It resembled a large pancake. Roger, lying on the mat below, interjected, "My lord, whether you choose to scold or beat us, we can endure, but could you perhaps show some mercy and refrain from reciting poetry?" Xichuan added, "Even if you insist on composing poetry, might you not read it aloud to us?" Zichuan grumbled, rubbing his sore backside, having been kicked by Zichuan Xiu not long ago. "Indeed. We too are the offspring of our parents. Since we have unfortunately become your subordinates, we accept our fate. Perhaps it is a matter of bad luck, but must you also subject us to your poetry? This is too much." "Exactly. There must be a limit to such bullying." "Silence. I believe I hear the sound of hoofs. My lord, please do not change the subject. Who would ride a horse in such sweltering heat?" Just as the words left his mouth, a rider in civilian attire appeared at the end of the street, galloping swiftly past them. A red-feathered arrow struck the pillar of Zichuan Ning's home with a resounding thud, accompanied by a loud call, "Uremia!" The four sprang to their feet, watching as the knight's silhouette gradually faded into the distance. Xichuan's complexion turned pale. "This is a summons for the reserve forces." Zichuan Xiu commanded loudly, "Roger, Zichuan, Xichuan, mount your horses and continue to relay the summons." "Yes, my lord." The three hastily mounted their steeds, while the servants equipped them with the red-feathered arrows that every household had prepared. "Go, go, go." The trio dashed off in 3 different directions, their speed remarkable. The commotion drew Zichuan Ning outside, who gazed anxiously at the diminishing figures of the 3 men. "Brother, what has happened?" Upon glancing down and seeing the red-feathered arrow on the pillar, her face turned ashen. "A summons?" Zichuan Xiu nodded silently, pretending not to notice the anguish reflected in Zichuan Ning's expression. That evening, Sterling paid a visit. Zichuan Xiu received him with calm composure. "I am departing for the Far East tomorrow," Sterling stated bluntly. Zichuan Xiu frowned. "Is it that dire?" "Even worse than you can imagine. Valen is on the brink of falling, and our family's reserve forces have yet to be fully assembled. I meant your taste is appalling. Your socks are on inside out." "Never mind. Do not change them here. The odor is unbearable." "So, you came to see me tonight because—" Zichuan Xiu already had an inkling. "I wish to see Cardan." Zichuan Xiu fell silent. "Ah, Xiu." Sterling thought for a moment. You are about to lead hundreds of thousands of troops to the far east to battle the demons. Yet you come to see the demon princess just before the fight. Does that align with your position as the commander of the Central Army? Aren't you afraid your subordinates will revolt upon learning this? Aren't you concerned the command will accuse you of treason? And what will you say to Cardan? Oh, Cardan, hello. Tomorrow I will go and slay your uncles and aunts. Please give me a kiss for encouragement. What do you expect her to respond? My dear Sterling, go forth and slay mightily. And upon your return, I shall marry you. Or will she cling to your leg and weep? No, no. And then you, soft-hearted, will falter, and in the far east, find yourself butchered like a pig. A pained expression crossed Sterling's face, which was usually as unyielding as granite. Zichuan Xiu's heart softened immediately. Fine, I will give you 15 minutes. Sterling grasped Zichuan Xiu's hands in gratitude, unable to resist placing a kiss upon them. Ah, I do not share such inclinations. If Anning sees us two men like this, there will be misunderstandings. Oh, Anning, you're here. Do you know where Cardan is? There's no need to look so surprised. This is a perfectly normal expression of camaraderie between men. In the spacious reception room, Sterling and Cardan sat together while Zichuan Xiu, Zichuan Ning, and Baichuan watched them intently, whispering amongst themselves, "Look, the Lord is blushing." Indeed, Cardan is as well. Sure, be quiet and listen to what they say. Sterling broke the silence. I said, Xiu, did you not promise me 15 minutes? Indeed, I did say I would grant you 15 minutes to see Cardan. Now, is she not right before you? True. But I feel as though this room has become cramped, unable to accommodate so many. I believe it is sufficient. Aside from you and Cardan, it is just as few. The room is ample enough. Do not stall any longer. A minute has already passed. Why are they even here? Oh, Baichuan is simply bored. Chanchuan wishes to learn some flirting techniques, and Roger is here for the passionate scenes. As for my sister, Anning, why are you here? Oh, I finished watching tonight's Tokyo love story and, having no romance novels to read, I thought I would see if there were any confession scenes. Ah, Sterling, how could you twist my hair like that? It hurts. Very well, I shall leave. As Zichuan Ning exited, Sterling turned to Roger, asking with concern, Roger, I heard you've been unwell lately? You should rest early. Roger replied, not at all. My health is usually quite good. My stomach never hurts. Oh, it hurts so much. Very well, I shall take my leave. Please stop. Sterling withdrew his fist, watching Roger stumble away, smiling. Resting early is beneficial for your health. Chanchuan. You, my lord, you need not speak further. I suddenly remembered an urgent matter that requires my immediate attention. Please allow me to take my leave. Oh, Chanchuan. Feel free to attend to your affairs. Baichuan. Do you not yearn for the opportunity to serve valiantly on the battlefield in the Far East? My lord, you are mistaken. My head has suddenly begun to ache. Please allow me the courtesy of excusing myself. Once they had all departed, Zichuan Xiu expressed his frustration. I detest such people who enjoy interrupting others' good fortunes. It is infuriating. Now, Sterling, with only our own remaining, feel free to speak your mind. With a loud bang, the door swung shut, and Zichuan Xiu found himself unceremoniously ejected from the reception room. A heavy silence enveloped the space. Sterling cleared his throat softly. Cardan. Oh no, I should address you as Princess Cardan. How have you been lately? I am departing for the Far East tomorrow to engage in battle. However, it is not against your nation, but to quell the rebellion within my family. This conflict may prove perilous. There is a chance I may not return. Thus, I wish to see you tonight. So, to put it plainly, I hope you understand my sentiments after all this time. I have feelings for you, Cardan, since the moment we first met. My origins are not noble. I come from humble beginnings. But I believe my salary could sustain 2 lives. I understand you are a princess of noble birth and may not find someone like me, who possesses nothing but a broken sword, appealing. I came here tonight merely to catch a final glimpse of you and share a few words. As for your return to your homeland, that will have to wait for a while. The Far East is currently tumultuous and perilous. Do not fret. I will certainly find a way to assist you in returning. You have remained silent for too long. Are you weary? Have I taken up too much of your time? Well, the night has grown quite deep. You should retire early. Let us continue to be friends henceforth. You need not worry about me. I am not saddened in the least. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Take good care of yourself, and should you encounter any difficulties, confide in Xiu. I have instructed him to look after you diligently, so do not be afraid. Sterling, filled with sorrow and disappointment, rose to depart when a soft voice called from behind. Stir, the battlefield is treacherous. please take utmost care. He doubted his ears and, in a fit of joy, turned around. Cadden, you. Cadden had already risen and walked away, leaving behind an almost inaudible remark. In truth, I am not in such a hurry to return. In the vast, empty hall, Sterling knelt slowly, raising his arms high. Oh God, bless me. Such happiness. I fear I do not deserve. Unbeknownst to the ecstatic Sterling and the bashful Cadden, the once intact window now bore several small holes, seemingly appearing from nowhere. Hey, Changchuan, have you seen enough? It's my turn now. Pa. I originally thought Lord Sterling, being such a remarkable individual, would possess extraordinary methods, yet he is utterly disappointing, a disgrace to our charming fraternity. Alas, by Chuan, you are a girl too. What do you think Cadden's words meant? Did she agree or not? Go. Press down firmly on her shoulders, slowly overpower her. With a commanding gaze, let the strength of a man captivate and enchant her. Grasp her hand firmly and unbutton her one by one. My lord, you have lost. I told you there would be no passionate scenes today. You did not believe me. Now hand over the money. Big brother, you are spying on big brother Sterling and sister Cadden. Such behavior is quite improper. It is unethical. Nonsense. Have you not been peering through that hole without blinking? What morality are you speaking of? On the first night of August in the year 779 of the Empire, the Great Rebellion in the Far East raged fiercely. The casualties of the Purple River family numbered in the tens of thousands, with nearly 30 million military and civilian lives struggling amidst the insurrection. The family's most steadfast stronghold, Fortress Vallon, was on the brink of collapse as a million ruthless rebels were about to invade the heart of the family's domain, wreaking havoc upon the innocent. Amidst this turmoil, from the highest ranks to every soldier and commoner, the family was consumed by worry and sleeplessness. Yet one of the three heroes of the Purple River, Central Army Commander Sterling, experienced the happiest moment of his life. Chapter 7. The Great Victory at Vallon. On the second day of August in the year 779 of the Empire, the capital awakened early. It was the day when Commander Sterling would lead an impressive army of 150,000 to the Vallon Fortress. The Grand Chancellor of the Purple River, in a show of support, hosted a farewell ceremony for the troops and offered them wine. As the soldiers, primarily comprised of the capital's youth, marched forth, over 1 million residents lined the streets, eagerly searching for familiar faces among the ranks. Tearful mothers grasped their sons' hands, while newlywed wives embraced their husbands, overcome with emotion, filling the air with cries of sorrow. Commander Sterling was the center of attention that day, accompanied by the Chancellor and members of his staff. They escorted him several kilometers outside the city. Finally, after much insistence from Sterling, the Chancellor reluctantly took his hand and said, Sterling, this is where I must leave you. Remember, your family awaits news of your success day and night. Overcome with emotion, Sterling knelt and vowed, Rest assured, my lord, I shall quell the rebellion and restore peace. Should I fail, I would rather perish on the battlefield than return to face you. The Chancellor sighed and softly admonished, Do not speak such ominous words. Victory and defeat are common in battle. I only wish for your safe return. Know that I have no son. I have always regarded you as my own. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Li Qing has also come. Would you not like to say a few words to her? Sterling had noticed Li Qing among the farewell crowd but merely nodded at her, stating, My lord, I carry the weight of my nation's fate. It is not the time for romantic sentiments. Please convey my regards to Li Qing. Sighing, the Chancellor remarked, Though a man may forget his family for the nation, Sterling, you are being too unfeeling. You've grown too resolute. Li Qing, pale-faced, remained unnoticed by the two men, who failed to see that Sterling had been somewhat distracted, his gaze frequently drifting towards the farewell crowd, only to withdraw in disappointment. Dear Sister Cadden, having come this far, why not approach Brother Sterling and say a few words? Purple River Ning asked, puzzled. Cadden, her face veiled, gazed longingly at Sterling among the crowd, and gently shook her head, Given my status, it would place him in a difficult position to approach him. Now a warm tear fell onto Purple River Ning's hand, prompting her to widen her eyes and peer through the veil to see Cadden's beautiful face. You were crying, sighing silently beside them, Purple River Xiu reflected. Throughout history, the tears of women have often accompanied the dust of war, and even extraordinary figures like Sterling and Cadden cannot escape this fate. As Purple River Xiu pondered deeply, he suddenly exclaimed, Brother, your hand, why is it resting on the front of the lady? Oh, I saw she was too sorrowful and wished to comfort her. A resounding slap echoed as a furious woman turned to face Purple River Xiu, her face contorted with rage. Rogue, seeking to take advantage of me, My husband accompanies Lord Sterling to the Far East, risking his life for the nation. How can you bully a solitary woman? Is there no justice left in the world? Her words incited the crowd's fury as they closed in with clenched fists. Haha, everyone, let me explain, clearly. This is a misunderstanding. I have always been a fervent protector of my family's honor. How could I commit such an act? Listen to me. It was entirely accidental, due to the interplay of time, space, atmospheric currents, Earth's magnetic field, and gravitational factors. My hand inadvertently came into contact with the protruding part of this lady's back. It is fate's arrangement. I cannot be blamed. Please, do not resort to violence, Ning, Cadden. Where are you going? Hurry and help me explain. Oh, we are merely passing by and do not know this rogue. Do as you please. Ungrateful wretch. Oh, do not kick there. It hurts. Help me. On August 6th, the battle for Valen Fortress reached a critical juncture. After relentless assaults over several days, the rebels finally breached the fortress's formidable walls, pouring through the gap with a cacophony of cheers. The citizens of Valen had mobilized entirely, with no reserves left to defend against the breach. Deputy Commander Lobo and Lin Bing gazed at the overwhelming rebel forces outside and exchanged bittersweet smiles. At this point, it seemed that their situation was utterly hopeless. They had prepared themselves for a heroic demise in defense of their homeland. Lin Bing raised her sword, lamenting. The only regret is that we have not seen the murderer of our lord, Lei Hong, perish before our eyes. Such is the injustice of heaven. Lobo grasped her hand. Wait. At this point, what are we waiting for? You wouldn't be thinking of confessing your feelings, would you? Foolish woman. What are you saying at a time like this? Something is off with the rebels' movements. Indeed, urgent drumbeats echoed from the rebel camp, sounding nothing like the jubilation of impending victory. Flags waved wildly, messengers sprinted to and fro, and officers shouted in rising panic as the ranks hastily adjusted. Confusion reigned, and soldiers hesitated, unsure of their next moves. Chaos ensued. A thunderous noise erupted from the northwest. The two deputy commanders, who had resigned themselves to death, exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed, "Could reinforcements have arrived so soon?" Their hearts raced as they clasped hands tightly. From the northwest, an army emerged. It was a human army. My lord, reinforcements have arrived. All cavalry. The numbers are unclear. My lord, I can see the banners. It's the Central Army. The Central Army has come. Sterling, it is Sterling's forces. Long live the Chancellor. Long live the Central Army. Long live Lord Sterling. As if to affirm their words, the cavalry let out a thunderous roar. Urim. There was no doubt. It was the battle cry of the Central Army charging forth. Lobo and Lin Bing, astonished, exclaimed, "How did they arrive so swiftly?" After departing the capital, Sterling concentrated the most mobile cavalry units into 10 cavalry divisions and 20 infantry divisions. He believed that reinforcements were as urgent as extinguishing a fire, ignoring the objections of his subordinates. He ordered Deputy Commander Qin Lu to lead the infantry forward, while he himself rode tirelessly with the cavalry, making a relentless journey to Valen, thus setting a new record for forced marches, arriving from the capital to the distant Valen in just 4 days. Upon reaching the battlefield, Sterling observed that the rebels, in their haste, had disordered their formations. He immediately commanded, "Charge, all troops." A staff officer voiced dissent. "My lord, the enemy outnumbers us, and our forces are weary from the long journey. Would it not be wise to rest in Valen and regroup before planning our next move?" Sterling replied, "Our troops have just arrived, and their morale is high. The rebels have been attacking Valen for days without success. They have lost their edge and are now fearful and disorganized. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." In a state of panic, the rebel camp hastily rearranged, managing to muster only 6 infantry formations primarily composed of half-beasts to defend. If they could stall Sterling's forces even briefly, the main army could regroup to launch a decisive assault. Thousands of fierce half-beasts brandished their massive hands and let out wild howls. The Central Army roared, Urim, the thunder of whose resounded as the disciplined ranks surged towards the half-beasts like a dark, looming wall. Arrows flew in unison. The front lines of half-beasts fell, writhing in agony. Both the rebels and the Eastern Army on the city walls were taken aback. How could Sterling's troops consist entirely of archers, advancing while shooting arrows? How could an archery unit charge? As the shocked troops advanced to within 100 meters of the insurgents, Sterling's clear voice resonated throughout every corner of the battlefield. "Forward, prepare the spears." With a swift motion, the cavalry of the Central Army, galloping at full speed, deftly unsheathed their long spears. Their precise and synchronized movement showcased the prowess of the Central Army as the foremost elite force of the realm, instilling fear in the hearts of the insurgents. The horses maintained their speed as the riders lowered their bodies, the spears extending 1.5 meters beyond the equine forms. Meanwhile, the rear ranks continued to unleash arrows, further increasing the casualties and chaos among the insurgents. The two forces drew ever closer, 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. A thunderous roar erupted. Urim. On the opposite side, a simultaneous cry echoed. Wow! Wow! The bloodbath commenced. With tremendous momentum, the cavalry easily pierced the tough bodies of the half-beasts with their spears. Some even managed to impale 2 or 3 at once. The second line of half-beasts retaliated with wooden clubs and iron rods, attempting to unseat the riders. The cavalry, undeterred, switched to their curved sabers for close combat, cleaving the half-beasts in two. In an instant, hundreds of human soldiers fell to the ground, their loved ones far away now bereft of hope for reunion, while thousands of half-beasts met their demise, pierced and hacked to death. The subsequent troops pressed on with unwavering resolve, the clash intensifying as they surged into the fray. Sterling's forces boasted a decisive numerical advantage, their weaponry far superior to the insurgents' crude clubs and shovels. The human soldiers adopted a tactical formation, 3 men coordinating against each half-beast, organized in their slaughter of the disorganized enemy. The hastily assembled insurgents struggled to withstand the trials of such a chaotic and courageous melee, ultimately falling apart under the disciplined onslaught of trained regulars, each soldier fighting for themselves. Within 5 minutes, 6 half-beast divisions were scattered, fleeing in disarray. With a sharp whistle, Sterling reformed the scattered troops into a majestic phalanx, disregarding the fleeing forces and charging towards the enemy's stronghold. Emboldened by their initial victory, the soldiers shouted once more, Urim! Like wolves pouncing upon the enemy's main force, which had just retreated from the siege and had not even had time to regroup. Witnessing the ferocious cavalry swiftly dismantling the once formidable half-beasts, many from the snake kin, dragon kin, and dwarves began to flee in haste. They were, after all, a rabble. Their initial bravado crumbled at the slightest setback, leading them to seek escape. The remaining insurgents hesitated. Should they follow their commander's orders to form ranks and withstand the assault, or flee like their comrades? Before they could decide, the cavalry had already plunged into their midst, screams echoing all around. Thus, hesitation turned into a frantic flight. Snake kin, run for your lives. Half-beast, you cowards. I'm fleeing too. Dwarfs, we surrender. We surrender. The dragonkin silently marched away. The only regular force among the insurgents was the division led by Reihong. But they had departed 3 days prior to confront the 2 provinces in the far east that remained loyal, Daya and Ilabat. Little did they expect that the insurgents, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, would be so thoroughly routed by a mere 50,000 cavalry. On August 11th, a messenger nearly at the brink of exhaustion arrived in the imperial capital, heralding jubilant cries throughout the city. Valen has achieved victory. 7,100 enemies slain. 11,600 captured, insurgents routed for 100 kilometers, and Lord Sterling is in hot pursuit. The Valen fortress stands secure. General Zichuan Xiu commanded a moment of silence to honor the fallen soldiers for 5 minutes. The command center officially appointed Sterling as the commander of the Central Army, removing the provisional designation. Following the somber tribute, a night of revelry unfolded, with 1 million citizens celebrating, each mention of Sterling's name eliciting a chorus of cheers. Long live. In taverns, toasting to the great victory and wishing for Lord Sterling's longevity, glasses clinked 3 million times. Sales of beer, flowers, firecrackers, amulets, and colorful balloons soared, significantly stimulating effective demand and causing a marked rise in economic indices that had languished since the previous year. Astute booksellers rushed to publish titles such as the biography of General Sterling, My Stories with Sterling, In Absolute Privacy, and Sterling, the Fallen Hero. Journalists, eager to showcase the speed of newspapers over books, hurriedly produced articles like the General Sterling in the Eyes of Friends, The Great Man Next Door, An Interview with Sterling's Neighbor, and My Dining Experience with Sterling. Yet, on the same night of August 11th in the year 779 of the Empire, another piece of news was quietly released. Unnoticed by all, merely a brief line in the lost and found section of the evening news of the capital, in light of the tense situation in the Far East. The command center plans to appoint Deputy Commander Zichuan Xiu to convene reserve soldiers in the provinces of Mozov, Jisan, and Anqing to form a contingency army, named the Xiu Battalion. Chapter 8. The establishment of the Xiuzi camp on the 13th day of August in the year 779 of the Empire. A group of individuals burdened with the dire mission of rescuing their family from perilous straits departed from the imperial capital. Their destination lay in the heartland of the family, the provinces of Mozov, Shijin, and Anqing. My lord, it is sweltering hot. Must we endure such heat while on the road? Are we not entitled to some mercy? My lord, does President Looming harbor a grudge against you? Why else would he assign you this arduous task of rallying the militia, dragging us all into it as well? You needn't speak further. That fool is clearly not listening. Look at him, grinning at the imperial capital daily. My lord, what could possibly amuse him so? Oh, Zichuan, look here. I've made the front page. It has been years since I graced the headlines. Let me see, according to a certain friend of the esteemed General Sterling. He was an exemplary student, receiving scholarships yearly and establishing grand ideals of serving the family from a young age. This sacred ideal shone like a beacon, guiding him through trials, ultimately leading him to become a renowned general. His journey teaches us that with determination, one can achieve their dreams, serving as a model for countless ambitious youths. My lord, I do not see your name mentioned. Oh, that certain friend refers to me, though my words were quite different. I told the reporter that Sterling was a troublemaker, often skipping class to play Street Fighter with Dylan, and when he lost, he would flee without paying. He relied on Dylan's answers during exams, yet neither were particularly studious, resulting in their perpetual failures. The teacher would often scold them, saying, "You both make the same mistakes. How did it end up like this?" 2 days later, the group reached the provincial capital of Shijin. They were warmly welcomed by Vice Flag Officer Jin Chong, the head of the Provincial Reserve Armed Forces. Jin, appearing to be in his 30s, possessed an upright demeanor and eloquent speech. Roger, Zichuan, and the others felt an uncanny familiarity and loathing upon meeting him. His smile bore an uncanny resemblance to someone they despised. Vice Officer Jin, how fares the assembly of the reserve militia in your province? Oh, esteemed Lord Xichuan, worry not. Our province never neglects national defense. Conducting weekly training and military management, the personnel are invigorated, full of confidence, eagerly awaiting the first call from the family to rush to battle, ready to sacrifice their lives. Zichuan Xiu interrupted his incessant chatter. I am asking how many have been assembled? Upon learning of the turmoil in the Far East and the vile scoundrels ravaging our sacred territory, I have been filled with righteous indignation, yearning to fly to the distant lands of the East and confront the rebels personally. Alas, as an officer tasked with the family's defense, I cannot leave my post without orders. I can only channel my fervor into the meticulous organization of the reserve forces, demonstrating my unwavering loyalty to the family. Yes, I understand your noble patriotic fervor, but how many reserve troops have gathered? Thanks to the tireless efforts of all members of our department, we have made significant progress in assembling the reserve forces. Of course, no one is infallible. We acknowledge our shortcomings, yet we must recognize that the achievements are paramount, while the flaws are secondary. How many troops have been assembled? Jean hesitated, then whispered something into Zichuan Xiu's ear. Zichuan Xiu leapt up. Is that all? Ah, a wise lord like yourself should understand the challenges we face. Our office budget is severely lacking. Benefits cannot be distributed. Bonuses are uncertain. And even our weekly reimbursement for meals is capped at 30 times. It is indeed strenuous. Yet, in such difficult circumstances, our dedicated staff has demonstrated remarkable resilience to achieve this outcome. But it is still rather insufficient. Having heard of your military acumen, a wise lord such as yourself undoubtedly understands the principle that quality outweighs quantity. While our troop numbers may appear limited, we possess absolute superiority in quality. 100 elite soldiers surpass 1,000 mediocre ones. Our assembled soldiers have an average age of 31. We have a well-structured mix of seasoned veterans and fearless young recruits, truly an elite force. In that case, let us see them drill. As Jean was about to comply, Zichuan Xiu stopped him. I have a query. Are you not an active vice flag officer? Originally, I was in the reserves, but after the Far East incident, I joined active duty. My lord, you. Oh, I too transitioned from the reserves. The two exchanged knowing smiles, finding camaraderie and shared experiences, yet also a hint of mutual disdain. Zichuan whispered to Roger, do you not find this vice flag officer to bear a striking resemblance to someone? Zichuan was taken aback. Why are there so many elderly men, leaning on canes, with missing teeth, waiting in line? Look at that one. He requires assistance just to walk. Oh no, after a few steps, he has collapsed. Jean explained. Old Wong has had a hard episode. He just needs to lie down for a moment. My lord, behold, these are battle-hardened veterans, rich in combat experience. Some have even participated in the great campaigns against the Lufeng family. Roger was stunned. There are also groups of young boys. The oldest appears no more than 15. And the youngest, "Hey, kid, don't come near me. My trousers are not for wiping your nose. These are our future young warriors, though they may seem inexperienced. After enduring a few battles, they shall become valiant fighters. The youth hold boundless potential, never underestimate them." Xichuan frowned. "I doubt they could withstand a single battle. Did your average age of 31 come from the presence of genuine young men in their 20s and 30s? Jean appeared deeply offended. "How could you suggest such a thing, Lord Xichuan? Look there, a robust young man. He is 30. Everyone turned to see a one-armed man sitting on a bench, removing his prosthetic leg. Zichuan Xiu turned to Jean. "I believe there has been a misunderstanding. We have not come to establish a nursing home, a daycare, or a rehabilitation center. Upon returning to their lodgings, what shall we do, my lord? The assembly deadline from the command center is September. We are running out of time. My lord, I propose we order that wretched Jin Chang to complete the recruitment within a week. These bureaucrats are utterly unreliable. We must devise our own solutions. My lord." "What are you writing?" Zichuan Xiu replied. "Baichuan, come here. Did you bring that super short skirt?" The following day, posters of Baichuan in a super short skirt appeared throughout the streets of the provincial capital, proclaiming, "A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Men must not miss out. Join the Xiuzi Camp travel group. Young gentlemen are warmly invited to participate. 3-day tour of the imperial capital. Explore magnificent sights and indulge your senses. Miss Shirakawa, a pure and innocent student, wishes to share her heartfelt sentiments with you, hoping to spend an unforgettable and passionate time together. All expenses for transportation, meals, and lodging are completely waived." You doubt this? Yet it is indeed a reality. Action speaks louder than words. Come forth. Should you miss this opportunity, you may regret it for a lifetime. Please bring valid identification to contact us. Address: Room 123, Fengxi Hotel. Contacts: Xichuan Xiu, Roger, Changchuan. In just 3 days, Xichuan Xiu flawlessly fulfilled the task assigned by the command office, gathering the strongest army for the future of the clan and marching towards the imperial capital with great momentum. This endeavor, historically known as the Great Jisun Hoax, also led to a perplexing consequence for historians. Throughout his lifetime, King Guangming and his 3 loyal ministers never set foot in the Jisun province. Whenever someone from Jisun was encountered, Chief of Staff Changchuan would suddenly have urgent matters to attend to, Commander Shirakawa would suffer from sudden headaches, and Commander Roger would hastily flee, while King Guangming would merely chuckle, remarking on the weather before discreetly exiting through the back door. This day, recorded in history as the 18th of August in the 779th year of the Empire, marked the first successful recruitment operation of the Xiu Battalion. This auspicious day heralded a bright future for this army. My lord, the command office has approved the naming of our new army. Shirakawa joyfully returned with a blank banner. Excellent. I propose we name this troop Roger's Death Squad. Pa, Roger's Death Squad sounds more fitting. Of course, we shall call it the Handsome Xichuan Corps. That effeminate suggestion is utterly revolting. Shirakawa, which name do you prefer? Neither. I think Shirakawa's pink army sounds delightful. What a lack of taste, my lord. What is your opinion? Oh dear, my lord, what are you doing? At some point, Xichuan Xiu had neatly inscribed a large Xiu character on the banner. All right, from now on, our army shall be known as the Xiu Battalion. I have a premonition that this unit will surely... Oh dear, what are you doing? Defiling the military flag is a capital offense. The treasured flag of the Xiu Battalion, kept in the Family History Museum, is a valuable historical research artifact. Specifically, it states, Roger's Death Squad, the first handsome Changchuan. Xichuan Roger is a lecher. The flamboyant Changchuan, Xichuan Xiu, is a fool. The beautiful Shirakawa declares. Chapter 1. The Tiger of Zichuan after the Battle of Valen. Commander Sterling of the Central Army did not await the arrival of the infantry troops led by Deputy Commander Qin Lu. Instead, after tending to the wounded, he promptly took command of 30,000 cavalry and advanced directly into the epicenter of the rebellion in Yun Province. The swiftness of his advance bordered on recklessness, inciting widespread panic in the imperial capital, not again at Chishui Beach, a reference to the catastrophic defeat of the 300,000 Zichuan forces at the same location, which nearly annihilated their army. Urgent messages from the general's office and the command center repeatedly caught up with Sterling, urging him to exercise caution and to proceed methodically. In their eyes, charging into the eye of the storm with a mere 30,000 troops was tantamount to courting death. The family could not endure another disaster akin to Chishui Beach. However, the usually prudent and compliant Sterling exhibited an uncharacteristic defiance. Hastily scribbling a brief response to the command center, "Opportunities are fleeting. I am in the field and shall not be bound by orders." As if he lacked even the time to elaborate on his rationale. At that moment, only Zichuan Xiu and Di Lin understood Sterling's intentions. Firstly, the rapid escalation of the rebellion in the Far East had led to the seemingly sudden collapse of the powerful 1 million troops in the Far East Army. Sterling surmised that within the provinces beset by rebellion, there must still exist substantial border defense and garrison troops, albeit trapped and immobilized by the surrounding rebel populace. If he could rally them, their combined strength would become a formidable armed force. Secondly, the provinces of Daya and Irabat remained under the control of the Zichuan family's garrison troops. As these regions were predominantly inhabited by humans, they remained unaffected by the upheaval of other races. However, reports from captives indicated that the rebel leader Lei Hong had dispatched 15 divisions against them. From both a military and humanitarian perspective, Sterling felt a profound obligation to rescue the 5 million loyal residents besieged by the rebellion in these provinces. Thirdly, and most importantly, the defeated rebels retreating from Valent had become skittish, terrified by every whisper of danger. As Zichuan Xiu aptly remarked, those who failed to seize such an opportunity must surely be the product of inbred kinship. Sterling recognized the rarity of this opportunity, should the rebels be allowed to regroup. The Far East rebellion would drag on interminably. If, by that time, the family's forces were exhausted and the ever-watchful Lufeng family or the demon race intervened, the family would be doomed. It was imperative to seize this invaluable chance to extinguish the rebellion swiftly. Yet, with the forces at his disposal, Sterling lacked the capability to engage in a siege. A cornered rabbit may bite. If the hundreds of thousands of defeated soldiers rallied to counterattack, his 30,000 would hardly suffice. He recalled the events from 6 years ago when Zichuan Xiu faced Lufeng Xishan. Every time the beleaguered rebels paused to rest and eat, Sterling's cavalry would appear, charging into their midst with the speed of lightning. Although outnumbered, the disheartened rebel soldiers, overwhelmed by their defeat, would abandon their bowls and scatter in disarray. Sterling's cavalry did not pursue those fleeing. Instead, they focused on eliminating those who dared to resist. Such fools were few, and soon none remained. As this pattern repeated itself, the mere sight of Sterling's cavalry sent the rebels into a panic. Becoming a conditioned reflex, they grew accustomed to the routine and even devised strategies. It is best if they attack before breakfast, when the air is fresh and we are full of energy, conducive to a long run, enhancing our appetite and well-being. When they came during lunch, it was tolerable. Even as 5,000 human cavalry brandished their sabers and shouted in pursuit, while the hundreds of thousands of diverse rebel soldiers, bowls in hand, fled across the hills, some even managing to eat while they ran. The rebel soldiers voiced their vehement opposition to Sterling's post-dinner ambushes, declaring, "This is the most inhumane act." Imagine the torment of having a full stomach while being forced to flee. Such scenes often unfolded. Amidst the chaos, a half-orc would suddenly halt, clutching its abdomen. Rolling in agony, it had succumbed to appendicitis, causing the pursuing cavalry to nearly tumble from their mounts in laughter. If it were merely during mealtime, it would be one thing. But Sterling's attentiveness to the rebels was extraordinary. Each morning, he would greet them with a good morning. At noon, he would inquire after their well-being, offer afternoon tea in the afternoon, and bid them good night before they slept. Remarkably, even in the dead of night, he would check on their rest, albeit in a rather crude manner, brandishing thousands of sabers as a gesture of care and camaraderie. Sterling's assaults became increasingly frequent. Often, as one unit departed, another would promptly arrive. Many weary rebel soldiers preferred capture over further flight, while others puzzled over whether Sterling's forces ever tired. He divided his 30,000 cavalry into 6 squads of 5,000 each, rotating their strikes. Thus, each unit maintained ample stamina during their engagements. And he specifically instructed them not to annihilate the rebels but to leave an avenue for escape, leveraging the mobility of his cavalry. Sterling kept his main force within 10 kilometers of the fleeing rebels. This tactic of pursuing a numerically superior foe while simultaneously dispersing his own forces defied conventional military wisdom. Had it not been the hand of the renowned Sterling, and had it not succeeded, future military historians would have unanimously condemned it as folly. Now, they could only sigh in awe, labeling it a miracle, scrambling to find theoretical justifications to extol Sterling's brilliance. After all, whenever events transpired, seasoned historians would emerge to assert that such outcomes were inevitable, invariably finding reasons to support their claims. Sterling himself recognized that while this pursuit appeared perilous, it was, in fact, secure. Under relentless pressure, the rebels, even if they sought to lay traps or ambushes, found themselves powerless. This coalition of diverse races endured dozens of skirmishes and disruptions daily, unable to eat or sleep, their numbers and morale dwindling with each passing day. They had no time or energy to concoct traps. They were perpetually preoccupied with fleeing. This pursuit, later dubbed the Great Race of the Far East, traversed 6 provinces over 3,000 kilometers, lasting 23 days, from August 12th. When the rebels boasted of 1 million troops, according to estimates by Far East Army Deputy Commander Rober and Lin Bing, at least 700,000, to September 5th, when fewer than 100,000 disheveled rebels retreated to the source of the uprising in Yun Province. Thus, Sterling avenged the family's defeat at Chishui Beach, peeling away the hundreds of thousands of rebellious troops as if they were mere potato skins. It seemed as if a brilliant new star was rising on the fringes of the family's domain in the Far East, beneath the resplendent radiance. From the demon god fortress of the easternmost kingdom of the demon race to the farthest western capital of the Lufeng clan. From the command center of the imperial capital to the rebel encampments in the Far East, the common folk throughout the continent, through diverse tongues, myriad emotions, and a plethora of expressions, resoundingly utter a singular name: Sterling, the Tiger of Zichuan. Section 2. The Reserve Militia in early September of the year 779 of the Empire. In response to a conscription order from the command office, the first batch of 200,000 reservists from 56 provinces gathered in the imperial capital, preparing to head to the battlefields of the Far East. The reserve officers and soldiers hailed from diverse provinces and regions, speaking in peculiar accents and dialects. Adorned with intimidating beards, and dressed in an array of styles, the urban poor wore tattered garments resembling beggars. The wealthy scions donned opulent tailcoats, as if attending a gala. The rural gentry donned rusty armor, so ancient it seemed to have been pilfered from a museum, while their steeds appeared aged enough to retire in a nursing home. Once, Zichuan Xiu even spotted an old man laboriously carrying a hefty 50-kilogram machete, prompting a malicious guess. What could he possibly intend to do with such a weapon? Even if it were for self-harm, he lacked the strength to proceed. They brandished various terrifying banners while marching in review. Names like Death's Daredevils and Skeleton Avengers, even a contingent from the province of Loxinwai had dubbed themselves the Annihilation Volunteers. In terms of appearance alone, they seemed 100,000 times more valiant than the frontline soldiers, and their confidence surpassed that of their counterparts by a millionfold. As they waved their staffs dismissively, declaring, "Those lowly folk in the Far East are not worthy of our noble hands wielding swords. Merely a flick of my staff would suffice to vanquish them all." President Luo Minghai had always prided himself on being a cultured and patient individual. His daily routine now revolved around reviewing the various conscripted troops from all corners of the land. Each crooked infantry formation that passed before the podium left behind a heap of shoes on the barren parade ground. The soldiers in the back had trampled the footwear of those in front. The other members of the command office wore peculiar expressions, struggling to suppress laughter, their faces turning shades of blue from restraint, their hearts torn asunder. Only Luo Minghai could maintain his composure, delivering speeches to the former owners of the shoes, praising their dedication to training, their unwavering commitment to national defense, and thanking them for stepping forward during the family's most perilous times. While encouraging them to bravely slay enemies and achieve glory, the soldiers responded with salutes, shouting, "Long live the family! Long live the commander!" as if the shoes baking under the sun on the bare cement ground were non-existent. Luo Minghai truly felt as if he embodied the virtue of a saint. However, on September 10th, when the militia from Zichuan province strolled past the reviewing stand in casual attire, puffing on cigars, their demeanor reminiscent of a leisurely outing, even the saint could no longer contain himself. Their banners were smeared in such a way that they resembled ghost-catching symbols, requiring a magnifying glass to vaguely discern what appeared to be a character for show. Who was that old man with the pale complexion? He seems oddly familiar. Are you really that dim? Have you never watched the news? That's President Luo Minghai, a big shot. Oh dear. I had no idea our show character brigade had such an agenda. Had I known, I would have brought my camera for a photograph. President, smile for us, please. Okay. Oh look everyone, the president is smiling. His nose even twitches when he smiles. How curious. Look, he can even speak. His lips move like a fish gasping for air. Hey, where are you going? This is a rare opportunity. I'm going to get an autograph from the president. Luo Minghai, suppressing his fury, calmly inquired of Zichuan Xiu. Could you enlighten me as to what those individuals down there are? He gestured towards the militia, his hand indicating them as if pointing at a pile of refuse on the sidewalk. Zichuan Xiu stood up solemnly, delivering a succinct and undeniably accurate response. Humans, before swiftly darting out the back door. The composed Luo Minghai refrained from erupting on the spot. Instead, he cast a sidelong glance at the Inspector General, Di Lin, who was also present at the review, then looked skyward as if conversing with the divine rather than addressing Inspector General Di Lin. What measures will the inspectorate take regarding Vice Commander Zichuan Xiu's evident dereliction of duty in the recruitment of the militia? Di Lin chuckled, sipped his strong tea, and replied nonchalantly, He has character. I admire that. He then rose and departed the reviewing stand, deliberately avoiding looking at Luo Minghai, whose complexion had turned a shade resembling that of liver. Zichuan Xiu hurriedly returned home, exhaling deeply. That was close. I almost got Luo Minghai into trouble. Zichuan Ning brought him a cup of hot tea. The news reports that our president Luo Minghai suddenly suffered a hypertension episode and fainted during the parade. This has nothing to do with you. Right, brother? It's scorching hot, and with President Luo's hypertension and all that work, he should take care of his health. Zichuan Xiu feigned concern while inwardly beseeching any deity he knew, whether they were believed in or not. Please, let the president fall ill and never recover. Zichuan rushed in, exclaiming, Sir, it's bad. Our soldiers have revolted again. How many times will this continue? Last Monday, they complained about the food, and Wednesday, they said there was no exotic dance to watch. They've already revolted twice. Now they're receiving good food, spicy drinks, and can attend strip shows every night. Yet they still want to revolt? Oh, sir, they claim the dancers lack the right sex appeal. These rascals even suggested I should perform that kind of dance. They deserve punishment. Zichuan was furious, but suddenly felt bashful. However, I must admit, their taste isn't entirely lacking. Bah, what taste? Honestly. After just 3 days of service, they're claiming even a sow could become a fairy. Zichuan Xiu disregarded Xichuan's expression, continuing, as a commander. One must show compassion to the troops, otherwise, who will fight for you in the future? Zichuan. Why not make a small sacrifice? This is entirely for the greater good of the family, for the peaceful restoration of the Far East, for the hopes of the people. Sir, please refrain from spewing such grandiloquent rhetoric while drooling. It lacks any persuasiveness. Oh, I become overly excited thinking about the family's peace. In any case, I will do my utmost to meet the demands of those brave warriors heading to the battlefield for their country. What more do they want? They also want Miss Zichuan Ning to perform exotic dances. Sir, are you all right? Inform my brother Di Lin. Summon the Inspectorate's garrison to suppress these scoundrels. Kill them all. 2 weeks after the Battle of Valen, following Sterling, the family leader Ming Hui led the formidable Black Flag Army from the western frontier into the Far East to quell the rebellion. It was initially intended for Fang Jing to command, but due to a sudden illness, he could not lead the troops, leaving Ming Hui in charge of the Black Flag Army. Since the arrival of Ming Hui's legion in the Far East, the command office faced 2 drastically different dilemmas. On one side, the Central Army under Sterling surged northward, unstoppable. On the other, Ming Hui's southern Black Flag Army moved with the sluggishness of an old ox dragging a cart. 2 weeks had passed. Yet the 120,000 Black Flag soldiers had merely lingered outside Valen, engaging in sporadic skirmishes with minor rebel factions. Advancing a step only to retreat too, Zichuan Xiu described Ming Hui's pace as, even a healthy snail could outpace him. President Luo Minghai was practically itching to fly over and whip Ming Hui into action. However, Ming Hui adamantly defended his stance. If I were to rush forward recklessly and repeat the blunders of Redwater Beach, who would bear the responsibility? No one could bear this responsibility, and thus Ming Hui procrastinated with even greater audacity. In his battle against the fearsome elements, he had maintained his undefeated status through caution and agility. Now, he seemed intent on amplifying this spirit of vigilance to its utmost. Every hill might conceal a rebel stronghold. Every grove could harbor lurking foes, and every path might be fraught with traps. Indeed, even lifting a mere stone by the roadside could unleash 2 or 3 elusive rebel soldiers, grinning at him with sinister smiles. However, it would be inaccurate to say that Ming Hui was idle. When encountering a dozen lost stragglers retreating from the city of Valen, he boldly declared, encountered a main force of 200,000 rebels, when a sentry was bitten by a snake in the underbrush. The next day Ming Hui had the audacity to report to the command center a massive attack by the Serpent Kin. Our forces have suffered grievous losses. We must halt our advance and regroup. In the end, the command center was left in a state of bemusement upon receiving Ming Hui's battle reports on the first day. Our forces vanquished 1,000,000 serpent kin. On the second day, 2,000,000 half-orcs. On the third day, 3,000,000. In comparison, Sterling's victory at Valen seemed utterly insignificant. The total number of all races in the Far East, multiplied by 2, would not suffice to match the slaughters Ming Hui had accomplished within a fortnight. Yet, before him loomed still 5,000,000 rebels, tenaciously impeding his advance. Thus, Sterling's reports appeared far more credible, stirring the hearts of all who heard them, bringing forth tears. Chapter 3. I arrived, I saw. I retreated to the esteemed leader of the family, President Looming. Our forces have arrived at Xichuan in Yun Province on September 15th. General Sterling, the acting commander of the Central Army, noted that while Xichuan is neither a military stronghold nor a strategic fortress, he nevertheless took the exceptional step of reporting that this location has once again fallen under the control of the family army, underscoring its profound historical significance. In the summer of the Empire's 779th year, this inconspicuous place, barely marked on maps, became a source of nightmarish memories for the Zichuan family. A month prior, the elite 300,000 strong family army clashed here against 500,000 insurgents and 150,000 Lei Hong rebels in an unprecedented battle involving 1,000,000 souls. Scholar Tang Chuan of military history remarked that at this very site, the Zichuan family lost 230,000 loyal and valiant soldiers. The family's 2-century-long dominion over the Far East. The honor and aspirations of 7 generations. And their claim to supremacy over the Xichuan Continent were ruthlessly shattered the moment the Lei Hong army appeared on the plains of Xichuan. The defeat at Xichuan weakened the Zichuan family's power, initiating a cascade of ensuing calamities. It can be said that Xichuan marks a pivotal turning point in the family's descent from strength to fragility. Sterling was taken aback by the scene before him. The vast plain at the foot of the mountain was littered with the bodies of those clad in tattered armor. The family's pride, the Far East Iron Cavalry, met such a grim fate, left to decay in the wilderness, whether driven by hatred or hubris. The victors of the Battle of Xichuan showed no mercy in denying the fallen a proper burial. From several kilometers away, the air was thick with the unbearable stench of decay. The ground was strewn with broken weapons that stretched to the horizon, and in the distance, a tattered banner stood at an angle against the setting sun, fluttering in the evening breeze. Barely revealing the insignia of the Far East Cavalry, the flag remained, while its bearer had long since turned to bone. Great flocks of vultures soared overhead, cawing raucously as if to celebrate their fortune. A surge of indignation surged within Sterling as he drew his bow and shot down one of the screeching vultures, exhaling his frustration. The senior officers behind him exchanged uneasy glances, perplexed by their usually composed young commander's sudden outburst. They halted their advance to bury their comrades. They died for our country, we cannot leave them to rot in the wilderness. The officers stirred restlessly. The commander of the 3rd Cavalry Division, Ma Yuan, interjected, Sir, this will consume a considerable amount of time. We will lose the chance to pursue the rebels. Sterling replied coldly, Do we truly have the opportunity to pursue them now? 10 days earlier, Sterling had led 20,000 cavalrymen of the Central Army into Yun Province in pursuit of the rebel main force. Once they entered Yun Province, the rebels moved with the fluidity of fish in water. This was their territory, their homeland. And they were as familiar with the terrain as they were with their own chambers. In contrast, the steep mountains and rugged paths posed significant challenges for the pursuing cavalry, exacerbated by their unfamiliarity with the landscape. Often, the army would set out at dawn, only to find themselves, after a grueling day navigating the winding trails, back at the campfire where they had slept the previous night. Their only guide was a 2-decade-old map, riddled with inaccuracies. Where a road was marked, a great river flowed instead. Where a bridge was indicated, only a few wooden stumps remained, and where the scenery was described as picturesque. They nearly met their demise in a mudslide that night had they not fled quickly. Sterling grimly discovered that this map, fraught with errors, was a counterfeit. Sterling had considered hiring local guides, yet no matter the compensation offered, the villagers merely gazed at him blankly, as if he were a fool. Their vacant stares sent chills down his spine. After a struggle, an elderly half-orc volunteered to lead the army, only to misdirect an entire squadron into a swamp, leading to their doom. Thus, Sterling abandoned the idea of employing local guides, watching helplessly as the enemy's retreating soldiers disappeared from view. Another significant reason for the army's sluggish progress was the local populace's hostility towards the family. The Great Rebellion in the Far East began in the Xiaoluo province but gained momentum in Yun province. Upon the announcement of the uprising, the entirety of Yun province united as one, swiftly responding to the call. Young men seized rudimentary weapons and attacked the local garrison, subsequently besieging the provincial capital and slaughtering the tens of thousands trapped within. The provincial governor, the red flag noble Yang Liqing, surrendered when the city fell, only to be subjected to 3 days of torment before the rebels finally granted him a merciful death. It could be said that the province was filled with either rebels or their kin, despite his prior mental preparations. Sterling was still taken aback by the fervent welcome from the residents of Yun province upon their arrival. Within 12 hours, the advanced scouts had encountered hundreds of attacks, ambushes, and traps ranging from large groups of over 1,000 to solitary suicide assaults. As they marched, arrows would suddenly rain from the grass, and javelins would fly from the trees. When they stopped to camp, the cacophony of drums and gongs rendered any moment of peace elusive. Whenever sentries were dispatched to investigate, they either found nothing or returned with no one. Upon examining the prisoners of war, Sterling was stunned to find that they were predominantly elderly, women, and children. There were no able-bodied men among them. Where had the men gone? The answer was painfully evident. Sterling finally comprehended why. Despite the cunning of Luobo and the bravery of Lin Bing, along with the valor of the Far East soldiers, they still suffered defeat at Xichuan. When a people have resolved to fight to the death, the destructive force they unleash is formidable. Sterling pondered what had led the Zichuan family, after administering benevolence for 2 centuries, to provoke such fierce opposition from every living soul on this land. Where had they gone wrong? Yet he instinctively restrained himself from pursuing the answer further. A soldier should not meddle in politics. A military with its own ideology is a precursor to national ruin. Ma Yuan promptly fell silent. The officers exchanged glances, understanding that today, Sterling's mood was particularly foul, and silently resolved to avoid provoking him. Yet they were left perplexed by Sterling's intentions. If he did not pursue the enemy, did he plan to retreat? The officers had long considered retreating. A lone cavalry force had ventured too deep into enemy territory, leaving infantry and supplies thousands of kilometers behind. Within 1,000 kilometers, they faced only rebels, an unending tide of rebels, diverse in nature, brutish half-orcs, treacherous snake folk, ambushing dwarves, cruel demons, and howling dragons. The sole motivation for the army to continue pressing forward was Sterling's unwavering resolve. As the commander of the Central Army, he shared in the soldiers' hardships, gnawing on unpalatable wild greens and rolling in the muddy marshes, fighting as if he were an ordinary soldier. Each night, he was the last to fall asleep and the first to rise. The soldiers adored Sterling, wholeheartedly supporting him and diligently executing every command he issued. However, the mid-level officers sensed danger. No matter how high the morale, an army cannot rely solely on spirit to wage war. Officers frequently approached Sterling, urging, "Sir, it is time to retreat. We have already achieved significant victories, having defeated hundreds of thousands of rebels. That is commendable enough. My lord, let the army rest for a moment. They have endured nearly 50 days of continuous combat, traversing 5,000 miles. Each time someone approached, Sterling would listen earnestly, frequently affirming with a thoughtful indeed, "Or I share your sentiments." However, when the discussion turned to the operational plans for the morrow, he would dismissively state, "Let us adhere to the original plan." Consequently, the officers murmured their discontent. Some deemed Sterling excessively harsh, while others accused him of sacrificing the lives of soldiers as pawns for his ambition. Even Commander Looming sent warnings every few days. "What is the purpose of your actions, sir? Your relentless pursuit of merit may lead to catastrophic consequences. The military law stands ready to judge you." In the face of misunderstandings from his subordinates and reproaches from the command, Sterling remained silent, unwilling to defend himself. To him, personal honor and disgrace were trivial matters. What troubled him was the fact that despite numerous victories and the defeat of countless rebel forces, the situation showed no signs of improvement. The Far East remained ablaze with conflict, and insurrections continued to erupt. As noted in the correspondence from Emperor Lin, 100 victories cannot alter the course of fate. A single defeat can bring irreparable disaster. His current predicament felt akin to walking on thin ice, as he utilized a meager force to contain and intimidate hundreds of thousands of rebels, with millions more in the Far East yearning to join their ranks. Victory was the only acceptable outcome. Defeat was not an option, although he had vanquished hundreds of thousands of insurgents. Sterling understood the futility of it all. The rebels were like a hydra, head sprouting anew with each one severed. They fell easily, yet at the slightest disturbance, they could swiftly regroup. The question loomed, where lay the decisive battlefield? Thus, he firmly believed that the sole way to quell the insurrection was to strike at its core, confronting the rebels in a final, all-out battle to eradicate the roots of rebellion. Though the rebels appeared weakened after their recent defeats, Sterling was acutely aware of their enduring strength. They had merely been caught off guard by his rapid assaults. Once they regained their composure, the cost of quelling the rebellion would require an immeasurable sacrifice of blood. At this moment, the only one who understood Sterling was General Zichuan Xiu. In his letter, he expressed a singular thought: "I worry for you, my friend, for I know your heart." Upon reading these words, Sterling was overcome with emotion. Though he sought no recognition for his sacrifices, it was gratifying to know that his dedication to the family was acknowledged by the general. In life, having but one confidant is a precious treasure. In the perils of battle, the melancholy of unwavering devotion, and the anguish of unrecognized toil had not been in vain. After a moment of hesitation, Commander Wenha of the 1st Cavalry Division posed the most pressing question: "My lord, what shall we do next?" Sterling did not respond. Instead, he turned to face the weary soldiers behind him. They were emaciated, exhausted, and clad in tattered garments, their once resplendent uniforms now reduced to rags. They moved like specters rather than men, trembling hands barely able to grip their weapons, resembling a cadre of skeletal knights atop equally skeletal steeds. Compared to the spirited departure from the imperial capital, this force had transformed drastically. It had diminished in stature. Yet, even in this state, they remained the elite of the army. At the sound of the bugle, these half-dead soldiers sprang to life, their faces aglow with renewed vigor, their eyes flashing with determination. Shouting battle cries with fervor, regardless of the enemy's might, they boldly charged forth, refusing to yield an inch. Despite having endured over 10 days without resupply, not a single complaint escaped their lips. Upon hearing Sterling's call, they would pursue him to the ends of the earth, even to the gates of hell. Gazing upon the youthful, gaunt faces and the unwavering eyes of his men, Sterling was reminded of the many young souls who had already perished far from their families and loved ones. From the base of Fort Vallon to the banks of Xichuan, every 50 meters stood a cross marking the resting place of a young nobleman from the imperial capital. A wave of trepidation washed over Sterling. What right did he have to demand such sacrifices from these children for his stubbornness? Was it a sin to lead them down a path of death, leveraging their loyalty? For the sake of the family's strength and unity, for the restoration of peace in the Far East, had the sacrifices of the Central Army not been excessive? Was his judgment truly sound? Would there be a decisive battle capable of altering the entire situation in the Far East? Could this army withstand another major engagement? Turning to address the entire force, Sterling's hoarse, somber voice resonated clearly in each soldier's ear. "Soldiers, before us lie the fallen comrades of our family's Eastern Army. They fought valiantly and sacrificed their lives for our nation. Our task now is to lay their bodies to rest, and then," Sterling closed his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks, "we shall withdraw." A stir of unrest rippled through the ranks, yet under the discipline instilled in them, no one raised their voice. "My comrades, for over a month, you have faced 7 major battles, 25 field engagements, and 210 skirmishes, emerging victorious in every one. You have defeated enemies numbering 20 times your own. Your valiant efforts have brought pride to the entire Zichuan family, enhancing our banner's glory across distant lands. Youth should not be wasted, nor should the fervor of your blood be squandered. Trust in the family. We shall not forget your loyalty and courage. I urge you all to continue your unwavering efforts, for the family needs you. On behalf of the family, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Well done, brothers." Sterling saluted the entire army with great solemnity. In response, a tumultuous roar erupted. "We shall follow you, my lord." On the 15th of September in the year 779 of the Empire, Sterling led a portion of the Central Army to seize Xichuan in Yun Province. On the same day, he voluntarily withdrew the troops from Xichuan, leaving Yun Province and bringing an end to this frenzied pursuit. In retrospect, it became evident that Sterling's decision to withdraw was perfectly timed. On the 21st of September, the rebels, having received reinforcements from the heart of the insurrections, launched a frenzied counterattack, seeking to engulf the Far East once more. However, after resting and reinforcing his troops, Sterling steadfastly held the main road through the mountains of Yun Province, gripping the throat of the insurrectionary dragon and preventing its escape. 50,000 Central Army soldiers clashed with 200,000 rebel insurgents in a fierce tug-of-war within the jungles of the Yun Province mountains. Should the rebels breach this exit, they would find themselves in the vast, open plains beyond. The command issued orders for the Minghui troops to urgently reinforce Sterling. ensuring that the main force of the rebels could not break free from Yun province. Simultaneously, commands were given for the first batch of militia forces to advance towards the Far East. On the 16th of September, amidst a tempestuous night, an unexpected visitor arrived at the home of Zichuan Ning. The newcomer directly inquired, "Is a Xiu residing here?" Zichuan Ning, wary, scrutinized the visitor, a strikingly elegant, mature woman, who, with an overly familiar tone, began to speak of a Xiu. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "May I inquire as to why you seek him?" "Oh, I am his former mistress, here to demand child support and compensation for lost youth." Zichuan Ning's teacup shattered in her grasp. In the 4th chapter, upon witnessing the pale visage of Zichuan Ning, the visitor chuckled heartily and remarked, "I was merely jesting, though I must say, you possess a rather deficient sense of humor." Before Zichuan Ning could regain her composure, the visitor set down their teacup, adopting a serious demeanor, and inquired, "You must be Miss Zichuan Ning? I apologize for the late intrusion. I am Lin Bing, Deputy Commander of the Far East Army, and I urgently seek an audience with Lord Zichuan Xiu. Please relay this message." Zichuan Ning exhaled a sigh of relief, but Lin Bing's subsequent words plunged her back into despair. "I have come solely for official matters. The issues of alimony and compensation for lost youth shall be discussed another day." Rising from her seat, Zichuan Ning instructed her attendants to awaken Zichuan Xiu, murmuring to herself, "Now I understand why the Far East is on the brink of rebellion." Upon encountering Lin Bing, Zichuan Xiu instinctively leapt to attention and saluted. During the Far East era, she had always held great respect for Lin Bing, her vivacious and forthright superior. Lin Bing reciprocated the gesture, saying, "Please, there is no need for such formality, Lord Xiu. We hold equivalent ranks as deputy commanders." Despite their equal standing, there existed a vast disparity. Lin Bing commanded hundreds of thousands of troops and governed millions, akin to a feudal lord, while Zichuan Xiu remained uncertain about receiving her salary next month. Zichuan Xiu earnestly stated, "You shall always be my superior, regardless of the circumstances." Lin Bing clapped her hands together, exclaiming, "Your loyalty is commendable. I require your assistance to rescue Luo Bo. He is in dire straits." During the rebellion in the Far East, Luo Bo and Lin Bing had valiantly defended the Wayland fortress against 1,000,000 insurgents, desperately awaiting reinforcements, to the point of contemplating suicide. At long last, they had received assistance from the Central Army led by Sterling, but also the dreaded military law investigation team, which sought to assign blame for the defeat at Chishui Beach. To shield his comrades from repercussions, Luo Bo took full responsibility. Despite protests from the officers and cries of injustice from the soldiers, the military judges unceremoniously seized the grievously injured Luo Bo from his sickbed, escorting him to the capital for a military tribunal. Following the military law team to the capital, Lin Bing endeavored to save Luo Bo. However, following the death of Commander Guangxing, the Far Eastern military had lost its most influential and respected figure, leading Lin Bing to bitterly lament. The Far East Army now resembles an orphan child, neglected and vulnerable to bullying, especially upon learning that this case is being manipulated by President Luo Minghai. No one dares to intervene. In desperation, Lin Bing suddenly recalled that Luo Bo had a subordinate, Zichuan Xiu, who often pilfered wine, and who was also a deputy commander in the capital. Although she had heard that Zichuan Xiu was not thriving in his position, she deemed it worth a shot. Zichuan Xiu's expression turned grave. Luo Bo had been his direct superior during the Far East era, and it was Luo Bo, along with Guangxing and other commanders, who had protected him from harm when Yang Minghua had sought to do him in. He had ascended from an exiled convict to a senior officer of considerable rank in just 6 years, thanks not only to his own abilities but also to Luo Bo's nurturing. In truth, besides the deceased commander Guangxing, Luo Bo had shown him the greatest kindness. He resolutely declared, "Lord Luo has been immensely benevolent to me. I shall dedicate myself fully to this cause." Lin Bing gazed intently at Zichuan Xiu's determined expression. A warmth swelling in her heart. She had encountered too much indifference and coldness in recent days. Whenever she sought help, the responses were invariably dismissive. This matter. You should return and allow me time to consider, or the family leaders and the commander are wise and would not wrong an innocent. Please wait patiently for news. Some even spoke cruelly. 300,000 have perished, and you claim Luo Bo is blameless? Perhaps you are the one at fault. And there was even a lewd individual who leered, "What is your connection to Luo Bo? Why are you so devoted to that old man?" He leered at Lin Bing's ample figure. Inching closer, "Deputy Commander Lin, I feel we share a special bond. Just promise me that Luo Bo's affair." Before he could finish, Lin Bing's stiletto heel had already found his face. This was the first time in days that Lin Bing had heard such a resolute declaration of support. Albeit from a humble deputy commander, it provided her with significant encouragement. Zichuan Xiu and Zichuan Ning exchanged astonished glances as Lin Bing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Zichuan Xiu, perplexed, stammered, "My lady, you." Zichuan Ning, empathizing with her fellow woman, understood the emotional turmoil Lin Bing was experiencing. She discreetly offered her a handkerchief. Lin Bing accepted it, dabbing her eyes, quickly regaining her composure. "Forgive me, the wind has stirred up the dust." Both Zichuan Xiu and Zichuan Ning nodded in acceptance of this clumsy excuse. Lin Bing shifted the conversation. "Xiu, Luobo did not err in his judgment of you, nor did Commander Ge. He held great expectations for you." When mentioning the late commander, Lin Bing's expression was tinged with reverence and a hint of melancholy, prompting Zichuan Xiu to speculate about the nature of Lin Bing's relationship with Guangxing. "When Commander Ge passed, I was by his side," Lin Bing continued. Zichuan Xiu thought to himself, "Indeed, was it not so? He had mentioned you, expressing that you alone could stabilize the Zichuan family for a century." Zichuan Xiu beamed with pride, though he feigned modesty. "That is merely Commander Ge's overestimation." How could that be true? His face betrayed his elation as he gestured to Zichuan Ning, clearly conveying, "See how they speak of me." Lin Bing nodded. "I too believe it improbable." By that time, Commander Ge's mind was not entirely clear. Zichuan Ning stifled a laugh. Lin Bing recalled, he also said that after his death, Yang Minghua would likely go unchecked, expressing concern that you might not be able to contend with him. He instructed, should that day come, give the box to Zichuan Xiu. Instruct him to find the box's owner and eliminate Yang Minghua. Those were Commander Ge's exact words. I do not comprehend their meaning, but he believed you would. Lin Bing presented a small black box, embossed with a golden pattern of a gold-violet flower, an unmistakable antique, reminiscent of the illustrious Lin dynasty of 2 centuries past, which had adopted the gold violet as its emblem. Zichuan Xiu solemnly accepted the box, profoundly moved. Even in his final moments, Commander Ge had prioritized the family's legacy, contemplating how to uphold the Zichuan lineage. Such unwavering loyalty is difficult to measure. Yet, the peculiarity of fate often defies expectations. The turmoil in the capital and the swift downfall of Yang Minghua were beyond even the sagacity of Commander Ge. Once Lin Bing departed, Zichuan Ning could no longer contain her curiosity and grasped Zichuan Xiu, bombarding him with questions. Who did Commander Ge ask you to find? At that time, Yang Minghua wielded immense power. Who could simply eliminate him? Is this box an artifact? Who is its owner? Zichuan Xiu carefully stowed the box away, and unable to evade Zichuan Ning's inquiries, he simply replied, Zichuan. Zichuan Ning gasped in shock, immediately falling silent. In the annals of history, each generation has birthed its share of heroes, each leaving an indelible mark over decades. Throughout the tumultuous history of the Western Xichuan Continent, every era has witnessed the rise of formidable martial artists and gallant figures. The illustrious Zichuan family, thriving in the martial arts, has always been graced by a foremost master. Much like the recently departed Lei Sun. In this context, the trio of Zichuan Xiu, Sterling, and Dilling, who conspired to eliminate Lei Sun, can each be regarded as a third of the continent's foremost expert. Similarly, the Lufeng family, which has contended with the Zichuan clan for centuries, possesses its own top master. Zichuan Xiu once jested that, over hundreds of years, the collective strength of all first-rate masters could form an entire division. Yet, among such an array of adept individuals, only one has garnered universal recognition across all factions on the continent. The foremost master of the Lin family, Zichuan Wang, a master whose lifespan exceeds 3 centuries. Zichuan emerged during the twilight of the Guangming Empire, displaying extraordinary talent. At the tender age of 21, he was exceptionally appointed as the national teacher by the last emperor of the empire, Lin Jini, who held him in high regard, even bestowing upon him the title of Wang. Grateful for the empire's recognition, Zichuan pledged his loyalty. However, the relationship between Zichuan Wang and the Guangming dynasty soon soured, the true reasons for which remained forever shrouded in mystery. Some speculate that the imperial marshal, Lu Danyan, envied Zichuan Wang's favoritism and orchestrated a scheme against him. Others firmly believe that a scandal involving Zichuan Wang and a captivating concubine of Lin Jini ignited the rift, this narrative being the most legendary and popular. is appealing as it intertwines tales of heroes and romantic entanglements. Still, there are those who assert that no such incident ever occurred, and that all parties maintained amicable relations. What remains indisputable in history, however, is that when the fate of the Guangming Empire hinged on the fierce Blue River battle, the empire's strongest master, Zichuan was leisurely fishing 10,000 miles away on the Jiaxi coast. The last emperor, Lin Jini, along with Marshal Liu Danyan and 500,000 imperial troops, met their demise on the Blue River battlefield. A week after the battle, a young man clad in white stood at the gates of the victorious demon army, vociferously calling for the demon chief to duel him. This audacious act elicited uproarious laughter from the demon ranks. None took him seriously. Having just vanquished humanity's final and mightiest legion, the demons were poised to dominate the realm, yet here stood a fool demanding a one-on-one confrontation. When the chief, Yunlong, received this report with a chuckle while reviewing documents, he dismissively ordered, "Kill him." In an instant, 3,000 demon soldiers lay lifeless. When Zichuan strode into the command tent, Yunlong managed to maintain his composure. Such prowess. May I inquire your esteemed name? The human race is faltering. Why not join our divine kin to forge a brighter future together? Glory and riches await. He spoke in the demon tongue. Zichuan furrowed his brow, candidly admitting, "I do not understand." With a swift draw of his sword, he struck, sheathed it, and turned to depart. The 10,000 demon soldiers present fell into an eerie silence, none daring to impede him. A demon officer fluent in the human language chronicled the encounter, preserving it in the demon historical records, the divine canon. Following the fall of the Guangming Empire, Zichuan became the object of desire for various factions seeking to recruit him. However, he graciously declined invitations and offers from powerful figures such as Zichuan Ning and Lu Fengheng, stating, "I have no interest in a political career." Yet, when Lin Jini's daughter, the 7-year-old Lin Fengxi, sought him out in desperation, saying, "Uncle Zhua, we are at our wits' end. Please help us." Zichuan gazed intently at the innocent girl before responding, "Very well." This decision astonished many, leading the rejected Ming Lin to exclaim in frustration, "I cannot comprehend. The Lin family is neither wealthy nor powerful. That fellow must be a perverse pedophile." Upon hearing this, Zichuan merely scoffed. A week later, Ming Lin met an unexplained death within her heavily guarded castle, her body devoid of any wounds or discernible illness. Seizing the opportunity, the scheming Zichuan swiftly annihilated the Ming family and seized their territory. On the continent, the Lin family, lacking military strength yet enjoying unprecedented wealth, stood resilient, with all aware that the legendary Zichuan was their formidable protector. Of course, over the centuries, some remained undeterred by such power, like Lu Fengrui, the fourth-generation leader of the Lu Feng family, who, upon witnessing the Lin family's wealth without an army, succumbed to temptation and ordered an attack on them. The Lu Feng army effortlessly breached the nearly defenseless Lin stronghold of Xichuan. Zichuan, unfazed, swiftly dispatched the obstinate Lu Fengrui. Following this, Lu Fengrui's brother, Lu Fengli, took charge, adhering to the motto, "Once the meat is in my belly, it shall not be regurgitated." He refused to withdraw his troops from Lin territory and summoned the elite Crusader Knights to guard the family palace. Ultimately, Lu Fengli met his demise as well, with half of the over 7,000 knights, representing the pinnacle of the Lu Feng family's magical and martial prowess, either slain or grievously injured. A week later, the Lu Feng family welcomed its third leader, Lu Fengdi. His ill-fated drought left him pressured by his kin to assume the heated position. "I would rather die than take this role," he declared. The elder statesmen and nobles of the Lu Feng family retorted in unison, "Even if it costs you your life, you must first become the leader." His inaugural command was to withdraw troops from Xichuan immediately, fearing that another moment's delay might invite the formidable Zichuan's wrath. From that point onward, no one dared to offend the Lin family. After these events, Zichuan solidified his unassailable status as the foremost master of humanity. This tale, over a century old, remains one of the most classic and legendary stories of the continent. Afterward, Zichuan departed from Xichuan, wandering the world, his whereabouts unknown. Yet, all firmly believe he still lives, faithfully honoring his promise, silently serving as the guardian of the Lin family. Whenever anyone dares to insult the Lin clan, they must prepare to face an unparalleled sword of legendary might. Zichuan Ning cautiously inquired, "After all these years, is the Wang still alive?" Zichuan Xiu nonchalantly replied, "He should still be alive. That old ghost still owes me a hefty gambling debt." Zichuan Ning was left speechless. Zichuan Xiu found himself troubled. Recalling the bold claim he made in a moment of excitement, now questioning how he might rescue Luobo currently. The most influential figure in the imperial capital was undoubtedly the Grand Chief, Zichuan Xiu. However, Zichuan Xiu shook his head. Believing that Zichuan Xiu's feelings toward him were as favorable as his own toward Zichuan Xiu, the commander, looming high, Zichuan Xiu stuck out his tongue, unwilling to entertain the thought. Observing Zichuan Ning beside him, Zichuan Xiu shook his head again, although Zichuan Ning was the family's future leader. None regarded the 17-year-old reserve commander seriously, not even Zichuan Xiu himself. Central Army Commander Sterling was undoubtedly a commendable candidate, an old friend who recently achieved significant merit, earning the Grand Chief's trust and wielding considerable influence over Zichuan Xiu. The only drawback was that he was stationed thousands of miles away in the Far East, unable to assist. Among the other members of the command, only Fang Jing shared a rapport with him. Regrettably, he was ill and recuperating at home, absent from the imperial capital. After much contemplation, Zichuan Xiu could only think of one person, the family inspector, Dilling, who enjoyed the Grand Chief's unwavering trust, was in a position of immense power, overseeing inspections and military tribunal matters, and, most importantly, was also a close friend. After the incident in the capital, Zichuan Xiu has been intentionally or unintentionally avoiding contact with his good friend, Dilin. Now, having a matter at hand, he seeks assistance. Will Dilin agree to help? Section 5. Confidentiality in the capital. When it comes to the level of security protection, the Supreme Commander's office is undoubtedly the foremost, with the Imperial Inspectorate a close second. This is hardly surprising, given the multitude of enemies that surround him, so numerous that even he struggles to keep count. One night, when Zichuan Xiu visited the esteemed Inspector General, Lord Dilin, despite presenting his Deputy Commander's military identification, the diligent gendarmes insisted on conducting a thorough search of him. Frustrated, Zichuan Xiu exclaimed, "Are you going to search my undergarments as well?" The officer, with a touch of humor, replied, "No need, we didn't bring gas masks." It was Lin Xiujia who opened the door, her eyes lighting up with joy. "Ah, Xiu, it's you." Zichuan Xiu gazed at her radiant beauty, the youthful charm now enhanced by the glow of womanhood. His eyes soon fell upon her subtly rounded abdomen, revealing her pregnancy. A rush of emotions flooded his heart, akin to a dreamlike state. He cleared his throat, cough. Sister-in-law's feelings were too complex to articulate. Lin Xiujia was genuinely delighted by his visit and ushered him inside, saying, "Your brother just stepped out somewhere. Please wait for him in the study. He'll be back shortly." Zichuan Xiu politely insisted, "No need. I can wait in the living room." She shook her head, playfully gesturing towards the living room, where a number of distinguished family officials were seated, their insignias gleaming on their shoulders, none of whom he recognized. Zichuan Xiu forced a smile, conceding, "Very well." He nodded courteously to the guests in the living room and followed Lin Xiujia into Dilin's study, unaware of the disgruntled expressions of the onlookers who thought, "Who is this young man, swaggering into the study after we've waited so long without even a cup of tea?" Inside the study, Lin Xiujia offered Zichuan Xiu a seat and personally brewed tea and served pastries, tasks usually handled by servants. Surprised, he asked, "Are there always so many guests?" This seemed incongruous with Dilin's aloof character. She laughed. "There are even more on ordinary days. Tonight, your brother has already seen off a group. The inspectorate pressed him urgently to return for some matters, so they're waiting here." "Oh, what do they want from him?" Lin Xiujia shrugged, her expression dismissive. "Who knows? They're probably trying to leverage connections. Ever since he became the Inspector General, he hasn't had a moment's peace. Visitors never cease." Although her tone was one of complaint, her expression radiated satisfaction. A wife takes pride in her husband's power. What wife wouldn't want her husband to be respected and influential? Zichuan Xiu felt a flush of embarrassment, fully aware that Lin Xiujia's words were not directed at him. Yet he was indeed there to seek connections. She continued, completely oblivious to his discomfort. "Honestly, those unscrupulous officials are impossible to shake off. They're quite bothersome. You're our old friend, yet you seldom visit. Even Sterling has come by several times. And you Haven Tea once made an appearance. Things aren't like they used to be. There's no need to worry about Yang Minghua knowing." Zichuan Xiu was at a loss for words. Lin Xiujia was evidently unaware of the conflict he had with Dilin during the blood night in the capital. He smiled and replied, "I've been busy, now I'm here. Aren't I? Let us not dwell on that. Ah, Xiu, you're getting on in years, nearly 20, right?" I heard from Lin that you still don't have a girlfriend? That one T do. If you have someone in mind, let me know. I can help introduce you. Zichuan Xiu longed to say, I wish to find someone like you. But what came out was, I'm not considering that yet, sister-in-law. You needn't worry. Lin Xiujia scrutinized him with a teasing glint in her eyes, her cunning demeanor reminiscent of her youthful days, causing Zichuan Xiu's heart to ache. I know you have a certain standard. You wouldn't settle for just anyone. Is it that girl, Ning, the former Supreme Commander's daughter? If you're shy about approaching her, I can intervene on your behalf. Zichuan Xiu spat out his tea in surprise, coughing and hastily waving his hands. Please don't. I appreciate your good intentions. At that moment, a servant entered and whispered something to Lin Xiujia, causing her to frown. Seizing the opportunity, Zichuan Xiu said, Sister-in-law, if you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. I can wait here. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, All right, feel free. You can look around. I'll be back shortly, though your brother should return soon too. Lin Xiujia exited the study and closed the door behind her, demonstrating her immense trust in Zichuan Xiu. He watched her retreating figure, his expression inscrutable. Turning to survey Lin's study, he seated himself at the desk, where his eyes fell upon a prominent photograph, a group picture of Lin, Sterling, and himself taken at the Far East Military Academy. They were closely huddled together. Zichuan Xiu on the left, wearing a playful grin, Lin in the center, striking a cool pose, and Sterling on the right, smiling gently. The backdrop featured a peach orchard in full bloom during spring, petals drifting softly in the air. Zichuan Xiu recalled that it was during that spring day they first encountered Lin Xiujia. On the back of the photo was a poem penned by Sterling. The flowers bloom in spring, and youth is fleeting. The handwriting was bold, with the signatures of Zichuan Xiu, Sterling, and Lin below. Each of them possessed a copy of the photograph. But Zichuan Xiu had not anticipated Lin would cherish it so much as to place it at the center of his desk. A warm sensation flowed through his heart. Zichuan Xiu refrained from rifling through the documents on the desk and instead approached the window, pulling back the curtains to appreciate Lin's garden. The study's lights spilled into the garden, where he noticed two figures conversing in the distance, one being Lin and the other, to his surprise, was Fang Jing, the commander of the Black Flag Army. Both men, adept in their craft, sensed each other's presence and turned. Lin remained composed, glancing at the light from the study before resuming their conversation. Zichuan Xiu gently lowered the curtain. Yet the momentary glimpse of Fang Jing's flustered expression was indelibly etched in his mind. What was he doing here? Hadn't he claimed to be recuperating at home due to illness? After a while, Zichuan Xiu heard a commotion outside, with multiple voices exclaiming, Ah! The Inspector General has returned. Working late into the night, you truly are diligent. Greetings, sir. I am Lin greeted each guest with a smile. While Lin Xiujia came over to help him remove his military coat, chiding, What took you so long? Didn't you see all these people waiting for you? She whispered, Hurry and send them off. Xiu is waiting for you in the study. Lin nodded slightly, addressing the gathering. Thank you all for your patience. I apologize for the delay. However, there are urgent matters from the Supreme Commander that require my attention. The guests promptly understood, exclaiming, Not at all. Your business is of utmost priority. They hastily took their leave. Lin offered Zichuan Xiu an apologetic smile, saying, There is no helping it. Zichuan Xiu jested, Of course. The Inspector General bears heavy responsibilities for the nation, attending to countless affairs. Lin shook his head. It was manageable before, but lately, it has been overwhelming. The militia we summoned has been undisciplined, constantly indulging in drinking, brawling, and even theft and harassment, creating chaos everywhere. This month, the crime rate in the Imperial City has surged fivefold compared to last month. You see, whenever there are cases involving military personnel, the Ministry of Justice always forwards them to our inspection department. Zichuan Xiu, with an air of righteousness, declared, We must hold their commanding officer accountable. How do they lead their troops? Lin, maintaining his composure, remarked, Well said. The most notorious offenders belong to a unit called the Xiu Battalion, with half of the incidents involving drunken brawls and harassment of women attributed to them. Tomorrow, I shall summon their commanding officer for questioning. Zichuan Xiu immediately fell silent. Lin Xiujia, listening nearby, was amused to the point of bending over in laughter. Lin embraced her and placed a gentle kiss on her lips. But Lin Xiujia shyly pushed him away. No, Xiu is still here. You, as the elder brother, are setting a poor example for the younger one. What is there to fear? Xiu is not an outsider. Besides, what scenes has he not witnessed? Zichuan Xiu interjected. Oh, I can't take it. I am quite innocent and cannot endure such situations. Enough with the pretense of innocence. Wasn't it you who lent me those scandalous books in our childhood? Lin Xiujia, delighting in the exchange, said, you two continue your conversation. I'll prepare some food and drinks for you. Has Xiu eaten? Lin replied, yes, I have. Zichuan Xiu chimed in, no, I haven't tea. Lin reminded her, remember, you only need one pair of chopsticks later. Zichuan Xiu promptly affirmed, right. I am accustomed to using a spoon and knife and fork. Soon, the food and drinks were set up. Lin turned to Lin Xiujia. All right. You should head down now. There is no need for you to stay with us, lest someone claims to be drunk after just half a glass of beer to take advantage of my wife. Zichuan Xiu protested. Do you really have so little trust in me? Lin replied without hesitation, precisely. Lin Xiujia smiled brightly. It's been a while since I've seen Lin this happy. Take your time chatting. Call me if needed. As Lin Xiujia exited the study, smiles faded from both their faces. Lin spoke slowly. Did you see that? The question lacked clarity. But Zichuan Xiu immediately understood he was referring to the earlier conversation with Fang Jin in the garden. He shook his head vigorously. No, I saw nothing. You did see. The inquiry shifted from a question to a statement of fact. Zichuan Xiu had no choice but to concede. Yes, I saw it. He glanced around. Surely. There aren't already 300 assassins lying in wait for the Master S signal? Lin laughed heartily, smashing his cup with a clang, and smiled. Assassins are rather dull of hearing, it seems. Xiu, I can see you are troubled. Zichuan Xiu candidly admitted. Indeed. Lin gazed at him intently and softly asked, Luo Bo? Zichuan Xiu was taken aback by Lin's keen observation and retorted. You know? Lin chuckled. How could I not know? The order for his arrest was signed by me, and that woman Lin Bing has troubled me several times. But I simply ignored her. Zichuan Xiu straightforwardly inquired, is there any hope? Lin pondered for a long time before slowly uttering a few words. I will do my utmost. Zichuan Xiu could not help but ask, really? The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted it. Indeed, Lin already wore a sardonic smile. One must be honest in this world. I've told you one lie, and it seems you shall never forgive me for it. Zichuan Xiu fell silent. Understanding Lin's implication, the events of that blood-soaked night in the imperial city had etched a fissure in their once unbreakable friendship. They had all been deliberately avoiding this rift, striving to mend their bond, yet they ultimately had to confront the painful memories head-on. Such matters are beyond explanation. He could only raise his glass in a toast to Lin, and they clinked their cups, downing the contents in one go. Lin exhaled. The smell of alcohol lingering. In this world, lacking strength means one cannot even pull a blade of grass from the ground, let alone survive. He turned to Zichuan Xiu. My strength lies in my ruthlessness. Zichuan Xiu listened quietly, aware that Lin's words were not solely for him, but also for himself. The high position I hold today is built upon the corpses of countless families and millions of demons. In the Far East, even children dare not weep at the mention of my name. The Azura King Lin. I know you and Sterling are gentlemen of virtue, righteous individuals devoted to your families, but what good does it bring? The current example is Gu Yingxing of the Far East, whose loyalty is unquestionable. Yet look how Zichuan Sanqing repaid him. Entering the Hall of the Holy Spirit, I scoff. Why does he not enter himself? As Lin spoke, he drank heavily. As if these sentiments had been bottled up within him for far too long. Seeing Fang Jin with me, did you find it strange? Zichuan Xiu nodded, indeed, but did not inquire further. Lin's expression turned sly. Let me pose you a question. A recent event that should not have occurred has transpired. What do you think it is? Here is a hint. It's significant. Zichuan Xiu answered without hesitation. Yang Minghua's downfall. If he dared to openly protest, he should not have collapsed so easily. Lin slammed the table. Correct. Do you recall what I told you in the command center? Yang Minghua's open rebellion required two conditions. First, a division within the Eastern Army. Second, to win over either Minghui or Fang Jin. Looking back now, Lei Hong's betrayal satisfies the first condition. Zichuan Xiu felt a jolt. Who was won over? An ominous premonition stirred within him. Lin replied calmly. While searching Yang Minghua's residence, I discovered a letter of loyalty that Fang Jin had written to him. Zichuan Xiu exclaimed, impossible. That night, Fang Jin had over 10,000 Black Flag troops lying in ambush outside the city. However, my forces seized the city first, and seeing no way out, he stealthily withdrew. Zichuan Xiu still shook his head, unable, or unwilling, to believe that the mentor he had respected since childhood, who had shown him great kindness, the brave and bold General Fang Jin, was indeed a pawn of young Minghua. Emotionally, he preferred to believe that Minghui was the one being seduced. In fact, we should have seen it during that meeting. 2 senior officers of the Black Flag Army had perished. Yet the hot-tempered Fang Jin did not confront young Minghua on the spot. He even relied on Guixing of the Eastern Army to plead their case. This was highly unusual, but everyone had been too agitated at the time to notice. Reflecting on Fang Jin's behavior that day, Zichuan Xiu was already inclined to believe Dilin's words. Why didn't you expose him? This matter is extremely confidential. Even Luo Minghai is unaware. Why should I expose him? Zichuan Sanqing shows no mercy to those colluding with young Minghua. If this matter were to come to light, many heads would surely roll, and wouldn't it be better to keep those heads in place to serve my purpose? Zichuan Xiu widened his eyes in astonishment. Are you blackmailing him? Did he agree? He had no other option. Dilin empathetically stated, I understand your respect for Fang Jin. But he chose the wrong side. He cannot blame anyone else. The world is not a playground. There are no second chances. This applies to everyone. Dilin seemed to imply something deeper, and Zichuan Xiu pressed. Everyone? Dilin did not answer directly, moving to the window. He said, some matters I only vaguely comprehended after attaining the position of Chief Inspector. The Inspection Department has secretly maintained a 7th Division, a clandestine unit specifically tasked with monitoring the powerful ministers and generals. They have placed their agents around everyone they deem significant. Previously, Yang Minghua acquired intelligence through Xiao Long's 7th Division to control his family's affairs. Similarly, Zichuan Sanqing has his own intelligence network, with spies embedded among officials of all ranks within his family. Among them is you. Among your trusted subordinates, there are individuals from both sides. Their names are. Zichuan Xiu abruptly interrupted Dilin's words. This scrambled egg is quite good. You should try it. Dilin gazed intently at Xichuan Xiu. You already knew? This soup is too salty. Ever since following you, Lin Ziju's culinary skills have declined. How did you know? Xichuan Xiu could only sigh. She is neither a meritorious general nor of noble birth. How could she have suddenly attained the position of deputy flag officer at such a young age, coincidentally assigned to serve by my side? Moreover, that pretty boy has never been on the battlefield and knows nothing. How could he possibly hold a staff position? It's evident that someone is orchestrating things behind the scenes. Dilin chuckled. I have truly underestimated you. It turns out you were already aware. Would you like me to handle it for you? Ensuring it is done swiftly and without a trace? As he spoke of handling it, he revealed his white teeth, a hint of menace in his smile. Zichuan Xiu feigned innocence, asking, Handle? Handle what? Dilin, I almost forgot you dislike killing. There's another way. I could expose them as remnants of young Minghua. And you could protect them. I guarantee they will be utterly devoted to you thereafter. Zichuan Xiu shook his head. Regardless of their past, that night, they had already severed ties with young Minghua through their actions, redeeming themselves. If I exposed them, even if I don't mind, they could not serve calmly under my command. I would lose 2 excellent subordinates. Now, their only identity is that of my direct subordinates. He paused, locking eyes with Dilin, and said, the most loyal subordinates. This was undoubtedly a warning to Dilin not to meddle. Dilin remained silent for a long while, finally speaking. I am no match for you, Xiu. Xichuan Xiu sincerely replied, Brother, I have always taken pride in you throughout my life. Dilin laughed heartily. Hearing you call me brother is the greatest joy for me. He settled back down. Luo Minghai is intent on my demise. I must cultivate my own strength for self-preservation, using every means at my disposal. While I am confident I will not lose to him, the world is unpredictable. Who can say for certain? If that day truly arrives, I shall entrust Lin Zhuja and her unborn child to you. Zichuan Xiu was deeply moved. Dilin knew his nature shunned political strife and did not press him to join despite their long-standing friendship, though he was ruthless towards others. His feelings for this matter were profoundly sincere. Zichuan Xiu downed his cup of wine, making a solemn promise. I swear to you, brother, as long as I live, I will ensure that Lin Zhuja and her child suffer not a trace of harm. Dilin extended his hand in gratitude. The two shook hands firmly, their gazes drawn to the photograph of the 3 of them on the table, where amidst a flurry of falling blossoms, 3 lifelong friends embraced tightly. In that moment, both their thoughts returned to the vibrant and hopeful days of the Far East Military Academy. Section 6, Tales of the Far East on May 7th, 776. At the Far East Military Academy, the class is about to commence. Everyone, please take your seats. Over 50 newly appointed officers from various legions are seated in an upright manner, attentively listening to the 16-year-old vice officer instructor, Shikawa Hidenori, as he delivers his lecture. Today, I will elucidate the principles of warfare, swift as the wind, slow as the forest, raging like fire, immovable as a mountain. What does this mean? Quite simply, it suggests that when you are retreating, you should be as swift as the wind, seeking refuge in the woods. But what if the enemy sets the forest ablaze? In that case, you must remain immovable as a mountain and accept your fate. Do you understand? Good. On to the next line. Warfare is the great matter of the state, the realm of life and death, the path of survival and extinction. This means that engaging in battle is crucial to your existence. Without war, you risk losing your positions, and next month, you will only receive 40% of your salary. Our esteemed commander is a benevolent ruler who cannot bear to see you unemployed, which is why he often engages in playful banter with the Lufeng family. Do not misinterpret his goodwill. If someone inadvertently wipes out the Lufeng family, your livelihoods will be at stake, and I will not let it go easily. Furthermore, another text states, without the internal legal support of the family and external threats from the enemy, a nation is bound to forget. Do you understand? To ensure the nation's survival, one must stir up trouble and provoke external threats to keep the country eternally existent. What if we cannot win? If we cannot win, we must reason with the enemy. This student, you truly are foolish. Did you get in through connections? What reasoning can we employ? We can discuss international law, international treaties, the brotherhood of mankind, and our love for peace. Without stooping to their level, all of these are viable options. However, whether the Lufeng family listens is an entirely different matter. The officers whisper among themselves, who is this fool lecturing us? Is he a special appointment from Lord Xing to teach at the Far East Military Academy? I hear they have familial ties. Knowing he is a fool, why did you still choose his tactical theory class? It's for the high credits, isn't it? 98 for those who take the exam, 89 for those who don't, and even if you submit a blank paper, you only lose 3 points for a name written incorrectly. He never calls roll and only teaches half a lesson. With no homework assigned, where can we find such a wonderful instructor? Teacher, may I ask what the 6 types of terrain mentioned in the book, communication, hanging, support, narrow, dangerous, and distant terrain mean? What specific requirements do they entail during combat? Excellent. This student's question is insightful, timely, and of high quality. Please, instructor, respond. Do not rush. Such a simple question. How could I not understand? The crux of the matter is this. Once I explain, you will grasp it effortlessly. Do you understand now? Not at all. Oh dear, I did not expect your comprehension to be so lacking. It seems I must find someone less bright to elucidate for you. Sterling, wake up, stop dozing off, and assist the instructor with the answer. Hainori quickly shakes Sterling awake. Teacher, I am rather foolish. I do not understand this question. Whisper it to me. Dinner for a week is at the Jintai? Sterling, do not fret. Take your time. Hainori whispers. You fool, you should change careers to robbery. Tonight, I shall treat you to fried noodles at the street stall. Teacher, I suddenly realize I still do not know. Sterling whispers. Discount price for jumping off. 5 dinners at the Jintai. Sterling, I know you can do it. Hainori whispers. You are extorting me. 3 dinners of fried noodles. No extra meals. Teacher, I suddenly feel dizzy and cannot recall anything. Sterling stubbornly insists. I am indeed extorting you. Who told you to cheat last time? For dinners, and drinks included. Sterling, you are too tense. Relax. Hainori whispers. 3 dinners are negotiable at the Jintai, drinks at your own expense. Ah. I think I am going to faint. Teacher. Sterling rolls his eyes, about to lie down. Hainori hurriedly supports him and shakes him vigorously. Wake up. Wake up. Hang in there. Sterling. Fine then. Jintai it is. Ah, teacher. I remember now. Sterling, who had been on the brink of collapse, suddenly appears invigorated and exclaims. Communication terrain refers to areas where both friend and foe can move freely. In such terrain, one must seize high ground in sunlit areas while safeguarding supply routes. Hanging terrain is characterized by ease of entry but difficulty of exit. In such terrain, it is advantageous against unprepared enemies, yet perilous if the enemy is on high alert. Support terrain is unfavorable for both sides to launch attacks, and it is best to hold your ground and ignore the enemy's provocations. That will suffice. You have managed to cover the main points. Now, do you understand? Hainori turns to Sterling, his expression stern. Sterling, I am quite disappointed in you. To take so long to answer such a simple question. On the battlefield, when you command thousands of soldiers' lives, their fate hanging by a thread, do you expect the enemy to grant you such ample time to contemplate? Thus, Sterling lowered his head in shame, feeling immensely apologetic for disappointing instructor Hainori. Hainori's voice grew increasingly agitated. What is a genius? A genius is composed of 98 points of toil and 2 points of inspiration. You, relying on a modicum of cleverness. Neglect diligent study and squander your potential. When do you intend to return that playboy of mine? Such behavior will forever preclude you from achieving greatness. Now, come with me to the disciplinary office for a thorough reflection. The rest of you, feel free to study on your own. The two exited the classroom. I say, Hinori, you are rather harsh, are you not? The class lasted only 10 minutes before you fled. And by the way, isn't that excuse one you've used before? I've lost count of how many times I've accompanied you to the disciplinary office for reflection. Not at all, you have it wrong. Last time, it was said you were suffering from hemorrhoids, and I had to escort you to the infirmary. If this class continues, I will surely go bankrupt. Where is Daling? He did not attend class today. He has gone to collect protection fees. In a narrow alley, a group of lower-year students from the Far East Military Academy huddled together, fearfully watching the beautiful-faced Daling approach with a smile. Good afternoon, everyone. Have you had your afternoon tea? One brave soul spoke up. Big brother Daling. We already paid last week. Before he could finish his sentence, Daling's military boot had already landed squarely on his face. Daling handed him a napkin to wipe the blood from his nose, speaking kindly. If you defecated last week, do you intend to do so again this week? The last collection was to commemorate the 125th anniversary of Her Highness Yulimi's death, this time. It is to celebrate the 253rd birthday of the esteemed Shikawa Yuntai. These are fundamentally different in nature. As a cadet of the family, do you not feel immense joy for this glorious day? Do you all lack a sense of patriotic fervor? Such sentiments leave me greatly disappointed. Daling cracked his knuckles, fully expressing his patriotic fervor while conveying his disappointment towards the unpatriotic students. At that moment, Sterling and Hinori appeared around the corner of the alley. The military students, as if seeing a savior, called out, "Help! Instructor Hinori, Daling is collecting protection fees. Daling, you are bullying the new students again. It seems I must take serious measures against you." Hinori declared indignantly, "Students, do not be afraid. If Daling dares to bully you again, report it to the disciplinary office, and I will have his skin. Remember, you must report it." As he spoke of Zichuan Xiu, Dylan swiftly led Sterling away, moving with great haste. Dylan glanced at several disappointed cadets and chuckled. "Let me share a secret. I've been humiliated by Teacher Xiu over 100 times. Enough of the nonsense. It is time for you to demonstrate your patriotic fervor through action. I loathe those who lack patriotism." In the peach orchard behind the campus, Dylan found Zichuan Xiu and Sterling, handing each of them an ice cream. Zichuan Xiu expressed his dissatisfaction. "Is this all?" Dylan replied, "There's little I can do. The economy is in a downturn, and even being a rogue is no longer feasible. Protection fees are simply not coming in." As Sterling gobbled down his ice cream, he mumbled, "I don't think this is right. Bullying juniors is not acceptable." Dylan shot him a glance. "If you think it's so bad, you needn't eat. Yet you always finish first." Sterling promptly fell silent, hastily finishing the remainder. The Jintai restaurant, the most upscale and notoriously exploitative establishment near the Far East Military Academy, saw Sterling and Dylan striding confidently. "Today we shall feast extravagantly. Bring forth the finest dishes." Zichuan Xiu trailed behind, his face etched with despair, resembling a beleaguered nation oppressed for 3 millennia. After they had dined heartily, Dylan rubbed his belly with satisfaction, exclaiming, "It's been ages since I feasted so well." There is a particular sense of accomplishment when dining on Xiu's provisions. With his hands in his pockets, Zichuan Xiu withdrew them to reveal a perplexed expression, inquiring of Dylan, "Pray tell, rogue Dylan, what methods are employed to dine without paying?" After a moment's thought, Dylan enumerated. Method 1, the cockroach and fly technique. Method 2, the oiled foot method. Method 3, the food poisoning method. Method 4, the intimidating demeanor method. But why do you inquire? Surely you're not suggesting you forgot your wallet? Who says I forgot it? However, aside from my wallet, there is something else in my pocket. Zichuan Xiu revealed a sizable hole in his pants pocket, just large enough for a wallet to slip through. Sterling, astonished, remarked, "Didn't your wallet already fall out last time we paid?" "It seems to fall out with remarkable timing." Zichuan Xiu defended himself. "This is entirely different. Last time it was feigned, but this time it genuinely fell out." The three exchanged glances, unanimously declaring, "Method 4. Dylan stood up abruptly, sending a plate of sweet and sour fish crashing to the floor, then violently smashing a bottle of wine. "Is this fit for human consumption or merely for swine? I have never tasted such wretched fare. Summon the chef." Zichuan Xiu clutched his stomach, feigning distress. I am succumbing to food poisoning. Sterling nonchalantly sidestepped to avoid the shards of glass. The waitstaff hurried over, appearing to understand the situation. Understood. Gentlemen, please remain calm. Should you find anything unsatisfactory, the chef will be here shortly to apologize. At that moment, a pivotal turning point in the destinies of the Zichuan trio occurred. On September 16, 779. At the residence of Dylan, the inspector general smiled, reminiscing, I recall how you were utterly mesmerized when Lin Shoujia emerged wearing a chef's apron. Drooling more than when you ate sweet and sour fish. Zichuan Xiu protested, I assure you, I was not the one drooling the most. You too just moments ago. Smashed a plate, and then feigned gentility. Miss, did you prepare this dish? Its flavor is truly exceptional. I wish to dine on your cooking for life. Would you oblige? You truly mistake sentimentality for amusement. Dylan laughed heartily. You misunderstand. Girls adore sentimentality. The more saccharine, the more they relish it. The worst was Sterling, who immediately betrayed us. Miss, allow me to inform you. These two are not virtuous. They seek to dine without paying. I alone am the good one. How infuriating. Zichuan Xiu could not help but smile. Indeed, that evening nearly resulted in the first annual Zichuan family brawl. As night deepened, Zichuan Xiu took his leave. Before departing, Dylan solemnly advised, Xiu, I know you are soon bound for the Far East. You should be aware of the caliber of the troops you are bringing. I need not elaborate. The current situation in the Far East is precarious. You must understand that while we may win 1, 2, or even 100 battles, we cannot win this war, regardless of how many troops we amass. We lack a decisive factor capable of altering the tide, one that cannot be gleaned from the battlefield. I have imparted this wisdom to Sterling as well, but judging by his impulsive demeanor, it seems he has not absorbed it. He believes he can alter fate through sheer will. Zichuan Xiu inquired, what do you think that decisive factor might be? Dylan shook his head. I do not know. Would you care to heed my counsel? Speak on. Never stray more than 3 days' journey from the Golan fortress, and always be prepared for the unexpected. Dylan's expression was grave. As Zichuan Xiu made his way home, he pondered Dylan's final words, finding them increasingly profound. Glancing back, he saw that the once brightly lit Dylan residence now lay shrouded in an impenetrable darkness, leaving him unsettled. 2 days later, an inexplicable event unfolded in the capital. Inspector General Dylan abruptly adopted an uncharacteristic stance, vigorously pursuing the case against Deputy Commander Robbo for dereliction of duty. Exhibiting an air of stern resolution, declaring, I shall have several heads roll to teach Rob Minghai a lesson. He even stated that he would personally act as the prosecutor in the military tribunal. I shall see who dares to defend Robbo. The news swiftly reached the ears of President Rob Minghai. After a brief contemplation, he promptly reversed his position, ardently defending Robbo and even volunteering to represent him at the military tribunal presided over by Chief Zichuan Sanqing. The military tribunal convened as scheduled, devolving into a showcase solely for President Rob Minghai, who delivered a passionate oration, his words resonating powerfully. The defeat at Xichuan was due to factors beyond our control. Despite the retreating troops, we managed to safeguard Golan Fortress. Deputy Commander Robbo maintained the dignity of a valiant general, having committed no wrongdoing. To deny rewards to loyal servants while shackling them instead will only chill the hearts of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers at the front. The audience, including Lin Bing and other officers from the Far East Army, erupted in enthusiastic applause, further inflating Rob Minghai's pride as he surveyed the room. In stark contrast, Dylan's performance left much to be desired, disappointing those present, including Zichuan Sanqing. His words were jumbled, incoherent, and contradictory. He failed to clarify whether Robbo was guilty of dereliction of duty or command mismanagement, and was summarily dismantled by Rob Minghai's rebuttal. Consequently, when Zichuan Sanqing declared Robbo not guilty, Dylan appeared defeated, his spirit crushed and seemingly incapable of standing. Rob Minghai cast a disdainful glance at Dylan, then basked in the congratulations of his subordinates, reveling in his victory over the detestable Dylan. So delighted was he that he indulged in an extra bowl of rice that evening and even partook in a drink. Chapter 7. Farewell, alas. Where did you hear such words? Zichuan Xiu exclaimed in astonishment, his expression betraying the anxiety of a secret unveiled. My lord, please do not feign ignorance. We have learned from Miss Zichuan Ning that you are the 5th disciple of His Excellency, the unparalleled Master Zichuan. You have fully inherited his teachings, excelling in techniques such as ripple energy, lightning blade, thunderous kick, iron head skill, Duga 9 swords, Buddha's palm, sunflower manual, divine turtle shockwave, and super scion 3rd generation, truly formidable beyond compare. Ah, I had already instructed Ning not to speak of such matters to anyone. Zichuan Xiu understood well that. Akin to children, women often require repeated admonitions to ensure discretion. Do not utter a word. It was indeed effective. Before long, Roger and his companions arrived, grinning mischievously. Furthermore, as rumors circulated, they transformed into vivid tales, ultimately solidifying into the belief that Zichuan Xiu was a direct disciple of Zichuan Ning. Well, at this juncture, I must confess, indeed, I am the 5th disciple of Zichuan Ning. My lord, rest assured, we shall keep your secret safe. However, we have a small request. Oh, I see. You 3 wish to learn martial arts from me. Zichuan Xiu suddenly comprehended. The trio nodded eagerly like chickens pecking at grain. You must understand. This is no simple matter. Bai Chuan produced a substantial stack of cash. While Roger unveiled a pile of adult magazines, Zichuan Xiu let out a sigh. What can I do when you insist on this? Very well, given your sincerity. I shall impart the most profound martial arts secrets of our Zhua family. 2 days later within the GZ camp, the 3 flag officers engaged in a session of learning and exchange. Bai Chuan began reciting the internal cultivation formula, enunciating each word loudly, and bonami hong. What is that? Roger asked, puzzled. You fool. That is the 5-character mantra of Buddhism, Long Chuan exclaimed. Bai Chuan continued, Linbing doja jiezhen lai yuqian. What is this? Roger inquired again. This is the 9-character mantra of Taoism, Long Chuan replied, admiringly. Commander Xiu truly possesses a vast knowledge. Blending the essences of both Buddhism and Taoism, Bai Chuan saying, left 3 circles, right 3 circles, twist your neck, shake your hips, exercise in the morning. Roger turned to Long Chuan. What is that? Don't ask me. Bai Chuan continued, Ali Baba is a happy young man. Roger. Long Chuan. You resemble a blazing fire. In the depths of the abyss, love is a belief that brings you back to my side. The Dantian is like a furnace. Young people vanish in the birch forest. Qi flows through the 8 meridians. Strength radiates from the limbs. Azure dragon in the abyss. White tiger gathers at the peak. All is free. Only great awakening. I love Lafa. In Lu, meticulous in care. Motionless yet dynamic, perceiving the subtle, body without a location. Sincere for eternity, we strive continuously. For love's sake. Thank you for your love. Loving you for 10,000 years. To the utmost yang and rigidity, evil spirits retreat. As he reached the climax, Bai Chuan struck out with his palm. A loud crash resonated as a large hole appeared in the wall. Roger stared in disbelief. It actually works. My power has truly increased. Bai Chuan grumbled. That idiot. Every time he strikes, he must recite the mantra. It's so bothersome. There is no more torturous martial art than this. Who says it isn't? Roger and Long Chuan retorted in unison, their expressions near tears. Compared to ours. Yours is still the least burdensome. Inside the commander's office, the internal affairs officer Li Qing entered the ZZ camp and immediately spotted Roger, who squatted like a frog. Facing the rising sun with his mouth agape, murmuring what seemed to be a mantra, I am a foolish donkey. I am a foolish donkey. I am a foolish donkey. Roger, what are you doing? I am a foolish donkey. Do not disturb me. I am practicing. Absorbing the sun's energy. I am a foolish donkey. Once perfected, I shall be invincible in the world. Li Qing stuck out her tongue. May I ask, where is Commander Xiu? I am a foolish donkey. Enter through the main door. Turn right. I am a foolish donkey. The entrance has a photo of a naked woman posted. Thank you. Li Qing expressed her gratitude and proceeded inside, only to hear Roger's booming voice echoing behind her. I am a foolish donkey. I got it. No need to repeat so many times. Li Qing did not turn back. Long Chuan, what are you doing? He was sprawled on the ground, limbs outstretched, tongue hanging out, and panting heavily, 1 foot propped up on a wire pole, resembling a type of mammal. Long Chuan's scholarly face flushed red as he quickly scrambled to his feet. Oh, this is the most popular natural therapy at the moment. At that moment, Bai Chuan strolled by, eyes forward, murmuring, eating grapes without spitting the skins, not eating grapes yet spitting the skins. 1 is 1, 10 is 10, 14 is 14, 40 is 40. Do not confuse 1 with 10, nor 10 with 1. The 2 stared blankly as Bai Chuan ambled away. Long Chuan chuckling awkwardly. Bai Chuan is considering a career in stand-up comedy. Zichuan Xiu, upon seeing Li Qing enter, rose to greet her warmly. Since Li Qing was a close friend of Zichuan Ning, their relationship had always been amicable. Upon meeting, Li Qing remarked, Xiu, when did the GZ camp become a mental asylum? Zichuan Xiu replied, where is such a thing happening? At least I am quite normal. Li Qing's expression was one of mock amusement. Who dares claim to be normal while reading an adult magazine at such an early hour? Zichuan Xiu hastily tucked a magazine beneath him, clearing his throat. What brings the esteemed Li Hongyi here today? Li Qing's smile faded. Zichuan Xiu. I am bearing orders from the commander's office. Please gather your subordinates, as I must read the orders aloud. Ah, you have stolen my thunder. Please do not tear it apart. Do not tear it apart. She lamented. As a special envoy, you have left me quite embarrassed. The GZ camp is to set forth immediately to Fortress Golan, awaiting Commander Fong Jing's command. Strange. Did they not say the newly recruited militia would have a month for training? We have only had 2 weeks. Moreover, we have yet to receive proper equipment. Some battalions do not even have winter tents. This is the intention of His Excellency the Commander. The official reason is that the situation in the Far East is urgent, necessitating swift support for Sterling. The underlying reason is that the Imperial Capital's deputy commander revealed his sentiments, lamenting to looming high, as long as the GZ camp remains. The Imperial Capital shall know no peace. Hurry up and drive those beasts away. Xiu, do you know how the populace of the Imperial Capital views your troops? Zichuan Xiu, with utmost seriousness, declared, the citizens of the Imperial Capital, witnessing the majestic army of the GZ camp march by, express heartfelt admiration, mighty and grand. A righteous force, truly worthy of Commander Xiu's leadership, disciplined and unparalleled in moral conduct. Li Qing smiled. You truly have a talent for fabrication. You know full well that what everyone is saying now is the 3 plagues of the Imperial Capital, flies, rats, and the GZ camp. Li Qing rose to take her leave. Well, that is all for this matter. Should there be any unresolved issues, tend to them promptly. For any equipment that has not been delivered, feel free to seek me out. I assure you, the logistics department is pulling out all the stops to expedite your departure. You might take this opportunity to extort a little more from them. Also, I have a letter for Sterling that I need you to deliver to the Far East. Zichuan Xiu's heart trembled as he recalled that Sterling's affections were directed towards Princess Cadden. He had forgotten that, in terms of formalities, Li Qing was Sterling's fiancée. Remember to deliver this personally. He silently accepted the letter, inwardly lamenting, women truly lack foresight. They believe traveling to the Far East is akin to a stroll in their own garden, oblivious to the vast battlefield stretching nearly 1,000,000 kilometers. Where Sterling's troops are ever in flux. How could one guarantee an encounter in such an expansive territory? He escorted her to the entrance of the station. Li Qing turned back, gazing deeply into his eyes, her words laden with significance. Take good care of yourself for a Ning. Zichuan Xiu felt a jolt within, yet remained composed, responding, indeed, for the sake of the family's future, one ought to prioritize their well-being. Li Qing's delicate brows furrowed slightly, seemingly displeased with his response. Yet she said nothing more and departed. Brother, you're back. Zichuan Ning exclaimed with a particular joy at his unexpected return. Did you bring flowers? Wow, brother, you're amazing. I thought you had forgotten my 18th birthday. Today marked Zichuan Ning's birthday. Zichuan Xiu was taken aback. The flowers he had procured were merely to complement a conversation with her, and he had not anticipated that today would coincide with her birthday. Observing her jubilantly clutching the bouquet, he found himself at a loss for words. Was this truly the right moment to have that conversation with Zichuan Ning? Cadden emerged from the room, commenting, let me see, who still gives flowers as birthday gifts? Ah, truly, my brother is always so muddled. Zichuan Ning complained. Though her expression radiated bliss, as long as Zichuan Xiu remembered her birthday, she would find joy even in a handful of grass picked from the roadside. Roger, by Chuan. And Chang Chuan also attended the birthday gathering, proclaiming, we are here for friendship and blessings. Yet, Zichuan Xiu saw through their motives. They were primarily there for the promise of free food. Bai Chuan gifted a music box, while Roger and Chang Chuan, perpetually lacking funds by month's end, combined their resources to present a bag of sunflower seeds. Zichuan Ning's spirits soared. She graciously thanked everyone for their gifts. Despite her high standards as a scion of a prominent family, the feast was sumptuous, and the newcomers from the Far East were awed. Cadden smiled, remarking, it rivals our former court banquets. During the meal, Zichuan Ning raised a toast to Zichuan Xiu, wishing him victory and a safe return. It was then that Zichuan Xiu realized Li Qing had already informed Zichuan Ning of his impending expedition. Silently, he downed his drink, joined by the others. Even Cadden and Bai Chuan, who typically abstained, now flushed from the alcohol. The atmosphere was lively, with Roger specifically toasting to the beautiful ladies, proposing cheers for Sterling in the Far East, for the family to quell the rebellion swiftly, and for the safe return of the soldiers. each time more fervent than the last. Zichuan Xiu began to question his motives, wondering if Roger intended to intoxicate the ladies for some ulterior motive. Yet he quickly dismissed the thought, believing Roger too foolish to conceive such a plan. If it were Chang Chuan, however, it would be a different story. Conversations inevitably gravitated towards the war in the Far East. Zichuan Ning, thanks to her friendship with Li Qing, was privy to numerous updates regarding the situation. For instance, the command center intended to establish a unified command for the Far East, yet the selection for the highest commander remained unresolved. Based on past performance, both the command center and the general favored Sterling, though his qualifications were deemed insufficient. If he were to be commander, it would be challenging to manage the seasoned veteran Ming Hui, who was of equal rank. The only suitable candidate above both Sterling and Ming Hui was Commander Luo Minghai. At this juncture, several family officers chuckled. For Luo Minghai was notoriously unversed in military affairs. Chang Chuan recounted a humorous anecdote about Luo Minghai during a battle. As the cavalry from the Lu Feng family charged towards the command center, Luo Minghai remained seated, silent, and composed, observing their commander's unflappable demeanor. His subordinates felt emboldened and successfully repelled the enemy's advance. It was only when the cheers of "Long Live" erupted that Luo Minghai discreetly summoned a soldier to inquire, "Did we win or lose?" Though the joke was not particularly amusing, the laughter it elicited was hearty. Cadden discreetly tugged at Zichuan Xiu's sleeve, prompting him to step into the corridor. Cadden handed him a letter, saying, "Please deliver this to him." Him referred to Sterling. Zichuan Xiu numbly nodded, accepting it, his heart sighing, but he resolved to ask, "Could you please call Ning out?" Cadden gazed at him with playful intrigue, teasing, "Ah, are you about to share a secret? Very well, I'll call her." Moments later, Zichuan Ning appeared, her cheeks flushed. Perhaps from drink or another reason. "Brother, what is so mysterious?" Zichuan Xiu smiled without answering, instead drawing his sword and flinging it towards the corridor door. The blade easily piercing the wood, eliciting startled cries from Roger and Chang Chuan behind it. Zichuan Ning then realized they had been eavesdropping, doubling over with laughter. Zichuan Xiu carefully scanned the surroundings again, ensuring no one was eavesdropping. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself for the forthcoming conversation that required courage. The night sky was clear, adorned with countless twinkling stars, as if innumerable curious eyes were peering down upon the world. A refreshing breeze swept through, awakening the inebriated. "Brother, you seem rather unhappy tonight, hardly speaking," Zichuan Ning noted, her tone significantly clearer. Zichuan Xiu began slowly, "And Ning, I remember when you were a child. Afraid of the dark and prone to tears, your father, Lord Yuanqing, entrusted me with your care. Yet, I often found myself in need of your support instead. Brother, we are family, why speak such words?" Zichuan Ning countered, aware of his silent protection over the years. That year, during the chaos in the imperial capital, when our father was away and the frenzied mob stormed the general's residence, I was terrified and cried on my bed. You, just 8 years old, stood watch with your sword by my side all night. I still remember peeking out from my blankets, your figure so valiant. Zichuan Xiu chuckled, "Don't remind me. The first intruder I saw, I swung my sword and ended up kicking him out like a gourd. Turns out it was your father returning. I was bedridden for an entire week." Zichuan Ning giggled, "But I thought your rolling looked quite dashing." As they reminisced about those times, both felt a wave of nostalgia. Zichuan Xiu smiled, in the blink of an eye, "That snot-nosed little girl has grown up so much. I can finally say I've upheld Lord Yuanqing's trust. And Ning, let us remain good siblings for life, shall we?" Zichuan Ning's eyes widened. "We have always been good siblings." She did not grasp his meaning, prompting Zichuan Xiu to scion rephrase, "And Ning, in a few days, I will be heading to the Far East and may be gone for quite some time." Zichuan Ning replied calmly, "No matter how long you are gone, I will wait for you." Zichuan Xiu pressed on, "There is also a possibility I may not return." The girl's eyes sparkled like stars as she gazed at Zichuan Xiu's handsome face. "That won't happen. I will wait for you." Zichuan Xiu felt despair nearing the brink of desperation. How could she be so oblivious? He stammered, "Yes, we are good siblings, of course, you will wait for me. However, while you wait, there are other things we can do, such as..." Zichuan Ning looked at him, puzzled. Her impression of her typically suave brother shattered by this unexpected display of awkwardness. Zichuan Xiu summoned all his courage, for instance. He should venture out more often and make acquaintances with boys of his age. "I have noticed that you seem to lack any friendships with the opposite sex, which is rather unusual for a girl of 17 or 18. Zichuan Ning, perplexed, replied, "I have plenty of friends who are boys, like Brother Sterling, Roger, and Changchuan. We get along splendidly. Zichuan Xiu, half amused and half annoyed, clarified. I'm not suggesting that every boy qualifies as a friend. Oh, no. What I mean is that not all friends of the opposite sex are of that particular kind. He racked his brain and finally conjured up a fitting example. For instance, friends like Cardin and Sterling, the notorious couple. Zichuan Ning widened her eyes. That kind of friend? Zichuan Xiu affirmed. Precisely that kind of friend. You want me to find someone like that? Zichuan Xiu bowed his head in silence. Cardin gazed at him intently, wordless, her eyes gradually shimmering with unshed tears. An indescribable expression resembling one on the verge of weeping, her delicate frame beginning to tremble. Zichuan Xiu, with a heart of stone, feigned ignorance and suddenly became engrossed in the roses in the garden, turning away to study them intently. The tense silence seemed poised to linger until the end of time. Just as Zichuan Xiu was on the brink of turning around, footsteps echoed behind him, gradually fading away. Fading with them was the initial romance he shared with Zichuan Ning. He turned back, and in the dark, the white dress was receding, prompting him to recall a word that could encapsulate the expression on the girl's face as she departed. Poignant. He self-mockingly chuckled. Zichuan Xiu, you are a rogue. Deserving of hell. He raised his gaze to the heavens, where the distant, bright starlight seemed to harbor a pair of watchful eyes. A pair of authoritative eyes, whose power over Zichuan Xiu had not diminished with the passage of time, echoed in his ears like a thunderous roar. Linhe, know your place. Gold plating is never true gold. Zichuan Xiu's lips twitched. Yes, I am acutely aware. Such esteemed lineage is hardly befitting of an orphan without a pedigree or a father. I also understand that the surname Zichuan is merely a gilded layer upon my being. A slight touch reveals the cold brass beneath. No matter how much I am treated as one of their own, I will always remain an outsider in the eyes of the Zichuan family. Otherwise, why was I dispatched to a distant military academy at the tender age of 9 upon the discovery of my bond with Zichuan Ning? If I truly possessed family lineage, would Yang Minghua have dared to seize me without a word? With my talents, how could the position of family patriarch possibly belong to Zichuan Sanqing? Gold plating is never true gold. My lord, is this outcome truly what you wish to see? Suddenly, the starlight morphed into the glistening eyes of a maiden. I am sorry, Aining. Today marks your 18th birthday. The commencement of the most beautiful years of a woman's life. How many years of beauty does a woman truly possess? I do not wish for you to squander this precious youth in vain anticipation. Farewell, Aining, forgive my heart of stone. When your gaze is no longer confined by my presence, you will discover that there are indeed worthier men in this world who deserve your love. When the day comes that you truly ascend to the position of patriarch, you will comprehend my intentions. When the day arrives that you walk down the aisle with your beloved, I shall be far away, blessing you both. Will you still remember the one who once cherished you? Not merely out of the promise made at my lord's sickbed, I shall silently watch over you from afar. Waiting for your first call, I shall appear, no matter the distance. My beloved girl, may you remain youthful and beautiful, forever happy, and I shall forever guard you. Even unto death, without regret. That night, the 8,000 officers and soldiers of the Xiu battalion departed for the Far East battlefield at midnight. Zichuan Xiu left without awakening Zichuan Ning, merely leaving the payment for his room and board for over a year, along with the room key, quietly exiting her estate. As he glanced back, Zichuan Ning's room lay in utter darkness. He sighed, urging his horse onward, departing from the place he had inhabited for more than a year, unaware that within the shadowy room, a curtain had been stealthily drawn aside, and a pair of bright eyes followed his upright figure until his navy blue officer's uniform gradually vanished among the light brown ranks of soldiers. Zichuan Ning whispered a prayer. God, for my 18th birthday wish, please protect brother Zichuan Xiu. Tears fell like rain. Chapter 8. Ambush in the Jungle. The warning from the scout transformed into a blood-curdling scream as a makeshift javelin pierced through his warm chest. Javelins continued to rain down like a storm, and cries of agony echoed through the ranks. The ambushed soldiers of the Central Army quickly regrouped, forming a defensive circle. Shield bearers, armed with blades in one hand and shields in the other, instinctively positioned themselves at the outermost perimeter, while hundreds of square shields formed a circular formation. Bowmen, half-crouched, unleashed arrows from above their shields, retaliating against the dense forest. Despite the relentless onslaught of javelins, the soldiers hidden behind the shield wall remained unscathed. The captain of the unit, the valiant warrior Dukra, roared, "Fifth squad, advance. Bring those cowardly scoundrels to justice." Over 30 soldiers wielding sabers shouted in unison, "Yareem," and charged fiercely into the thick underbrush. Formerly cavalrymen, They could not ride in the jungle, yet their fierce spirit remained unchanged. 3 soldiers fell under enemy fire during the charge, but the rest bravely pressed on, encircling and attacking a dozen half-orcs. The half-orcs fought back with equal resolve, ignoring the shouts of Wasalivalu, surrender and live, as they engaged fiercely with their rudimentary spears and sharp sabers. In the muddy aftermath of the rain-soaked jungle, both sides suffered casualties, cries of pain mingling with the sounds of battle. No one retreated. A soldier, his arm severed, switched hands to wield his weapon, while another, his shoulder shattered by a club, grit his teeth and pressed on. One central soldier, his leg broken, rolled in the muck, yet continued to swing his saber at the legs of his foes. Seeing that the half-orcs had already suffered significant losses, Dukra called out, "Archers, advance. Finish them off, step back." The archers responded with a thunderous agreement, drawing their bows, ready to move forward. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the surrounding woods as hundreds of half-orcs emerged, brandishing spears and clubs, ferociously closing in. The soldiers quickly formed another circular defense, and brutal hand-to-hand combat ensued once more. Dukra's mind raced. "We are caught in an ambush," he shouted. "Fifth squad, regroup with the main force." The 30 or so soldiers of the 5th squad desperately fought their way back, but were encircled by hundreds of half-orcs wielding massive clubs, weapons swinging wildly, making every inch a struggle. The cries of the wounded filled the air as they were mercilessly battered, their bodies torn and mangled. The main force of soldiers fought valiantly to reach them, but were obstructed by a throng of rebels, and fierce clashes erupted, with blood splattering every second. The two groups were merely 30 meters apart, close enough to see and hear one another, yet unable to bridge the gap. It was clear that without the main force's assistance, the surrounded soldiers would soon be overwhelmed. A piercing whistle rang out, and a figure darted through the layers of encirclement, plunging into the midst of the besieged soldiers. This diminutive human moved with astonishing speed and precision, unarmed, yet with every gesture, an enemy fell silently to the ground, vanishing without a trace. The half-orcs, known for their brute strength, crumbled before him as he tore a path through their ranks, allowing the surrounded soldiers to break free and return to safety. Realizing their ambush was failing, a tall half-orc commander bellowed, and in an instant, the previously aggressive throng of half-orcs scattered like frightened rabbits, vanishing into the underbrush as abruptly as they had appeared. The cacophony of battle ceased, and the deep autumn jungle fell silent once more. The tranquil sounds of chirping birds and raindrops falling from the trees filled the air, mingling with the soft groans of the injured. The pale autumn sunlight struggled to penetrate the foliage, casting dappled light upon the verdant moss, the puddles of water, and the youthful, pallid faces of the fallen. The soldiers gasped for breath, their fingers still tightly gripping their blades, muscles tense, their bloodshot eyes scanning for the next target. Unable to believe that the harrowing clash had come to an end, Dukra was the first to regain his senses, commanding loudly, "Why are you all standing there like wooden posts? Assist your injured comrades with their wounds. You lot, chop down a few small trees to prepare stretchers." The soldiers snapped out of their stupor, quickly gathering medicinal supplies to tend to the wounded and checking the fallen for signs of life, hoping to capture a prisoner. Dukra suddenly recalled, who was the brave soul that had charged in to save their comrades? Several archers pointed at a young soldier. Wide-eyed and scanning the area, it was him. "He saved our brothers. He deserves recognition." "It was me." The young soldier smiled shyly, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. His face was caked in mud, and despite his short stature, he emanated a resolute energy, his sharp gaze steady. His uniform was soiled beyond recognition, his hat lost in the fray, as he searched the area. "Well done, lad. Splendid work. You're not one of our troops, are you?" "Indeed, I just passed through here." "You must be the commander. Watch your tone." Dukra snapped, fuming. "Hasn't your superior taught you anything? When speaking to a superior, you must use respectful titles. Say, 'Yes, my lord.'" "Certainly, my lord." "Do it again." The young man chuckled good-naturedly and stood at attention. "Yes, my lord." "Now that's the spirit of a soldier. Tell me your name, rank, and unit designation. I will ensure you are duly recognized." "That would be most kind of you." "My lord." The young man beamed. "My full name is Sterling Zhua, affiliated with the Central Army of the family. My rank is Commander of the Central Army, a member of the Command Office, and a member of the Supreme Military Advisory Committee. When do you intend to seek my recognition, my lord?" He finally located his hat, dusting it off and wiping away the grime, revealing the bright golden eagle insignia. "My lord, you've disobeyed orders again today," lamented Deputy Commander Tangping. sounding like a doctor scolding a child reluctant to take medicine. You were supposed to inspect the troop defense, yet you charged to the front. What if something were to happen? Indeed, chimed in Deputy Commander Qin Lu, adding, the division commanders below are protesting, saying, we welcome Lord Sterling to inspect our sector, but could you please refrain from having him charge to the front? If anything were to happen to him in our area, we could not bear the consequences. My lord, we all know of your unparalleled prowess, but the responsibilities of a commander are distinct from those of a soldier. We are tasked with strategy, planning, and commanding. Enough. I understand. Sterling quickly shifted the topic. Today, I observed the 3 divisions on the left flank. The Lunan division's defenses are adequate, and their trenches are well dug. However, the Wunha division is lacking, with no one knowing their roles from top to bottom. I walked for quite some time and encountered not a single sentry to question me. Their trenches resembled ditches, too shallow to conceal anyone. There was even a foolish captain leading over 300 men into the Westwood forest to confront the rebels. Have I not issued a prohibition against pursuing into the forest? As he spoke, Sterling's tone grew serious. Qin Lu hurried to explain. The Wunha division was originally a cavalry division, adept at offense but not defense. Their officers are accustomed to aggression. I will address this matter with Wunha immediately. We can no longer afford to attack. Our casualties are too severe. That cursed forest has claimed enough lives. Sterling sighed, his tone turning stern. If supervision is lax, when he must bear the consequences, inform him that he has been demoted from the rank of Red Banner to Banner Officer, while still serving as the commander of the 3rd Division. Tell him that if he dares to err again, he should report to the Military Law Office himself. Qin Lu and Tang Ping couldn't help but chuckle. When he had already faced demotion for the 3rd time in 2 weeks, Sterling was always strict and severe in his demeanor, yet within a few days, he would find another excuse to restore Wenhe to his original position. This was not unique to Wenhe. Nearly all the officers understood that under Sterling's leadership, promotions were easily attainable, but the fall from grace could be swift, for Sterling had no tolerance for laziness. Thus, officers would often send someone to inquire each morning at the staff office, am I a banner officer or a red banner officer today? What? I've been demoted to a minor banner warrior? Just the day before, I was a deputy commander. Tang Ping seized the opportunity to inform Sterling. Acting Commander Ming Hui of the Black Banner Army has arrived and is waiting at the headquarters. Sterling was elated. The arrival of Ming Hui signifies that the powerful Black Banner Army is nearby, and our beleaguered Central Army can finally catch a breath. In the makeshift headquarters, constructed from wooden planks and branches, the 2 highest-ranking commanders in the family in the Far East met. Sterling saluted, saying, I salute you, my lord. I am ordered to hold the line. Ming Hui returned the salute. I salute you, my lord. I am ordered to provide reinforcements. Ming Hui and his entourage, clad in impeccably tailored dark blue uniforms with spotless white gloves and gleaming black boots, radiated vigor and high spirits. In stark contrast, the officers of the Central Army appeared ragged, dirty, and weary. Many bore filthy bandages, their boots in tatters, and a few even attended the meeting bare-chested. Sterling, the corps commander, was no better off, covered in mud, hatless, and in disarray as he welcomed his guests. The officers of the Black Banner Army exchanged glances, their lips curling into barely perceptible smiles. Is this the demeanor of the family S elite force? They are hardly better than a band of beggars. The meeting of the 2 high commands, which should have been a momentous occasion, was somewhat marred by Ming Hui's loud complaint. Sterling, does the Central Army never eat? We've traveled a long way, and after such a long time, we haven't been offered anything to eat. Sterling forced a smile and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. The subordinates are lacking in courtesy. Meals will be prepared for you and the esteemed guest immediately. Qin Lu, the deputy commander in charge of logistics, wore an expression of distress. His motto was, life can be sacrificed, but food is scarce. Witnessing Sterling's decisive command, he hurried down to order the preparation of the meal. Steaming rice was soon served, causing several Central Army officers to turn their faces away, concealing their craving from their guests. The aroma of the rice was overwhelmingly enticing. Ming Hui, puzzled, asked Sterling, are you not eating? Sterling explained, the troops below have already dined. Please enjoy your meal, my lord. Ming Hui chuckled. Sterling has learned to scavenge from below. Indeed. The food there is quite satisfactory, but how can one swallow this meal without a dish on the side? Sterling, you are too stingy, hiding all the good food. I understand that life on the front lines is tough, and I do not expect fresh chicken, duck, or fish, but surely you must have some cured meat? The hosts exchanged glances, and finally, Sterling, with a bitter smile, admitted, "Apologies, we have none. Perhaps when we hunt some game like rabbits, I can send some to you." My lord. Ming Hui, indeed feeling hungry, grumbled a bit before diving into his meal, all the while instructing Sterling, "If soldiers do not eat well, their morale will plummet. Therefore, in military affairs, supply is crucial. Sterling, you have much to learn." The implication was clear. I have eaten more salt than you have rice. And the command is currently considering candidates for the position of commander in the Far East. You, young man, are still inexperienced and naive. How can you compete with me? The officers of the Central Army were visibly indignant in the face of urgent military needs. We had no time to gather supplies before entering the battlefield and have remained deep behind enemy lines, often having our supply lines severed. Meanwhile, Ming Hui's Black Banner Army not only arrived late, but also plundered the provisions from the provinces along the way. All while avoiding direct confrontation with the enemy, now he stands aside to offer unsolicited advice. Tang Ping, the chief of staff, could not help but interject. "I have read your battle reports, my lord Ming Hui. Your forces have slain 7 million enemies in just a week. A feat unparalleled in history. Your accomplishments are indeed remarkable." The Central Army officers erupted in laughter, their disdain for Ming Hui's exaggerated claims evident. "If you have vanquished all the rebels, what glory is left for us?" Ming Hui wiped his mouth, seemingly unfazed, and replied, "Not at all. It is not about glory, but merely serving the family." He appeared entirely oblivious to the sarcasm in his words. Sterling waved his hand, halting Tang Ping's further jibes. He had learned long ago during the battles against the Liu family that Ming Hui possessed a thick skin that could withstand any mockery, rendering such attempts futile. Otherwise, he would not have fled more swiftly than a rabbit upon encountering Liu Fengshuang. After the meal, the meeting commenced promptly. Sterling briefed Ming Hui on the situation of the Central Army. "When we departed from the capital, we had a total strength of 150,000 troops, including 50,000 cavalry and 100,000 infantry. After enduring the battles at Warren, the great pursuit in the Far East, and the ambush at the Vistu Forest, we have lost nearly 50,000 men, with the cavalry suffering especially heavy losses, down to less than 20,000. Our logistical support has dwindled, and we have nearly lost our rapid mobility. Our soldiers are exhausted and severely injured. Therefore, I request that the Black Banner Army temporarily assume our defensive duties, allowing the Central Army to recuperate." Ming Hui rested his chin on his hand, pondering. "This matter is difficult. Lord Sterling, you know that our Black Banner Army was originally a second-line defensive force for the Lin family, and our soldiers lack combat experience, making it challenging to bear such a heavy responsibility. Moreover, our troops have traveled a long distance and also require rest. Additionally, we are not locals of the Far East. Many are suffering from stomach ailments, which severely impacts our combat effectiveness. Furthermore, we have recently run out of fresh fruit supplies, and morale is low." As Ming Hui listed his reasons, Sterling felt a surge of anger. The Black Banner Army is not immune to the local conditions. Does the Central Army hail from the Far East? Over half of our troops are afflicted with dysentery. You may lack fruit, but we are reduced to foraging for wild vegetables. And as for your claim of lacking combat experience, did the Central Army emerge from the womb ready to fight? Besides, did the Black Banner Army not participate in the previous battles against the Liu family? Sterling suppressed his rising temper and inquired, "However, the command has ordered you, my lord, to reinforce us. How do you intend to proceed with that reinforcement?" "Oh, before coming here, the staff provided me with a plan, which I believe is feasible. Come, let us unfold the military map." Ming Hui gestured over the map. "Here is the Vistu Forest, where the main force of the rebels is located. This blue line represents your army's defensive line, and we plan to position our forces along this red line, fighting side by side with your troops to annihilate the rebels." Upon seeing the proposed red line, which was entirely behind the Central Army's blue line, Sterling was nearly driven to expletives. Ming Hui's notion of fighting side by side was merely a euphemism for hiding behind the Central Army, preserving his own strength while watching from the sidelines. However, he quickly regained his composure. Ming Hui was not his subordinate, and he held no authority to issue commands to him. Any directives could only be relayed through a superior at the command office or Zichuan Ning, yet the distance to the imperial capital spanned thousands of miles, and correspondence would take at least several weeks. Moreover, whether the command office and Zichuan Ning would acquiesce to his suggestions remained uncertain. Even if they were willing to issue orders, Ming Hui could present his own justifications for defiance. After all, they were both members of the command office, and he possessed that right. The ensuing back and forth of official documents could extend indefinitely. Meanwhile, the Central Army, in dire need of respite, was suffering greatly. Daily losses due to non-combat reasons such as injuries and starvation claimed hundreds of soldiers. Those who still could fight were barely able to stand, their bodies gaunt and skeletal from hunger. Sterling had no choice but to engage Ming Hui in amiable discourse, yet despite his heartfelt appeals, reasoned arguments, and earnest promises, Ming Hui remained as slippery as a glass marble, responding to change with steadfastness. This was indeed a formidable challenge. Sterling felt his confidence waning, even contemplating the notion of abandoning his troops under the cover of darkness, allowing the rebels to confront Ming Hui directly. However, he dismissed such thoughts, well aware that he could never act on them. If that scoundrel Ming Hui chose to flee as well, who would defend the Weidu forest? After painstakingly stabilizing several provinces, if the rebels surged forth once more and spread throughout the Far East, who would bear the responsibility? Unbeknownst to him, night had fallen. Ming Hui rose to take his leave, saying, "All right, let's discuss these matters another day. I must return." Sterling found himself powerless to detain him. After all, he could not simply imprison him. The remaining Central Army officers sat in despondency, their faces etched with worry. Sterling forced a smile and addressed his subordinates. "There is nothing for it. We must continue the fight, and we still need to eat." As the aides brought forth a large pot of thin vegetable soup, it became evident that the ration of grains had already been consumed by Ming Hui and his men, leaving the soldiers with only vegetables to sustain them. Sterling scooped a bowl of soup, finding little more than a few strands of wild greens. With a bitter smile, he mused that the secret to surviving on vegetable soup was to drink copiously until one's stomach was taut, only to find hunger rekindled after a brief interval. Just as the officers were lamenting their plight over dinner, Ming Hui's cheerful voice rang out from the entrance. When I arrived, there was no food. Now that I'm leaving, the good stuff is brought out. Today, it seems my timing is fortuitous. I want to share too." As darkness enveloped the scene, the officers of the Black Flag Army found themselves lost, forced to return to the Central Army to spend the night, planning to address matters the following day. Sterling had yet to mask his surprise when Ming Hui leaned in, inquiring, "What special provisions has Sterling prepared?" Upon a mere glance, his expression shifted dramatically. "This is what you are eating?" Sterling felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, while Tang Ping murmured softly, "What else should we eat? Today's rations were all consumed by you." Ming Hui fell silent for a moment before finally saying, "Bring me a bowl." He too ladled some soup into a bowl, but upon tasting it, his face contorted in distaste. Setting the bowl down, he fixed his gaze on Sterling. "How long has this been the case?" Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Sterling replied candidly, 2 weeks. Our supplies have run dry." A fierce glint appeared in Ming Hui's eyes, rendering it hard to believe he was the same glib bureaucrat from moments before. Why was this not reported? Who was responsible for this? Luo Minghai? Why didn't he notify the Commander General about him? Understanding dawned upon him. It was undoubtedly Luo Minghai's jealousy over Sterling's commendable achievements that had led to this situation. Sterling answered earnestly, "Every detail that troubles the Commander General is our fault as his subordinates." He wished to avoid any disputes with Luo Minghai at such a critical juncture for the nation. Ming Hui remained silent for a long while before slowly stating, "Sterling, you are commendable. However, I, Ming Hui, am also a man of resolve. While I cannot promise for too long, for now, we of the Black Flag Army can manage for another couple of weeks. You may withdraw to rest." Sterling was overjoyed, bowing deeply. "Your nobility is greatly appreciated, Lord Ming Hui. I express my gratitude on behalf of all the soldiers of the Central Army." 3 days later, the Black Flag Army took their positions, replacing the Central Army in defense, allowing the weary 100,000 Central soldiers, who had fought relentlessly since the onset of the Far Eastern conflict, a moment to catch their breath as they withdrew to the province of Dea for much-needed rest. Chapter 1. The journey. Everyone watched intently as Bai Chuan, trembling with trepidation, sketched a long oval on the blackboard. He then added a small circle atop it to symbolize a head, and affixed 4 stout lines to represent limbs. After a moment's contemplation, he felt dissatisfied and proceeded to embellish the small circle with eyes, a mouth, and a nose. Finally, with a palpable sense of relief, he clapped his hands in satisfaction and declared to the soldiers, "This is the half-orc. You must all recognize this. This is our enemy. From now on, if you encounter anything resembling this, do not hesitate to strike." The soldiers murmured among themselves, "Why does it look like a tree? Who said it looks like a tree? This is clearly a candied hawthorn. It resembles Commander Roger. No wonder he is so fierce." He must be disguised as a half-orc. Indeed, the more I look, the more it resembles him. Let's go teach him a lesson. He bullied me last time. At that moment, the half-orc, an experienced warrior, was recounting his battle experiences to the new recruits. There was a time when I stood alone, with 3,000 demon soldiers on my left, 3,000 on my right, and 10,000 before me. Behind me. Not that many, Roger. You must be mistaken, interjected Chang Chuan, in a tone of factual correction. I remember counting, and there were only 9,895, just that many. The enemy charged forward with a cacophony of war cries. If you were in that situation, you would surely wet your pants. Today's youth lack courage, Chang Chuan inserted, adopting a tone of seasoned nonchalance. But for an old veteran like me, there is nothing to fear. At that moment, I leisurely lit a cigarette, not even glancing at those demon soldiers. I can't recall the brand now. Chang Chuan, do you remember? How could you forget? You were smoking 555 that day. Oh, right. He then blew a perfect smoke ring, hardly batting an eyelash, gesturing with his middle finger and tilting his chin as if to say, come at me all at once. It will save me the trouble. Alas, Chang Chuan sighed, expressing regret. Roger always behaves so uncivilized. Do not emulate him. A new recruit, anxious, quickly inquired. And then what happened? Then those brats charged at me, and then Roger, with utter nonchalance, was overwhelmed by the demons, his body torn asunder, entrails and brain strewn across the ground, left to rot, while a few passing ants kindly assisted in gathering his remains, leaving only a bleached skeleton amidst the grass for you to see now. Unbeknownst to them, Captain Xichuan had arrived, standing nearby with an icy demeanor. My lord. Roger and Chang Chuan hastily stood to salute. Despite the soldiers of the Xiuji camp displaying unmatched bravery in the streets of the imperial city, they cherished indulgence and revelry even more. Marching under the blazing sun was an unbearable ordeal for them. Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted. I have never endured such hardship. The sun is too fierce. It will ruin my flawless complexion. Indeed, riding a horse is tiring. My thighs are chafed. Thus, they protested vehemently, threatening a mutiny, believing this would intimidate the soft-hearted Captain Xichuan. Previously, this tactic had proven infallible, despite Bai Chuan's repeated advisories. Captain Xichuan is in a foul mood these days. It is best not to provoke him. Yet they persisted, posting their grievances and resolutely refusing to depart Strife City. That very night, Xichuan's deep voice echoed. Is the squad threatening mutiny gathered here? Bai Chuan, Roger, and Chang Chuan nodded nervously, fearful to utter a single word incorrectly. Xichuan let out a chilling laugh. You wait here. He opened the camp gate and stealthily entered. A cacophony of screams pierced the night, awakening children who cried out in fear, while their mothers hurriedly comforted them. Darling, be good. If you continue to cry, I will send you to the Xiuji camp. The child promptly silenced. The soldiers involved in the mutiny trembled in terror. Even a few blankets could not muffle the horrific sounds that pierced their ears. Contemplating their situation, they quickly leapt from their beds and tore down the protest notices. Half an hour later, the screams abruptly ceased, leaving an eerie silence that made hearts race. The door opened again, and Xichuan stealthily emerged, casually stating, they have fallen asleep. He dusted off his hands and departed. One soldier, barely clinging to consciousness, staggered out, gasping. Report. Commander, just now, a creature resembling Captain Xichuan attacked us and my brothers. Before he could finish, he spat blood and collapsed. Bai Chuan shouted. Medic, hurry. Roger whispered, did you see that? This is what happens when you provoke a heartbroken Captain Xichuan. Chang Chuan, still shaken by the sight of the soldier's fate, began to pray, Oh God, please help that poor fool find a girlfriend, or we are all doomed. Amen. The three responded in unison. The following day, before dawn, the soldiers gathered automatically, the ranks marching forward, their voices ringing with spirited cheers and military songs. Wherever Xichuan went, the soldiers enthusiastically conversed. Oh, I feel an endless surge of energy. Indeed, riding is truly delightful. I am growing more fond of it. I believe that traveling a mere 100 miles in a day is insufficient. 300 miles would be more fitting. In the realm of ruffians, the one with the strongest fist reigns supreme. Since Xichuan's might could rival that of over 50 fists combined, he was undoubtedly the unrivaled leader. Moreover, this leader was exceptionally considerate towards his subordinates, offering ample protection. In the bars of Kaiga City, when his soldiers lost a brawl to local thugs, Xichuan immediately rallied a battalion of over 500 to reclaim their honor, leaving the ruffians in disarray, while in the capital of Dama province, Local logistics officials refused to provide supplies, claiming, the Xiuji camp? I have never heard of this newly formed gang. Xichuan immediately ordered an assault, using clubs to knock several officials, including a flag bearer, to the ground, forcing them to comply and even provide additional provisions. The ruffians, gathered nearby, reveled in the spectacle, relishing the cries of the suffering, exclaiming, "Our commander is indeed a lion. Anyone who mistreats his lambs shall not escape his wrath." As the army marched through each major city, Xichuan generously granted his soldiers time off, who cheered, "Long live Commander Xichuan," and flocked to bars and dance halls. Truly, they cheered from the heart. For one could find no more empathetic superior than Xichuan. Zichuan, exasperated, exclaimed, "My lord, the command center has ordered us to proceed to the Goran fortress. Are we not en route to the Goran fortress? But the timing. They merely commanded us to go, not specifying when we must arrive. But the military law. Commander Dylan is my elder brother. What is there to fear?" Thus, the conversation concluded. Each time night fell during their leave, Xichuan instructed by Chuan, Roger, and Chang Chuan to guard the desolate camp, boldly shedding his uniform and humming as he slipped away into the night, only to return at dawn, fatigued. Chuan cursed. "Utterly foolish. Behold your demise." Roger lamented. Ever since Officer Xiu was cast aside by Miss Ning, he has transformed his sorrow into something quite different. Chuan expressed his discontent. "It's truly inconsiderate of Officer Xiu not to include me in his advantageous pursuits." He attempted to follow Xiu, only to be thwarted on his first attempt by a group of ruffians who robbed him, causing him to lose track of Zichuan Xiu. On his second endeavor, he encountered a group of soliciting women who clung to him relentlessly. By the time he managed to extricate himself, Zichuan Xiu had once again vanished. On his third attempt, he was apprehended by the night patrol, mistaking his aimless wandering in a dubious area for that of a male escort, and he spent a night in confinement. The final attempt saw him inexplicably struck unconscious in a dark alley, awakening to find his wallet and belongings missing. During the day, a multitude of visitors approached Zichuan Xiu, men and women alike, each exhibiting a furtive demeanor and shifty eyes, reminiscent of a clandestine drug deal among the mafia. They would enter his quarters, shutting the door for extended periods, only to stealthily exit through the back when their business concluded. Each time the Xiu battalion set out, a mysterious entourage would trail behind, a long procession of horse-drawn carriages, following day and night, mirroring the movements of the military, advancing when they did, halting when they did, maintaining a distance of roughly 100 meters. With each city they passed, more individuals joined their ranks, ultimately swelling to over 3,000 people and nearly 1,000 carriages, resembling a grand army on the march. Chuan, perplexed, approached Zichuan Xiu with inquiries, to which Zichuan Xiu bashfully replied, "I regret to inform you that during those nights, I was rather short of funds and promised to repay them upon receiving my salary. They are merely following to collect their debts." Before he could finish, Chuan had already swung his saber in frustration. Chuan scoffed at Zichuan Xiu's explanation. Chuan is but an innocent maiden, oblivious to such matters. We are all men here. Do you truly believe such ruses could deceive me, a seasoned veteran? He turned to Roger. Consider this. How many days have transpired since we departed from the imperial capital? In such a brief span, Officer Xiu has accrued a debt for the lodging of over 1,000 people. Could he possibly be superhuman? Roger suddenly understood. Indeed. How could anyone possess such prowess? What do you imply? It was evident to Chuan that there was but one conclusion, his indignation mounting. He must be secretly hoarding Viagra. How outrageous, and yet he shares none with me. On the 6th of October in the year 779, over 8,000 cavalrymen from the Xiu battalion arrived at the Golan fortress. At the foot of the city, a mounted messenger delivered a missive to Zichuan Xiu. The letter, dispatched by the commanding office, instructed Zichuan Xiu, under the authority of Commander Fong Jing, to forego entering the city and instead proceed directly to eradicate the remnants of the rebel forces in the province of Gadisa. Chapter 2. The elimination of bandits in Ziyizing, breathing in the fresh air infused with the essence of flora, gazing at the boundless verdure of the Guqi mountain range. Zichuan Xiu and the three banner lords felt a profound sense of nostalgia, yet found themselves at a loss for words. All they could muster within their hearts was a soft whisper, "Once again, we return to the Far East." As they journeyed eastward from the Valan fortress, the ravages of war marred the beauty of this land, leaving it scarred and desolate. The front lines had advanced, and in the throes of fierce combat, tranquil villages ignited into raging infernos, thriving cities crumbled into ruins, lush forests transformed into lifeless wastelands, fertile fields turned to barren deserts, and skeletal remains littered the ground. Along the road, throngs of refugees and beggars trudged westward, a dismal procession. Among them were humans and other races of the Far East, predominantly women and children. They appeared emaciated, their eyes vacant, hardly acknowledging the passing army, only to swarm around the Zichuan troops in desperate pleas for sustenance, at times. The soldiers had to use whips to clear a path through the crowd. For these people, whether it was the rallying cry of the United Races Army for Independence or the Zichuan family's call to quell the rebellion and restore peace, it mattered little. Their sole demand was a mere 100 grams of bread to survive the day. Without it, death awaited. As the Sterling forces passed by, Sterling himself shed tears for the plight of the refugees, striving to relocate them to areas west of the Valen fortress, where the ravages of war had yet to reach. And life could still cling on. However, with military duties pressing upon him, he had little time to address their needs, leaving many refugees homeless and wandering. It was indeed the ambition of Lei Hong that brought such calamity upon the Far East. Officers like Roger and Bai Chuan, hailing from the region, were somber expressions. Having learned from the refugees that their hometowns, such as Minsk, had been reduced to rubble, with the fates of their families unknown, Bai Chuan, witnessing the suffering of the refugees, could not help but weep. In the end, Zichuan Xiu resolved to allocate a portion of the military provisions to aid the refugees. Though this act was deemed foolish and would not resolve the underlying issues, no one opposed it. Yet, seeing the joy on the faces of the refugees as they received food brought a measure of comfort to their hearts. 3 weeks prior, the Sterling forces had engaged in fierce combat with Lei Hong's rebels in the province of Gudisa, resulting in the retreat of Lei Hong's troops, leaving over 30,000 corpses in their wake, with many of the defeated soldiers dispersing into the deep mountains, refusing to emerge. Most had devolved into bandits, fearing to confront the advancing Zichuan family army, yet seizing opportunities to rob supply convoys and postal teams. These mountain bandits were as numerous as locusts, evading capture by hiding in the treacherous depths of the forests, disappearing without a trace at the approach of the army. Commander Fang Jing, stationed at the Galan fortress, was deeply troubled by this predicament. Lacking sufficient regular royal troops, he eventually decided to dispatch Zichuan, knowing Zichuan Xiu was familiar with the terrain. On the very day they entered the province, a messenger arrived with urgent news. A band of half-orcs had just attacked a supply convoy, and Zichuan was immediately called for reinforcement. Zichuan Xiu promptly led his troops to the scene, arriving just in time to witness the retreating figures of the half-orcs and the wreckage of the convoy scattered about. As the cavalry pursued relentlessly, the half-orcs vanished into the thicket, prompting Zichuan to encircle the entire forest, leaving no escape. Brothers of the United Army, you have nowhere left to run. Surrender now, and the royal family will treat you kindly, Roger shouted, standing before the dense forest, his voice booming. Yes, louder. Tell them we will feed those who come out. If they do not surrender, we will show no mercy. Also, remember to shout in the language of the half-orcs. They won't understand you otherwise. Behind him, Zichuan Xiu concealed himself behind a shield, nonchalantly grooming his nails while encouraging Roger. Bai Chuan and Chang Chuan engaged in a serious conversation. I've heard that the half-orcs handmade throwing spears are quite sharp. One can pierce through a person effortlessly. Indeed, they possess immense strength, and I've heard their spears are smeared with poison. A single wound can lead to a swift demise. Then let us begin to pray for Roger's soul. Behind the three, thousands of Zichuan soldiers held their breath, watching Roger's valiant stance, murmuring amongst themselves. Look, Roger's face is growing paler than dead pork. On such a cool autumn day, his shirt is drenched with sweat. He appears as if trembling from the cold. His voice is so faint, it seems as though he fears being overheard. His words almost sound like weeping. Commander Zichuan, should we not send 2 more brothers to stand with me for added bravado? I feel somewhat isolated here. Roger's voice quivered slightly. Zichuan Xiu turned to the soldiers. Who among you is willing to join Roger in addressing them? Thousands of soldiers resolutely shook their heads. Zichuan Xiu encouraged Roger. Do not fear. Even if we stand afar, we are united with you in spirit. Commander, I think I shall step back a bit. It need not be so strenuous for everyone to speak. Without a moment's hesitation, Zichuan Xiu replied, No need. My hearing is quite sharp. He turned to Bai Chuan and Chang Chuan. Can you hear clearly? Should you move closer? They immediately affirmed they could hear distinctly. Commander Zichuan. After shouting for nearly 20 minutes, there has been no response. The enemy has surely fled. I shall step back, approach the woods and call out louder. Chang Chuan whispered to Bai Chuan. At dinner last night, Roger somehow angered the Lord. The next day, the Lord went and purchased 20 life insurance policies on his behalf. naming himself as the beneficiary. After nearly 20 minutes of shouting, a rustling sound emerged from the woods, and a group of half-orcs, brandishing spears and clubs, charged forth, shouting, "Waggali! Waggali! Kill them!" Roger tumbled back to Zichuan Xiu's side, exclaiming, "My lord, they are coming!" Zichuan Xiu bellowed, "Charge! Roger, you lead the way," giving Roger a shove to the forefront. As both sides approached rapidly, Zichuan Xiu called out, "Surrender, and you shall not be harmed." "Still, you refuse to yield? We have thousands on our side." Behind them, an uproar of chaos and cries erupted. "Run! Save yourselves!" An overwhelming cacophony that gradually diminished, fading into the distance. The 8,000 soldiers of Zichuan fled in a flash, leaving only a faint silhouette on the horizon amidst a cloud of dust. As the wind blew, the echoes of "flee, run," lingered in the air. In that moment, only Zichuan Xiu and his 3 subordinates remained, encircled by dozens of menacing half-orcs. Both sides stood momentarily stunned by the scene, before a voice emerged from the half-orcs, speaking in the human tongue. "You want us to surrender?" "No, no." Zichuan Xiu hastily lowered his saber. "I was merely asking if you accept our surrender. But you just shouted 'show no mercy.'" It was he who said that. Zichuan Xiu, Bai Chuan, and Chang Chuan pointed at Roger in unison. "It has nothing to do with us." "Ha ha, Guangming Xiu, it has been some time. You remain as mischievous as ever." A towering half-orc stepped forward, a broad smile illuminating his dark face. Zichuan Xiu exclaimed in delight, "Old Deluan." Before he could finish, the half-orc enveloped him in a hearty embrace. Zichuan Xiu, during his tenure as a minor flag warrior, had once been stationed in the village of Blue in the province of Wagu. He imparted knowledge of medicine and agriculture to the villagers, teaching the children the intricacies of human language and wisdom. He forged profound friendships with the half-orcs in the village, earning the affectionate title of Wajdanim, meaning the one who brings light. Dirun, the village chief, had suffered from a grave illness, and it was Zichuan Xiu who, by enlisting the help of a military doctor, saved his life. Their bond was strong, often characterized by playful banter. "You old rascal, instead of doing something constructive, you come back to incite rebellion and warfare." Dirun coughed, continuing, "You wouldn't believe it. After you left, a new military commander took over. He and the Lord have made life unbearable. Despite our misfortunes, they still demand exorbitant taxes. Those who cannot pay are beaten. Several young men have already been left crippled. We have been left with no choice." Zichuan Xiu frowned. "How are the villagers faring?" "Not well," Dirun replied. "Only the elderly, women, and children remain at home. No one is left to tend the fields. The men have all gone. Many have perished outside. 2 children from the Moody family died beneath the walls of Valen City, and the men from the Sam family are also lost. The 4 children from the Drew family. 3 are dead, and 1 is missing. No one knows if he is alive or dead." He gestured around. "Look, many villagers are here." Zichuan Xiu examined the crowd and recognized many familiar faces. With a bittersweet smile, he greeted them, his heart heavy with sorrow. When he had been reassigned from the village of Blue, the villagers had been heartbroken, weeping as they saw him off for many miles. Little did he know that they would reunite once more on the battlefield. The half-orcs greeted Zichuan Xiu warmly, many of them having benefited from his past kindness. A few younger ones, unfamiliar with him but aware of his story, timidly called out in halting human language, "Uncle Bright Xiu." After a lengthy absence, emotions ran high, and the scene of reunion was poignant until it was interrupted by Roger. "Excuse me, gentlemen, after your nostalgic exchanges, could you possibly lower me down from this tree?" Roger, having been suspended by half-orc soldiers and beaten mercilessly, gasped for breath. Upon Zichuan Xiu and Dirun's return to the military camp, the rascally soldiers of the Xiu battalion were penning an elegy. "With immense sorrow, we mourn our most esteemed superior, our loyal family guardian, and brave warrior, Vice Commander Zichuan Xiu." On the 8th of October, during fierce combat with the rebels, Vice Commander Zichuan Xiu led the charge, valiantly fighting, but ultimately fell in battle. His last words were, "Brothers, divide my estate among yourselves." We cherish his memory and shall carry on his banner, resolutely continuing the fight. The spirit of Vice Commander Zichuan Xiu will eternally inspire us forward. He will forever live in our hearts. The elegy abruptly ceased as Zichuan Xiu, incensed, approached the rider, promptly silencing him, and handed him over to the infuriated Roger, saying, "Dispose of him as you see fit." Dirun shook his head. "Why let such a scoundrel live? According to our Zoi customs, those who flee in battle are to be hanged." The half-orcs referred to themselves as the Zoi clan. Zichuan Xiu chuckled wryly. "Heads are not like vegetables. Once severed, they do not grow back. Besides, I cannot command half my troops to hang the other half, can I? Dirun burst into laughter, his wide mouth agape. This is the first time I've seen a Zichuan army like yours. If all Zichuan forces were like you, we would stand a fighting chance. If you encountered Sterling, a single squadron could annihilate thousands of you. Intrigued, Zichuan Xiu inquired, have you faced Sterling's forces? What was it like? The half-orcs collectively shook their heads, terror etched on their faces, terrifying. They are not human. They are the reincarnation of war gods. The young half-orcs eagerly recounted tales of Sterling. He stands as tall as 2 pine trees. His eyes shine like lighthouses, and at night, he breathes fire. He can be in multiple places simultaneously, thousands of kilometers apart. His body is impervious to weapons, and a single roar can kill an entire division. Moreover, he wields dark magic. At night, he plays a flute, causing the corpses of Zichuan soldiers who fell in battle to rise and return to the fray, fighting even fiercer than before. They spoke for over 10 minutes about Sterling, with one half-orc even breaking into a song dedicated to him. Yet, amid these fantastical tales, Zichuan Xiu sensed an unusual affection from the diverse tribes of the Far East towards their destroyer, Sterling. You see, Dirun concluded, how could we possibly defeat such a god? This implied that the Zoi people were not lacking in bravery, but if their adversary were divine, their defeat could not be deemed shameful. Indeed, how could we win? The group of half-orcs echoed pitifully. Zichuan stifled a laugh. If that is the case, why not simply follow Lord Sterling instead of rebelling? Ah, if we could indeed follow Lord Sterling, it would be a splendid affair, they replied. However, our elders warned us that if we dared to meet Lord Sterling's gaze, we would face death without mercy. I've heard that Lord Sterling is a fine commander. He does not ravage our Zoi villages. Zichuan Xiu disregarded the ongoing debate among the youth and turned to Dirun. What are your plans moving forward? Will you continue the rebellion? The family will dispatch increasing numbers of troops to the Far East. Dirun pondered for a moment before responding. We no longer wish to fight. We cannot win against Sterling. We only want to return home. It has been too long, and we do not know how our wives and children fare or if our village still stands. They informed Zichuan Xiu that this group of half-orcs from the village of Blue had long desired to return home. Yet the routes had been blocked by the Zichuan family S forces. In the provinces of Dia, Lakusi, and Yun, large contingents of the Zichuan royal army had gathered, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, cutting off all paths of escape. Moreover, reinforcements continued to arrive daily. Small units like theirs, numbering only a few dozen, would be discovered and annihilated before they could travel 10 kilometers from their hiding spots in the forest. Zichuan Xiu clapped his hands. This can be easily resolved. I will escort you back. The half-orcs erupted in joy, and Dirun embraced Zichuan Xiu tightly, almost suffocating him with affection. Zichuan turned away, unable to watch as Zichuan Xiu's face turned crimson. Once the excitement subsided, Zichuan Xiu suddenly recalled something, however. I am currently preoccupied. I must also oversee the cleansing of this area. Dirun pounded his chest. Bright Xiu, you are the true friend of our Zoi people. No need to say more. I will assist you. All Zoi people are one family. I know most of the individuals in this area and am familiar with the terrain. The following day, the Xiu battalion resumed its mission to eradicate the bandits. Dirun did not speak falsely. The nearby half-orcs were indeed well acquainted with one another and shared familial ties. Dirun first sought out his cousin, Dekun, the village chief of a nearby settlement. Upon seeing the thousands of soldiers approaching and hearing his cousin's assurance that surrender would allow him to return home, Dekun readily agreed to lead his people in surrender. Dekun then approached his other cousin, Debu, who also consented to surrender. Thus, they together sought out their mutual cousin. Delin, Zichuan was bewildered by the multitude of names and their familial connections. On the first day alone, they recruited nearly 1,000 surrendering rebels. Zichuan Xiu treated the surrendering rebel soldiers with remarkable gentleness. Upon their arrival, he asked no questions and first offered them a bowl of rice. These soldiers, having been defeated, had been living in constant fear, hiding in the deep mountains and forests, subsisting on leaves and roots. Now, as they held the fragrant bowl of rice, they were nearly moved to tears. The rebels were indeed famished. In certain regions, some diehard rebels refused to surrender. Zichuan Xiu merely ordered a large pot of meat soup to be prepared. As the aroma wafted through the air, rebel soldiers began to emerge from their hiding places, exclaiming, Wasili, I surrender. Even large groups of rebels journeyed from distant provinces, hastening to submit to Guangming Xiu. Within a week, Zichuan Xiu's achievements astonished even himself. He had accepted over 70,000 rebels, nearly 10 times his own troop strength. Zichuan was deeply concerned about this situation. The sheer number of rebel captives posed a significant risk. Should they decide to resist, they could easily overpower the Xiu camp within an hour. Determined to fulfill her duty of counsel to the Na'vi young man, Zichuan approached him. "My lord, may I share a joke with you?" Zichuan Xiu, taken aback, replied. "Oh, it's rare for you, Zichuan, to share a joke. It should be something stimulating." Zichuan ignored his remark and began her tale. During a battle, a soldier from the Eastern Army shouted, "Captain, I've captured a demon prisoner." The captain responded, "Well done. Bring him over." The soldier replied, "I can't. He's about to take me away." Zichuan Xiu burst into laughter. "That joke is quite amusing." Zichuan then prompted him, "My lord, did this joke evoke any thoughts? Do you not see the similarity to our current predicament?" Zichuan Xiu pondered seriously for a moment before replying, "I don't see it. I have no thoughts. I'm leaving." Zichuan, left behind, exclaimed in frustration, "Fool. Utter fool. A supreme fool. A super-duper fool." Meanwhile, Chenkawa, in charge of logistics, was troubled by another issue. He reported to Zichuan Xiu, "Due to the overwhelming number of people eating, our food supplies can only last another week." Zichuan Xiu ordered, "Summon all officers above the rank of captain immediately," and convene the first military meeting of the Xiu camp. Chapter 3. The prosperity of Xichuan Xiu according to the formal military organization of the family army. 10 men constitute a small squad, 50 men make up a medium squad, and 500 men form a large squad. A cavalry division consists of 10 large squads, totaling 5,000 men. Conversely, an infantry division comprises 20 large squads, amounting to 10,000 men. The Xiu character camp boasts over 8,000 cavalrymen, which could barely form 2 cavalry divisions. However, due to the clamoring of figures like Roger and Zichuan, who insisted on their status as flag bearers, claiming they should at least hold the rank of division commander, Xichuan Xiu found himself with no choice but to organize the Xiu character camp into 3 divisions. The first division of 3,000 men, led by Roger, the second division, also 3,000 strong, commanded by Changchuan, and finally, Xichuan Xiu's own direct division, overseen by Zichuan. While everyone celebrated this arrangement, Xichuan Xiu suddenly realized that his own command remained unchanged, with only 3 subordinates. During the inaugural military meeting of the Xiu character camp, Xichuan Xiu astonished everyone with his revelation. Zichuan, rendered speechless, exclaimed, "My lord, what did you just say?" That, whatever it is." Xichuan Xiu compassionately replied, "Oh, I mentioned that we are to establish the Xiu Character Camp Limited Company." Roger interjected, "My lord, what do you mean by that?" "That rear limited company?" Changchuan chimed in, "Rear limited company? Roger, you fool. The lord clearly said rear limited chicken." "But my lord, I still don't understand. Why would we want a rear limited chicken?" A limited company refers to a modern organizational structure for capital, wherein the company's assets are divided into equal shares. The company is liable for its debts only to the extent of its assets, and shareholders are liable only to the extent of their shareholdings. Profits are distributed after deducting statutory reserves and public funds, with each share entitling the holder to a corresponding dividend. Understood? The 3 responded in unison, "Not understood." Xichuan Xiu sighed. "Then I shall simplify. It is a scheme to make money. First, we need an appealing name, for example, the Xiu Character Camp International Cosmic Infinite Investment Industrial Group. Then we devise an enticing proposition. I have discovered a great treasure in the Far East, but I need funds to excavate. And finally, we find a gullible investor to swindle. If you give me 1 coin, I will return 10 in a year. And then we file for bankruptcy. As soon as the money is secured, we make our escape. That is how a limited company operates." The division commanders and squad leaders suddenly enlightened. "If you had said it this way from the start, we would have understood. Haven't you always operated like this?" Only Changchuan remained skeptical. "My lord, where can we find wealthy investors in this desolate wilderness? All we have are refugees, even if we strip them bare. We wouldn't find a single coin." Xichuan Xiu chuckled slyly, "Fear not. I have already found the investors. Did you not see that long line of carts behind us? What do we have to worry about regarding provisions?" As the Xiu character camp marched through various cities, Xichuan Xiu promptly sought out local merchant associations, proclaiming a profound truth. The Far Eastern Civil War presents a golden opportunity for wealth. Just consider, the war has persisted for so long, and previously, the Far East relied on the family center for imports of salt, grain, medicine, and daily necessities, which are now in critically short supply. Furthermore, The Far East is rich in gold, diamonds, magical crystals, and quartz, all of which are currently stockpiled due to the war, rendering trade impossible. Imagine the profits if you were among the first to engage in commerce in the Far East. The merchants were captivated, but soon regained their composure. The Far Eastern war zone is highly unstable, not to mention the provinces controlled by rebels, even in the areas occupied by the family army. Brigands abound. Wouldn't it be tantamount to sending lambs to the slaughter without a division-sized army for protection? Zichuan Xiu laughed heartily. I am Xichuan Xiu, commander of the elite Xiu character camp. My forces are substantial, comprising 3 divisions. We are more than capable of safeguarding your goods. He conveniently omitted the specifics of the troop sizes. The merchants retorted, Xiu character camp? Never heard of it. What do you sell? It can't possibly be a newly formed militia, can it? Those fellows are unreliable, Zichuan Xiu, growing impatient, declared. How can that be? The Xiu character camp has a long and illustrious history, exceptional combat prowess, strict discipline, and unparalleled loyalty. It is one of the family's premier combat units. Gentlemen, while you may not have heard of the Xiu character camp, surely you are familiar with the Undying Battalion led by Lord Sterling and the iron-blooded gendarmerie commanded by Lord Dilling? The merchants whispered among themselves, nodding in agreement. Lord Sterling and Lord Dilling are renowned generals. Their names are indeed well known to us. However, they hesitated, but Lord Xichuan Xiu at that moment. Xichuan Xiu produced a photograph featuring himself with Sterling and Dilling. Gentlemen, behold. If your eyes are not deceived, you should recognize these 2 figures. A noble steed does not associate with a clumsy mount. Naturally, one who can stand alongside such illustrious generals must also be a person of merit. Entrust your modest fortunes to someone who can boast of such company, a person of integrity, moral rectitude, and sincerity. What have you to fear? Employing this ruse, Zichuan Xiu managed to entice countless merchants to willingly invest their money or personally transport goods. Of course, they had to pay a protection fee. By this juncture, Zichuan Xiu felt it was time to offer the merchants a semblance of assurance, perhaps to allow them to glimpse a hint of potential profit. Thus, amid the sound of firecrackers, and with unanimous consent from the inaugural military meeting, the Xiu Character Camp International Cosmic Infinite Limited Investment Industrial Company was officially established. The company bylaws stipulated that all officers and soldiers of the Xiu Character Camp would automatically possess 1 share, squad leaders would hold 2 shares, medium squad leaders 5 shares, and large squad leaders 10 shares. At year-end, profits would be distributed in accordance with shareholdings. Zichuan Xiu informed the merchants to adapt to the vastness of the Far Eastern market and the complexities of market fluctuations to meet diverse market segmentation demands, to achieve industrialization and internationalization, to comply with the requirements of the market economy, and to bolster our risk resistance capabilities, profitability, and technological innovation. We must pursue a path of diversified operations. The merchants were astounded, praising Commander Xichuan for his business acumen, insight, foresight, and market expansion awareness. Roger, feeling overwhelmed, quickly inquired of Zichuan Xiu, what exactly did you just say? Zichuan Xiu replied, I meant to convey, 1 scheme is insufficient. We must devise several more schemes, especially since firecrackers are so expensive. Establishing just 1 company for a bundle of firecrackers would be a great loss. Thus, on that very day, they proceeded to establish Roger Grain and Oil Food Company, Baichuan Cosmetics Limited, Changchuan Diamond Acquisition Company, Roger S. Hats Limited, Changchuan Pants Development Investment Bank, Baichuan Skirt Technology Consultancy, Baichuan Underwear Import and Export Trade Company, later renamed Beautiful Baichuan Import and Export Trade Company due to objections, Changchuan the Lecherous Financial Enterprise, and Roger the Fool Trust Investment Company, a total of 56 companies. The signs were so numerous that they covered the gates and walls of the Xiu Character Camp's headquarters. Eventually, there was no space left, forcing them to affix Roger S. Far Eastern Gastronomy World sign to the men's restroom door and Baichuan S. Fragrant Perfume Manufacturing Company sign to the women's restroom door. Roger became the general manager, legal representative, chairman, and executive director of 21 companies, while Changchuan presided over 19 and Baichuan over 16. Consequently, they all began referring to one another as general managers and chairmen, reveling in their newfound camaraderie. Zichuan Xiu adopted a method of sealed contracts, holding shares in each company ranging from 100 to 51. The half-orcs, envious of his holdings, sent Durun to negotiate, requesting a couple of companies for themselves. Zichuan Xiu promptly acquiesced, establishing Alibaba and the 40 Thieves Limited, as well as Zoe Angel Limited. granting them exclusive agency rights for Zichuan Limited in their hometown of Wages Province. Of course, under the old rule that Zichuan Xiu retained 70 of the shares. The remaining 30 shares were theirs. Thus, the half-orcs felt immensely satisfied, joyfully clutching the company signs as treasures to boast about back home. Who in their village had ever seen such rare items? Moreover, being appointed as the general manager was a source of great pride. Although they had little understanding of what a limited company or a chairman entailed, the simple villagers from nearby were green with envy. Sir, could you repeat what you just said? Oh, it is quite simple, Zichuan. The basic relationship between our companies is as follows. Roger Trading Limited owns 47 of Roger Hat Limited, which in turn is held 38 by Zichuan Skirt Technology Consulting. Roger Hat Limited has raised funds by acquiring 10,000 shares of Roger Gourmet City. Yet both are controlled by a company called Xichuan Pants Investment Development Bank through a stock exchange arrangement. However, Xichuan Pants Bank has 18 of its shares controlled by Roger Fool Investment Trust, which is essentially a financial shell primarily intended to deal with the tax bureau. Its financial reliance remains on Roger Trading Limited, but its tax declaration is reflected under Xichuan Pants Bank's accounts. See, quite simple. Isn't it? You understand now, don't you? Zichuan felt dizzy, finally realizing one thing. She would never comprehend it in 1,000 years. Roger entered. Sir, why do I only have 19 companies left? Just the other day, there were 21. Zichuan Xiu replied nonchalantly. I dissolved 5 companies the day before yesterday. Roger. Oh. So this is what you meant by economic recession. Yet, 21 minus 5 should leave 16. Sir, please don't take me for a fool. I can count. That's because I established 3 new companies yesterday. Xichuan rushed in, flustered. Sir, it's terrible. 2 of my companies in a bank have been swallowed. How did that happen? Xichuan gasped for breath. It's like this. A wild dog appeared out of nowhere and snatched my bag, thus my companies were absorbed. On October 20th, Zichuan began its advance into the depths of the Far East. Along the route, the Zichuan Royal Army was taken aback. Sounding alarms, an astonishingly large group of rebel troops was advancing towards Dia Province. Reports of a massive gathering of rebels in Yun Province emerged. Beacon towers were ignited one after another. When they finally arrived to intercept, Zichuan Xiu emerged confidently, declaring, Brothers, you've worked hard. I am the commander of Zichuan, Zichuan Xiu. And they are my captives. The soldiers of other divisions were left dumbfounded, staring at the imposing rebel troops, still armed. Seizing the opportunity, Zichuan Xiu continued, Gentlemen, you've been away for quite a while, haven't you? Do you miss the food from home? How long has it been since you savored fine wine? Surely, dry bread is hardly palatable? Are you finding life here inconvenient and dreary? Welcome to Zichuan. Life as a soldier was inherently arduous, and in this place, even toothpaste was hard to come by. Zichuan offered them gourmet food, fine wine, new clothing, shoes, and daily necessities, albeit at slightly elevated prices. However, with their ample military pay, there was little fear of not being able to spend in the wild. Word spread like wildfire throughout the Far East. Zichuan provided the best meals, the finest wines, the most comprehensive goods, and the most exciting entertainment. Suddenly, visitors poured in, especially on payday. Of course, there were demands that Zichuan could not fulfill, such as several officers from other divisions discreetly asking Zichuan Xiu, Is there that service from the flower girls? Zichuan Xiu regretfully replied, I'm sorry. Our company does not currently engage in that business. Seeing the officer's disappointed expressions, he added sympathetically, However, it's not entirely hopeless. He sold a copy of Playboy for an exorbitant price. Yet merely profiting from soldiers and officers did not suffice for Zichuan Xiu. He dispatched a large number of captured rebels to various villages for promotion. On October 25th and 26th, a grand merchandise exhibition will be held on a certain hillside. As he anticipated, the entire province was stirred, with thousands of half-orcs, snakefolk, elves, and dwarves flocking to exchange their home-produced diamonds, gold, and crystal stones for essential goods like salt, medicine, food, and fabric. The scene was unprecedented. In various mining regions, the original owners had been driven away by the rebel forces, leaving the mined diamonds unclaimed. Thus, the miners came bearing baskets full of diamonds to trade for everyday necessities. Merchants were thrilled. Their accumulated goods were swiftly sold out. Zichuan Xiu dispatched the Xichuan division to protect the merchants as they returned to restock, continuing their advance eastward. Reveling in the profits, Zichuan swept through the lands like a whirlwind, stripping all wealth in its path, indiscriminate of friend or foe. Eventually, The highest commander of the Far East, Ming Wei, learned of this situation. His officers lamented that they had lost 3 months' salary in a single night at a certain Xichuan entertainment establishment. He was infuriated and promptly wrote a stern letter to chastise Zichuan Xiu. The times are dire. Our family must unite to weather the storm. Frontline soldiers are fighting valiantly, risking their lives in battle. Yet you, Zichuan Xiu, who has benefited from our family's legacy for 2 generations, in this time of crisis, are solely focused on your petty gains, disregarding the greater good of our family, undermining your peers, and secretly collaborating with the enemy using strategic resources. You. If you do not repent, beware of the merciless military law. The letter concluded with several trembling drops of ink, reflecting the deep fury of Ming Wei as he wrote. Zichuan Xiu's reply contained but a single line. I offer you 4 of the shares. Ming Hui's response was even more furious. Zichuan Xiu, you are truly beyond redemption. Despite my earnest efforts to guide you, you remain unrepentant, attempting to bribe me with a mere 4. As a committee member of the commanding office, the highest commander of the Far East, this is the greatest insult to my dignity. Zichuan Xiu wrote back, 5. If not, then forget it. Ming Wei replied, deal. Thus, the business of Zichuan flourished even more, progressively advancing deeper into the Far East, establishing branches and offices across various provinces. Among the troops fighting in the region, Zichuan was the envy of all. While other divisions struggled with dry bread and dirty water, Zichuan's soldiers feasted on steak and fine dining, sipping brandy. While other troops wore tattered, worn-out clothing, Zichuan's uniforms were pristine and vibrant. This was solely due to the thousands of supply trucks trailing behind, laden with fresh delicacies, and the substantial stock dividends distributed to the soldiers every month, filling their pockets with cash. Throughout the encampment, the men revered Zichuan Xiu with a godlike veneration. Of course, there were also times of financial setbacks. One day, in the province of Lunlang, a band of serpentine brigands ambushed a convoy belonging to the Luojie Trading Corporation. Zichuan Xiu was incensed. He recorded a substantial loss in the extraneous expenditure section of his ledger and then summoned Luojie for a severe dressing down. Luojie, seething with pent-up frustration, gathered his subordinates and announced, everyone's bonus for this month has been docked. The soldiers of Luojie's division, enraged, howled like wolves. Led by Luojie, they pursued the serpent marauders for nearly 1,000 kilometers, undeterred even when they ventured deep into rebel-held territory. After a fierce battle, they decimated their adversaries with their sabers, reclaiming the stolen goods. The rebel serpent forces finally learned the true meaning of rogue behavior, but the matter was far from over. Ming Wei, another shareholder in the Xiu character division, angered by the reduction in dividends, dispatched a large contingent of infantry to raise their lair, burning it to the ground. The last few survivors of the Serpent clan, barely escaping with their lives, unfortunately stumbled upon a group of irate demi-humans wielding javelins and spiked clubs. Identifying themselves as managers from the Alibaba company, who proceeded to flay the remaining Serpent soldiers alive. Word spread, and rebel factions and bandit groups throughout the Far East cautioned one another, never provoke the Xiu character division. With his eyes fixed on the glittering silver, the gleaming gold dust, and the shimmering diamonds that poured into his coffers like a tidal wave, Zichuan Xiu was overjoyed. He stashed it all under his bed, finding that sleeping atop such a hoard of wealth made his slumber particularly sweet. Chapter 4. The Grand Banquet on October 5th. Sterling led the Central Army out of Yun Province and into Daya Province. Both Daya and Daliya provinces are predominantly inhabited by human residents. When the widespread rebellion erupted across the Far East, Governor Gulen of Daya Province displayed the demeanor of a seasoned general, remaining calm in the face of danger. He recruited local residents to form a provincial defense force of nearly 100,000, coordinating with the nearby Aliya province's defense troops. Although their military strength was insufficient to quell the rebellion, it was adequate for maintaining order within the provinces, ultimately rendering these 2 regions the only ones in the Far East untouched by the ravages of war, allowing the populace to sustain their livelihoods. Emerging from the marshy terrains of Yun Province, Sterling finally breathed a sigh of relief. He returned to the bustling world of humanity, devoid of the harrowing sights of battle, and was greeted by the laughter of village maidens, shepherds guiding their flocks, and the vibrant activity of bustling cities filled with merchants calling out their wares. The myriad of worldly affairs presented themselves as both strange and novel, gradually dispelling the lingering shadows of weapons and combat from his mind. As a high-ranking officer commanding the army, everywhere Sterling traveled, local defense officials from various families eagerly welcomed him with exaggerated flattery. The streets were filled with citizens celebrating with fireworks and fragrant flowers, all coming out to admire the imposing presence of the royal army. He was met with smiles and sycophantic greetings from officials of all ranks, and everywhere he went, local nobles, gentry, and officials vied to host this esteemed commander of the Central Army, a celebrated general favored by the commander-in-chief, whose future prospects were boundless. Their enthusiasm was palpable, their tones so familiar that it seemed as though they had been lifelong friends with Sterling. They implored him to honor their invitations and grant them the favor of his presence, being good-natured and not wishing to offend anyone. Sterling found himself often being half-heartedly pulled along by their insistence. However, having grown accustomed to simple fare on the front lines, he struggled to manage the lavish feasts of rare delicacies and overflowing cups, leading to a bout of illness within just 3 days. He was not alone. Officers from the deputy commander down to division commanders of the Central Army also succumbed one after another at the banquets. These officers, hailing from the imperial capital, began to comprehend the extreme opulence of life among the Far East nobility. Upon reaching the capital of Dea Province, Dea City, Sterling's condition showed some improvement. However, a summons arrived with a sense of urgency. Governor Gulen of Dea Province, Provincial Chief Lu Zifeng, Governor Yilening of Aleya Province, Provincial Chief Lu Alindu, and other provincial officials and nobles had invited the Central Army commander, Lord Sterling, and his esteemed generals to a welcoming banquet. Sterling, truly weary of meeting such dubious officials, inquired of Chief of Staff Tang Ping, "Is it possible to decline?" Tang Ping shook his head, responding, "My lord, although their titles are merely those of the red-robe nobility, our supply of provisions still relies heavily on both Dea and Aleya provinces. Furthermore, the Gulen family is a notable lineage in the Far East, with 9 members among the governors and provincial chiefs of the 23 provinces. Gulen and Luolindu are also members of the Elder Council. It is said that during the lifetime of General Gushing, he too had to treat them with courtesy. This is a debt of respect we cannot ignore." Sterling sighed with resignation. "Understood. Another group we cannot afford to offend. Let us prepare to go together." The local officials and nobles certainly exhibited great decorum, lining up outside the grand gates of the residence to await Sterling and his entourage, feeling a sense of unease before he had the chance to speak. A cacophony of firecrackers erupted, and a throng of people, like flies drawn to dung, quickly surrounded them, smiling faces and eager greetings inundating him. "My lord, your journey must have been arduous. May you achieve great victories and gain renown. You toil for the benefit of the multitudes." And the people of the Far East expressed their gratitude. "Lord Sterling, with your lofty ambitions, you are destined for greatness." As Sterling busily reciprocated the greetings, an officer in military attire stepped forward to bow. "I am Gulen, at your service, my lord." Sterling promptly returned the gesture. "Governor Gulen, your efforts are commendable." He scrutinized the middle-aged man before him, a corpulent figure with a round, well-preserved face, subtly revealing the pallor of excessive indulgence, a nose reddened by drink, and bloodshot eyes. At first glance, Sterling categorized him as a gluttonous wastrel, yet he found himself intrigued. Could this be the same Gulen who remained composed in perilous times? Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Gulen, assuming the role of host, introduced Sterling to the other banquet attendees. Provincial Chief Lu Zifeng of Dea, an emaciated old man. Upon seeing him, Sterling was reminded of the dried meat rations in the army. Lu, much older than Gulen, nevertheless seemed to defer to him in all matters, casting furtive glances at Gulen's expression even while exchanging pleasantries, leaving Sterling perplexed. Logically, the governor and provincial chief should be equals, one overseeing military affairs and the other civil governance. Then there was Provincial Chief Luolindu of Aleya, a pale-faced youth. Sterling greeted him amiably. "Good day, Lord Luolindu." Luolindu eagerly boasted. "Perhaps you are unaware, but Lord Luominghai is my distant second uncle." Sterling reevaluated the haughty young man before him and sighed. "Greetings to you, distant nephew of Lord Luominghai." Among these individuals, the only one who seemed somewhat agreeable to Sterling was Governor Yilening of Aleya. He was middle-aged, robust, and exuded an air of confidence. His movements were decisive and his speech courteous yet measured. Compared to the obsequiousness exhibited by the others, Sterling found him to embody the demeanor of a soldier, albeit with an unsettling smirk that lingered at the corner of his mouth. In addition to these officials of the red-robe nobility, there were also several governors and provincial chiefs from the occupied territories, having fled to Dea province to escape the turmoil of rebellion. After a flurry of bows, gestures, and greetings, everyone finally took their seats. Gulen raised his voice. "Today, We welcome Lord Sterling and the esteemed generals of the Central Army. Please, indulge yourselves. At the sumptuous banquet, Sterling abstained from drinking, maintaining an unassuming demeanor as he engaged in conversation with the nobles, urging the gentry to partake of the wine. He spoke eloquently about the customs and climate of the Far East, deftly avoiding any mention of the ongoing conflict. When someone praised his victories, he merely smiled and shifted the topic. Everyone was captivated by the presence of this foremost general under the commander-in-chief. During the feast, when the topic of the rebellion arose, the attendees expressed their disdain for the rebels' shamelessness, treachery, and cruelty. The governor from the border province, Lu Hai, lamented the loss of his nearly 80,000-strong army, composed of 7.5 orc divisions and 3 serpent tribes, which had turned against him at the onset of the rebellion, leaving him in dire straits and forcing his retreat. In unison, the guests consoled him, exclaiming, "Indeed, those vile rebels are utterly shameless and untrustworthy." Sterling, seated to the right of Xichuan Ning, noticed a slight smile on the latter's lips and sensed a deeper narrative at play. He leaned in to inquire softly, "Is he mistaken?" Xichuan Ning, startled, quickly replied, "It's nothing. I spoke out of turn." Sterling, smiling yet sharp-tongued, pressed, "What, Lord Xichuan Ning, are you unwilling to share with me?" Xichuan Ning, unable to bear the weight of the situation, leaned closer and whispered into Sterling's ear, "When Lu Hai fled here, he brought along a veritable retinue of wives, numbering an entire company, and his luggage was laden with gold bars and diamonds, enough to fill several carts." Sterling furrowed his brow and replied softly, "How could a mere garrison officer possess such wealth?" Xichuan Ning replied quietly, "His army is nominally 80,000 strong, but in reality, it numbers less than 30,000. Those 50,000 soldiers' salaries have all found their way into his pockets. Even the 30,000 soldiers receive only a third of their due wages. If I were one of his subordinates, I would certainly rebel." Sterling was taken aback. "Are they drinking the blood of soldiers and pocketing their pay?" Xichuan Ning nodded, and Sterling's expression darkened. Both fell into a contemplative silence. A distressed old noble lamented his inability to comprehend why he had been so benevolent towards other races, caring for them with meticulous attention, yet they responded with such ingratitude, conspiring to revolt. Xichuan Ning scoffed and remarked to Sterling, "Indeed, he has been exceedingly attentive. In his domain, even the half-orcs must pay taxes to brush their teeth." A few nobles began to discuss the savagery of the non-human races from their homeland, who would kill any human they encountered. They all concurred, expressing disdain for these wretched folk who, despite the bountiful kindness of their families, dared to rebel and infringe upon the sacred authority of human, especially noble, kind. They should be exterminated, someone suggested. The former commander Guingxing, though he is deceased and should not be spoken ill of, was indeed weak, showing too much leniency towards those scoundrels, always favoring them and allowing them to bully us nobles. Had he been more ruthless back then, perhaps we would not face such troubles today. Lord Sterling, however, has dealt decisively with the rebels, demonstrating a stark contrast to that cowardly Guingxing. After this, all eyes turned to Sterling, who wore a neutral expression, leading everyone to realize that the flattery had fallen flat. No one echoed the sentiment, and the flatterer awkwardly returned to his meal, unable to raise his gaze. Sterling quietly inquired, "Who is that individual?" Xichuan Ning casually replied, "The governor of Longa province, Tanghua." He added softly, "He is quite adept at extorting the Snake clan and squeezing the half-orcs for money, yet when trouble arose, he ordered all provincial officials to remain at their posts while he quietly slipped away. That bearded man laughing beside him is the governor of Zichuan province. During the initial stages of the rebellion, when the rebel forces were still weak, he failed to rescue the besieged capital of Minsk with his 30,000 troops, claiming they must defend Zichuan and could not budge an inch. In the end, the governor of Minsk, Lin Wei, perished valiantly, and the rebels surged into Zichuan, where the so-called steadfast hero abandoned his city and fled in the dead of night, resulting in the massacre of over 100,000 citizens. Enough, Sterling interjected sharply, interrupting Xichuan Ning as he surveyed the elegantly dressed, graciously behaving pillars of the family with an overwhelming sense of discomfort. The lively chatter, laughter, and conversations around the table abruptly ceased, leaving everyone bewildered by Sterling's sudden outburst. Countless furious gazes turned toward Xichuan Ning, as if to say, "You fool! How could you provoke Lord Sterling's ire?" With the sudden silence at the banquet, Sterling recognized his own lapse in composure, forcing a smile as he sampled the dish, remarking, "This chicken is a tad too salty." The atmosphere lightened once more, with everyone expressing their unwavering support for Lord Sterling, each one agreeing, "Indeed, this chicken is rather salty." Their expressions were solemn and earnest, as if they had just grasped the significance of Lord Sterling's remarks. Someone even took it upon themselves to summarize the situation. Let us discuss why the chicken is so salty. As the host, Gulen observed everything with clarity. It was evidently Zichuan Ning's whispered conversation with Sterling that had sparked Sterling's anger. Initially, he had felt a tinge of envy that Zichuan Ning could sit beside Sterling and curry favor, but now he reveled in Zichuan Ning's misfortune. Ah, Zichuan Ning, you've certainly misstepped this time. He resolved to seize the moment, leaning closer to suggest, my lord. The dishes today are indeed a bit heavy. I'll have that wretched chef dealt with. We have some exquisite local dishes from the Far East that are both delicious and not greasy. Allow me to present them to you. Sterling, bemused, had not anticipated that a casual remark could lead to such an uproar. At that moment, two attendants brought forth a pot containing a white, tofu-like substance. Zichuan Ning exclaimed in surprise, this is it. He turned to Gulen with a mocking smile. You truly are generous. Gulen maintained his composure, replying, it is nothing much. Lord Sterling is a man of the world, well-versed in many things. We from the remote Far East have little to offer, and this is merely a token of our goodwill. Sterling, intrigued, inquired, is this dish particularly precious? How could I possibly accept such a gift? Both Zichuan Ning and Gulen chimed in, not at all precious. Zichuan Ning added ominously, the ingredients are quite easy to come by now. Gulen, beaming with pride, declared, we country bumpkins have little of value. It's merely a home-cooked meal, but do give it a try. Seeing the situation, Sterling felt compelled to be the first to taste it. Otherwise, no one would dare touch their chopsticks. Smiling, he said, then I shall not be polite. He scooped a spoonful and savored it, discovering it to be delicious, smooth yet not greasy, and delightfully flavorful. The accompanying officers from the Central Army also sampled it, voicing their approval, though none could identify the ingredients responsible for such exquisite flavor. Gulen enthusiastically remarked, if you find it to your liking, my lord, I shall ensure it is delivered to you daily during your stay in my province. Sterling quickly declined. No, that would be too much trouble. However, curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, what exactly is this dish made from? It resembles tofu but is even more tender. It has an egg-like quality yet surpasses eggs in flavor. How can I not discern its essence? Ah, it is nothing remarkable. This pot simply contains the brains of a dozen or so half-orcs, Zichuan Ning interjected coldly. Fully aware of Sterling's character, and sensing that Gulen was about to face dire consequences, Gulen laughed. Merely half-orc brains would not yield such exquisite flavor. I have also added the brain matter of the snake clan and the elves. My lord, please do not refuse it. I could even provide you with the recipe. The ingredients may not be rare, as we have captured numerous slaves and prisoners of war. The key lies in the preparation. Freshness is paramount, requiring the heads to be cracked open while the subjects are still alive, using a special spoon to extract the fresh matter. My lord, is something amiss with your complexion? Sterling, his face pale, stood up abruptly and asked, where's the restroom? Meanwhile, Tang Ping and the other officers from the Central Army had already dashed to the door, retching violently. At that moment, a thunderous sound reverberated from afar, growing louder, a sound unmistakably belonging to a large troop in march, and the soldiers present recognized it immediately. They exchanged bewildered glances, questioning, what is happening? Whose troops are entering the city? Not mine. Not mine either. Is it the rebels? Yet, there are no rebel forces nearby. And besides, the city is fortified with 30,000 garrison troops and nearly 100,000 elite central forces led by Sterling. What kind of reckless rebels would dare approach? A soldier from Gulen's retinue rushed into the banquet hall, whispering urgently into Gulen's ear. Gulen's complexion changed dramatically, and without uttering a word, he hastily followed the guards outside. Sterling, sensing the deteriorating situation, turned to Tang Ping and instructed, use my troop mobilization order to summon my direct division and the One-Ha division. Tang Ping promptly took a few officers and hurried out, but soon returned, reporting to Sterling, sir, the governor's office is surrounded by armed soldiers. We cannot escape. Sterling was taken aback and inquired, which troops are they? They refused to disclose their origin, but judging by their attire, they appeared to be the garrison forces of Dea City. A wave of dread washed over Sterling. The garrison of Dea City? That essentially meant they were Gulen's subordinates. What could he be plotting? He regretted his earlier naivety in attending the banquet without bringing his guard, and now calamity struck unexpectedly. He rose and scanned the surroundings. Where is Governor Gulen? The guests, too, began searching but could not locate Gulen. Sterling, shaken yet maintaining a facade of calmness, remarked, it is of no consequence. Deputy Commander Qin Lu is still at the main camp. Upon noticing the anomaly, he will soon come to our aid. Upon hearing Sterling's words, the guests at the banquet collectively exhaled in relief, finding solace in his assurance. However, Chief of Staff Tang Ping remained furrowed with concern. Even if Qin Lu sensed the disturbance and rushed over, it would take at least half an hour. If Gulen decided to act immediately, the mere 10 or so Central Army officers present would surely falter before reinforcements arrived. Sterling turned to observe the assembly, including Provincial Governor Lu Zifeng, whose faces were pale with panic, trembling uncontrollably. Lord Luo Minghai's distant nephew, Luo Linsong, who had been so arrogant moments ago, was now incapable of sitting still from fear. A hint of disdain flickered across Sterling's lips, yet he comprehended that this matter did not pertain to them. However, one individual remained unfazed, consuming food and drink with audible relish. Governor Xichuan Ning of Alia Province. Sterling's curiosity piqued. He approached him and inquired, "You must be aware of what is transpiring, correct?" Xichuan Ning paused his meal and respectfully replied, "Sir, just wait and witness the spectacle unfold. Gulen's garrison has revolted." Section 5. Just as Sterling coldly regarded Elining's triumphant smile and said, "Follow me," he turned and strode toward the corridor outside the dining hall. Elining, taken aback, quickly rose to follow. The corridor was eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Sterling halted and inquired without turning around, "What about the coup you instigated?" Elining was taken aback and hastily protested, "My lord, this has nothing to do with me. As a family official, how could I possibly engage in such treachery? Besides, the soldiers are all under Gulen's command. How could I possibly direct them?" Furthermore, Sterling seemed to disregard Elining's protests entirely, turning around with a smile and asking, "The coup you orchestrated? Why would you consider such an act?" "My lord, I merely happened to know that Gulen's troops were unstable and was merely speculating. It cannot be taken as certainty." "Happened to?" Sterling smiled. "You just happened to sit beside me, and while others were speaking, you fortuitously laughed, allowing me to see, and inadvertently revealed much information to me. Truly such a coincidence that you were well versed in their affairs?" "Even more coincidentally. While Gulen's troops are on the verge of rebellion, he himself remains oblivious, yet you possess foresight." With a smile, Sterling continued, "Your Excellency, my friend Tilling once imparted a phrase to me that I have always remembered. Once is an accident, twice is a coincidence. And the third time is," he leaned closer to Elining's ear and whispered, "a malicious event. Now, as the orchestrator of this malicious event, Your Excellency Elining, what are your true intentions? You may speak freely now." Elining's complexion turned pale. "My lord, I truly harbor no ill intentions. I merely wished to." "You merely wished." First, the Far East originally had 3 vice-commanders. With Lei Hong's treachery, one position became vacant. Second, vice-commanders have traditionally been promoted from the ranks of the Red Standard and among the 23 provinces of the Far East. Only your province of Alia and Gulen's province of Dayu remain unfallen. Thus you both hold the most qualifications to vie for the vice-commander position. Third, if Gulen's subordinates were to instigate a rebellion, even if it were quelled, it would inevitably displease me greatly, and he would lose his chance to compete with you, securing the coveted vice-commander position for you. Was this your intention, Your Excellency Elining?" Sterling maintained a gentle smile, yet every word cut deeply. Elining was left in disarray. Realizing that this young leader, who always wore a friendly smile and seemed naive about politics, possessed such keen insight, the adage about deceiving a gentleman with propriety was entirely inapplicable to him. Elining had always prided himself on his astuteness. Yet standing before Sterling felt akin to being a naked infant, exposed within moments, while he foolishly reveled in his belief that he had this inexperienced youth under his thumb. In the face of such an opponent, the only and best course of action was to speak the truth. "My lord, I admit that I indeed entertained the very thoughts you mentioned about aspiring to the position of vice-commander of the Far East." Sterling's tone softened. "Water flows downward, and men strive upward. It is only natural for you, as a member of the Red Standard, to seek further advancement. You have valiantly defended your family's stronghold, ensuring the safety of millions. Your contributions are considerable. However, you should not resort to such means as slandering your colleagues or even inciting a military rebellion." "My lord," Elining interrupted, "do you believe what I just said was slanderous?" Sterling gazed at him in silence. "My lord, I acknowledge that my motives are indeed sordid. I wish for promotion and wealth, to deliberately attract your attention, hoping that you might mention me favorably in the leadership meetings. I find Ning to be a commendable candidate for vice commander. I admit, compared to the late governor of the Far East, Guangxing, who was incorruptible and took no bribes, I fall short, and compared to Governor Lin Wei, who valiantly defended the city of Minsk to the death for his country, I also do not measure up. I confess, I have received some pay for ghost soldiers. Perhaps inflating the numbers by 15, for otherwise, the salary of a Red Standard officer is woefully inadequate for social expenses. I also fear for my life, often hiding behind the soldiers during battles, shouting, "Brothers, charge ahead." These I admit. However, Ning's expression twisted with disdain. But, compared to the scoundrels inside that room, I am 100 times cleaner even if I were to relieve myself. My lord, you do not believe me? Do you want evidence? It is simple. Their very presence, there is proof. They are the ones who abandoned the people, forsook the army, and fled the territory. Governor Lin Wei has perished. Commander Li Qi of the punitive army has died. 300,000 soldiers of the Far East have fallen, and over 1 million innocent civilians have perished. Yet how is it that they remain here, living in luxury? They are the very architects of this calamity. They extort the populace mercilessly, leaving the half-beasts so impoverished they cannot even afford trousers, covering themselves with tree bark, yet they still demand taxes. Those who cannot pay are beaten mercilessly, howling in agony. They are nothing but beasts. Yes, beasts. You have already seen, for this group of scoundrels, consuming human brains alive is nothing new. Some things are so horrifying to merely hear about that I shall refrain from mentioning them, lest I sully my tongue or frighten you, my lord. Enough. They have incited public outrage and chaos, causing every half-beast to seethe with hatred toward us humans. When the tide turned against them, they hastily fled, boarding light carriages, accompanied by guards, taking their million fortunes and numerous wives with them, leaving behind defenseless civilians to be slaughtered by the rebels. They committed these atrocities yet left ordinary citizens and soldiers to bear the brunt. The Far East has several provinces, once the most prosperous and densely populated areas, now. My lord, if you were to visit, you would find nothing but corpses and not a single soul in sight. Sterling listened quietly to Ning's impassioned speech, yet within him, waves of contemplation surged. Having witnessed the events unfold, he knew Ning spoke the truth, just by observing Ning's flushed face. It was evident that he could not be fabricating his words. He replied calmly, "There are still commendable officials, aside from Governor Lin Wei. Did not Governor Gulan also remain steadfast and refuse to flee?" "Huh." Ning exaggeratedly laughed. "Gulan? He is even more shameless than the others. If he were truly loyal to his duties, how could his subordinates instigate a rebellion?" Ning continued to inform Sterling when the rebellion erupted in the Far East. Gulan panicked and issued an absurd command to exterminate all non-human races within the Diyu province, claiming fear of them becoming allies of the rebels. One well-respected division commander in the garrison led his men in resistance, refusing to carry out this order, telling Gulan, "If we do this, we risk an uprising from within before the rebels even breach our gates." Sterling smiled. "Well said. What is the name of this division commander?" Ning replied, "His name is Garcia, serving as a standard officer." He continued, "Then came the dreadful news of the Royal Army's devastating defeat at Chishui Beach. Gulan was so frightened he could barely move, hastily packing his belongings to escape to Fort Vallon. That division commander, Garcia, understood that if Governor Gulan were to flee, the morale of the entire province would crumble, leading to an unresisting collapse. Acting decisively, he captured Gulan overnight, placing him under house arrest in his own governorship, preventing him from contacting outsiders. He took on the role of acting governor, issuing commands to gather the militia and rallying the entire province to unite as one. Once again, Gulan's inheritance was appropriated for military expenses, and a formidable army of nearly 100,000 was painstakingly assembled to repel the invading rebels. In a moment of dire urgency, they even came to the aid of our Ilia province. Sterling marveled, exclaiming, "What audacity and insight! Where is this person? Has he arrived tonight? Please introduce me." Ning shook his head, replying, "My lord, he has passed away." Sterling, taken aback, asked, "Did he fall in battle against the rebels?" "No." Ning sighed. "He was secretly assassinated by Gulan." He lamented that once the crisis was averted, Gulan resumed his governor's demeanor, summoning Garcia to the governor's residence with the promise of medals and promotions. Chenin joyfully brought several commendable officers to receive their honors, only to have them ambushed and executed by Gulan's hidden guards. Gulan sought vengeance and feared that Garcia would reveal his misdeeds. As for the solitary defense and valiant efforts, those would be entirely credited to Governor Gulan. This matter remained a closely guarded secret. The outer forces were still unaware. Currently, the garrison outside comprised Gata's subordinates, demanding the return of their former commander. Let us see how Gulan plans to address them. Sterling fell silent for a considerable time before posing the critical question, "How did you come to know this?" Zichuan Ning responded, "My lord, prior to taking action against Garcia, Gulan consulted with me, expressing a desire to dispatch some individuals for assistance. He dared not rely on his own garrison. I declined. Before the garrison's mutiny, he had also reached out to my forces, seeking to collaborate for a show of strength. Perhaps my treatment of my subordinates has not been entirely unjust, for they too refused him and informed me. You knew full well of Gulan's impending mutiny and chose not to inform him?" Sterling pressed. "My lord, I am not Gulan's father, nor is he my son. Why should I notify him?" Zichuan Ning continued, "Do not fret, my lord. This mutiny is directed solely at Gulan. As long as you reveal your identity, those soldiers will not dare to offend you. You may confidently return to camp, for none will obstruct your path." Sterling regarded Zichuan Ning with a penetrating gaze, asking one final question. "Why divulge so much to me? Are you not, like them, a governor of the Far East?" Facing Sterling's piercing stare, Zichuan Ning did not shy away, responding earnestly, "My lord, beyond being a governor, I am a man of conscience." The gate swung open, and the mutinous soldiers beheld a group emerging, led by a figure of medium stature. Exhibiting a subtle weariness yet radiating an aura of authority that commanded respect. Most striking was the gleaming golden eagle insignia upon his shoulder. Only 3 individuals in the entire Far East were entitled to wear this emblem, and presently, within the region of Dia province, there was but one. The soldiers instinctively saluted in unison. "Lord Sterling, we salute you." Sterling reciprocated, "Thank you for your hard work." A leading officer stepped forward, inquiring, "Where does my lord intend to go?" Sterling replied calmly, "I believe I am under no obligation to explain myself to you." The officer momentarily faltered, then remarked, "My lord, we mean no hostility toward you. We merely seek the surrender of our commander, Garcia. We apologize for any disrespect shown to you and your subordinates." He gestured, "Clear the way for Lord Sterling." The soldiers obediently parted to create a pathway, and the officer bowed in invitation. The central military officers accompanying Sterling collectively exhaled in relief. "It's over. We can finally leave." Yet Sterling halted, asking, "I wish to know what you're doing here." A group of central military officers anxiously stamped their feet behind him, exclaiming, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave." The officer raised his voice slightly, "My lord, this does not concern you. You should depart swiftly while we can still restrain our men." Sterling interrupted him, asserting, "I am a member of the command office and a member of the highest military committee. I possess the authority to inquire into matters occurring within my family's domain. Has the Dia province ceased to be the territory of the Zichuan family? Have you all ceased to be soldiers of the family?" The officer frowned, and unrest stirred among the soldiers behind him. They were merely discontent with Gulan's actions, harboring no thoughts of rebellion. The officer helplessly replied, "My lord, I have already reported to you. We await Gulan's surrender of our commander, Garcia. You should leave." "My lord, this is out of respect for you, to prevent anyone from offending your esteemed person." Sterling once more interrupted, "Thank you for your kindness, but I, Sterling, am merely an ordinary soldier of the family, not deserving of such esteemed personage. I must inquire, what will you do if Gulan refuses to surrender your commander?" The officer resolutely stated, "Then we shall continue to wait until he complies." Sterling was struck with astonishment. This Commander Garcia, whom he had never met, possessed such immense charisma that even in death, his subordinates remained fiercely loyal, ready to instigate a mutiny in his name. Given time, such a person would undoubtedly be an invaluable asset to the family, a potential statesman, if only he were still alive. With a sigh, Sterling declared, "Commander Garcia is deceased." The crowd gasped, murmurs of disbelief rippling through the soldiers. Zichuan Ning, standing behind, tugged at his hair in frustration. How could such news be revealed at this moment? If the enraged soldiers lost control, the consequences would be dire. The officer, astonished, could hardly believe it. Impossible. How could that be? Lord Garcia was such a good man. Upon seeing Sterling's grave expression, realization dawned. This was true. A robust man sank to the ground, cradling his head in despair, while soldiers sobbed, "Lord Garcia is gone? What shall we do now? Who will lead us? Who will protect Dia province?" "Curse Gulan!" a voice cried out. "Bring Gulan out and kill him." The call was met with fervor. "Yes. Charge in and slay Gulan." The soldiers, filled with righteous indignation, drew their weapons, ready to storm inside. Stop! A thunderous roar echoed, silencing the throng. Sterling stood firm like a mountain at the entrance. Do you understand what you are doing? You are rebelling. Soldiers, you have lost a respected and beloved commander. The family has lost an exemplary officer. We share in this sorrow. I comprehend your feelings, soldiers. But do you realize the gravity of your actions? If you rush in, once your blades are stained with blood, you will become traitors, despicable, unrepentant traitors. We are all soldiers, unafraid of death. But there are fates worse than death. If you perish in battle, your distant loved ones will mourn for you, weeping in your memory. Yet they will also annually lay sacred flowers upon your grave, proudly declaring, my good husband, my good son, he died for his country, facing God and the homeland. With a clear conscience, your sons will take pride in your name, standing tall before all. But if you die as traitors, who will remember you? Who will grieve for you? Your bodies will not be permitted burial in a cemetery, instead left to rot in the wilderness, feeding wild dogs. Your name will bring shame upon your entire family. Your kin will be too humiliated to face neighbors and relatives. Soldiers, reflect deeply and restrain yourselves. Sterling's resonant words reverberated like thunder, halting the mutinous soldiers in their tracks as they listened intently. One soldier shouted, but what of Lord Garcia's vengeance? Shall we not avenge him? Did he die in vain? Sterling's expression grew solemn. May the spirit of Lord Garcia endure forever. Soldiers, I assure you, those who commit injustice shall meet their own demise. This is me, Sterling Xiu, the commander of the Central Army, making a solemn pledge to all of you. Garcia, the flag bearer, has fallen while defending our nation, and I, on behalf of the command, hereby recognize his posthumous promotion to the rank of deputy commander. Soldiers, follow me and heed my commands. I represent the Zichuan family. Return to your barracks, and trust me, I shall provide you with an explanation. The soldiers hesitated, but ultimately, it was the weeping officer who stood up and addressed Sterling. My lord, you promised us. Sterling replied without hesitation. Yes, I shall provide you with an explanation. This is my vow. Very well. We trust Lord Sterling. He is a man of his word. The officer turned and shouted, all in line. About face. March. One by one. The soldiers complied, the troop gradually retracing their steps, the rhythmic sound of their footsteps fading away. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that no bloodshed occurred. Officers such as Tang Ping approached, reproaching Sterling for his recklessness. What if something had gone awry? Sterling smiled, assuring them that nothing would go wrong. As he understood the soldiers' sentiments and emotions, Ning stared blankly at Sterling, his eyes wide. Just moments ago, Sterling stood alone against the throng of soldiers. In that instant, his commanding presence and dignified aura left an indelible impression on Ning's mind. Suddenly, a thought emerged. This man is destined to rise above the masses. Sterling's smile abruptly faltered as a group of Eastern officials emerged from their hiding places, led by the previously elusive Gulan. Approaching with a sycophantic grin, he exclaimed, Ah, Lord Sterling, that was truly perilous. Thankfully, your noble demeanor overwhelmed those despicable ruffians. Witnessing it stirred my blood, and I almost wished to join you in battle. Alas, I arrived too late, and you single-handedly drove them away, truly valiant and unmatched. Today has been an eye-opening experience for me. The others chimed in enthusiastically. Indeed, indeed. He is the greatest warrior of our time. The Central Army officers exchanged disdainful glances. Where were you all hiding just now? Now you come out to boast. Sterling, however, remained unfazed, smiling. Ning could no longer tolerate their shamelessness and sarcastically remarked, The timing of your appearance is impeccable, gentlemen. Gulan, with a thick skin, replied, I intended to emerge sooner to fight alongside Lord Sterling, but alas, my stomach betrayed me, and I had to visit the restroom. By the time I returned, thankfully, Lord Sterling had already vanquished 1,000 foes. Before he could finish, a large contingent of troops surged from the end of the street. Gulan's face paled. Oh no, my stomach. Oh dear, it's acting up again. My lord, please wait. I must attend to this. He turned to flee, but Sterling's powerful hand seized his shoulder, rendering him immobile. Sterling smiled. Governor Gulan need not panic. Look closely at the flag. My troops are arriving. Though Gulan's face was thick, he could only force a sheepish grin, rendered speechless. Deputy Commander Qin Lu of the Central Army approached with a division of infantry. Smiling as he addressed Sterling, I heard there were some unruly soldiers surrounding the governor's residence, so I came to take a look. It seems everything is fine now. Perhaps I came for naught. Sterling also smiled. Who says you came for naught? Allow me to introduce you. This is Governor Gulan of Dia Province. This is Provincial Governor Lu Zifeng. This is Provincial Governor Luo Lingshuang. This is His Excellency Governor Lu Hage. This is Provincial Governor Tang Guo. And here is a member of the noble class. He smiled as he introduced each individual to Qin Lu, who was taken aback, rushing to shake their hands. Finally, Sterling continued with a smile. These individuals are the esteemed officials and elite of our eastern lands. Qin Lu, do you understand? Qin Lu, perplexed by Sterling's intent, replied candidly, yes, I understand them all. Excellent. Sterling's smile faded, revealing a chilling aura. Take these individuals into custody. In an instant, approximately a dozen high-ranking officials were apprehended, leaving Sterling somewhat uncertain about how to proceed. Seeking counsel from his subordinates, opinions varied, leaving Sterling somewhat bewildered. He penned a letter to inquire about the views of Dilling and Zichuan Xiu. Upon receiving the letter, Zichuan Xiu was taken aback. He understood well that Gulan and his ilk possessed little talent, yet the forces they represented were formidable. Engaging them would spell considerable trouble for Sterling. He promptly replied, proposing two solutions. First, immediately release them all, with Sterling offering an apology, treating the incident as if it never occurred. Sterling shook his head in disapproval. Or second, execute them all, placing the blame on the rebels. Otherwise, leaving even a single survivor could lead to endless repercussions. Sterling was dismissive of Zichuan Xiu's advice. True, Gulan and the others were culpable, but some did not deserve death. Moreover, they should be afforded the right to a fair trial, to establish their guilt through lawful judicial proceedings, thus ensuring public trust in the administration of justice. Secretly executing them would only mirror the underhanded killing of Garcia. Sterling admired Dilling's approach. Dilling formally dispatched a military judge accompanied by a battalion of military police, instructing Sterling to hand over the prisoners. Sterling welcomed their arrival with joy, presenting the military judge with a detailed indictment, evidence he had painstakingly gathered over several sleepless nights, stating, Your Honor, this document contains charges against each of them: desertion, embezzlement, murder, dereliction of duty, among others. Please present it to the honorable judge during the trial. The military judge, courteous and respectful, assured him, Rest assured, my lord. The military court will conduct a formal trial in accordance with the law, ensuring fairness and justice, allowing them to receive their due punishment. He politely took his leave, escorting the prisoners away, only to hang Gulan and the others from the trees at the first bend in the road upon exiting Dia Province. Watching Gulan's legs dangle helplessly, Capra, the military judge who was secretly Dilling's chief bodyguard, ignited Sterling's indictment and asked his subordinates among the military police, Who needs a light for a cigarette? Capra then hastened to the Valen fortress, seeking an audience with Commander Fong Jing as an inspector's messenger, and was promptly received. The two conferred in a private chamber, after which Capra discreetly departed, leaving behind the accompanying military police as a death squad, dispatched to the front lines by Fong Jing. The following day, Fong Jing drafted a report. Dia and Alia provinces were attacked by unidentified rebel forces, yet all military and civilian personnel united in determination, courageously repelling the insurgents. Governor Gulan of Dia Province, Provincial Governor Lu Zifeng, and 13 other high-ranking officials bravely led the charge, sacrificing their lives in the battle, causing great sorrow among the troops. It is recommended that the command acknowledge the contributions of these individuals with promotions and commendations. Attached, a list of the valiant personnel who sacrificed their lives and the circumstances of their demise. The report was submitted, and Luo Minghai quickly forwarded it to Zichuan Sanxing for review. Zichuan Sanxing, genuinely impressed, remarked, Who says the officials of the Zichuan family fear for their lives? Who claims that there are no more heroes among us? This serves as undeniable proof. Although the times are fraught with difficulties, as long as our family officials retain this indomitable spirit, and as long as we have such valiant heroes among us, there is no mountain insurmountable, nor river uncrossable. These are indeed exceptional officials who deserve to be heavily rewarded, to inspire future generations and to manifest justice. The very essence of justice is the foundation upon which my Zichuan family establishes its nation. What is your opinion, Emperor Lin? He turned to Emperor Lin, who was just reporting on the work of the Supervisory Bureau at the time the message was delivered. Emperor Lin humbly bowed his head, exclaiming, What magnificent words! Your Highness sees clearly. Let good deeds be recognized and the wicked receive their due. This is the true manifestation of justice. Section 6. The joint meeting upon the return of Capra to the Inspection Bureau. Dilling was already dressed and ready to depart. Addressing a group of officers with fervor, listen closely. Maintain a fierce gaze. Keep your expressions taut, adopt a coarse tone, and rest your hands on your blades today. Even if someone asks for the time on the way, respond with a hint of menace. The officers echoed their agreement, rolling up their sleeves and adopting a fierce demeanor. Their polished sabers clanging at their sides, embodying a fearsome presence as if the flowing wind army had already besieged the imperial capital. Capra understood that Dilling was preparing to attend the so-called joint report meeting. This meeting was proposed and presided over by Zichuan Xiu, ostensibly to enhance communication and understanding between the command department and the inspection bureau, to reduce friction, unite as one, and collectively overcome challenges. However, in Capra's opinion, Zichuan Xiu was merely pouring oil on the flames. He had no intention of fostering peace between the command department and the inspection bureau. If one were to confine Looming and Dilling in the same room, they could devour each other raw without the need for seasoning. What could such antagonistic individuals possibly discuss about collaborative efforts? As a result, each joint report meeting invariably followed a predictable sequence of events. 1. Everyone takes their seats. 2. Zichuan Xiu delivers his opening remarks. The situation is dire. Personal grievances must be set aside for the greater good. 3. Looming presents his report. 4. Dilling responds with scorn. The intelligence displayed is akin to that of a pig. 5. Looming retorts with biting sarcasm, a shameless abomination. 6. The exchange devolves into a barrage of insults. The dialogue often descends into crude expressions of inappropriate desires towards each other's female relatives, framed as acts of profound compassion for their perceived flaws. 7. As tensions escalate, the participants spit across the expansive conference table in a show of utter disdain. All are adept martial artists, and despite their poor aim, much of the saliva ends up on Zichuan Xiu. 8. Teacups are hurled in an effort to cut costs. The Ministry of Internal Affairs replaces ceramic cups with stainless steel ones before every meeting, though many still get broken. Later, when Gashong became chief of staff, he admonished the ministry for not using paper cups. 9. Provocations ensue. You dare touch me? What if I touch you? A cyclical exchange akin to a philosophical riddle. 10. A physical altercation breaks out. Zichuan Xiu reminds everyone that time is short and to return to the agenda. Only then do both sides realize they cannot waste time and must attend to serious matters. Due to the prohibition of weapons, they hastily resort to using chairs as weapons, though once they were seated on heavy mahogany sofas, leading to exhaustion akin to moving the ministry's belongings. 11. Zichuan Xiu slams the table in anger. Your antics are utterly disgraceful. Accompanied by his words, a throng of guards burst in, indiscriminately intervening regardless of rank, isolating the feuding parties. 12. Each side endures a reprimand and is instructed to reflect deeply. 13. The meeting concludes satisfactorily. Everyone returns home for dinner. Dilling was quite pleased with the fierce demeanor of his officers. Yes, just like that. We must overwhelm them with our presence. Turning, he spotted Capra and brightened, beckoning him over. You're back? Did you enjoy your leave? Did you see your uncle? How is he? Capra understood Dilling's intent and respectfully replied. Thank you for your concern, my lord. I had a delightful holiday with no regrets. My uncle is well and sends his regards. However, due to my cousin's involvement in the conflict in the Far East, I have instructed my uncle to pay particular attention to correspondence and visitors from the provinces of Dea and Iliya. My lord, the tasks were executed meticulously, leaving no traces. Commander Fong still obeys your orders. I have ensured that he thoroughly examines all communications and visitors from the provinces of Dea and Iliya to prevent any leaks. Dilling observed Capra's sky-blue military uniform, now stained brown with dust from the road, indicating he had come directly from the capital without resting. He nodded in approval, appreciating Capra's initiative in considering the inspection of correspondence, despite not having instructed him to do so. Yet, Dilling was also aware that Capra was a spy placed by Zichuan Xiu. They maintained a tacit understanding. Dilling entrusted Capra with any unsavory tasks, demonstrating profound trust, while Capra adeptly fulfilled Zichuan Xiu's directives, often seeking Dilling's guidance on how to phrase his secret reports. Capra, are you weary? You may return to rest for a bit. Dilling inquired. Not at all, my lord. In this context, I ought to remain by your side. Otherwise, it would seem rather unnatural, Capra implied. As your personal bodyguard, I am known as your shadow. It would be problematic if Zichuan Xiu, a keen observer, noted my absence and became suspicious of my movements. Dilling pondered briefly and grasped Capra's meaning, patting his shoulder in a gesture of appreciation. You've worked hard. Capra scrutinized the accompanying personnel, and noticed a few emaciated individuals. He remarked, "My lord, should we not bring along some stronger individuals?" These few Dilling chuckled. "Capra, do you remember the last meeting? Lu Minghai deliberately provoked us. And one particularly repulsive individual spat with such force and distance that we suffered greatly. Today, we must exact our revenge." Capra was taken aback, unable to comprehend how these frail individuals could possibly enact vengeance. Hesitantly, he queried, "They are adept at spitting?" "Not quite." Dilling leaned closer to Capra, whispering, "They are all patients of contagious tuberculosis." Both sides took their seats. Lu Minghai and Dilling instinctively positioned themselves at the farthest ends of the room, separated by a row of officials from the command department and another from the inspection bureau, creating a stark divide akin to two opposing poles. Zichuan Xiu presided at the head of the table, exuding both authority and benevolence, observing the two like a stern parent overseeing his obstinate sons. Dilling furrowed his brow, spotting Gashong, the former deputy commander known for her competence, among the officials from the command department. Her presence was notable, as she had not attended previous meetings. This time, Lu Minghai had brought her along, suggesting he was genuinely intent on conducting a serious meeting. Dilling sighed, realizing that if this were the case, his prepared strategies would be rendered futile. Zichuan Xiu began his opening remarks, which remained unchanged for decades, filled with the usual platitudes, hollow and devoid of substance. The attendees had heard his words 1,000 times and yet were compelled to feign enlightenment, expressing profound appreciation for the depth and significance of his discourse. As the discussion continued, Luo Minghai began to inform Zichuan Xiu about the recent activities of the command center, focusing primarily on the situation in the Far East. He began reading from the report of Commander Ming Wei, stating, in response to the esteemed general and the president. Instantly, the officers from the inspection bureau chimed in unison. The situation in the Far East has reached a critical juncture. Luo Minghai shot a furious glance at Dilling, exclaiming, "Dilling, while in the presence of the general, you should rein in your subordinates." Dilling, seemingly indifferent, retorted, "What? Are my colleagues from the inspection bureau not allowed to express their opinions on the Far East situation in front of the general? What business is it of yours?" Luo Minghai, seething with anger, felt his composure slip away. His usual calm demeanor shattered in the face of Dilling's provocations. Dilling had a particular knack for inciting ire. With his unique aristocratic drawl and an air of nonchalance, he could infuriate even the most stoic, as Zichuan Xiu aptly noted. Zichuan Xiu interjected, all right, Dilling. Let your subordinates be quiet. Luo Minghai, please continue." Luo Minghai glared at Dilling before resuming. "In response to the esteemed general and the president, the situation in the Far East has reached a critical juncture." The officers from the inspection bureau chuckled, while those in the command center exchanged resigned smiles. Ever since Ming Hui was appointed as the supreme commander of the Far East at Luo Minghai's strong recommendation, the situation would declare a critical juncture almost bi-weekly, inevitably leading to demands for reinforcements and supplies. Luo Minghai continued, "Ming Hui's report from October 7th states, at this critical moment, if we do not receive reinforcements, even a single division, our front will collapse." Zichuan Xiu frowned. "This soldier is threatening us again, tell him." "No." Luo Minghai nodded. "Indeed." I replied immediately, "If the front collapses, I shall be the first to bring you before a military tribunal." Zichuan Xiu praised, "Well said. It should be that way. But why did you later send reinforcements?" Luo Minghai explained, "Because he subsequently reported, at this critical moment, if I could just have one more division, I could bring the rebels to their knees." Dilling scoffed, "It's merely a rephrasing. You've been deceived." Zichuan Xiu added reproachfully, "Indeed, Luo Minghai, he only asked for one division. There was no need to withdraw 3 fully organized divisions from the western border. He had submitted 3 identical reports." Dilling, with a derisive smile, gazed at the ceiling, embodying an expression that spoke volumes more than words could convey, further infuriating Luo Minghai. Zichuan Xiu chuckled softly, shaking his head in disbelief. "The Far East is truly a bottomless pit. We have dispatched over 60 regular divisions and nearly 200,000 militia, yet the end remains elusive. It is a daunting task. Dilling, having spent time in the Far East, what say you?" Dilling responded respectfully, "My lord, I believe we can no longer withdraw forces from the western border. Our troop ratio against the Lufeng family has already reached 2:3, with some defensive lines approaching a perilous 1:2 ratio. If we withdraw more troops, the western front will become dangerously thin. And should that female tyrant from the Lufeng family take advantage, we would suffer irreparable losses." Zichuan Xiu nodded in agreement, Your reasoning is sound. While the Lufeng family is embroiled in power struggles, we must not let our guard down. How then shall we respond to Ming Hui's request for reinforcements? This would require us to devise a solution from the newly formed militia divisions, my lord. Dilling, aware that Luo Minghai was responsible for militia organization, deliberately passed the dilemma to him. Luo Minghai, bracing himself, replied, My lord, due to the harvest season, most of the militia are occupied with their crops, and enlistments have dwindled. This situation may improve after the harvest. Zichuan Xiu frowned. I see military matters are urgent. We cannot afford to wait. Could we not form 1 or 2 mercenary divisions? This would expedite matters, and their combat capability would surpass that of the average militia. Luo Minghai hesitated. Regarding specifics, may I request that Xichuan discuss this? Zichuan Xiu acquiesced. Xichuan stood, bowing respectfully to Zichuan Xiu. Her demeanor composed and her voice resonant. In response to the inquiries of the esteemed general, president, and inspector, should we establish a mercenary division? The estimated cost would be 110 million, with monthly maintenance costs of 30 million. In contrast, the establishment of a regular division costs around 50 million, with maintenance merely 700,000 monthly. Following the Senate's review, our military expenditure this year stands at 178,320 million, severely exceeding our budget due to the Far East conflict, now at 332,510 million. With the fiscal year still 2 months away, we anticipate expenditures exceeding 400 billion. Should we form costly mercenary units, it would be difficult to justify to the Senate. Xichuan's succinct and decisive delivery, complete with numerous specific figures, earned her the reputation of the command center's most capable officer. Meanwhile, Dilling, though listening, found his thoughts elsewhere, particularly on the dynamic between Xichuan and Luo Minghai. Xichuan was known for her candor and unyielding nature, often challenging those she deemed unworthy, regardless of their rank. Once, during a disagreement, she publicly rebuked Luo Minghai, leading to a heated exchange that left onlookers uneasy. Yet, despite their clashes, Luo Minghai had defended her, even during a previous tumultuous event, and was now advocating for her to take on the role of chief of staff, should this be the case. She would be the first female member of the command center. Dilling pondered, setting aside personal grievances. One must concede that Luo Minghai indeed possessed a commendable talent for nurturing talent, adept in civil affairs and military logistics, and remarkably unambitious in his quest for power. His tenure as president was not wholly inadequate, especially in comparison to his predecessor, though their relationship was fraught with animosity. Lost in thought, he heard Zichuan Xiu ask Xichuan. So, according to your assessment, it is ill-advised to form new mercenary forces at this time? Indeed, Xichuan replied without hesitation, otherwise. The deficit will be too severe to justify to the Senate. Her tone was firm, devoid of the deference typically displayed by other officials. Dilling smiled wryly, realizing that despite Luo Minghai's fervent support, Xichuan's temperament would hinder her ascent to chief of staff. Zichuan Xiu, clearly displeased, remained silent. Luo Minghai hastily shifted the topic. Your Excellency, Minghui also has a large-scale military operation plan that requires our approval. Codenamed Blue Moon, it is expected to mobilize nearly 400,000 troops, including the entirety of the Black Flag Army and the Central Army, along with approximately 200,000 militia. Such a significant operation. Minghui dared not act without the consent of the Grand Commander. If all goes smoothly, there is hope to conclude the conflicts in the Far East by the end of this year. As he anticipated, Zichuan Xiu's attention was immediately piqued. Oh? What plan? Do share. Yes, Your Highness. Luo Minghai called over a staff officer, unfold the operational map. Minghui's strategy was as follows. The core and die-hard elements of the rebel forces had largely consolidated in the vast jungles and mountainous regions of Yun Province, seeking a way to break out. Both Minghui and Sterling's troops had established defensive positions along the forest's edge to intercept them. Given that most of the family troops hailed from their family stronghold, they struggled to adapt to the forest environment, resulting in significant casualties. Minghui proposed a different approach, to deliberately allow the rebels a passage, luring them to the Sanxiao River plain at the confluence of the Blue River and the Gray Water River by feigning defeat with the Black Flag Army. The Black Flag Army would then cross the river, destroy the bridge, and fortify the opposite bank, rendering the rebels unable to pursue. The Central Army and the militia commanded by Fang Jing would then emerge from behind to encircle them. With water on both sides of the Sanxiao River plain, the rebels would find themselves trapped, and within a month, they would be compelled to surrender due to starvation. Eliminating the main force of the rebels would make quelling the uprisings across the Far East considerably easier. Before Lin had finished listening, he understood and let out a cold laugh. Truly, this is a plan devised by Minghui. He continued to explain to Zichuan Xiu, Your Highness, I believe this plan is quite unfair. Once Minghui's troops cross the river and destroy the bridge, the rebels will find it exceedingly difficult to pursue. When the rebels are trapped at the Sancha River with no escape, they will inevitably resort to desperate measures for survival. At that point, it is the Central Army, positioned defensively on flat ground with no fortifications, that will bear the brunt of the rebels' fierce counterattack. Meanwhile, Minghui can leisurely fortify on the opposite side of the Blue River. Merely calling out, Sterling, keep it up. This is profoundly unjust to Sterling. Before Zichuan Xiu could respond, Luo Minghai interjected, Commander Sterling fully understands the greater good and has already agreed to this plan. Lin retorted, That is because Commander Sterling is cognizant of the difficulties and acts out of loyalty to the nation. The Grand Commander is a benevolent ruler who deeply cares for his subordinates. He would never agree to let Sterling shoulder such a heavy burden alone. How can that be the case? Isn't there also Fang Jing's militia assisting in the defense? Lin scoffed. Huh, Luo Minghai. Your militia, my division alone could make your 100,000 troops scatter like leaves in a storm. Though they are called co-defenders, the main responsibility will undoubtedly fall to Sterling. Poor Sterling's troops, having fought tirelessly through numerous battles, have already suffered greatly. We cannot let the capital's sons bear all the bloodshed. Your Highness, let Sterling's forces take on the role of bait. How about we assign this task to Minghui's troops instead? Lin, you speak nonsense. Did the Central Army not just return from recuperation in the Daya province? The Black Flag Army has also slain a considerable number of enemies, over 1 million. More than Sterling has. Luo Minghai, you fool, what do you know? The world is aware that Minghui has been inflating military reports. Yet you persist in defending him. What is your ulterior motive? The Central Army's casualty rate exceeds 35. Such immense losses cannot be compensated in just a couple of weeks of rest. If you know nothing of military affairs, kindly keep your mouth shut. Lin, on what grounds do you assert that Minghui is exaggerating? You dare claim to understand military matters. Is it merely because you have killed a few civilians? How arrogant. Enough. Zichuan Xiu slammed the table. Silence. Lin and Luo Minghai bowed in apology for their rudeness in the presence of the court. Zichuan Xiu exhaled sharply. One day, you two rascals will drive me to my grave. Turning to Gushan, he asked, Gushan, what is your perspective? Everyone was taken aback. Zichuan Xiu had seemed quite displeased with Gushan earlier, yet now he sought her opinion in front of so many high-ranking officials. Lin, however, realized the truth. Among all present, those aligned with Luo Minghai or himself were clear, and only Gushan remained independent, her stance being the most objective and fair. Gushan stood to respond. My lord, I am no military expert. However, since you have asked, I can only say, this place is thousands of miles from the front lines in the Far East, and correspondence takes half a month. We cannot ascertain the true situation at the front in a timely manner. It is unwise to issue commands hastily, lest we miss the opportunity for action. Her words were logical and impartial, causing both sides of the dispute to inwardly agree. So, your meaning is, my lord, the commanders at the Far East Front, Minghui, Sterling, and Fang Jing, are all seasoned veterans who are well-versed in military affairs, not inept fools. We merely need to ensure logistical support. Let the experts handle the command of operations. Convey to them that our aim is to conclude the conflict as swiftly as possible, acting according to circumstances. I believe the 3 commanders, being on site, will know how to manage and respond without our excessive elaboration. That makes sense. Lin, do you have anything further to say? Realizing that Zichuan Xiu had already made up his mind, it was inappropriate to argue further. Lin bowed. Lady Gushan speaks wisely. I respect her opinion. Internally, he lamented. How could a talent like Luo Minghai have such an exceptional subordinate? She speaks in support of him while leaving no trace. Her reasoning impeccable. Why can't my subordinates find someone like her? Very well, this matter is settled. I approve the implementation of the Blue Moon Plan. Immediately draft the documents and expedite them. Also, Gushan, you must take charge of military supplies. This is indeed a critical moment, and we cannot afford any mistakes, or we will lose everything. Today's meeting has been surprisingly harmonious and successful. This is how it should be. We must consider the bigger picture. We must. At that moment, Li Qingqi from the Ministry of Internal Affairs hurriedly burst into the conference hall. Interrupting the meeting while the Grand Commander was speaking was quite disrespectful. Everyone was astonished as she approached Zichuan Sanqing and whispered something in his ear. "What?" Zichuan Sanqing exclaimed, standing abruptly before sitting down again. His facial muscles twitching uncontrollably, it was evident that he had received some very bad news. Facing the inquisitive gazes of his subordinates, Zichuan Sanqing spoke deliberately. "Chairman Xiao of the Elder Council has informed me. The Triennial Elder Evaluation Council will be convened earlier this year, starting next Tuesday." Luo Minghai and Di Lin simultaneously cursed. This was the first time the family president and the inspector had reached a consensus. Zichuan Sanqing's expression turned grave. What unfortunate timing, as if it were raining on a leaking roof. With scarce resources and an overflowing pot, there is no time to lose. Immediately relay the order. Urgently inform Ming Wei, the Blue Moon Plan must be executed before the Elder Council begins. At the Far East Valen Fortress, Fang Jing received the urgent document and, upon reading it, erupted in anger. "Damn it. The Elder Council is convening again." On the front lines of Yun Province, at the Joint Command Headquarters, a soldier hurried over, reporting to both commanders, "Urgent dispatch." Ming Wei took the document, read it, and simply uttered one word: "Damn." He then passed the letter to Sterling. "Look at this. Those bastards are causing chaos in the capital." Sterling silently read the letter, then looked up at the sky, which was overcast, foretelling an imminent storm. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Is it truly destiny that seeks to annihilate the Zichuan clan? Section 7. The Council of Elders. The historical origins of the Council of Elders are as follows. A formidable hero, Zichuan Ning, with a life steeped in the blood and iron of war, laid the foundational roots of the Zichuan clan. In his twilight years, both his mental acuity and physical vitality began to wane, rendering him increasingly incapable of shouldering the burdens of family leadership. Yet, his obsession with power was profound. He clung to his position with tenacity, refusing to abdicate. Despite his deteriorating faculties, he preferred to meddle in affairs, issuing commands with erratic fervor. And his temper was volatile. Any hint of displeasure would incite him to bellow, kill him, execute him, drag him out and behead him. Many of his close attendants perished under such capricious orders, sometimes even affecting the clan's civil and military officials. The valiant General Ming Lan, having returned victorious just the day prior, met a tragic fate for soiling the beautiful carpet of the Grand Chancellor's residence during an audience. Zichuan Yun, akin to a child whose toy had been broken, wept and raged, repeatedly shouting, "Kill him! Execute him!" Thus, the esteemed General Ming Lan was inexplicably executed, leaving behind a final wish for his son: "Be sure to clean your shoes thoroughly." In a cruel twist of fate, the following morning, Zichuan Yun awoke and inquired, "Why has Ming Lan not come to see me? I have been waiting for him for so long." The guards exchanged bewildered glances. He had completely forgotten his orders from the previous day. As time passed, Zichuan Yun's forgetfulness became increasingly pronounced. The noblemen and loyalists dreaded receiving messages from him. "Old friend, it has been too long since we last met. Please come in and chat with me." For if they complied and he had forgotten his own commands, he would erupt, shouting, "Assassin! You entered unannounced, intending to rebel against me." Conversely, if they declined, he would be infuriated, exclaiming, "You dare to disregard my wishes and treat me with such disdain. I decree your self-execution." Under his overwhelming authority, no one dared to oppose him. Officials and nobles alike lived in constant trepidation, each harboring a silent, unutterable wish: may Zichuan Yun depart this world soon. Ironically, fate defied their desires. Despite his frail condition, catching colds in summer and suffering heat strokes in winter, Zichuan Yun clung to life, enduring until the age of 98. Many who longed for his demise had perished themselves before witnessing it. Consequently, upon the old king's death and the transition of power, the nobles united to instigate a coup, declaring, "Power cannot be concentrated solely within the Zichuan lineage. Otherwise, our lives, status, and fortunes are left unguarded." As tensions escalated toward the brink of civil war, the newly appointed king, Zichuan Qing, demonstrated remarkable wisdom. He recognized that an outbreak of internal conflict would spell the end for the recently established and unstable Zichuan family. Moreover, the nobles' demands were not unreasonable. The concentration of power in a single individual could lead to corruption and tyranny, jeopardizing the clan's future. With understanding and reason, Zichuan Qing negotiated with the nobles, agreeing to reform the political structure of the family by establishing the Council of Elders. This council would comprise representatives from various provinces, predominantly comprised of high-ranking nobles and wealthy landowners. It was agreed that the council would possess the authority to oversee the family's administrative operations, amend any orders from the Grand Chancellor deemed inappropriate, and even impeach or replace the Grand Chancellor when necessary, to ensure the continuity of the family bloodline. Zichuan Ning added a stipulation: regardless of the circumstances surrounding impeachment or replacement, the individual assuming the position of Grand Chancellor must possess Zichuan lineage. The nobles consented to this as well. Historians of later generations generally regard the Council of Elders as a sharp sword suspended above the heads of those in power, the successive Grand Chancellors and leaders, compelling them to acknowledge a higher authority and remain vigilant and self-reflective, thus curtailing rampant misconduct. The Council played a vital role in balancing the Grand Chancellor's power, preventing bureaucratic corruption, maintaining the integrity of governance, voicing the sentiments of the populace, enhancing democratization, and preserving the family's rule. In critical moments, it also significantly contributed to the preservation of the family's historical legacy. For instance, after the death of Zichuan Yuanqing in battle, the council abolished the tradition of hereditary succession, appointing Zichuan Sanqing, the brother of Zichuan Yuanqing, as Grand Chancellor and establishing Zichuan Ning as the first heir. Tang Hui noted, had they adhered to tradition and allowed the young and inexperienced Zichuan Ning to ascend, he would undoubtedly have been overthrown and killed by the ruthless Yang Minghua within 2 years. In contrast, the successor chosen by the council, Zichuan Sanqing, not only exhibited resilience and depth, but was equally as ruthless as Yang Minghua, making him the only viable opponent against Yang Minghua's ambitions, thus enabling the bright king to emerge and propel the family's fortunes for a century. A feat in which the council's contributions were undeniable, despite the high regard bestowed upon the Council of Elders by future generations. Those who lived in that era bore no gratitude towards it. The prevailing sentiment was that the council was merely a swarm of bothersome flies, green-headed flies that hindered their endeavors. Even the renowned General Sterling expressed dismay at the council's convening, lamenting, at such a critical juncture, how could the council convene? It is the doom of the Zichuan family. The assembly of the Council of Elders was a momentous event that reverberated throughout the nation. The sagacious Zichuan Ning, in an effort to prevent the council from being manipulated by ambitious individuals posing a threat to future generations, pondered, how could the council effectively restrain and oversee power without usurping the Grand Chancellor's authority and becoming a second power center? A remark from one of his aides enlightened him. My lord, historically, the efficiency of meetings is inversely proportional to the number of participants. To reach effective decisions, the number of decision-makers must not exceed 50. Zichuan Ning had an epiphany and promptly resolved that each iteration of the council would consist of 5,000 members, requiring the presence of 4/5 of the elders to convene a meeting, and a majority of those present must approve any resolutions. In cases of impeachment proposals against the Grand Chancellor, the agreement of 3/5 of attendees would be necessary for passage. Such a loosely organized and slow-moving decision-making body would pose little threat to the concentrated and swift decision-making of the Grand Chancellor's authority. Nevertheless, the cautious Zichuan Ning decided to add one more stipulation. The Grand Chancellor would also be a member of the council, possessing 10 votes. In December of the year 779 of the Empire, the 78th plenary session of the Council of Elders was convened ahead of schedule, originally slated for the following August. The council's president, Xiaoping, asserted that due to the recent rebellion of Yang Minghua and the upheaval in the Far East, it was imperative for the council, representing the interests of the Zichuan clan's populace, to take action rather than stand idly by. The elders in attendance unanimously affirmed, indeed, we agree. And thus, 5,000 voices echoed, each elder articulating their consensus, causing the first 2 days of the meeting to pass in such manner. Meanwhile, the sentiment in the capital was one of disdain. Damn. They are simply too idle and bored to remain at home. An audacious thought voiced only in whispers by the ever-bold Di Lin to his confidant, Gopula. Not only he, but even Yang Minghua, once the embodiment of arrogance at the height of his power, dared not defy the Council of Elders. For it was not only the highest institutional authority within the clan but, in reality, a formidable assembly representing the influence of nobles and affluent families from 79 provinces, wielding substantial power across political and economic spheres, capable of determining the fate of the family. Even the current Grand Chancellor, Zichuan Sanqing, had ascended to power with the council's vigorous support, compelling him to approach them with utmost reverence. On the third day of the meeting, they finally turned to the substantive matters at hand. An elder from the province of Loxinwai raised a pressing concern. This year, the family's expenditures have far exceeded the budget. While the rebellion in the Far East is acknowledged, such an overrun is truly excessive, over 100%. A few years ago, during the fierce battle with the Lufeng family. The mobilized troops exceeded those of this occasion. However, the expenditure was not nearly as excessive. Is there some hidden agenda behind this? Could it be that certain individuals in the command center have seized the opportunity at specific times and stages to enrich themselves through the calamity of the nation? The elders unanimously agreed. There must be something amiss. Someone proposed a thorough investigation into the expenditures of the Military Affairs Office and the Logistics Department, aiming to uncover the truth. After 2 consecutive days of voting, this resolution was passed. Chairman Xiu announced that henceforth, all materials and funds of the Logistics Department and the Military Affairs Office would be sealed and frozen, awaiting inspection by the Council of Elders. A committee to investigate the assets of the Military Affairs Office and the Logistics Department was established, appointing 10 elders as committee members responsible for this matter. Until the investigation was completed, the 2 departments could not resume operations. The Council of Elders was elated. They held no deep-seated grievances against the Military Affairs Office and the Logistics Department. Rather, it was because the council convened only once every 3 years, with little attention paid to them otherwise. Now that they finally wielded power, they were eager to test its effectiveness, much like a child who, upon receiving a splendid new raincoat, eagerly anticipates the rain to flaunt it, even wearing it on sunny days if necessary. The elders were impatient to witness the outcome of their newfound authority. However, the results were disappointing. The next day, the elders sent to enforce the sealing returned battered and bruised, recounting their misfortunes as esteemed emissaries of the council. Upon their arrival at the Logistics Department, before they could even articulate their intentions, a cold-looking woman scrutinized them from head to toe, as if assessing an advertisement for a disease specialist on the street. With a mere gesture of her chin, several burly guards approached, lifting them by their feet, like a vendor handling chickens, and unceremoniously expelled them, throwing them out as if they were refuse, slamming the door shut with a bang. The Council of Elders was in an uproar. How dare someone openly challenge their dignity and authority? Even the commander-in-chief, Zichuan Xiu, treated them with utmost respect. This affront was more detestable than executing 100,000 people, more loathsome than the combined offenses of Lufeng Shuang, Yang Minghua, and all the Eastern rebels. Following a swift investigation, it was confirmed that the notorious woman was named Xichuan, currently the head of the administrative office, concurrently managing the logistics department during wartime. The elders promptly began voting on a temporary resolution to remove Xichuan from all her positions and expel her. The action was remarkably swift, with a decision reached in less than 8 hours. They also established a committee to investigate Xichuan's crimes and mandated President Luo Minghai to appear before the council for questioning, demanding an explanation of how he managed his subordinates. Should the response be unsatisfactory, they threatened to oust Luo Minghai as well. Luo Minghai arrived promptly, fully aware that offending this group of elders was not an option. He genuinely supported the council's decision to dismiss Xichuan, as he could reinstate her once the meeting concluded, and expressed his deep regret for having failed to recognize Xichuan as a deeply concealed viper, having kept her close for so many years. He was grateful to the esteemed elders for their keen insight in exposing her disguise, thus purifying the ranks of public servants within the family. He extended his heartfelt thanks on behalf of the command center. Thunderous applause ensued, with the elders praising President Luo Minghai for his understanding. However, Luo Minghai's tone shifted. While Xichuan was indeed guilty beyond redemption, there existed an even greater malevolence behind her. This individual was ruthless, slaughtering the innocent, driven by ambition, and stained with blood. These could be overlooked. What was utterly intolerable was his propensity to fabricate facts, maliciously slandering and defaming our most sacred elders. Such behavior was insufferable. It was certain that Xichuan's actions were orchestrated by him. As the family's leader, I, Luo Minghai, am deeply disturbed by the vile words of this lunatic, which haunt my nights, yet due to his immense power, I feel utterly helpless to punish him, leaving me with profound guilt. The assembly hall of the Council of Elders erupted in a cacophony of voices. Who is he? Speak his name, and we shall tear him to shreds. Luo Minghai found himself in a predicament. This seemed inappropriate, as he was also a colleague, and the outside world would misinterpret it as me enjoying gossiping about others behind their backs. Speak up. You must reveal him. Luo Minghai, left with no choice, finally conceded. The name of that lunatic is Dilling. The elders immediately established the Blood Knight of the Capital Investigation Committee, the Eastern Massacre Investigation Committee, the Dilling Corruption Investigation Committee, and a total of 21 committees, with over 400 elders joyfully assuming committee positions. Finally, there was work to be done. The elders issued a summons demanding Dilling to appear before the council for a hearing. Dilling arrived punctually at the hearing, contrary to expectations of a brutish, coarse individual. Dilling was dressed simply yet neatly, his demeanor composed. The elders were pleasantly surprised upon seeing him. He possessed a handsome visage, a gentle tone, and spoke softly, even blushing when conversing face to face. Could this delicate figure truly be the bloodthirsty monster described by Luo Minghai? His words seemed credible as he sincerely proclaimed, "I truly have no involvement in this. Consider this, Xichuan is an official of the command center, while I am the head of the supervisory office. The command center and the supervisory office have historically been at odds. How could I possibly instruct Xichuan to commit such heinous crimes?" This seemed reasonable, yet why did President Luo Minghai directly accuse you? A blush crept onto Dilling's fair face. Well, could we refrain from discussing this? It pertains to the private matters between Luo Minghai and me. The elder's curiosity was piqued. No, you must tell us. Dilling hesitated, stammering a few words before finally confessing, "I am afraid. If I speak, Luo Minghai will kill me." The elders assured him, "We, the entire council, will protect you." After much persuasion, Dilling finally revealed a hint. "Have you ever noticed Luo Minghai's gaze? Did you perceive something peculiar within it? Did you observe how his entire demeanor changed when he mentioned my name?" Upon reflection, the elders recalled, indeed. The usually composed and calm Luo Minghai transformed entirely at the mention of Dilling's name, as if a bull had seen a red cloth. His eyes flaring with fury, could it be? Dilling solemnly nodded. "You are correct. Is it truly so?" "Indeed, it is. Luo Minghai is a sadistic pervert. He is a homosexual," Dilling asserted. "He harbors an abnormal affection for me, having repeatedly subjected me to sexual harassment. He even made various shameless demands, threatening me with retaliation if I did not comply, promising to make my life miserable." The elders gasped in shock. "What do you mean by shameless demands?" Gathering his courage and blushing, Dilling replied, "He wanted me to ride on a wooden horse with him. Oh, and there were candles involved. Oh. He even wanted to bind me and whip me, begging me, 'Your Highness, punish me.' He also spoke of engaging in urine games." Oh. The elders listened, entranced, each revealing expressions of longing and envy. Dilling's tone shifted. "Of course, as a respectable man and a devoted husband, I could never consent to such base and shameless acts. From that moment on, he harbored resentment towards me, seizing every opportunity to retaliate. He even sent his subordinate, Xichuan, to insult the esteemed elders, falsely claiming it was my instigation." The elders suddenly realized, indeed, Xichuan is clearly a subordinate of Luo Minghai. How did we not see this earlier? They glanced at Dilin's strikingly beautiful face, now pale with anger and sorrow. They instantly believed him. Outrage erupted. Luo Minghai is a beast in human guise. An elder who had shaken hands with Luo Minghai the day before hurried to find disinfectant, fearing he had contracted that incurable disease starting with and ending with us. Though their tone was furious, their spirits were exhilarated. The family president is a deviant homosexual? This will certainly be news back home to share with our neighbors. The elders encouraged Dilin. "Do not be afraid. Speak out. The council will stand by you. If Luo Minghai dares to lay a finger on you, we shall castrate him." Bolstered by their support, Dilin, long subjected to Luo Minghai's lewd harassment and intimidation, summoned his courage to reveal to the just elders, Luo Minghai not only leads a morally depraved private life, he frequently engages in emperor games with underage girls. He enjoys wandering parks at night in a sailor dress, adorned with lipstick, asking passersby, "Friend, are you lonely?" But he is also grossly incompetent in his official duties. During the early days of the Far East Rebellion, he dismissed my reasonable proposals, willfully allowing the rebellious forces to grow stronger to achieve his nefarious goals. Let us ponder. What could Luo Minghai's true intentions be? Dilin said meaningfully, his gaze inspiring the elders. Indeed, what could they be? The elders engaged in fervent discussion, and after 5 hours of deliberation, they reached a conclusion. Clearly, Luo Minghai is a remnant of the traitor Yang Minghua. He has inherited Yang Minghua's sinister ambitions, colluding with the rebels of the Far East, diverting the family's main forces to weaken our strength, waiting for the opportune moment to raise the banner of rebellion against us, just like Lei Hong. Simultaneously, he exploits his position as president to gather followers and embezzle family funds in preparation for future insurrection. The Xichuan incident is merely a signal. Dilin, however, found it hard to believe. While I can accept the allegations of Luo Minghai's corruption, bribery, and harassment of women, I find it difficult to believe he harbors rebellious intentions. The elders were incensed. Di Lin, you are far too trusting. A wolf of ambition lurks within our leadership, and as the head of the inspection office, you remain utterly oblivious. This is dereliction of duty. Faced with the elder's earnest admonishments, Di Lin lowered his head in shame, admitting, I cannot help it. I am too kind-hearted. Often envisioning others as virtuous as myself, which leads me to be deceived. The esteemed elders possess keen insight, discerning Luo Minghai's true wicked nature and exposing this wolf of ambition. Truly a blessing for our nation. The meeting stretched into the night, and the elders swiftly passed resolutions to establish numerous committees: the Luo Minghai Sexual Harassment Investigation Committee, the Luo Minghai Conspiracy Investigation Committee, the Luo Minghai Corruption Investigation Committee, the Luo Minghai Moral Decay Investigation Committee, and even down to the Luo Minghai Public Spitting Incident Investigation Committee, among a total of 61 committees, with over 1,300 elders joyfully elected as members. Those who were not elected felt a bit disheartened, but Chairman Xiaoping consoled them. Do not rush, take your time. Bread will come, cream will come, and new committees will emerge. As Di Lin wearily exited the elders' assembly hall, night had already fallen. Standing outside was Gupu, who approached with averted eyes, unable to meet Di Lin's gaze. What is with that look? Di Lin quickly noticed. It's nothing, sir. But about what you just said regarding Luo Minghai. Did he really want to engage in those, activities with you? Di Lin, furious, sent him flying across the street with a punch, gripping his collar and declaring fiercely, if you dare utter a single word about this again, I will kill you. His exquisite face was marred by fury. Gupu, too frightened to breathe, nodded, swallowing 2 of his teeth along with his blood. As the highest officials of the family, the president and the head of the inspection office, became embroiled in their legal battles before the elders, lower officials began to mimic their example, rushing to the assembly to accuse their enemies. Each day, a steady stream of complainants arrived, and the elders found themselves overwhelmed, establishing committees in abundance, soon exhausting their numbers, compelling some elders to serve on multiple committees simultaneously. In no time, lawsuits flourished in the capital. Familiar faces greeted one another, asking, did you file a complaint today? Everyone was a plaintiff, and simultaneously, everyone was a defendant. For instance, President Luo Minghai was required to appear as a plaintiff in 71 committees while simultaneously facing charges as a defendant in 83 others. Inundated daily with a thick stack of summons, each more bizarre than the last, he shouted in frustration, why must both the Committee for Protecting the Mental and Physical Health of Minor Girls and the Committee for Advocating Breastfeeding call me as a defendant? Exhausted from running between one committee and another, he had no strength left to manage his official duties. The only consolation he found was that Di Lin was in even worse straits, facing an astonishing 156 accusations. Di Lin was so busy he scarcely had time to visit the restroom. Under such circumstances, officials throughout the family busied themselves with court appearances, hearings, debates, and accusations, leaving no one to attend to their official duties, causing a complete breakdown in departmental operations. The only department that barely managed to function was the logistics division led by Xichuan. She understood that her department's work was crucial to the well-being of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and it could not afford even a day's interruption. Although she had been dismissed, with the support of her subordinates and Luo Minghai's willful ignorance, she continued to hold the fort. Ultimately, the elders discovered that Xichuan, this stubborn woman, refused to leave. A formal notice was issued, and she was confined to a detention center for minor offenses to witness what tricks she might still attempt. 2 weeks later, the tide of lawsuits reached its zenith. Even the usually reputable Central Army commander, Sterling, found himself accused, with the plaintiffs being a group of half-beasts. Serpent folk, dwarves, elves, and various elder representatives from the Far East, who tearfully implored the elders, we are the most loyal subjects of the family. While we have experienced some unpleasantness with the family as military, it was all a misunderstanding, a most unfortunate misunderstanding. Our grievances were directed solely at the local nobility. Yet we hold our benevolent ruler in the highest regard. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, our magnificent ruler radiates warmth and light, nurturing our hearts and bodies. One day, the sun may lose its brilliance, but we, the diverse races of the Far East, shall never forget our ruler's kindness. I wish our most beloved ruler eternal life. Where was I? Wait a moment, let me review the manuscript. It is as follows. A minor misunderstanding has arisen between us and the Wang family army. We have recognized our errors and have sincerely repented. Just look at the tears of our contrition. The representatives strained to hold back their tears, and in their effort, produced not only tears but also an audible flatulence. In conclusion, to err is human. Who among us is without fault? We repeatedly implore that everyone refrain from dwelling on past grievances and reconcile. We merely strayed momentarily from the right path. And we are earnestly atoning. Please observe the sincerity of our tears. Yet, there persists an individual named Sterling, relentless in his pursuit, tirelessly hounding us, mercilessly causing us great distress. We have clearly stated, we shall not return. We do not wish to fight. Do not misunderstand, we, the people of the Far East, are the most courageous. It is not out of fear of Sterling that we refrain, but out of respect for our esteemed leader, preferring not to engage in conflict with him. However, in his zeal for glory, he continues to pursue us without relent, clinging to our heels. In summary, the fault lies entirely with Sterling. Had he not resisted, oh, no. I meant to say, had he not intentionally provoked us, none of this would have transpired, and peace would swiftly return to the land. We can no longer endure this. We beseech the noble elders to advocate on behalf of us loyal subjects of the family. Please, punish Sterling severely, and then let us all reconcile. Uniting our efforts to transform the Far East into a beautiful paradise. The rebels of the Far East seek to negotiate. The elders, troubled by the persistently high military expenses, are overjoyed. After a day and night of discussions, the council reached a temporary ceasefire agreement with the representatives of the rebels. The council issued a military order to the Far East. All forces of the Wang family army must maintain their current positions and must not initiate attacks against the rebels. All will await further instructions following the council's discussions with the rebel representatives. Simultaneously, the council recalled Sterling, the commander of the Central Army in the Far East, to return to the imperial capital for questioning. Why has he been so ruthless towards the people of the Far East? Is it due to a fervent desire for achievement that he deliberately incited conflict? Chapter 8. Reunion. In December of 1979, Sterling received a summons from the Council of Elders, compelling him to return to the imperial capital from the Eastern Front. En route, he made a detour to visit his dear friend, Xichuan, stationed at the Xiuji camp. After a prolonged separation, the two esteemed friends finally reunited amidst the tumult of war in the East, creating a poignant scene of heartfelt reunion. Congratulations on your prosperity, Boss Xiu. I hear your fortunes have been flourishing recently. Haha, mutual congratulations, Xichuan replied. Bai Chuan quickly served tea to Boss Sterling. How has business been? Have you struck it rich? With a snap of his fingers, Xichuan summoned a row of soldiers clad in dark suits, polished white shoes, and brandishing designer sunglasses, who bowed in unison, greeting Sterling with a cheerful, "Good day, Chief." Long Chuan presented a business card to Sterling, bowing deeply as he said, "Please take care of our company's business." Sterling glanced at the card, astonished by the multitude of titles listed, including dozens of company chairpersons and general managers. He marveled at how one individual could encompass so many roles. What exactly does this e-commerce company signify? Haha, Sterling, you've been on the front lines too long. You're quite out of touch. What era are we in? The E-era. What does the E-era mean? I have no idea. It's just what everyone says. How can one navigate the world without a comma attached to their name? Though I don't quite grasp its significance either, Xichuan added. Ah, don't misunderstand. That is not my sentiment. It's what Zhang Jiahui said. What? You don't even know who Zhang Jiahui is? Haha, Sterling, you truly are behind the times. Though I'm not certain who he is either. Once the subordinates had departed, only Xichuan and Sterling remained. Xichuan inquired, Sterling, what brings you to our camp? ISNT, the Central Army still at the front? Without you, who commands the troops? Sterling forced a smile and recounted his predicament, producing the summons. I must return immediately. This is rather troublesome. Those fellows are insufferable. Yet, I have no choice. After all, they are. Ah. He was taken aback as he observed Xichuan rummaging through a trash bin, retrieving a full bucket of discarded papers, each bearing the same summons as his own. You. This is. Time is money. With my business so bustling, who has time to return and chat with those nuisances? But fear not. I've already hired a company of lawyers to represent me at the hearing. Sterling chuckled. You've become quite wealthy. I've heard your business has expanded significantly. Could you do me a favor? Of course. What friendship do we share? If you need to borrow money, feel free to ask me for any amount. Sterling shook his head. It's not about borrowing money. Recently, those rascals in the capital have been causing chaos. We are nearly out of supplies. I wish to purchase 100,000 kilograms of rice. Mingwei recommended you, saying you handle things efficiently and even deliver. Absolutely. The price will be the military supply rate plus 10, with a deposit of 20. Delivery will be made within 15 days to your specified location. And a penalty of 3 per thousand of the contract amount will apply for each day overdue. You must settle the payment within 10 days after delivery, otherwise, a similar penalty will ensue. Do you prefer FB or CIF terms for delivery? Sterling felt overwhelmed, candidly admitting, I don't understand any of this. Haha. It's better that you don't. I only need to understand. Now, do you have a check on you? Let us settle the deposit first. Also, sign below the contract terms, acknowledging that you fully comprehend and agree to the terms. Yes, write your name as Commander Sterling of the Central Army. And don't forget the date. Okay. In a daze, Sterling complied, signing his name under Xichuan's guidance. Satisfied, Xichuan blew on the ink, exclaiming, Sterling, you should have entrusted us with your supplies long ago. Just look at Ming Wei. He has already given us full responsibility for his logistics. We handle it far better than the logistics department. The Black Flag Army's provisions are superior to those of the Central Army. Besides, the logistics department is quite content with this arrangement. They're too preoccupied with their own antics to work. Hey, why do you look at me like that? Do you suspect I'm deceiving you? We've known each other too long for that. Xichuan quickly concealed the contract from Sterling's view and redirected the conversation. What is the situation at the front lately? Sterling sighed deeply. A ceasefire has been declared. We've lost our final opportunity to swiftly conclude the Eastern Civil War. Initially, we implemented the Blue Moon Plan, and everything was proceeding smoothly. The rebels had lured us out of the jungle and onto the plains. In open battle, they were no match for us. Just as we were about to close the encirclement, the Council of Elders unexpectedly ordered a ceasefire. No attacks were permitted. We were left helpless, watching the rebels escape unharmed. What a pity. These were the core and backbone of the rebellion. Had we eliminated them, the rebellion would have been quashed. It was so close. Xichuan discerned the profound anguish and regret concealed within Sterling's words. Recalling the countless victories forged through arduous toil on the battlefield, the unwavering loyalty, and the fervor that sought no reward, all now squandered by a mere decree from the Council of Elders. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words to console Sterling, and they fell into silence. Finally, Sterling broke the quietude. What news has emerged from the capital recently? I haven't even laid eyes on a newspaper. I truly am out of touch, as you said. Same old, same old. The chief says, everyone, work hard and do well. Meanwhile, Ling and Looming are bickering. The topic of their disputes has shifted to fight or make peace. Just look at Ling's speech in the Council of Elders. Xichuan handed Sterling a newspaper. Looming proposed that we show mercy to the Eastern rebels as a familial gesture. Ling immediately countered. The victors may show mercy and earn respect. The defeated, when speaking of mercy, only invite scorn. Sterling skimmed the paper, puzzled. But we haven't been defeated, have we? Ling suggests that after our setbacks at Chishui Beach and elsewhere, our family's dignity and authority have been tarnished. If we appear ready to negotiate when we clearly cannot win, we risk ridicule from the world. The Eastern faction's nobility strongly supports his stance, advocating for a harsh crackdown on the rebels to maintain noble dignity. Meanwhile, the nobility from the family's inland regions merely wishes to end the war swiftly to alleviate military expenditure pressures. Looming represents the pro-peace faction. The two factions were embroiled in fierce contention, with Ling vehemently accusing Looming of being a spy for the rebels and a traitor. They nearly came to blows within the Council of Elders. Sterling frowned. Ling should not behave this way, whether pro-war or pro-peace. Both are driven by a sense of duty, striving for the family's salvation, albeit through different means. Xichuan stifled a laugh at Sterling's navet. What sense of duty? Looming's sole reason for supporting peace is to oppose Ling. If Ling were to proclaim tomorrow, let us negotiate, Looming would undoubtedly retort, no. To uphold the family's honor, we must fight to the bitter end. Well then, Sterling. Having observed all this, what are your thoughts? Sterling smiled. I am but a humble soldier. Such matters should not concern me. These issues are the domain of politicians. I find myself in a state of anticipation, waiting for the Council of Elders or the Commander-in-Chief to issue orders to us. Should it be war, we shall continue to fight. If peace is the decree, we shall withdraw our forces. Obedience, after all, is the essence of a soldier's duty. After a moment of contemplation, Sterling added, the army is the sword in the hands of the nation. If that sword develops its own consciousness, it could overshadow society itself, which would be an exceedingly perilous situation. Zichuan Xiu savored Sterling's words, smiling as he replied, here you go again. I am not inquiring about the opinions of Commander Sterling. I am asking for my old friend's perspective on the current situation. Sterling pondered for quite some time before responding slowly, I do not claim to understand politics. Nor am I interested in the dignity of the nobility. However, in circumstances such as these, where two political factions have profoundly divergent interests, each wielding formidable military forces, I find it hard to believe that peace can be attained through negotiation alone. Even if it were possible, such peace would be tenuous at best, difficult to sustain over time. Ultimately, it is on the battlefield that true strength will determine the outcome. It is paradoxical, but I believe that genuine peace can only be achieved through war. Perhaps you would prefer to avoid bloodshed and strife. But I must assert that for our family to unify the Far East and grow strong, sacrifices must be made. Zichuan Xiu felt a surge of respect. He had not anticipated that Sterling, amidst the pressing duties of frontline military affairs, could maintain such profound insight. "What is your view, Xiu?" Sterling inquired. Zichuan Xiu responded. "You make a compelling argument. However, I differ from you. Though I hail from the imperial capital, I have grown up here, and the Far East is my homeland. In the past, I witnessed with my own eyes how the human nobility ruthlessly oppressed and bullied various ethnic groups. Now, I observe how those once oppressed have cruelly reciprocated against their masters. Regardless of who prevails, this is a tragedy of fratricidal conflict. If this war continues, there will be no victors, only mutual destruction. If the Council of Elders can resolve matters without bloodshed, I would endorse that approach," he added with a wry smile. "I dare only express this sentiment in your presence. Otherwise, others would brand me a traitor." Sterling listened intently, smiling as he remarked, "As I have said, whether in war or peace, our actions are geared towards the survival of our family, though we may tread different paths. Nevertheless, you must temper your words in front of Lin. Our elder brother has quite the temper." "I understand," Zichuan Xiu replied. "By the way, I almost forgot to mention something. Li Qing and Cadden both asked me to deliver messages to you. Just a moment, let me find them." After a thorough search, Zichuan Xiu finally unearthed the 2 letters from a pile of toilet paper. "Here you go, take them." Sterling trembled as he accepted Cadden's letter, reverently kissing the envelope. He opened it, and before even reading the contents, he kissed the letter itself, suddenly struck with confusion. The paper bore signs of having been soaked. He was all too familiar with Zichuan Xiu's habits and pressed him. "Come clean. Did you peek at it? What is this water doing here?" Sterling, realizing that a misstep could lead to dire consequences, hurriedly replied, "It is tears. Tears shed by Princess Cadden in longing for you. Do you know how heartbroken she was on the day you left? When she penned this letter, she wept bitterly, her crystalline tears soaking the pristine paper." "Oh." Sterling sighed in relief, beginning to read the letter. "To Lord Sterling, this is my first attempt at writing in the human tongue. I hope you will pardon any inaccuracies. How do you fare? The Far East is cold and high. Please take care of your health. Since your departure, I have been well, so do not worry about me. Miss Ning has been very kind to me. The other day, I visited a temple where it is said that the deities protect warriors heading into battle. Miss Ning informed me that she often prayed there for your excellency's safety, and her prayers were answered, for you indeed returned safely. Now, I am there praying for you. Just as Miss Ning prayed for your excellency, hoping you will return safely soon. May my prayers be heard by the deities, just as Miss Ning's were. And may they protect you as they did your excellency. I believe that if even a rogue like your excellency can receive divine protection, then a virtuous person like you, Lord Sterling, deserves it even more." Seizing the moment while Sterling was engrossed in the letter, Zichuan Xiu stealthily made to exit. However, after only 2 steps, Sterling's sharp blade was suddenly at his throat. Zichuan Xiu chuckled nervously and promptly returned to his seat, bewildered as to how Sterling had detected his movement without even looking up. Sterling let out a long sigh after finishing Cadden's letter. His piercing gaze scrutinized Zichuan Xiu, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. "You truly did not peek?" "Indeed, I did not." "Then why is there a tear in the envelope?" "That was caused by a mouse." "Why does it look so neat?" "It was a mouse with false teeth." "And why are there numerous dark fingerprints on the letter? What is this yellowish-brown substance?" As Zichuan Xiu struggled to find a response, outside, Roger and Gawa were heard conversing. Roger, with a strained voice, "How do you fare? The Far East is cold and high. Please take care of your health." Gawa, gruffly, "Roger, I pray for you. If even that rogue, your excellency, has been saved, then you, Roger, being as virtuous as you are all the more deserving of a place in hell." Roger exclaimed loudly, "Lord Sterling, I must inform you. The yellow stains on that letter are as follows. One day, while our Lord was in the lavatory without any fresh newspaper, he took the letter in, reading and laughing, but laughed so hard that it fell into the cesspit, and it took considerable effort to retrieve it. He need not say more." A cacophony of tumultuous fighting and Zichuan Xiu's desperate cries for help erupted from within. "Help! Someone, please. Roger, you scoundrel. Help. After bidding farewell to Zichuan Xiu, Sterling hastened back to the imperial capital, his pace far exceeding the necessary speed for the council's hearing. As he approached the capital, the roads became increasingly congested due to the assembly of the council, with nobles and gentry flocking to witness the proceedings. The streets were teeming with various carriages. Sterling, anxious and impatient, had to request that they clear the way. The haughty young nobles dispatched their servants to inquire, "Who is that in the rear?" Sterling's guards proudly answered, "The commander of the Central Army." The servants immediately bowed and hurried back to inform their masters, whether high-ranking officials or esteemed families. All promptly moved their carriages aside to allow Sterling to pass. Some even emerged to pay their respects to Sterling's banner. It was not out of fear of the commander's power. Rather, it was a matter of respect for Sterling. He had become the foremost general in the hearts of the people. Despite his desire to avoid the limelight, news of his return to the capital spread swiftly. Ning, Cadden burst into the living room like a gust of wind, her face flushed with excitement. "On my way to pray, I heard some news." "Have you heard?" "Sterling has returned. The whole city is abuzz with this news. Everywhere people are saying he is coming back. What shall we do? He is coming back." Her excitement rendered her almost incoherent. Suddenly, she froze. The figure seated in the living room turned to face her. It was none other than Sterling. Their eyes met, and both were momentarily dumbfounded, lost for words amidst their overwhelming joy. Sterling had changed remarkably. In just a few months, he appeared considerably older. The scorching sun of the Far East has darkened and roughened his face, etching the marks of wind and frost upon his youthful and handsome visage. Strands of white hair have already begun to appear at his temples, aged and haggard, and yet he is merely 25 years of age. A wave of tender compassion surged within Cadden, her eyes brimming with tears. At that moment, Cece's other beloved had become the staunchest defender of the Zichuan family, a hero in the eyes of the multitude. Yet, her only hope for him was a single wish, for his safe return. "Oh, divine being, you have finally heard my prayers." She composed herself and bowed deeply to Sterling. "It has been a long time, Junin. Your presence is even more resplendent than before." Sterling solemnly returned the bow. "Qingyan, yet you have managed to preserve the radiant glow of youth, forever as beautiful as a bouquet of fresh flowers." He presented her with a bouquet of blooming red roses, his gaze suffused with infinite tenderness and affection. Unable to contain herself any longer, Cadden accepted the flowers. Tears streaming down her face, yet she managed to articulate, "Flowers may wither, beauty may fade. In this world, only courage remains the most exquisite. You possess boundless courage. You are the most beautiful." Zichuan Ning had been quietly observing from the side, delighted to witness the reunion of the lovers, but also finding the situation amusing. Both were evidently in love to the point of desperation, yet they feigned a serious exchange. Lacking in candor, just as she was intrigued to watch further, she caught the sharp gaze of Sterling and the beautiful eyes of Cadden meeting hers. Their soft yet resolute expressions conveying a clear message. "Miss Zichuan Ning, without a doubt, you are beautiful and charming. But if you could assist us by stepping outside now, you would be truly magnificent." With a chuckle, Zichuan Ning took a step toward the door. Sterling and Cadden gazed silently at her, their eyes brimming with profound thoughts. Just as Zichuan Ning stepped out the door, she was astonished to find it closing silently behind her. The last scene she beheld within the room was Cadden flinging herself into Sterling's embrace. They were locked in a tight embrace. Cadden was blissful. In her heart, Zichuan Ning concluded, Sterling possessed all the virtues of manhood. He was upright, brave, gentle, loyal in love, and destined for greatness. Such a man was worthy of Cadden's all-consuming love. Yet, a wave of melancholy washed over her. Why would someone fall in love with a man devoid of integrity, courage, gentleness, loyalty, and love, and lacking a promising future? The sky was a deep azure, stretching far into the distant east, to the land where her beloved fought. "I miss you, a Xiu, do you know, from afar?" Chapter 1. Happiness on the 12th day of December in the year 779 of the Empire, when Commander Sterling, accompanied by the esteemed head of the family, Zichuan Xiu, stepped into the grand hall of the Elder Council. A fervent wave of enthusiasm surged through the assembly. All the elders rose in unison to extend their warm welcome, and a torrent of applause echoed for several minutes. Accompanied by a chorus of cheers, "Salute to our undefeated general. Long live! Long live!" The gazes of millions, both familiar and unfamiliar, converged upon Sterling. As elders approached him one after another to shake hands and pay their respects, "I am Wuqi from the Xixin province. Honored to witness the splendor of our foremost general today." I am an elder from the Far East, grateful to Lord Sterling for punishing those shameless traitors and upholding the dignity of our family. Lord Sterling, your glorious achievements have brought honor to the family's eagle banner. The council expresses the gratitude of the entire Zichuan family to you. Chairman Xiao, who presided over the assembly, boomed, "Come up here, Lord Sterling. Let everyone see you. Please share a few words with us." Overwhelmed by such a grand reception, Sterling felt a profound unease. After all, he had entered alongside the head of the family. It seemed inappropriate for him to receive such accolades while the head remained unacknowledged. Furthermore, there were officials of higher rank present, such as President Looming and Inspector Dilling. And it would be disrespectful for him to speak first. Zichuan Xiu sensed Sterling's discomfort and smiled. "Go ahead, Sterling. This is not only for you, but also represents our respect for the hundreds of thousands of soldiers on the front lines in the Far East. You are their rightful representative." As cheers erupted from every corner, Come up, Sterling. Share your thoughts with us." Sterling, feeling compelled, bowed to Zichuan Xiu, sheepishly murmuring, "Your Highness, I have been remiss." Zichuan Xiu smiled and patted his shoulder in encouragement. Sterling ascended the platform, and the crowd erupted into thunderous applause once more. He humbly lowered his head, waiting for the clamor to subside before gesturing for silence. The hall fell quiet, and his clear voice resonated. "It is with great honor that I stand before this esteemed elder council today. Witnessing the noble presence of all the venerable elders and listening to your sagacious discussions, I am privileged to witness how you wisely formulate family policies and determine the fate of our great family. And to contribute my modest opinions in this process is an unparalleled honor. I express my heartfelt gratitude for this opportunity. Earlier, I was met with a warm welcome from the elders, for which I am profoundly grateful. However, the honor bestowed upon me is excessive. I, Sterling, am merely a soldier, unworthy of such distinction. If there are any merits to be claimed, they rightfully belong to the supreme virtue of Prince Zichuan Xiu, to President Looming Hi's strategic foresight, and to the valiant efforts and selfless dedication of the soldiers on the front lines. As for myself, I have merely avoided making significant errors, which hardly warrant such esteem. The clouds of war loom over the skies of the Zichuan family. Where do we go from here? What direction shall the Zichuan family take? War or peace? Survival or demise? These questions depend upon the discerning judgment of all the esteemed elders present. The future of our family rests in your hands. I urge you, noble elders, to unite in purpose and wisdom, making judicious choices for our family and for the millions who trust and follow us. As for me, I can only say, the family army will always remain loyal to the family, to the commander, and to the elder council. We stand ready to execute orders. Whether it be war or peace, we shall obey and carry out our duties with utmost diligence. Trust that the army remains the most loyal sword in the family's hand, ready to unsheath for the defense of our interests, staining the battlefield with the blood of our enemies. As Sterling concluded his brief address, the hall erupted into an enduring wave of applause and cheers. Well done. He attempted to step down, but the applause compelled him to remain on the platform, acknowledging the crowd. Though humble, he felt a swell of pride. Could there be a more glorious moment in a soldier's life? Among the enthusiastic faces, he noticed the indifferent expression of Looming. Sterling nodded in acknowledgement, receiving a stiff nod in return, as rigid as if his neck had seized. Sterling chuckled inwardly, realizing that Looming was likely feeling quite displeased at that moment. Shifting his gaze, he spotted Dilling. Dilling, smiling, gave Sterling an approving thumbs up. He was genuinely pleased by Sterling's acclaim, not only because Sterling was his good brother, but also because his success would irk Looming. Dilling considered, there are currently 3 commanding generals within the military, and Fang Jing had quietly aligned himself with Dilling. Now with Sterling's rise, Looming was left with only Mingwei, who was known for his unreliability. Of course, given Sterling's character, he would not openly engage in the political struggle between Dilling and Looming, but at the very least, he would maintain a stance of benign neutrality. When the intensity of their conflict escalated to the point of requiring a choice, it was clear where Sterling's allegiance would lie. A thought crossed his mind. Why not assist Sterling in usurping the position of president from Looming? This was not an impossible feat. Sterling possessed renown, military achievements, and the support of both the military hierarchy and the council, with Zichuan Xiu's favor as well. If successful, it would deliver a devastating blow to Looming. Suddenly, Dilling recalled something, chuckling to himself. Sterling has also learned the art of political oration. Just moments ago, he had delivered an impressive and impassioned speech, yet it amounted to little more than empty rhetoric. He had not disclosed his stance on the crucial issue of war or peace. When had he become so adept? Who taught him? As night fell, the day's proceedings finally concluded. Sterling and Dilling exited the venue together, exhaling with relief. Dismissing their attendants, they strolled through the autumn streets of the imperial capital. Sterling sighed. At last, it's over. Dilling smiled. Only for today. We must return tomorrow. Exercise a bit of patience, brother. You seemed a bit unable to contain yourself today. I could hear you cracking your knuckles from afar. Sterling chuckled. Is that so? I must have looked quite fearsome. Those elders from the Xichuan province turned pale with fright. Yet, they were being unreasonable, hauling in half-meter-high ledgers from the logistics department to interrogate me on every single detail, from weaponry to food supplies. Look, he inquired. It is clearly stated that the logistics department supplied 50,000 bundles of arrows to the Central Army at the beginning of September. How can you now claim there are none left? I replied, all were utilized to shoot the rebels. To my astonishment, he maintained a stern expression and demanded, where? In what location? Which rebels were shot? What are their names? Where were they struck? Is there a medical certificate? Did they provide you with a receipt? No? Without these essential proofs, how can I trust that you did not embezzle this batch of equipment? Sterling retorted angrily. How could I possibly seek receipts from those who have been shot or wounded? What would I do with 50,000 bundles of arrows? They wouldn't even serve as firewood at home. Dilling chuckled. Patience. Haven't you heard? When a genius first appears in this world, there is a characteristic that helps us identify them. All the fools unite to attack. However, they do not aim to target you specifically. They are the elders of the peace faction, while you are a hero in the eyes of the war faction. Their goal is merely to undermine you in order to weaken the war faction. If you unleash your fury, you would be falling right into their trap. Sterling, calm down. I understand. What is the current stance of the council? War or peace? Regardless, we must reach a decision swiftly. Hundreds of thousands of troops are awaiting in the Far East, and daily military expenses amount to billions. Dilling shook his head. You know, the council has historically been divided into two factions, the loyalists from the Far East and the inland aristocracy. Previously, the influence of the Far Eastern nobility was dominant. But many of them perished during the rebellion, and their vast territories and wealth have vanished into thin air. The strength of the Far Eastern faction has significantly diminished, allowing the inland nobility to seize those positions and strive for control over the council, while the Far Eastern faction is fighting back. Currently, both sides are at a stalemate. This struggle over war and peace is a crucial battlefield for their contest. Dilling did not mention that this was also a pivotal battleground in his rivalry with Roaming High. Sterling began to grasp the situation and asked, why don't they simply hold the vote? The outcome could be determined within an afternoon. Dilling smiled. Political strife is much like warfare. It requires tactical strategy. A vote is akin to a battle for survival. In such unclear circumstances, would you commit all your forces to a decisive battle? Sterling shook his head. No. I would patiently wait for the enemy to reveal a flaw. For our reinforcements to arrive, while sending out troops to harass and lure the enemy into dispersing their forces, then strike at their flanks and rear until we establish superiority. Only then would I commit the main army to a decisive confrontation, leading to their defeat. Dilling nodded approvingly. The principle is similar. Currently, both factions within the council are avoiding a direct confrontation, waiting for reinforcements, such as garnering support from neutral elders, dividing and bribing the opposing side, and seeking to strike at their flanks. For instance, targeting you, Sterling, equates to attacking the war faction's flank. Only when one side is confident in securing a majority will they call for an immediate vote. Sterling comprehended the implications and lamented the casualties of hundreds of thousands of troops and the expenditure of billions in military funds, all for this reason. He refrained from expressing a thought that lingered unspoken. It is no wonder that we possess the mightiest army on the continent, led by formidable commanders throughout generations. Yet we struggle against the western winds and find it difficult to withstand the eastern demons. Since the third generation of commanders, our family's territory has scarcely expanded. He turned to Dilling. Brother, I have a question, but I am uncertain. He paused, hesitating to speak. Dilling halted and looked back. Their eyes met. Dilling's gaze was clear and bright. You wish to ask me why I ardently advocate for war, questioning whether I, like those elders, harbor sordid personal motives, correct? Sterling candidly acknowledged, yes. He protested. However, I never intended to use the term sordid. That was your own choice of words. Dilling chuckled. Aren't we brothers supposed to be honest? You truly lack charm. He then shifted to a serious tone. One of my reasons for opposing peace is that I perceive no sincerity from the rebels. They profess a desire for peace, claiming they will hold no grudges. Yet, on critical issues, they are vague. For instance, we demand they surrender the traitor Lei Hong, and they respond that Lei Hong has mysteriously disappeared. We request they cease harassing our supply lines, and they say it is not their concern, attributing it to bandits, asserting that their coalition army has no command over the bandits. This is clearly a lie, as most bandits are remnants of their defeated coalition forces. We ask that, since the family's royal army has ceased operations, the coalition army should also demonstrate goodwill by remaining on the original front lines. They, however, excuse this by saying autumn has arrived, and their soldiers must return home to harvest crops, subsequently dispersing their troops across the villages of the Far East, while we foolishly wait. They're already recruiting and mobilizing new soldiers for the next spring battle. Furthermore, they repeatedly claim to desire a peaceful paradise in the Far East for all. Yet what does this paradise entail? Who holds power? Do they still acknowledge the sovereignty of the Zichuan family? Is it still considered family territory? These questions remain unaddressed, revealing no sincerity whatsoever. In summary, the rebels' demand for a ceasefire is quite evident. As winter approaches, the far eastern lands will freeze, rendering trench digging impossible. Without trenches, on the open plains, the rebels become ineffective. No matter how numerous their forces, they cannot match our cavalry. They are merely buying time, waiting for the spring rains to turn the soil to mud, at which point our heavy cavalry will struggle to maneuver, trapped like dead pigs in a quagmire, awaiting their slaughter. For a nation where every citizen is a soldier and is so bellicose, the loss of several tens of thousands means little, should they choose. They could replenish their ranks with millions. After negotiating peace, the family would only grow weaker, and when they return with a stronger legion to confront us again. Besieging the valiant fortress, what could we use to resist them? Sterling listened in horror and asked, that was reason one. What is reason two? Dilling declared proudly. Rebellion is the gravest crime, utterly unforgivable. Perhaps the nobility of the Far East is tyrannical, or perhaps their officials are greedy. But we must ensure that all citizens understand, regardless of the reasons or justifications, rebellion against the family leads only to death. If we can pardon the Far Eastern rebels today, tomorrow we will face a second, a third, and 100th rebellion. And the entire Zichuan family will crumble like the once mighty Empire of Light. Sterling shook his head. It is impossible to annihilate tens of millions of Far Eastern citizens. It cannot be done. Ultimately, we must forgive, but only after victory. Only the victor can bestow grace. Forgiving them post-victory showcases the family's benevolence and generosity without undermining its prestige. However, hastily seeking negotiations in a situation like this, when we cannot achieve a decisive victory, only reveals the Zichuan family's weakness to the world. This will invite even greater calamities. Sterling, you hold great prestige. The elders respect you greatly, and your words carry weight. When the time comes, you must stand by my side. This is for the sake of the family's future. Policies like roaming high's appeasement will not work. Sterling had initially resolved to remain neutral, but upon hearing the earnest words of Dylan, he felt his convictions waver. He recalled Cadden's advice, never give anyone a definitive answer. After much hesitation, he finally conceded. All right, if I must choose, I will undoubtedly stand by your side. Although this promise remained somewhat ambiguous, it was enough to please Dylan. He understood Sterling's nature. Once he made a commitment, he would never waver. This level of assurance was the utmost Sterling could offer, which was already advantageous for Dylan. As they conversed, they arrived at a fork in the road. Dylan, genuinely feeling relieved and joyful, paused and suggested, how about we go see your sister-in-law, Xiu Jia? She has been wondering how you and Xiu are faring in the Far East. Let us sample her culinary skills. In the past, Sterling would have eagerly accepted such an invitation, but today he politely declined, saying, haha, perhaps another day. I have an engagement today. Surprised by the rejection, Dylan scrutinized Sterling and suddenly burst into laughter. Ah, the moon dips low at the willow's tip. One has appointments after dusk. I thought you were smiling because of spring's vibrant allure. It seems I have misjudged the situation. That was indeed a newlywed's charm. No wonder one might forget their obligations. Each sentence he delivered was elongated melodiously, culminating in a playful exclamation. Sterling blushed, attempting to maintain a facade of indifference. What are you talking about? Please refrain from such idle chatter. All right, I shall refrain from that, Dylan said, leaning in with a serious demeanor. Would you like some brotherly advice? What is it? Sterling inquired. When engaging in strenuous activities, do not overexert yourself. Otherwise, when you return to the Far East, you might find yourself unable to mount a horse. And then what will you do? Dylan furrowed his brow, feigning concern. It took Sterling a moment to comprehend, and he raised a fist as if to chase after him. But Dylan had already made a hasty retreat, leaving behind a suggestion: find a time to bring Li Qing along for dinner with your sister-in-law. We are nearly family. So what is there to be shy about? Watching Dylan's receding figure with a smile, a hint of melancholy clouded Sterling's eyes. Li Qing, how could he have almost forgotten? He indeed had a very virtuous fiancée. What to do? As Sterling hurried towards the designated park gazebo, the sight of Cadden's graceful figure instantly dispelled all traces of his earlier discontent and worry. To remain inconspicuous, Cadden had wrapped herself in a scarf and donned sunglasses. It was early winter, and such attire drew little attention. Approaching her from behind, Sterling suddenly lunged forward, wrapping his arms around her shoulders. Cadden gasped in surprise. Turning to see Sterling, her hand pressed to her chest, displaying an expression of relief, followed by a sweet smile. Sterling's heart fluttered, and he leaned in, poised to kiss her. A voice interrupted from behind, warning: the following content contains inappropriate elements. Individuals under 18 should watch in the company of a guardian. It was Zichuan Ning, perched on the gazebo's railing, observing with keen interest. But I am already over 18, so please continue as if I am not here. Sterling, previously engrossed in Cadden, had failed to notice her presence. Disappointment washed over him as he released Cadden and shot her a reproachful glance. Why did you bring this troublemaker along? Cadden blushed, murmuring, I didn't know the way. With a resigned sigh, Sterling reflected on their arrangement to meet outside to avoid Zichuan Ning, whose mischievity was evidently inherited from Zichuan Xiu, but fate had other plans. I apologize for being late. Have you been waiting long? He asked, gazing at Cadden with affection. Cadden gently shook her head. Just a moment. That essay lie. Zichuan Ning interjected angrily. He was late by 1 hour and 20 minutes. I calculated it. An average of 1 mosquito bit me every 10 minutes. Now look at me, 1, 2. A total of 9. Ignoring Zichuan Ning's grievances, Sterling turned to Cadden. Are you hungry? Cadden shook her head again. Not hungry. I am. Zichuan Ning exclaimed. But her words went unacknowledged. Are you thirsty? Sterling asked Cadden. She instinctively shook her head, then nodded slightly. Just a little thirsty. Zichuan Ning chimed in. I am thirsty too. Sterling led Cadden into a nearby beverage shop, with Zichuan Ning shamelessly trailing behind. What drink do you prefer? Coffee? Tea? Juice? He asked Cadden. Zichuan Ning interjected, I love coffee, with sugar and cream. Cadden contemplated. Juice would be nice. Sterling signaled to the server, 1 juice and 1 tea. Zichuan Ning smiled sweetly. Sterling is so considerate, knowing that girls should tea consume too many calories. Tea is a fine choice, light and refreshing. Sterling noted that she truly embodied her sister Zichuan Xiu's spirit, particularly in her audacity. However, he chose to ignore her, and when the drinks arrived, he boldly lifted his teacup to sip, deliberately avoiding Zichuan Ning's expression. Unable to bear it any longer, Cadden playfully pushed the juice towards Zichuan Ning. Just as she was about to drink, Sterling swiftly returned the cup to Cadden. Zichuan Ning protested, Sterling, you are being quite unreasonable. Such treatment of a lady is very impolite. Her voice was sweet enough to drive one to despair. Sterling feigned a smile, akin to a seasoned politician. How about this? Little sister Zichuan Ning? You must be parched, right? Here, let older brother Sterling give you some money so you can go buy ice cream across the street, all right? He produced a 1,000 yuan note. Hurry along. No need for change. But the ice cream I want is quite expensive. Zichuan Ning protested. Sterling added another 1,000. All right. Here us more. Off you go. I heard that kind of ice cream has a very mysterious recipe. Sterling added yet another 1,000. I heard the ingredients are imported from abroad, very expensive. Sterling fished out more cash. But after eating, I need a napkin to wipe my hands. Sterling once again reached for his wallet. And how does one return home afterward? I'll need to take the bus. Sterling attempted to pull out more, only to find his wallet empty. He sighed. And Ning, what on earth do you want? There must be a limit to your audacity. Zichuan Ning giggled sweetly. Well said. I'm merely concerned for you young folks. Your youthful exuberance may lead to impulsive mistakes. Unripe fruit should not be plucked, for the consequences can be dire. Sterling muttered under his breath. I have already plucked them. What more do you want? Cadden, blushing fiercely, kicked him under the table. Zichuan Ning gasped. What? Sterling quickly composed himself. I meant, if one shouldn't pluck, then I shall refrain. Thank you for your concern. No need for gratitude. Just treat me to something to eat. Realizing he could not escape her clutches, he resorted to his final tactic. And Ning. Someone in the Far East asked me to convey a message to you. Ah, do not be alarmed. The content seemed quite important. But alas, my memory fails me at this moment. What should I do? As for how to lift Sterling's spirits, it was quite a simple matter. Cadden laughed, bending over. You are truly mischievous, Zichuan. I can't believe you thought of such a ploy. Miss Ning, who was previously quite spirited, immediately wilted upon hearing the mention of His Excellency Xichuan. However, did His Excellency truly have a message for Miss Ning? Sterling recalled his encounter with Zichuan Xiu in the Far East and indeed asked him if there was anything he wanted him to convey to Miss Ning. Zichuan Xiu remained silent for a long while before finally responding. If she inquires, just say you haven't seen me. What had transpired between them? Sterling shook his head. No. In truth, I have never met Xiu. But you must not tell Ning. Otherwise, this tactic will be ineffective. What indeed happened between them? Cadden shot him a glance, her expression complex. Sterling, puzzled, asked, what is wrong? Sir, you just lied. Cadden replied. If you hadn't met His Excellency in the Far East, you wouldn't have sensed the unusual circumstances between them, nor would you have posed that question. The truth is, you must have met His Excellency. And he asked you to return with the message that you hadn't seen him, didn't he? Sterling was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Cadden could discern his deception from a mere slip of his words and deduce the truth as if she had witnessed it herself. Among all the individuals he had encountered, if one were to speak of sensitivity and meticulous thought, it would be Emperor Lin first. Yet now, it seemed that even Emperor Lin might pale compared to Cadden, the girl from the demon tribe. A sudden thought struck him. Thank goodness she was captured on our side. If she were entrusted with responsibilities in the demon tribe, she could very well become a remarkable female general, akin to Lu Fengxuan. Our Far Eastern army would be in grave trouble. We must never return her to the demon tribe. He then found his own oversensitivity somewhat amusing. Cadden was his beloved. How could she ever be an enemy? Cadden noticed the fluctuation in Sterling's expression and quickly said, I'm sorry, sir. I shouldn't have spoken so rashly. Are you angry? Sterling took a deep breath, clearing his mind of various thoughts, and smiled. No, I indeed did not speak the truth. It was my fault. I will explain everything to Cadden, but please do not mention it to Ning. All right, let us cease discussing them and talk about us instead. Cadden, now that you've been with us for a while, do you miss home? Cadden nodded. Yes, I miss home dearly, my father and brothers. It hurts so much. Sterling felt a pang of sympathy and reassured her. It's all right. Once we stabilize the Far East, we can send you back to visit them. But if that happens, I want to be able to see you again. Then I would feel even worse. Sterling fell silent, suddenly resolute. How could that be? Did we not vow to remain together? Come what may, I will accompany you back. Cadden's eyes widened. Impossible. My father and brothers would kill you. They often say that the divine race and humanity cannot coexist. Sterling was startled, but Cadden comforted him. Moreover, I have been captured for so long that my family must think I am dead. Let them believe that. They will only be sad for a while and then forget. I have grown accustomed to life here. It is more comfortable than at home. Sterling was moved. The girl before him had forsaken her family and the luxurious life of a princess for him. What a rare and genuine affection. He gently told Cadden, rest assured. I will cherish you for a lifetime. I swear, for all eternity, I shall treat my wife, Princess Cadden, with utmost kindness. If I break this vow, may I perish by 1,000 arrows. Cadden quickly covered his mouth to silence him, her eyes gleaming with joy, yet her face bore a hint of sorrow. Sterling immediately inquired, what is the matter? Aren't you happy? No, I'm just thinking about my identity as a member of the divine race. And you, sir, are a high-ranking officer of the Zichuan clan. Marrying me might hinder your future. Sterling smiled. I don't think it will be a significant issue. His Excellency has always treated me well. If I plead with him, I believe he will agree. But what if he refuses? Then I shall resign. Sterling declared with unwavering certainty. After all these years, I have saved a little. We could open a bakery. I shall bake, little do you know. I am quite skilled at it. While you, with your beauty, would surely attract many customers. Sterling gazed at Cadden, his eyes filled with regret. I would be putting you at a disadvantage. Cadden gently kissed his cheek, blushing as she whispered, how could that be? I'm not beautiful at all. Clumsy as I am, I would scare all the customers away. Sterling continued, what worries me most is that little lecher, Xiu, who would undoubtedly come by every day looking for a free meal. We must drive him away, resolutely. Sterling mimicked a fierce kick, causing Cadden to burst into laughter. Then, Once our business thrives, we can hire 2 workers, allowing you to fully embrace your role as the boss's wife. And then, we shall open 1 store after another, 1, 2, 3, as many as our children. At that time, we will no longer need to work. We can just travel and shop. And eventually, when we grow old, we will tell our children, "De Mao, Mao, do you know your parents were once remarkable individuals? Your father was the clan leader, and your mother was a princess." Do you think they would believe us? Cadden's heart swelled with sweetness as she laughed. At that time, they would surely say, "Those 2 old geezers are just rambling on. Such a life, free from war, intrigue, and fear. Would you like that?" Cadden feigned seriousness. "Let me think. If in the future we hire a young and beautiful waitress, would you flirt with her?" The bakery owner, Sterling? Sterling, equally serious, rested his chin on his hand in contemplation. "You should let me consider. Just how beautiful is she?" The bakery owner, Cadden? "You're incorrigible. Wait until I deal with you." They both erupted into laughter amidst the flowers, oblivious to the several pairs of cold, dark eyes watching them from afar. Luo Minghai read the report from his spies and, slamming his hand on the table, commanded, at all costs, by any means necessary, ascertain the identity of that girl. The following day, an investigation report concerning Cadden's identity, origins, and her acquaintance with Sterling was placed on Luo Minghai's desk. He coldly inquired, "Is the intelligence accurate?" Reporting to the Lord, "We obtained this information after spending 200,000 to bribe a servant of Zichuan Ning. He wouldn't dare lie." A smile flickered across Luo Minghai's grim face. "That 200,000 was well spent. I must see the commander immediately." After the routine reports, Luo Minghai casually mentioned to Zichuan Xiu, "Your Highness, last night I took a stroll in the park. Quite coincidentally, I encountered Commander Sterling there, appearing quite intimate with a young lady." Zichuan Xiu smiled. "It has been a while since Sterling and Li Qing met. They should catch up. Youth is truly delightful, making us old folks envious." But, Luo Minghai interjected, "I noticed that girl does not seem to be from the Qingxi clan." "Oh?" Zichuan Xiu's expression grew serious. "Then who is she?" "I do not know. Might your Highness permit me to investigate?" Zichuan Xiu pondered for a long moment before slowly replying, "Very well. You may look into it." His tone was casual, yet both parties understood this was no mere offhand remark. Within 2 hours, Luo Minghai returned with the findings. Silently listening to the report, Zichuan Xiu maintained an impassive demeanor. "Well, it's nothing of great concern," he remarked. "Luo Minghai, you may leave now. But do remember to refrain from discussing this matter outside." Luo Minghai felt a tinge of disappointment, having not anticipated Zichuan Xiu's nonchalance regarding such a significant issue. Little did he realize that as soon as he exited, Zichuan Xiu promptly instructed his attendant, "Please summon Li Qingqi at once." After engaging in a conversation with Li Qing for over an hour, Zichuan Xiu's countenance appeared as frigid as if touched by frost, yet his words remained warm and amiable. "Would you kindly inquire if Commander Sterling has any availability this evening and if he would be willing to share a modest meal with this old fellow?"